I've said before that, especially in the NBA, there is a emphasis at the coaching spot that relies more on the idea of managing and dealing with personalities than it does actually doing the X's and O's coaching stuff. And I think we just got a perfect example of this. Because all signs, all indications pointing to the Lakers are going to hire J.J. Redick. And here's what I find fascinating about this. I don't know how many sports or how many times you will find somebody with no coaching experience being able to take over a team where all they want to do is win. They're in championship mode, and they have one of the greatest players in the world on the team at that time. I mean, one of the greatest players of all time. If you are in that category, the one that starts with a G and ends with GOAT conversation, then you're somebody who wields a lot of power within an organization. And I can't imagine anybody else in any other sport going, you know who I want to hinge my career on is the guy who's never done this before. But if all that truly matters to you is going out and finding somebody that you can jive with, then this is how you get guys like J.J. Redick. You know, the NBA does this all the time. I remember when it was that Brooklyn team with Durant and Harden and Kyrie, and they had Steve Nash over there. Never coached before, but played, and I guess that was good enough. So here's the deal. And this is what I think is the most fascinating part. Do you guys know what we were able to witness in the last few months? We were able to witness a job interview in real time on a podcast. Do you not think that whole sip a little bit of vino and break down some game film in the NBA thing with LeBron and J.J. Redick wasn't somewhat of a job interview? Like, do you think J.J. Redick gets this job if he doesn't have a podcast set up with LeBron? Think about that for a second. All it took was for him to do a few episodes of an hour to 2 hour podcast with LeBron James for LeBron to be like, impressive. Do you want to coach? Well, why don't you coach me? And this is the stuff that I'm talking about here that I just couldn't handle if I was in charge of an NBA team. And it's part of the reason why we're so fortunate around here. Your star player is going to have say in big decisions that you make. They have to, and you'd be stupid not to consult them. Not just from you got to stroke the ego a little bit. You got to make them feel as if they are valued and involved in some big decisions that will directly affect their legacy in their career. So they have to be in some part of the process. But they don't get to have the final say in decisions like that. And every move that's been made in LA has had the final stamp, or not the final stamp, the first and final stamp from LeBron James. They can't do anything without consulting him first. In fact, I bet a lot of times what happens is LeBron does the talking first and they just follow suit. And I know for a fact that the Nuggets, when they make a trade like an AG trade, they go to Jokic and Jamal and say, is this cool with you guys? A much different thing than being dictated to. Now, I've heard these stories before. Teams that have LeBron on it, and you're around the trade deadline, and you got those flights either going to away games or coming home from away games with the deadline right around the corner, and everybody on that plane is walking on eggshells, not because management's on there, because LeBron's on there, and they know who runs the show. And there are so many examples of former players going into a coaching or executive role that just don't work. Now, you've actually been fortunate around here because you've had two executives that were considered the best players in franchise history, some of the best players in the history of the sport that went into that role and actually had success. For whatever you think about John Elway, you cannot deny that the first initial run for John Elway was incredibly successful. Maybe didn't end well. But you get to 2 Super Bowls as an executive, you don't just turn your nose up at that and say, yeah, well, who cares? So he did that. Joe Sakic brought a Stanley Cup here and has his team still in contention, hopefully for the next few years, working towards winning other championships. But when it comes to LeBron has assembled teams in the past. It's worked. It's got them to championships. LeBron has kind of been the player, the coach, the GM for largely at least the second half of his career and probably a little bit earlier than that. You know, the Miami thing was more just pulling strings to get those guys on the same team together. I think the Heat, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra actually had control of that team, but they pulled the initial strings. I would be so uncomfortable with one of those things here. Like, I know Raj was kind of joking about the whole draft Bronny James and wouldn't LeBron look good in a Nuggets uniform? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. For this exact reason. For a team that thrives on the idea of stability and consistency, what do you think would happen immediately? A whole bunch of stuff would change, wouldn't it? Like one thing Jokic does, and it's almost like Jokic is too opposite of this. I know you guys probably see it in politics now. There's somebody who's way on this side who sounds insane and somebody who's way on this side who sounds insane. So LeBron and Jokic are those guys as far as their control within an organization. Jokic has a ton more than he wields. Jokic could potentially have as much power as LeBron James if he wanted to. He doesn't want it. So here's the situation. Let me give you 2 different scenarios to really crystallize this. Offseason starts. The way the season ended previously is considered somewhat of a failure. For the Lakers being, ousted in 5 games in the first round, that's a failure. For the Nuggets coming off a championship, losing in the second round, probably considered a failure within the organization. LeBron goes right to work. He says, I want this coach fired, and I want you to hire my buddy that I do a podcast with. And the Lakers say, okay. Now juxtapose that with the Nuggets offseason. You ready for this? Nuggets season ends. First time we hear or see Jokic is what? Him on a tube in the middle of some rapids in Europe. I don't think he's made a single phone call or text about what happens this offseason with anybody inside the Nuggets organization. His approach is, leave me the hell alone. That's not my job. That's yours. And I would almost say I would want Jokic to be a little bit more on the side of, what are you guys saying about this? What about this guy? As far as a piece to come off the bench or something, or maybe do a little bit more active recruiting. Like, I almost think he does too little of it. But God, would I prefer that as opposed to what LeBron in LA is doing right now. Texture says, in your opinion, Brett, do you think the LeBron area in LA has been a failure? No, they got a championship. I'm not going to downplay the bubble thing. You win a championship. He's been there, is it 4 years now? When did he officially make the move? No, 5 years. His last year in Cleveland, I think, was 18, wasn't it? And then 19 he went over, and then it was the bubble, and I think I got that right. Either way, you win a championship, that's not a failure. You won. Now, for the Lakers' expectations, is that, I don't know if it's a failure, maybe they're disappointed. But again, you win a title. I mean, what are you going to do? You really going to complain all that much? If the Nuggets at the end of the day only get one championship out of this core roster, would it feel disappointing in the moment? Yeah, but you got one. But it's just amazing to me. Like, sight unseen, have no idea what this guy's coaching acumen is, and I'm not challenging JJ Redick's basketball knowledge. I think that is irrefutable. He's an incredibly smart guy who understands the game, but that doesn't translate to coaching. Plenty of people understand the game, but it's so much more than that. You know, I'd love to ask Bednar the next time he comes on, probably, training camp or something like that next year when we talk to him. But how much of his job, like, what's the pie chart look like? How much of it is really digging into X's and O's, game plan, strategy, and how much is it just trying to calm or motivate or something emotionally that has to do with dealing with personalities? And where do you see that line?
Shouty.
Because it's a different sort of pie chart for every sport, but still, everybody's got some significant amount of percentage that has to do with game planning and has to do with managing personalities. And when you get to the college realm, you can throw about 5 other things into that pie chart. Because then it's recruiting, and then it's making sure that your guys who are on the roster right now are happy. And then it's managing boosters and keeping the donations coming in. Like, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes into it, which is why I've said forever, they get paid a lot of money. I don't want that job ever. If somebody offered me $5 million a year to go be the coach at CU, I'd be like, no, thanks. I'm going to die when I'm 48 because it's too much stress and too much other stuff I have to worry about. I'll take a comfortable, poor life as opposed to a miserable, rich one. Thank you very much. But you know what I'm talking about here. Like, the amount of power that is wielded by LeBron James would be so uncomfortable if I'm somebody like Rob Pelinka, who's the GM there. Or if I'm the owner, Jeannie Buss. And yet, it's you know exactly what you're signing up for. So can you really be all that upset? 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Couple of clips here from yesterday. Sean Payton. So one thing they keep going back to that makes me uncomfortable, that I don't really like, in regards to Bo Nix, we'll get to that in a second. Also, an update on Courtland Sutton's contract stuff. And another update, and I think an optimistic one. I'm rooting for this guy, and it almost feels like he's been cast off to the side. If people are doing that already, I think it's a mistake. We'll get to it next.
Yeah, I think he'll be here for minicamp. I mean, it's mandatory. And when I've been asked about Courtland, I'm going to say this, man, I just know his work ethic. I know the player. And, there's a list of things that race through your mind this time in the offseason as a head coach. And respectfully when I say this to him, because he and I have talked, I think that'll work itself out. So I think he'll be here, yeah. But I don't know that for sure.
Yep, Courtland Sutton's still not there for OTAs. Now, mandatory minicamp is around the corner, and then I guess we'll really see how committed he is because they can fine him if he misses those 3 days up to $100,000. And if your whole thing is, I want money, well, losing money isn't the right way to go about it. Now, typically what happens is you can fine guys over and over again for missing out on minicamp, training camp, whatever it is. And then when you get a deal done, you basically just waive the fines and say, don't worry about them. We won't actually go through and charge you for them. But you could. Again, whenever I hear him talking about Courtland Sutton and he uses that the situation will figure itself out sort of thing, what it screams to me is he's going to realize we aren't going to do a damn thing and then he'll get to camp. And that's the right way to do it. It's the proper way to go about it. Courtland Sutton's a good wide receiver. Is he worth a couple million more a year? Maybe he is with the way the contracts are going in the NFL for wide receivers right now. But on this team, it just doesn't make sense. Could you toss him a couple extra $1 million to make him happy? Sure. And I hate to put it this way, but typically when you do that, you're giving somebody a couple million extra bucks to make them happy so that you can use that for a future negotiation of that player when you want him to sign another deal. And I don't think the Broncos want him to sign another deal. Not near the price that he wants. Again, Courtland Sutton at this point in his career is a good wideout, but serves a role that he would probably be upset if he heard me say this. And I don't mean this as a pejorative, but you're a possession guy. Like, you got really good hands. You catch pretty much anything that's thrown your direction. But as far as game-breaking type of players, I don't know if he serves that role anymore. Really good red zone dude. No doubt about that. Can make a big catch when you need it. But it's really my problem with the entire Broncos roster is who can go out there and make a big play for you? Who's got the ability to take a 14-point deficit and at least cut that in half on one 70-yard play? I don't know how many guys on this roster can do that. I know the hopes that we have for a couple. I mean, you hope that Marvin Mims can do that. You hope that somebody like Troy Franklin can fill that role. But I actually want to use Marvin Mims as an example. Every roster has a guy that can give you a glimpse into belief of the team. Because it can make you believe in the coaching staff and their development traits. It can make you believe in your GM picking the right guy that maybe it took a second to marinate and then it finally pops. Not every single superstar in sports, you see it immediately. Would you like to hear a great example? It's the guy who has 3 MVPs in this town. You didn't know that immediately. You knew he was talented, but it took a couple of seconds or a couple of years to marinate, and then it finally popped. And now he's become an unstoppable force in Nikola Jokic. So you don't need to have that pop off the page immediately, yep, we know this guy's a superstar thing, but I'll tell you this. When you invest high-end draft capital into a player It matters. And I know with these guys in the past, like they've dealt with different coaching staffs, and it's hard to choose talent for different schemes and different ways that coaches see what position should look like. It's been a big issue with some of the guys that were drafted just a few years ago. They were drafted for a Vic Fangio system or a Nathaniel Hackett system, and then got thrust into a Sean Payton system that might not fit their skill set anymore. I think that Marvin Mims is the guy that if he starts to pop, you really start to believe in the team. When you have good teams, you see this happen a lot. For whatever your thoughts are on somebody like MPJ has gotten noticeably better each year he's been in the league. And that's a credit to the coaching staff and their development. When you have question marks about a guy like Jonathan Drouin, who walks into an Avs roster and is told you're going to play on the the top line with Nathan McKinnon and Mikko Rantanen, and you got to be able to keep up. And initially, it didn't look great. It looked like it was going to be an abject failure. But by the end of the year, we're talking about Jonathan Drouin being somebody who is almost seen as like an irreplaceable piece to the team. That is a credit to the coaching staff and a credit to the front office for recognizing the talent, recognizing the fit, and then getting it to actually work. Marvin Mims is that guy for me. I mean, the easy one to point to is Bo Nix. Like, of course, if Bo Nix doesn't work, then this coaching staff doesn't work, and then this front office doesn't work. That's the easy one. But you want to go a little bit, I guess, more in the weeds about it. If Marvin Mims doesn't pop at least a little bit this year, then I'm very concerned about what's going on. He's one of your only true weapons as far as a speed guy that can make a big play. And we saw that because when he did get the opportunity to touch the football, which wasn't much, but it was kick returns, he did that to a Pro Bowl level. He's the guy that I look at and I say, you want to see where this team is going and what direction they can end up in a couple of years? Give me the final numbers on Marvin Mims, and then I'll tell you. Because I think it's going to be a pretty damn good indication. You have to be able to develop some of these younger guys that maybe you held back last year. And the reasons for it, Peyton said them multiple times. Well, it was really hard when you had Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton on the roster at the same time. You wanted to get them both playing time and blah, blah, blah. All that, okay, fine. And I think he was kind of nervous going into a whole bunch of, 3 wide sets because protection would be bad for Russell Wilson. I get all that. But you got to make it work now. And the other thing that makes me really uncomfortable, because this happens, I swear to God, man, every day at OTAs, whether it's a question in a press conference or it's something that somebody is just like observing from practice.
What's the question?
It's always asked like this, and it makes me super uncomfortable. Comparing and contrasting Bo Nix to Drew Brees is just like, what are we doing, man? You can't keep going to the well of, I know you had superstar, all-time talent level quarterback at your last stop. What do you think of the guy that you've seen for 2 weeks? Is he like him? You can't ask that question. And, it happens, and Sean Payton has to say something. So yesterday, same thing. Here's what Sean Payton said.
Mentally, he wants to... He wants to know as much as fast as he can. There's, he's the son of a coach. Now, Drew wasn't necessarily the son of a coach, but, this group of quarterbacks in general are kind of like gym rats. They enjoy the process. It's been a good room. I mean, it's, when you talk to Davis or Joe or myself, it's, these guys are doing well. They're pushing each other. Today, we were on this odd day where every day you came, Bo was running with the ones. Today, I think it was Zach's turn. You'll see mini camp. But, I think it's there's maybe a maturity level because, again, he's played 61 games, and when we got Drew, it was off of his rookie contract, coming off an injury. So he locates the ball well. He's accurate, and I think Drew was.
We can't keep going to the well of, oh, yeah, but did he look like Drew Brees? What if we did that for everybody else who existed? Anytime you drafted somebody really high up, as far as draft positioning, let's say you got a top 15 pick. What if every day for the first mini camp of Jerry Jeudy's career, we said, yeah, but does he look like Rod Smith? Does he look like this? Does he look like this guy from the past? You can't put those expectations on him. It's wildly unfair. And I'm the guy who keeps telling you, somebody you draft number 12 overall, you should have incredibly high expectations. But even me, I'm like, well, it's not going to be that he's Drew Brees. The expectation I have for Bo Nix is simple. Give me a guy who is consistently competing for division titles and making the postseason. That's what you're tasked with. And on top of that, yes, Super Bowls and stuff come with it, but this is the very basic part. Compete for the AFC West and make the postseason more often than not. But there's a huge part of how we discuss things in sports, and it's something that bothered me yesterday about, the CJ Stroud jumping on that podcast and saying you could have Eli Manning's career or Aaron Rodgers, and I'm like, you would choose Aaron Rodgers. He has a Super Bowl, and he consistently had your team competing. Eli's got 2, but Eli had a whole lot of years that stunk.
And I'll say Aaron Rodgers also excelled off the field in other ways that Eli Manning didn't, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, that's the dating resume is a strong one. But I'll put it to you this way, Nelly. And this is where just people think differently. Like, if I ask you, would you rather have 2 really good years that resulted in championships followed by 10 that stunk, or I give you 1 championship, but every year you're competing and making the postseason and having a shot at it? What would you take? And I would always take the ones where you're competitive because you never know what could happen. And anybody who wants to answer for the 2 championships followed by miserable years afterwards, you're living through that right now. You tell me how it feels. You had the championship back getting on almost a decade ago. But you've been non-competitive ever since then.
Sounds like we're also talking about Drew Brees, because he had the same thing. Won 1 Super Bowl and then was extremely competitive for 15 more years, never got over the hump again.
If I told you guys, Sean Payton, and that's actually a great example, Nelly. Sean Payton, Bo Nix will have the exact same story as the Saints did with Sean Payton and Drew Brees. Would you take it? 1 championship. You're competitive as hell for a long time. Your team is fun to watch. And you go 10 to 15 years of fun football being played. But only 1 title. I'm saying you only get 1. Would you take it? I think you'd be an idiot to say no.
By the way, did you ever watch that show, The League, back in the day?
Yeah, the fantasy football show?
Yeah. Do you remember they had that scene where they said you can tell a player's race based on the way that commentators talk about him?
Yes.
And that for white players, they always say, real scrappy guy, total gym rat.
Yep.
That's exactly what he said about this quarterback room.
Of course.
Bo Nix, first guy on the field before practice, last guy off, total scrappy player.
But again, it's the goal here is to be competitive and then eventually get to a championship. We just talked about this with the Nuggets. If that's the only title the Nuggets get, nobody considers this run a failure. If that's the only one that they get out of it, would you be disappointed, maybe feel like you left some meat on the bone? Yeah, sure. But you wouldn't be like, man, we really messed that up. No, you got a title, and you were competitive, and you were at the top of the league for a long time. You had the best player in the world. It was fun as hell to watch. Like, all of that stuff. Same thing with the Avs. If this whole core, McKinnon and Landeskog and Mikko and Kale, like, if that core group just gets the title from a couple of years ago, is that a failure? No, it's not a failure. Again, you might feel like you leave some meat on the bone, but the goal here is to be competitive and put yourself in positions to do that. And I'm just like, what exactly would make you happy then? Because if we're looking at Aaron Rodgers or Drew Brees' career as, like, oh, they're disappointments because they only have one Super Bowl. What? What do you mean? They're a couple of the greatest quarterbacks who's ever lived, and every year their team was in the hunt for a championship. Might have ended disappointed in multiple occasions, but I don't get it. Don't understand. So 303-504-0925. Some more clips that we get to throughout the course of the show today regarding Sean Payton and some stuff going on at OTAs. 303-504-0925. The Schump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So, want to know what you guys think of this. By the way, Jake Coyne is going to join us in studio at 8 o'clock today for a couple of segments to really break down the Nuggets offseason. And he is well-versed in all the stuff that we are not, which is apron rules and bird rights and all the convoluted CBA stuff that goes into what the Nuggets can and can't do this offseason. We'll do a deep dive at 8 o'clock with him. If I propose something to you, and that proposal is in regards to the Avs, you might be surprised to know the only sports book that has the odds open for next year's Stanley Cup, despite this one not starting yet, this final's not starting, but they have next year's odds up. FanDuel has the Avs at second to win the Stanley Cup next year. And there was a site, Mile High Sticking, that floated the idea of a trade. And I want to know, which defenseman would you rather keep? We'll get to it next. All right, so as the Avs have a lot of questions they're facing this offseason, we kind of went through some of these with Moj the other day. He just started rattling off the names of unrestricted free agents and would you like them back or not. But it's not just a matter of would you like them back. The bigger question is, do you have the money in order to pay for these guys? There's a lot that I would like to have back that I don't know if you can. Like Middlestat is coming back. And then you get to guys like Sean Walker, and you start talking about Trennans and Duhaimes and Coglianos and Jack Johnsons and Caleb Joneses and all these different people that you just might not have the money for. So you have to be really picky and choosy on how you use that. Because even if you can't bring them back, well, their spots have to be filled by somebody. So I think Sean Walker fit in pretty well for the Avs. Not perfect. Maybe a little bit more up and down play, but his ups were good, and he fits what the Avs like to have, which is a guy on the back end that can jump into a play and bring some offense for you. And so Mile High Sticking had a proposal. Something that could keep Sean Walker here, but would come at the expense of trading Josh Manson. And the question is, who would you rather have? Now, Josh Manson had a couple of really, really good games in the postseason, and then he also had a couple of games where you're like, what the hell is going on here? I'd say this. The Avs need all the help that they can get to make sure that Georgiev is keeping the right mind frame and not maybe getting in his own head a little bit. And so you have to be as sound defensively as you can in front of him. And I think at times, what happens is maybe the D gets a little over-aggressive on the offensive side and gets out of position. That leads to some goals going the other way. But I'm the kind of guy, if you do something well, I love to go full bore into it. Like, you know what the Nuggets do really well? Two-man game with Jamal and Jokic. Do that as much as you possibly can. If it's unstoppable, then why stop? You know, if you've got a really good running game, feed the rock to the running back as many times as possible. It will help out a million other things on your team. I would love to keep Sean Walker. And I know the complaints that people have about this D-core for the Avs specifically is that they maybe aren't big enough, and that's what bothers people about Sam Girard. And Sean Walker is about, like, he's not much bigger than Sammy G is. But when you're talking about just size, I have to think about everything else that is brought to the table from their skill set. And that's why I have been very, very quick to defend Sam Girard against a lot of his haters out there, is because he does a lot of stuff that not a lot of defensemen can do. His ability to find open ice, as far as just ability to skate, I don't know how many other guys in his position, at his position in the NHL, can do what he does to buy some more time and then make the right play. Yeah, he's not huge and physical. But does he have things that counterbalance that? And the answer is yes. Like, Sean Walker is very, very good at being able to jump into a play and make some offense happen. Would you sacrifice maybe a little bit more consistent D for that? Perhaps. But if this team's whole ability is kind of built around we're going to score and score a lot, and we're pretty damn good at playing with a lead, well, let's try and get the lead. Like the last couple of years in the postseason, the trouble the Avs have found themselves in is they aren't playing with leads, like ever. They're down constantly every single game against Seattle 2 years ago. They were down 1-0. This past year in Dallas, they didn't have the lead until, what was it, game 4? Like, tough. Really tough to try and deal with. And it throws them out of the whack because it's exactly what their MO is. We get the lead, we play with the lead, and we do that really, really well. Well, when you can't get that, it's a different type of ball game, and the opponents can play a lot differently, a lot more conservatively. I want goals. If there's one thing, and how about this? If there's one thing that you're banking on this year that you know for a fact will still take place next season for the Avs, regardless of what happens this offseason, it's that they're going to be incredibly talented on offense, correct? Like, here's what you can't guarantee me. You can't guarantee me that Georgiev is going to be a solid, consistent goaltender. He has the ability to do it, but it's not a guarantee. Was the entire discussion this year was about that. Not only him getting a backup goalie that you trust, all that stuff. The one thing we know for sure is Nathan McKinnon's going to be really good next year. And Mikko's going to put up points. And Kale's going to be scoring a lot from the blue line. Like, all that stuff. So I would tend, in this situation, just to lean into that. If you do something well, capitalize on it. And maybe that's stupid. Moj, can you jump on for 30 seconds here? I want to ask you something real quick. So I'm talking about all this.
Why am I so handsome, dude? I don't know. I was just born this way.
Yep. I was talking about this proposed trade in, or this proposed idea, I guess, in Mile High Sticking. They had an article on this. And they said, you know, when we were going through the list of free agents for the Avs, it was going to be really tough to keep all these guys that you mentioned. You know, Middlestead will come back. He's restricted. But as far as some of the guys that you want to keep that maybe you can't afford, and Sean Walker's one of the guys, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They proposed, well, what if you traded Josh Manson and used his money to keep Sean Walker?
Well, the issue with that is that you're giving up some size. Walker's terrific, don't get me wrong. But you still only have 4 defensemen under contract.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you still have 3 guys theoretically out the door. So in Walker, Jones, and Jack Johnson. So it'd be Manson, Jones, and Jack Johnson. I mean, if that's the route you're going, I don't know what route they are going.
As far as guys exiting, you're talking about.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So you still only have 4, NHL defensemen under contract. So you're just trading one for another. You need more defensemen.
And the same thing happens the opposite way. If you just let Walker go, I mean, I guess you could use.
That's correct, but I mean, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure, makes sense.
Hey, what Manson brings to the table, you don't have that. There's not another guy on that blue line that can lay out Jamie
Totally
Benn.
true. Yep.
I mean, who can one punch Jamie Benn down to the ice? You know what I mean? Who plays with that? And he was remarkably healthy, which is good. I mean, thank God he got healthy again. Great dude, great teammate. Family loves it here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get as creative as you want to get, but what Manson brings to the table, that's also difficult to find. The size, he'll play on the edge. He'll smoke dudes.
Yeah.
He's not an enforcer, but he can play that role a little bit. I mean, he'll throw down big time. You need that edge on the back end, and Walker does not provide that.
No, he does not.
He's a skilled, great skating, fine defenseman.
We'll jump back to this later. I did want to mention last night.
By the way, am I working right now? Because this constitutes a day off for me. I'm on the air 7 minutes early. So this, Nelly, you're the arbitrator. You're going to be a future employee of the year. Everybody who's in that seat gets that. This should constitute like a full day off, right?
I think it works kind of like accrued time off, where now you can leave the show 7 minutes early at some point.
Well, you've accrued plenty of that time in the past. Hey, just so you know,
actually, I
owe
you.
You actually
right?
owe us minutes.
Yeah.
Got to get to skate.
Anyway, just quickly, the Rockies almost got no hit last night. That was not fun. They lose 4-1 to the Reds. So after this great kind of 3 series stretch they were on, they've come back down to earth, and Cincinnati's taking care of them. What I didn't hear was this, and so I want to hear it before we go to break. Bud Black was upset after the game. I think I would be too, because it's not like Cincinnati is one of the top teams in the league. Here's Bud Black after the game.
He just didn't execute a number of pitches when he really needed to. The Benson at bat, the Candelario at bat. Those are hittable pitches. So, and they came back to bite him.
I just want to follow up on the Benson at bat. You guys had scored in the previous inning.
It was 4-3.
Yeah, and that's where you kind of needed the pitch
Yeah,
there, right?
you're right.
So,
Good job. You're right.
And what did you see out of
What's
the
the
pitch?
question?
What did you see out of the pitch when you? And what do you see when he needs to throw a pitch? I guess.
Well,
He needs to get-
in that particular at-bat, a fastball, strike, fastball, elevated, swing through. The next fastball was down a little bit lower, and he barreled it. It either had to be a little bit more inside or a little bit higher. But he barreled it. It was a bad result.
So that was Bud Black from a couple of days ago. I'm sorry. Talking about Ryan Feltner.
What's the question?
I want to talk a little bit more about the Rockies pitching rotation because they're actually getting some good news with some guys that have been out for a while, talking about Marquez and Senza and Freeland. So we'll get to that in a little bit. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude-SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, and you can shop Safeway's Summer 4X points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. You know what I love that we got to see? Because this doesn't, I mean, I don't know if this has ever happened, and I mean ever. So, looks like J.J. Redick is going to be the new coach of the Lakers, right?
I mean, come on, man.
You know what I've never seen before?
Come on, man.
Hey, come on, man.
Hang on a second.
Man.
Hang on a
Wait,
second.
no, come on.
Come on, man.
Are you saying come on to the Lakers?
Yeah, come on, man.
I mean, you know, he joined LeBron for a podcast, and now he's come on, man.
Hey, listen.
I don't have anything to do with deciding the
I don't
next head
pull any
coach.
strings.
I just stay on the outside looking in. Whatever happens, happens. I guess.
Exactly. I'm just another player, man. I don't pull strings here.
Hang on.
I mean, are you sure?
Man,
are you
no.
sure he doesn't have an affinity for the barista that he stops and gets coffee with every single day, and maybe she can coach that ma?
Who does he do the Taco Bell commercial with?
Oh, Jason Sudeikis. Yeah, Ted Lasso. Yeah.
How long before Ted Lasso's coaching that team?
You know what we've never seen before? Is a job interview in real time on a podcast. Because that's what that was. The entire
100%.
podcast was a job interview.
That's
And
what
I'm
it feels
Show
like.
me how smart.
We watched LeBron, who was obviously making the decisions for that franchise, just say, do I think this guy's good enough to coach me? Let's talk some hoops for a second.
Well, there's no doubt J.J. Redick is a smart basketball guy. and
there's
he's-
no doubt about
he's-
that.
Oh, and it could work.
He's young
It could
enough
work.
that he can relate to the players and all that sort of thing, but he doesn't have any experience in that regard.
Yeah, but a lot of people have not had experience that have walked into the job and done well. Steve Kerr didn't have much experience. He walked right into it.
Yeah, he also had Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and company.
Understood.
Well,
But
JJ's got LeBron and Anthony Davis.
listen,
Well,
there
they
are
ain't
plenty
prime
of dudes.
Steph and Klay.
I
I mean, good luck.
The
Good luck.
actual
Fine, good luck.
dude, the actual job, the guy doing the job, I think he'll do a fine job. It's the process in which he got the job, which is laughable. And again, for any LeBron honk who maintains he has nothing to do with the hiring process, and he is, and I'm going to repeat this, I'm going to say it very slowly again. He is the team's franchise player. He is the Lakers head coach. He is the Lakers general manager. He is the Lakers lead trainer. Am I missing anything? What other
Travel
position?
coordinator, probably.
Travel secretary?
Mhm.
Travel secretary. Is there any other position I'm missing that he fulfills for the Lakers?
He's kind of the PR guy,
Spokesman?
too. Yeah, a little PR guy, a little bit.
Okay, so
You
he's
know,
the team
yeah.
PR leader.
Mhm.
Because I heard some stuff about the PR department, by the way, and regarding LeBron. Anyway, that's 6 titles that he holds. So, yeah, that was a live in-person interview over a podcast. Craziest thing I've ever seen.
See, you
I
have.
mean, I'm sure a lot of jobs have been secured over a glass of wine. I mean, not for me personally. How many jobs have you secured, Kaner, over a bottle of brewski? When DT hired you finally, were you guys sitting down and you're like, all right, we'll have a bottle of brewski?
No,
No,
that came later.
From what I'm told, Kane got this job by doing random keg stands at a barbecue.
I believe that.
I did.
Yeah, I believe that.
I mean, whatever you got to do to get the job.
Mhm.
I mean, see, but listen, here's the deal, and this happens more in the NBA than any other sport, where news like this comes down, and one of my first thoughts, maybe not the first one, but the second I have a moment to process it. How fortunate are you that your superstar doesn't act this way? Like, and here's what's funny. We all know, like, hey, in politics, somebody can be way over here and be an idiot, and somebody can be way over here and be an idiot. And I really feel as if LeBron and Nikola Jokic are such on the polar extremes in this sense. I could not stand a superstar of an NBA franchise being all the things that you just mentioned, Vic, because it's too much. They need to have say within the organization. The Nuggets do that with Jokic. They do that with Murray.
100%.
They go
You
up
better
to
have
him and
some
they
say.
say, hey,
Yeah.
we're trading for AG. Are you guys cool with this? You have
Yes.
to be able to do that.
Yes.
But in the way that the Lakers, it's not a question. It's LeBron demands.
Yeah.
I don't know what their role is. Now, I will say this for Jokic on the opposite side. Thank God we don't have a guy that does that. That doesn't, you know what Jokic has done this offseason? I bet you he hasn't made one phone call to Calvin Booth or anybody about any offseason plans. He goes, I'm going to jump on a tube and head to the Rapids for a little bit.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of fun. But if I could say anything, if there's a negative to what Jokic has done at all, it's like, would I like for him to be maybe a little bit more involved in some stuff? Maybe. Maybe he's almost too lax on that side. Like, we've talked about this was years ago, Vic, but the idea that wouldn't it be nice if Jokic could maybe give a phone call to a couple of guys in free agency and be like, hey, here's a good idea. Come to us.
I agree with you. I agree. There's an in between there. There's a beautiful zone in there that you try to hit, you aspire to hit. Like, give me an example, guys, of a great player, Hall of Fame player, who was in that zone that I'm not going to do too much, but just enough. Was Peyton Manning in that zone, or did he overstep? Like, where was he? Because Peyton Manning, I'll say this about Peyton, having covered the Broncos closely when he was here. There were the Denver Broncos, and then there was Peyton Manning. Okay? Mm-hmm. There was Peyton Manning, Inc. He was the guy, and then there was the Broncos, but he didn't do what LeBron is doing. He didn't interview coaches. Like, it was not his choice to go get Gary Kubiak.
But he also sort of commanded that locker room, Vic. I mean, he set a very good example for everybody.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean? So maybe he wasn't. There's no doubt in my mind, though. I'm sure that he talked to some players and yeah, you know what? In it, like maybe a wear situation. DeMarcus White, did he sway him? Did he do this? I mean, yes. I'm sure there's some behind the scenes things, but
Tom
it's not
Brady?
Super hand on.
Tom got shipped out. I mean, he was on the other side. Listen, it's important to meddle a little bit, but you don't want to be overly meddlesome. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want to be meddlesome. And I thought Peyton hit the target because I'll give you a classic example. Peyton Manning, he didn't want to sit all those weeks. He didn't want to sit and watch Brock Osweiler run the show. He had to, though. Kubiak made him do it, whether he liked it or not. He didn't have final say in that. Is LeBron the kind of guy that would do that, or does he have final say? And that's what I'm talking about. At some point, you have to be surrounded by people who will challenge you. I mean, my God, remember Peyton Manning, the story of him flipping off Gary Kubiak in a video? Remember that? While he was working out because he's trying to overcome the injury to his foot. Mm-hmm. And, those are healthy products of, that's his role, man. He's the coach. He's trying to protect you. He installed an offense that's a little more conservative to protect you, to make sure we're not turning the ball over, to give the defense a chance to dominate a game. That's what Gary Kubiak did. Now, if Peyton were overly meddlesome, it would never get to that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in regards to the actual play on the field, I mean, they basically told Manning, "We're going to change the entire offense. I'm sorry, you're going to run what we have." And you know what he did, and they won. So it's hard to say that wasn't the right path.
It's also almost impossible, I think, to compare the power that you have within a basketball organization to anything else in the league. Now, quarterbacks hold a lot of sway. I'm not discounting that part at all. But here's what's funny. If Jokic wanted to, Vic, if he really wanted to, does he have the exact same amount of power as LeBron James does with this organization? Because the answer is yes, right? If Jokic went up and said, "You do this or I leave," the Nuggets would do it immediately.
Well, let me volley that with a simple question. If Nikola Jokic did not want to see Bones Highland traded, would Bones Highland would he been traded midseason last year?
He'd still be on the roster.
And excuse me if my sentence structure is bad today.
Are you on pills?
I'm on a little something to deal with the pain.
Well, Vic's
and
in
I'm
rehab.
Not happy about
Next
it.
week, Vic's going to be in rehab.
Is it?
I see it coming right now.
It's the D, isn't it?
What are you on right now, man? What are you?
Pure stuff.
I'm on Claritin D.
Yes, that's what I thought.
I thought you were on something for your back, not something with the D. The D, you've
fixes everything.
We've worked with the D before. I've had the D. You've had the D, and it makes you a little loopy at times, perhaps. But
hang on, Vic. If Jokic went and of course he never would. That's not the topic. But if Jokic went up to Josh Kroenke and said, get rid of Malone or I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Malone's fired.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, he would never ever do that in a million
I'm
years.
just saying,
would never do
but,
that.
but I'm only making the point of he has the exact same power that LeBron does.
He just doesn't flex it.
Correct.
You know, it's funny you say that. You brought that up because I've had people come up to me and say, well, you know, is Malone safe? You know, and it makes me laugh when I hear that. This is a guy who just won a championship less than a year ago, okay? The franchise's only championship. Early next season, he will be the winningest coach in franchise history. He will surpass Doug Moe. It's going to happen in the first month of the season. So just consider that before I answer the question. And it's a ridiculous question to ask. Did the team implode a bit? Yes. Were there some coaching adjustments that he wishes he would have made? Yes. But to take that to, is his job safe, is laughable. And the reason why his job is safe, beyond all that I just mentioned, there is no way in hell Nikola Jokic would allow that to happen.
Correct.
Agreed.
The end.
Yeah, agreed.
What if there's just a heel turn in Jokic's career? Like, Jokic this offseason
He becomes a total jerk face.
goes up to the front office and says, you know what? I take it back. Malone out. I was just doing a podcast with this Serbian buddy of mine. And, like, think about that for a second. How much different that entire situation is. And it's never going to change. Like, it doesn't matter the level of stardom that Jokic ever reaches. He's going to be the same guy no matter what. He's going to be the dude. The season ends, and his basketball time is done for like 4 months, and then he'll come back into basketball time.
To circle back to the original topic, and it looks as if the Lakers are going to zero in on hiring J.J. Redick as their new head coach. I like the hire. I really do. I think it's a good hire. We're not dismissing that. We're not disputing that. This is not something to be critical of, in my opinion. I love the hire. I think it's smart, to be honest with you. They need that infusion. But the argument that LeBron is just a player and has nothing to do with the course of the franchise is such a sham and he had everything to do with going to get Anthony Davis. Hell, his best friend, his agent, is the guy who pulled that off.
Mm-hmm.
Every single part of the Lakers organization, every corner of the Lakers, every player on that team, everything they do has to gain the approval of LeBron James. That's the truth.
Including things behind the scenes, Vic, that you alluded to earlier that you would never know about.
Hey, real quick, Vic.
That I can't say on the radio.
Yep.
I know some stuff.
I know. Hey,
and it's really pathetic.
Vic, how's your back?
It's awful.
Okay, so you did cancel our tea time today, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I was thinking about this, though, Brett.
Rolling Hills, you have to wait.
You and I said yesterday, we said, well, might as well just cancel it. You can barely walk. You're not going to be able to play. He's like, no, let me see if I can hang on here. He says, okay. I got to thinking last night, why can't you and I play and he just rides around in the golf cart like our cart girl?
That would be the most belittling thing ever. Like, ride around and watch you guys hit. That would be awful.
I don't see any reason why. We got invited. We're not broken down.
That is true.
So why can't we play and you just serve us beers?
See what I can do?
Yeah, look at me. Woohoo! My back feels good.
Come on, Nelly. Nelly, join us.
Come on, Nelly. Give us a little. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Ho. Moj.
Yeah.
Look at these high knees.
Oh,
high knees.
Whoa, high knees.
Oh, and then I bend down. Squat. Turn. Hit. Uppercut.
You guys look right.
All
idiots.
the things that Vic can't do.
So we're fine. I don't
You
know.
know the funniest thing?
No.
I tried to get out of my car after the show. I went to Broncos, and the worst thing you can do, anybody with a bad back, is stand there for an hour or two. Just stand and watch. It's the worst thing you can do.
Terrible.
I couldn't get out of my car, Moj.
Been there.
I could not get out of the vehicle.
I've been there. I know. It's
I had to roll out. Do you know what?
I know.
Do you know what rolling out of your car is? I had to roll out.
It's
Like
diabolical.
Ludacris had a song about it.
Really?
Roll out.
Roll out. I don't know.
Oh, you would like roll out.
I probably would.
At 8 a.m. this morning, we are going to be joined in studio by Jake Coyne, who wrote that. What would you describe this as like a term paper, a 38-page term paper on the Nuggets offseason?
It feels like a thesis.
An off-season syllabus, how about? Here's
What
the
kind of
things that we can
thesis?
cover.
Okay, and here's a fact. He knows a lot more about the CBA, the NBA CBA. He knows a lot more about the Nuggets situation, what they can and cannot spend, how the roster is constructed, what they can and cannot do in the offseason. He's the authority on this. He really is. So he's going to join us in studio. If you have any questions whatsoever for trade possibilities, for moves, whatever, Jake has a little more authority than we do on answering these because he wrote the paper on it, for crying out loud.
Yeah, so he's
He'll
going to join us
in studio.
Join us in studio for a couple of segments to break down the offseason. 303-504-0925. Got some audio from Sean Payton yesterday at many camps surrounding, look, Sutton's contract still coming up. There's one thing that I don't like that's happening every day, and I need to make a plea with some media members in town about that.
There's something happening every day that I don't like as well, and I need to plead with some players.
Okay, we'll get to both of those next.
Please.
That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. And have you seen how high that these jackpots are getting in Powerball, Mega Millions, Colorado Lotto? Because they're going through the roof. And today, Powerball, $185 million up for grabs. And with Tulatero, you can get a lotto ticket straight from your phone and play your favorite games anytime, anywhere, making sure you can secure the spot in one of those big jackpot games. Download Tulatero right now and use the code MAGIC to snag your free lottery ticket, the lottery app Tulatero, Tulotero, and see if luck is on your side today with that free lotto ticket with the code MAGIC. Good luck. There you go, Vic. This song's about you. Getting out of the car.
The only thing I'm rolling out right now is this lacrosse ball in the small of my back. Anyone with issues knows exactly what this does for you.
All right.
So here's the deal. This is my plea, and Vic, you made a face at me, and I have a plea for media members, okay? This is what it is. I can't have this happen every single day. And I've seen this happen throughout a lot of OTAs.
I know where you're going.
Stop asking questions about Bo Nix and Drew Brees put together in the same thing. Stop doing that. Why is that? Is that the expectation that you have for Bo Nix? And I told you guys, you're drafted number 12 overall. You should have high expectations for somebody who's taken that high in the draft. But you can't be saying, does he look like one of the greatest quarterbacks who's ever lived to you through 3 days? It's like, how the hell are you supposed to answer that, okay? What is he supposed to say about this?
In other words, we've had 2 weeks of OTAs in which he's played with the veterans. You're not hitting. You're not doing anything that resembles football. From what you've seen so far, is he going to lead the Broncos to a Super Bowl like Drew Brees did and break the record, several records that have been standing for years in the NFL? Is that what's going to happen?
I'm like, what? Why are we? I get it. He used to coach him. He used to have success with that guy. You've barely seen this dude play. There's no comparisons to all-time greats right now. Like, I got an idea, Vic. I haven't seen a lot of Jalen Pickett. Does he look like he's Chris Paul to you? You know, like, why would you do that for somebody who's barely been here?
Agreed, but I think with the 12th overall pick and the praise that Sean Payton has heaped on Bo Nix so far, people want – I'm not saying it's a natural leap, but people want to start to edge that
People want
way.
comps.
Yes.
People want comps.
That's
comps
what
is
it
all we
is.
have. It's the very
Yes.
reason why Anthony Edwards has been compared to Michael Jordan so fiercely. So, I mean, that's all we heard during this last playoff run. Comps are all we have. You know, comps are the only way. Here's my approach to this. By comparing them to players of yesteryear, it's the only way to scotch tape generations. So, like, there's a generation of sports you've never seen, Brett, that Mosier and I have experienced.
Yeah.
And the only way we can measure up there, the only way we can bring you to our generation is to do comps. And I think that's why they take place, to be honest with you. It's like telling your kid, hey, man, this guy's like this guy.
No,
Even though it's not even closely true, it is. That's just the way it is.
Like, I get it, Moj. This is easier to make the comparison, right? Because he was the coach for Drew Brees. But again, just put it into context and what Vic said. He broke like every quarterback record ever. And you're asking through like 2 weeks, is he the same guy?
Yeah,
Does he look like him?
Basically, what you're asking is this. Coach, is your new quarterback your 12th overall pick? Is he a Hall of Famer?
Yes. Like, that's...
I mean, because can we put him in? Can we call Canton right now and just reserve a little spot? I mean,
I'll give you his answer, by the way.
That's what you're doing.
This is what Sean Payton said yesterday. Compare and contrast Bo Nix to Drew Brees, please.
Mentally, he wants to know as much as fast as he can. There's he's the son of a coach. Now, Drew wasn't necessarily the son of a coach, but this group of quarterbacks in general are kind of like gym rats. They enjoy the process. It's been a good room. I mean, it's when you talk to Davis or Joe or myself, it's these guys are doing well. They're pushing each other. Today we were on this odd day where every day you came, Bo was running with the ones. Today I think it was Zach's turn. You'll see mini camp, but I think there's maybe a maturity level because again he's played 61 games, and when we got Drew, it was off of his rookie contract, coming off an injury, so he locates the ball well. He's accurate, and I think Drew was.
Okay, there you go.
Like, if I'm Sean Payton, I'm just like,
enough.
Can you compare and contrast Drew Brees? Actually, no, I can't. I actually can't do that.
Questions.
Because how the hell would I know?
Yeah, but okay, let me defend our colleagues a little bit because again, you're watching minicamp. There's not much to ask. All right, there's nowhere to go here. You're sort of handcuffed. Okay, I was there yesterday. You're watching exercises, calisthenics. You're watching guys throw balls into the net. By the way, the Broncos have this, and I've seen this before, but I haven't seen it at Broncos camp for a while. They have this drill for the quarterback where they line them up in the red zone, the money zone. They got to do better in the red zone. And you basically take 2 steps as the quarterback, and then the quarterback's coach, Davis Webb, will bark out a number, and you got to launch it there as if pressure's coming in your face right away. If it's got to be sidearm, so be it. And there are 4 nets set up in the end zone, and you got to try to hit that net while rolling to one side. It's the coolest drill ever, and it's hard to pull off. It really is. And it reminds me a lot of Aaron Rodgers, who was the best at doing the sidearm right on the money throw.
Yeah.
Speaking of Aaron Rodgers and comps, in this draft class, who reminds you of Aaron Rodgers? To me, it's Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams reminds me of Aaron Rodgers. So everyone's going to get a comp.
Yeah, but Caleb, how are they going? Coach Eberflus.
Yeah, I bet you they are.
Does
I bet you they are.
Does Caleb remind you of Jim McMahon a little bit? I mean, can you compare and contrast Jim McMahon as he won a Super Bowl with the Bears in 1985? I mean, I don't know how many people are really doing that. They're not doing that in Minnesota because
I get it.
There's no J.J. McCarthy. I mean, there's J.J. McCarthy.
Yes.
There's no quarterback that won a Super Bowl there.
But there's
how
more
does he compare to Randall
here
Cunningham or Kirk Cousins or any other
There's
dudes
more
who went through
reason to
there?
ask it here because of the coach, because of his background, because of who he coached. But
agreed.
Every quarterback has a comp. Name a quarterback, and I'll give you a comp. Name one.
Nathan Peterman.
Ooh.
Come on, Nate.
Who else has thrown 4 interceptions in a quarter?
Ty Detmer, I think, has.
Did
So
he?
Ty Detmer? Is that the guy?
All right, good comp. Nice job there, Brett. Way to think it through. Vic,
I stumped you on the first one, by the way.
You got me.
yeah, Vic, you're entirely right. I mean, there's only
I'm
so many
speechless.
things. There's only so many things you can ask when you're out there, and you want the coach to talk a little bit. You need sound bites. You're not even really caring what he says. He could say,
Honest to God,
he could say, you know what? I put 91 octane in my car today, and boy, oh boy, it was $4.87 a gallon. I won't be doing that again because really, my truck only needs 87 or 85, to be honest with you. As long as you get a soundbite out of the coach and you can show it on the news or play it on our radio station, that's all you really care about.
Are you still driving that Honda?
Exactly.
The one thing I noticed from minicamp yesterday is the pace is quick. It's quick. If it's any indication of what we'll see in training camp, and it pretty much is, because what you see today is training camp. Make no bones about it. What we saw yesterday at practice is the same thing they're going to do training camp, maybe with a little more team orientation at training camp. But that's what it is. They're just going through drills. They're going through calisthenics, and then they go 7-on-7, 11-on-11. They do that stuff. But it's the same thing we're going to see in camp. And if that's the indication, is it's going to be fast pace. I really enjoyed the pacing yesterday.
Can I ask you just? I don't know this.
Okay.
How big is Bo Nix? Is he a big guy? Or not
He's
really?
I think he's like 6'2".
No, he's about 6'2". He's thick down low though. He's got big legs.
Okay.
Nice big legs.
You are the leg guy.
You
on
are
the show.
You're a
you
leg
know,
man.
You know who's got big legs and who doesn't.
He's
so I
got
trust
a
you on
great
that.
trunk. He's got a great. See that, like Michael Penix does not have big legs. Jaden
Yeah.
Daniels, not big legs. Caleb Williams has huge legs. Go ahead, Google it right now. Caleb Williams calves. Google it.
Oh, okay. Then speaking of legs. Oh, Audric Estime, he's out right now, isn't he? Yeah, he's not.
Yes, he's hurt.
So is he even on the sideline? Have you seen him at all?
He's working off to the side, I believe. I did not see him yesterday.
You didn't see his
He will
legs?
be available for camp. His whole body is a fire hydrant.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody
just
asked,
legs.
somebody asked here, this is Will, Fort Collins, are they going to let you guys sit next to the leaf blower guy this year, or are you going to be banished to Byers again like last year? We're going to be banished.
We're not even allowed.
We're not allowed. They don't allow us to broadcast from training camp anymore.
Yeah.
So
those days are gone.
those days are
were-
history.
And that's a Sean Payton thing. And we've made it known. I think that's trash.
Yeah.
Broncos know it. Their PR department knows it. They know how we feel about this. The fact that the head coach will not allow us to broadcast from camp is trash.
It's ridiculous. But that
It's
being
trash.
said, can I tell you what I have a beef
It's
with?
freaking camp. It's organized. I mean, it's just give me a break.
What's the difference if we're broadcasting from there or if we're in the end zone anyway? You know what I mean? Like, what's the separation in his mind? I don't know.
So this is a legit question. Is there any wide receiver in the National Football League that's happy with his contract?
Yeah.
The guys who
there
just
is.
got paid.
Justin Jefferson's very happy
okay.
with his contract.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you hear Tyreek Hill yesterday?
I mean, Tyreek's making 30. What is he complaining about?
Hold on. He just set the market in 2022, brand new contract. Less than
$30 million a year, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's bitching and moaning. He wants more bread now, too. And then not only that, but Tua wants more money. And I'm like, oh, my God, if you're the Dolphins right now and both these guys are going, and Tua's like, hey, the market is what it is, man. The market's being set. The market is what it is. I'm like, dudes, you just got paid.
Well, Tua didn't.
No, Tua didn't. I'm talking about Tyreek, though. And
Mark.
yes.
Mark.
Brandon Ayuk, I mean, the 49ers have a problem. They just re-signed McCaffrey to a record-setting 2-year extension at $19 per for a running back. Ayuk wants to be paid. Cortland wants a bump.
Hang on, Moj.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead, Vic. I'll go to something else in a second. Go ahead.
I'm going to follow that question with Mosier complaining about dudes asking for money by asking Mosier a quick question. Do you want more money, Mosier?
Sure. But I'm under contract. I'm not.
But do you wish you had more money? Do you wish
when my deal is up, maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. But my point
Vic,
is
you
that
set the market. We're not happy about this right now.
Yep.
I am your Justin Jefferson.
Yes. Okay. Great.
Can I say two things? Number one, surrounding Tua. Have you guys seen what Tua looks like? Did he get like a new face this offseason? I don't recognize him. Do you know what I'm talking about? Vic, have you seen Tua?
No.
Nelly, pull up a picture
He got
of Tua.
bigger.
You're talking about
bigger.
There's that video where he's at the mall signing autographs, and honestly, I couldn't tell which one of those guys was the real Tua.
It's because his hair is growing out.
He
makes
grew
him
his
look
hair
different.
out, and
he looks different.
And he's clean shaven now.
Yes.
And I think that matters. But just pull up a picture of Tua. And Vic,
he looks handsome.
There was a video of him signing autographs at a mall or something like that. And I literally thought it was one of those, like, you know how guys dress up like they're celebrity imposters?
Yeah.
I thought that's what it was. I thought that was a video of a fake Tua taking pictures with people, and it was actually him. He looks totally different. So as Nelly tries to find that, here's the second thing. Do you want to know why Christian McCaffrey got $19 million a year as a running back? Because he's not one.
No, he's a Swiss Army knife. Right.
That's why. Yeah. The only reason that somebody paid a running back $19 million is because they're like, yeah, he's not really a running back, though, because he catches 100 balls a year, too. And that's the separation. That's what makes him so much different and so much more unique. And it's why I'm sure running backs are probably like, well, I want his money. They're like, you're not.
But I mean,
you are so right. Like to compare Javonte Williams and Christian McCaffrey.
Not even close.
They don't even play the same position.
Correct.
No.
They're called the same thing. It's so funny. They're called the same thing, and they don't even do the same thing.
Right now,
he runs the football. He does do that, but he also does like 1,000 other things for that offense that nobody else can do.
But right now in the offseason, it seems like a lot of these teams are just having to deal with guys who want more money. I mean, the wide receivers now, once even before Jefferson, everybody wants more money now. I mean, Ayuk wants more money. CeeDee Lamb is all sideways. Obviously, Cortland wants just a couple mil more.
You've made it known you want more money?
I didn't say. I mean, I said. Well, of course, everybody does. But
yes or no? Do you want more money?
Well, yeah, but like
okay,
like $2
just
million
make it
a year.
known. I mean,
Sit
that's
here
the way
next
to get
Brett.
more money. Just say it.
Okay.
Just say I want more money.
So anyway,
Brett, you want more money?
No, I'm good.
But geez, Louise, I mean, that's all that's happening. Okay, we're
Vic.
Okay, there's Tua.
It doesn't even look like him.
Well, I would never recognize Tua. You know what it is? It's the curly hair.
It's the hair. He grew his hair out. That's what it is. And he's
It's
all
the
smooth.
curly hair that
his face
throws
is
it off.
smooth.
Yeah, he's got a baby face.
Yeah, he's got a little baby face going on there. Yep. Handsome kid.
I would never recognize him.
If he was signing autographs, somebody said that's Tua, I'm like, dude, you got duped. Idiot. You got a fake Tua autograph?
Good for you.
Are they interviewing him in the forest?
Dude, down in Florida, dude, everything is green. Everything has, trees.
Vic, did you not know
Bushes.
the Dolphins were doing their training camp in the Amazon?
Looks like that.
You'd think they would have a professional backdrop, though, instead of just like
These are the ones that are tough, though, because all the other people that we just talked about, like Christian McCaffrey, if you got a running back who wants to get paid, and let's say he's good, and he's like, I want Christian McCaffrey money. You're like, well, you're not getting that because you want Christian McCaffrey. Wide receivers, you can have Courtland Sutton say, I want a pay raise. And I know he's not asking for Jefferson money, but if one of them were to be like, I want Justin Jefferson money, it's like, well, you're not Justin Jefferson. Quarterbacks, that conversation does not matter because we all understand the highest paid quarterback in the league is almost never the best quarterback. And it's just like, whatever. This is the market.
it's your turn.
You pay me.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
You next up, it's your turn.
Yeah, agents have a big hand in that, though. Agents really do. Agents speak for the player and say, all right, it's your turn to move front and center and demand this to set the market, to establish the market. It really takes place. And looking at that video of Tua being interviewed with that backdrop brings to mind, I've experienced, obviously, arid conditions. We live in Denver. I've experienced the desert. I've experienced Midwest and Southern humidity. I've experienced the Arctic. I've been to Canada several times. I've never been in the jungle. I've never been in a jungle in my life. Never experienced that.
One time in Belize.
Do you mean like an actual jungle or
Like
just
a real jungle,
climate?
like Lost in the Jungle, like Tarzan jungle. I've never been in a jungle.
Quick
Why
story.
why would you just find yourself in that situation where you're lost in the jungle? What
I'll explain. Here's what happened. 20 years ago, Belize. I'm at dinner. Got really burnt during the day. I mean, like as red as your shirt. I'm a total wreck. And I'm hammered. And
that will happen.
Shocker.
And my friend's wife snapped at me. Probably
For being
deserved
hammered?
it. Probably deserved it. Yeah, probably deserved it. I'm like, I'm out of here.
Like you got up and left dinner?
None of this surprises
I'm not
me, by the way.
I'm
The
not
story,
proud, by the way.
The story's right on point.
Yeah, there's Tua signing autographs.
Tell me you wouldn't
with
think that's a
Tua.
fake Tua, Vic. Tell me
There's
you wouldn't
no
think
way
that's fake.
that's Tua on the left.
Yes.
That cannot be Tua.
That's
Yes.
that's new Tua with old Tua.
All right, can I say he's tan? He's like Alex Rodriguez.
It looks good. So anyway, I go down the beach, right? And then I turn left into the jungle. And I walk. And I lay down.
You laid down in the jungle.
Yes, I did.
In the jungle?
Yes, I did. I probably should
you
have
ever
been
seen
eaten by
quicksand?
something.
I think
Yeah.
I
quicksand
was not
is
eaten by
badass.
anything, as you can tell. But I probably should have been eaten by something. Thank goodness, like an hour and a half later, they came and found me.
Wait, you passed out?
What do you think I did? I'm torched and I'm hammered. Yes.
Moj, could you imagine
I mean,
this game?
honestly, some
Brett.
sort of large animal, snake. There's
Bit by
jaguars down
ants,
there.
like,
Ants,
whatever.
Something should have nailed me.
Brett,
Something.
Could you imagine if they dropped Mosier off? Just he showed up in one of those tribes where in the Amazon, where those tribesmen they don't even speak they don't speak. They don't have any modern.
Never seen technology before. Those guys, like
exactly
the indigenous tribes.
They have the
Yeah.
weird haircuts. Could you imagine if you dropped Mosier into that environment and said, "Become friends"?
If I had a 12er with me, they'd love me.
You're probably right.
They'll be like, all right, where's the rest of it? I'm
Hey,
like,
you're the beer guy.
I only had a 12er. I'm sorry. That's all I got.
I could see some indigenous dude just squatting, listening to Mosier talk about Van Halen.
Yes. Let me tell you about the greatest guitar player in the history of mankind, all right?
So his
you
song
guys
goes,
wouldn't believe it. I mean,
baby.
ow!
Where do you get Copenhagen out here, Jack?
Trust me, they have the good stuff. They grow it themselves.
How far to the 7-Eleven?
All right, 303-504-0925. Jake Coyne's going to join us for a couple segments in studio, breaking down the Nuggets offseason at 8 o'clock this morning. Back after this. It's making me crazy.
Jungle Love.
Steve Miller?
That's correct. Steve Miller Band. Excellent.
Oh, I actually love that whistle to start the song, too.
Pretty good.
How do these guys whistle so well into a microphone? It's really hard to whistle into a mic. I can't do it into a microphone.
I don't know. Weird. All right, enough.
But these guys have these songs. They do it really. Now, I can do this whistle. I can do that whenever I want.
That's pretty
good whistle.
That's
Yeah.
good.
That's a good whistle.
That's a hey dog, come over here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or
Here's my.
you
Here's
know what's
my
funny
best
though?
whistle.
Like, I knew that was too close. I knew that was way too close to the mic. Far too close. No, that whistle. So my dad used to do that, and yes, it started for the dog, and then it became for me. And as a 34-year-old man, if I hear this, I turn and look for my father, no matter where I'm at. I'm like, Dad, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry.
Dude, every time I hear a whistle like that, all I'm thinking of, okay, 20 more up downs, Lombardi. 20 more. Run.
It's a great dog whistle, though. Sit down. You knocked it off.
Hey, Brett,
No, that's a head coach. That's a head coach saying 20 more.
Brett, here's
what that is.
Here's the dog one.
Yeah, that's a good one, too. Yep.
Brett, we're waiting until Saturday for the start of the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
Edmonton at Florida, game number 1. Now, again, every day we have to remind people that Brett Kane now has adopted the state of Florida.
Yep.
Or he's hoping that Florida will adopt him. So your people are in Florida.
Look, it's a very simple concept, Moj. For the next 2 weeks during the Stanley Cup finals, I'm an American, as I am every day, but I'm extra American the next couple of weeks.
So what we're
no
doing,
Canada.
So what we're doing for every day leading to the end of the Stanley Cup final, whenever that may be, we are giving Brett a glimpse into his Florida brethren with Florida Man. Specific date. Are you ready for today's Florida Man?
Go ahead.
June 5th, on this date in history, a Florida man was arrested on domestic battery charges for allegedly dousing his sleeping girlfriend with a bottle of ketchup because he thought she was having an affair. Officers responded to a home in the Pinellas Park early Sunday where they found a woman covered in ketchup.
Can
Why
I
is
tell
that
you
a crime?
No,
Why is that a
I'll tell
crime?
you exactly why it's a
Hold on.
crime.
The woman's boyfriend, identified in a police report as 37-year-old Peter Wagman, denied the condiment attack despite having ketchup on the side of his pants. Police said the woman, quote, woke up as ketchup is being poured on her by the defendant as the defendant was yelling, "That's what you get, B."
What if his excuse instead of you have ketchup on your pants? No, officer, that's actually blood. No, listen, I'll tell you exactly why it's a crime, Vic. Have you ever had, like, maybe you're at a ball game, something like that, and yes, I'm one of those ketchup on hot dogs guys. I like ketchup. Sorry. Or maybe you're eating fries, whatever. And you get just a little drop or something like that on your shirt. The smell of that, Moj, I know you know what I'm talking about. The smell of a drop of ketchup on your clothes and that hanging odor is the most disgusting, vile. It almost makes me question why I eat ketchup. But the act of eating it is different than that smell that's stained on your shirt. It's terrible. You know what? Death penalty for that guy doing that to his girlfriend.
I mean, my goodness.
Right to jail,
But
right away.
Vic, if I'm at a ball game, there's no, what? Go shower in the sink?
No, I'm talking about getting covered in ketchup as if that's a crime. I mean, is mustard worse? Mayonnaise? Where do you draw the line? What can you not be covered in not to call the cops?
Hey, Vic, electric chair. I've made
Soy
my
sauce?
ruling.
Which condiment
what is it?
is actually, is it like
Okay,
relish?
Worst
what are we
and
doing
best
here?
condiments to be covered in by a jealous and scorned ex-lover.
Worst is horseradish, probably.
Yeah, that might burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might burn. Well, I mean, obviously, if you're talking hot sauces, right? Hot sauces would be the absolute worst.
absolutely.
If you covered me in guacamole head to toe, I would just lick it right off.
I'm actually with you. That's probably the best. He's probably right on
I
that.
almost want to be covered in barbecue sauce.
No, dude,
Yeah.
I like
the
that's
sweet-
rank.
sticky and sweet.
It's too much.
tangy and smoky.
Vic's right though. Guac. If you go guac, there's not really a smell to it,
I'm
and it's
eating my
delicious.
shorts.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on that.
It's not only good, it's good for you.
But the answer to your question would be mustard. You cannot be.
Mustard's
Listen,
bad.
Future reference, guys. If you see me asleep, don't cover me in mustard. I draw the line there.
I can't wait for one of those days. Remember when Vic got in? Was it after the Nuggets beat the Lakers? You got in really early and you slept on the couch at the old studio?
I slept for 1 hour and 13 minutes.
If I covered you in mustard, that would have been great.
On that night, you could have gotten away with it because the Nuggets had won the NBA championship, and you had a free pass to do whatever you please.
Well, I actually have to know here, Moj. If I did that, would I go to jail? Did he go to jail?
Yeah, they arrested him on domestic battery charges.
Would I have battered Vic if I covered him in mustard?
Not if he liked it.
Excuse me, officers. It was just a goof. That's all it was. You can't take me to jail for a goof.
Oh, man,
All right.
oh, man.
I want to get to the Avs in a little bit, Moj, because I got some questions about their offseason. But just quickly, if you guys didn't see last night, the Rockies, they lose again to Cincinnati. So this nice little stretch that they were on, beating some really good teams in the MLB that has now come to a halt. And they were no hit for, was it 6 2/3 or something like that? Well into the game. End up losing 4-1.
I mean, their only run they scored, obviously, was the bottom of the ninth inning. It's just Rogers had a double. Diaz came home, and that was it. A little too late. But
by the way,
I mean, they've had a power ever since they won that first game of the Dodgers. They've had a complete power outage at the plate.
Yeah. I actually saw last night when I was watching the game. Did you guys happen to see the ball that was hit by Brenton Doyle that went literally an inch in front of home plate and stuck like it hit a bunker? You know what I'm talking about?
Was it spinning? Those ones that spin backspin on it?
It like fried egged itself
Just
for a minute and then
yeah.
just stopped. It was bizarre. But that's kind of how this whole series has gone. Now, a couple of days ago, after Cincinnati beat them by like 10 runs, it was like 13-3 was the final score. Ryan Feltner gets beat up at the plate.
Dude, De La Cruz is my spirit animal.
I love Ellie De La Cruz.
You and De La Cruz, and by the way, he should be hitting better, but you guys have absolutely nothing in common.
Tall, lanky, fast, everything in common.
He's 6'5" and 2 bills and runs like the wind, throws like an absolute cannon.
Do you know who's better than Ellie De La Cruz over
He's
the
got
last couple of
great
years?
power, but he's got to hit for better average, in my opinion.
Do you know who's got better numbers than Ellie De La Cruz over the past 2 years, including home runs? Zeke Tovar.
I like it.
But
Well, De La Cruz, he was a rookie last year, right? Wasn't he a rookie?
So was Zeke?
Tovar's 22 years old, man.
Well, how many games did well, I'm not going to
He's played a few more games than De La
De La
Cruz.
Cruz just happened to play for a better team with a little more attention. And he's got more flair, let's be honest.
He's got a lot of flair.
So this quote here, I want to play this from Bud Black. This is from a couple of days ago after Ryan Feltner got beat up. But listen to this.
You know, he just didn't execute a number of pitches when he really needed to. The Benson at bat, the Candelario at bat. You know, those are hittable pitches. So, and they came back to bite him.
You just want to follow up on the Benson at bat. You guys had scored in the previous inning.
It was 4-3.
Yeah, and that's where you kind of needed the pitch there, right?
You're right. Good job. You're right.
And what did you see out of
What's
the
the
pitch?
question?
What did you see out of the pitch and what do you see when he needs to
So
throw a
anyway,
pitch?
he just goes a little bit Sean Payton on him right there. But I only play that to tell you guys this. There's two guys that have been in the starting rotation all year that have pitched pretty well, despite all the injuries that they've suffered. Gomber obviously has had a really good season so far, and Cal Quantrill's been pretty good. The good news is Kyle Freeland just pitched a simulated game yesterday, so he looks like he's really close to coming back to the starting rotation. They said that both Marquez and Senzatella are getting closer and closer to getting back in the lineup, and I'm actually kind of excited once they get all three of those guys back. It sounds like Senza's going to be the last one in, but to see with that starting rotation what that looks like along with this roster and to get maybe a better view for the last couple of months of the season as to what this team could be, I'm just excited to get him back.
Got to hit, in the month of May, they had some great pitching. And I know that sounds silly for a team that's in last place, but they did. Look at the month of May, what Quantrill did in the month of May. Mm-hmm. Look at what Austin Gomber's, look at their pitching in that month, and they hit a little bit. Their hitting has gone south big time. They got to hit the ball, man. Yeah. Last year, that was their biggest problem. One of the worst hitting teams in the National League. You play at Coors Field? Come on,
You know
man.
what's interesting about them though? Their batting average actually is not bad as a team. They're somewhere in the middle of the pack in the MLB.
Score runs.
Their power numbers are not what you'd think for a team that plays in Colorado. That's the difference.
I worry about Freeland. And, Vic, I like him an awful lot. It's hard to believe that all of a sudden Kyle Freeland's 31 years old. Do you remember when he got
crazy.
Do you remember when he got the start on opening day some years ago, Vic? A hometown
Moj.
kid, opening day start. We were so excited, and he was so
Moj.
good. Yeah.
I saw him pitch one of the greatest games ever pitched at Coors Field, and it was against one of the Chicago teams. I can't remember. Was it the Cubs or the White Sox? I don't remember, but he had a one-hitter in that game. And I know we've seen a no-hitter at Coors, but that one-hitter was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen.
Brett, in his career, here's what he's gone through, though. You ready? Groin, shoulder, hammy, blister, foot, hip, ankle. This is all injuries.
Yep.
Foot, hip, ankle, shoulder, oblique, elbow.
Yeah.
I mean, I worry about it, man. Can he stay in the rotation?
I'm not putting bad vibes out there. By the way, I'm knocking on wood right now. The thing that worries me about this one, he goes on the DL because he's got the elbow issue.
Right.
Remember when Marquez went on the DL last year
Yes.
because he had or IL because he had elbow issues and then he came
Never
back
came
and
back.
then it went.
Yeah, gone.
Yeah, I'm 2 fingers crossed, toes crossed that that's not happening with him. But let's do this. We got to take a break. We got Jake waiting right outside. Couple of segments here. A deep dive into Nuggets offseason with Jake Coyne next. I'm assuming this is in context of bird rights there, Nelly. Is that what's going on? You didn't have an apron song for us? Nothing like that? We are joined now in studio by Jake Coyne, Data Insights for Stats Perform. Jake, thank you for joining us. And I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Some of that stuff is so nerdy of the CBA and the aprons and the bird rights. I can't get my head around it. So thank God that you're here to help us out with this stuff. Because the main question is, what can the Nuggets do this offseason? And, you know, we can start in a couple of different ways, but let's start here. Let's operate under the assumption first, Jake, that Michael Porter Jr. and everybody, they're keeping the starting five intact. And let's say in a perfect world, KCP comes back. So your starting five's there. What is capable of them acquiring in the offseason per these rules now?
What is that
Yeah.
question? What is
So-
capable?
Yeah,
What are they capable of
question.
doing? Like, they can't go out and get a big name is what I'm saying. So, like, what's a guy that is somebody that they could target, let's say?
Yes, it's a good question. So, under these new rules that the NBA input, they make it really hard for teams that have a lot of salary on their books to get better. And so, for the Nuggets specifically, you're looking at like minimum salary deals. You're looking at really strict trade matching rules. So, really, they're not going to be able to move a couple guys for a really good guy. They're not going to be able to, go out on the free agent market and just sign somebody. I think one of the biggest misunderstandings is if like KCP leaves, okay, that's money off your books, but that's not money you can use necessarily. And so I think that's the biggest thing is you're really limited to minimum salaries. If KCP comes back, he leaves, you'll get a mid-level exception. It's a little bit more money. But as far as like names and stuff, you're looking at guys that probably aren't going to impress you as much, know?
Yeah.
And it's similar to like Dallas last year, I think. When they signed Derrick Jones Jr., nobody was, thinking, oh man, this is going to be a really important guy in the playoffs. Great signing, great deal. But those are the type of guys that Denver's going to be looking for this summer.
Jake, we've never met. We've spoken via social media many, many times. You've assisted me with some Nuggets questions I've had. Before I ask more specific questions, give us a little info on your background. How did you get into this? How did somebody like you become an authority on the CBA and the Nuggets and what they can structure?
Yeah, and real quick, and I don't mean to cut you off, because it feels like it's either deep dive into the CBA or nuclear physics. I mean, you made a choice, right?
Choose a path.
There's got to be a path there because this is deep weeds stuff, Jake.
Oh, of course. I mean, it is, admittedly, it is geeky, to a degree. I don't think I'm a geeky guy, but I know that
We're all
part of
listen,
it.
we're all geeky guys, Jake. It's funny. We have this exchange all the
just
time.
different
we're
ways.
sports nerds.
Yeah.
Moj, you mentioned that Jake must be a nerd. And it's fine. He'll wear it just like I wore that badge.
I didn't say that. I said you've got to have
you
it.
said it.
I
You
know
called
what
him
I
a
said
nerd.
is I said
Just say,
I
Moj, you want me to rewind yesterday's show? You called him a nerd when I brought up his 38 page deal.
Now, Moj did say he didn't mean it disrespectfully.
Correct, because I could never do that. I also said you need to have a certain, I think, disposition and predisposition to be able to and want to dive into this crap. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, a lot like everybody that works in the sports industry to some degree. I grew up in a family that was always really interested in sports, always talking sports. In college, I studied data science. So I'm an analytics guy, data guy.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to BYU in Utah.
Oh, nice.
And
they have a data science major?
Yeah, so it's under the statistics school there.
Okay.
And so mine is technically called Applied Statistics and Analytics. They also have a data science.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, it's pretty complicated.
Just so you know,
stuff.
just you saying that into a microphone, I'm so out.
Oh, for sure.
That's why we need you, Jake. Thank you for coming by. Okay.
See, this is why I can't have this conversation with the cavemen over here. This is why you can't do it.
But yeah, I think the thing that really pushed me into the CBA itself was back in 2014, the Nuggets were going to sign Kenneth Faried to an extension. Mm-hmm. And when that was originally reported, it was 5 years, $60 million, I believe. And then later, as we came along, we found out it was actually going to be 4 years, $50 million. And so originally the Nuggets were trying to give him an illegal contract extension because you couldn't give a guy a 5th year unless it was on a max deal. And so that was under Tim Connolly and stuff. And so I was curious. I was like, well, what are they seeing that made them think that maybe they could do this? So I looked into that. Was really the first time I dug deep into the CBA. And I mean, that was just the gateway. So it opened up a lot of things. Now I think, if you're going to talk about roster construction and stuff, you really need to be educated on what you're talking about. And so that was kind of my goal, was to know as much as I can so that I actually sound like I know what I'm talking about sometimes.
So it drives
Do you do this on the side, or is this your job? How do you do this stuff?
No, I mean, this is all on the side for now. So I work for Stats Perform. I'm our head of NBA research. So I don't do like a lot of CBA stuff. I do, we have probably a dozen or so NBA clients. We do a lot of stuff with PR teams, broadcast teams, all that kind of stuff. If you follow my Twitter feed, those kind of stats, that's a lot of what I do, as well as like some database stuff. So this is actually all on the side. This is just something I enjoy doing. I enjoy helping people understand some of the tougher stuff.
And this is what's great about this. First of all, your name on Twitter is Stat Squatch, the Stat Squatch, which I think is awesome. But secondly, I've always wondered this. For a guy in your position, it must drive you nuts when people are talking about, hey, what should the Nuggets do this offseason? You see people like, I'll tell you what they should do. Once KCP comes off the books, go out and get Brandon Ingram. You're like, that's not possible, and I don't know why you guys don't understand this. But it is like the confusing nature of it is, Josh Kroenke talked about this. The team that they built to win a championship was built under different rules than they're operating under now, and now they're kind of being screwed that we thought we were playing by one set of rules and they changed them midstream. What's he exactly discussing there?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things he's discussing is that under the old CBA, it was kind of you were a cap space team or you were a team that didn't have cap space. There was a few small differences in how you could operate. But under this new CBA, there's more like 3 groups. There's cap space team. There's a team that's a little over the cap and they have more freedoms. And then there's a team that's way over the cap, which is kind of where the Nuggets would be if KCP comes back. And they're really restricted. And there's, all kinds of stuff. There's, future draft pick restrictions if you're over the second apron for a really...
And this is to prevent teams from stacking and, having 6 max guys, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so I talk a little bit about it in that report I wrote, but I don't think we'll see like another Curry Durant Warriors for a long time. Theirs was half contract luck and half the cap spiking allowed them to sign a bunch of guys. And, there's some luck involved there. And I think the NBA would prefer not to see that again. Even though I do think they love their dynasties, they love seeing especially big market teams, I'm sure, do well. But I don't think we're going to see single team dominance for like a decade span. I don't think we're going to see that again. So
I'm just going to hit you with some questions, some basic questions that a lot of listeners and viewers ask of us, and you'll have a better grasp at the numbers. People say, okay, KCP, he's got the player option. There are going to be deals available for him. I personally believe it's less likely for the Nuggets to re-sign KCP because I think somebody out there with plenty of cap space is going to make him a sweetheart offer. What are your feelings on the KCP situation, Jake?
Yeah, so I do think there will be cap space teams interested. You've got Orlando, you've got Philadelphia, San Antonio, just to name a few. The Nuggets, luckily, do have bird rights, which is an exception that allows you to sign your own guys back. They have full bird rights, so they can give him as much money as anybody. And so that's one benefit that they do have. But with these second apron restrictions, how much do you want to pay a guy? That's always the big question. And so as far as like him being able to come back, I think he'll have that option. I think the Nuggets will be willing to pay him up to a certain point. The other thing you have to take into account, and this isn't something I talked about in the report, but if KCP walks this year and you put Christian Braun in the starting lineup, now Christian Braun's price goes up even more next year when he's eligible for an extension. If he's on the bench this year, you're probably going to get him a little cheaper on an extension next summer if he chooses to sign one. So there's a lot that goes into it. signing KCP could actually help you in the long run by keeping the price of some other guys down.
So what do you think the likelihood is? Because I think it's 40%. The way you paint that picture, you think it's higher.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like right after the season, I felt like, yeah, they're going to bring him back. Then it kind of dipped, and I said, oh, I'm kind of leaning towards them not doing it. As of recently, I'm kind of pushed back towards I think they do. Luckily for the Nuggets, there's not a ton of teams with cap space this year, so that's a benefit. He'll certainly get plenty of offers. But one other lucky thing for KCP is I think if the offers were equal, he'll probably come back here. Sure. This isn't going to be like a Jeremy Grant situation where he left because he wanted some more opportunity, even though the Nuggets apparently offered him the same money. So I think, if you're making me put a percentage on it, I would go like 60% he's back, 40% not.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I need that.
Because, again, we think, and we talk about it, we think it's the best starting five in the NBA. And what I don't want to do, Jake, as we continue on with you here, I don't want to get too crazy because this is a team that, in my opinion, that I think they would have beaten the Dallas Mavericks had they beaten the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is a very tired basketball team that blew a 20-point lead in the second half and lost in Game 7 on the home floor. And, okay, let them have an offseason of rest, recharge the batteries. It's hard to repeat in any sport. We know that. I mean, they're still right there. They're still top 4, top 5 in the entire league. I don't want to get crazy here saying we've got to do this and do that, and MPJ has to go so we can get this and that. I think what you need is keep your starting 5, and you must develop some kids. I mean, Strother, Watson, Zeke, Christian Moore. I mean, these guys are going to have to become better players.
Well, let's do this, Moj.
They can't just sit here and flounder, and you can't trust them off the bench. Somebody's going to have to elevate their game.
I want to get to that on the other side because I was going to ask him if the draft and develop approach from Calvin Booth is the right way to go about this, with especially the contracts they have now. So we can get to that and a whole lot more with Jake Coyne next. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now in the Circa Sports Colorado app. And with all of these finals, NBA finals, Stanley Cup finals right around the corner, you can bet on all the props that you want for both of these, including points already. They have these up right now. Luka Doncic over under 31.5 in game 1 of the NBA finals. You can bet the series prices for these. You can take a look at some of the baseball odds because that's in full swing right now, and get an early look on things like the professional football season. Bet on some odds for teams to win their divisions, win the championship. All of that available on the Circa Sports app, and there is no app that is better as far as tight money line splits, amazing odds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. Oh, and now we get to the bird rights. Look at you, Nelly. How long does it take you to find a song with birds in it? Oh, birds would be easy. If you could find one with apron, then I'd be really impressed. Try that one.
I did find a song from the 80s called Apron Strings, but it's a bit of a slow jam. That's not the energy we need for Jake. We need a Nelly Furtado banger.
Jake Coyne with us, the Stat Squatch on Twitter. He's got a whole bunch of great stuff, including this. Look, this is like a dissertation. This is a 40 pages of content talking about all the CBA stuff, the Nuggets offseason, a preview of all of it. Go check it out.
How
It's
long
amazing.
did that take
It's
you
a
to write?
manifesto.
Yeah, how long
It's
did
a
that-
manifesto.
How long, man?
Oh, I don't know. It actually didn't take as long as past years I've done it just because so much is from memory now.
Yeah.
I'd probably say 15 hours, something like that.
man.
So-
And you did that just for the hell of it. Nobody paid you to do that. This is not. I have more respect in the world for people like you, and there are so many like you on Twitter.
Do you know how many
on-
golf
on-
balls Vic and I could hit in 15
No, no.
hours of time?
And let me say this. Let me say this about folks like Jake, and there are a lot of young people who, on the side, they don't get paid for this. We get paid to talk sports. We're spoiled. These people do this on the side because they're passionate fans, and I see them on Twitter, on Reddit, and these posts that they come up with, these wonderful, brilliant analyses and stats. It's really a labor of love for a guy like you. You don't get anything for this, but you've dug into it. So guess what? Guess what you get? You get a spot on this show to be the authority on this because we're too lazy to dig into it and write manifestos. You did.
Well, let me ask you something, because I got a whole bunch of questions I want to ask you in the next 15 or 20 minutes if we could rifle through these. The first one, let's just go where we left off, which was, Calvin Booth is very much of the idea, and some people disagree with this, but he wants to take the longer-term approach, and that being the way to sustain success is by drafting and developing players that turn into guys on cheap contracts, and you can keep some of the better players for longer term, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that with where the Nuggets are at, a big part of their plan has to be like Strother's got to pop and Christian Brown's got to turn into a guy that can get 25, 30 minutes a game and Peyton Watson's got to be a dude? Like, is this the right approach for where they're at?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is under this new CBA, I don't know that we know what the right approach is, and you see different teams taking different ones. But I think every team, to a degree, has to be able to draft and develop a little bit. I mean, unless you're, the Lakers or somebody that can get really good players on cheap deals because they want to come play in LA.
Yeah.
I think you have to be able to draft and develop. And I think, if you were to ask Calvin Booth, I would assume and guess that he knows not all these guys are going to hit. But he drafted guys who he thinks gives the team the best shot at having at least a few hits, and that's what you need.
Chucking some calculated darts, let's say.
Yeah, and with the Nuggets, their starting lineup is on such expensive deals. You need a few guys that can contribute and that aren't making that much money. And so that can be through the draft, that can be through minimum deals. But I think Calvin feels they have the best shot to do that through the draft.
So just to follow up on that real quick, where do you stand? Because the big discussion this offseason is if the Nuggets were to make a big move, really the only way that they could do that is to trade Michael Porter Jr. Where are you at on the MPJ talent to contract sort of situation?
Yeah, so I actually did a study back when he got his original max contract about fewest minutes played, fewest games started prior to a player getting a max deal. And he was really high on it. Like, he got paid a lot of money off of not that much playing. And he was coming off a really good season. I don't think anybody at the time thought it was a terrible deal. There was definitely some people that thought, oh, this is a little bit of a risk. And I don't...
That was more health related more than anything, right?
Right. And I don't think it's currently even a terrible deal. Do I think he probably, if they would have waited until he was a free agent, so waited a year and given him a new deal, I believe he would have been coming off an injury. They probably would have got him for a lot cheaper. But I think sometimes that's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Is he probably making a little bit more than his play would demand? Sure, but there's very rarely contracts in the NBA that are paying a player exactly what they deserve. So.
But I guess the question would be is why give it to him then? It's the same question that was brought up with Russell Wilson, and we've tried to answer that. Why give him the contract until you see him perform? When they gave that deal to MPJ, they could have waited for a prove-it type of year, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could have. I think Tim Connolly had a different different philosophy when it came to that stuff. You know, we saw him sign Jamal early for a good amount of money. That one paid off. And he did the same thing with MPJ. I think the reason sometimes you do it is because you feel like you're getting a better deal. Sometimes if you do it early, then the player doesn't get a player option at the end. And that's actually like Jamal's contract. Jamal doesn't have a player option at the end of his deal. And sometimes you get like some non-guarantees. So the final year of MPJ's deal right now isn't fully guaranteed. There are some guarantees in it. But maybe they felt at the time like, hey, if we can get some of these protections in there for us, it's worth it doing it a year early.
Well, at the same time, they also won an NBA championship. I mean, let's not act like, oh my God, this contract handcuffed the organization. They're dead now.
Something
They're
they've never done.
screwed.
Yeah.
They won a title, man.
And he's played well in
Yeah,
that.
and in the Lakers series, he was at times their best player. I just don't want people to overreact, Jake, is what I'm saying, because it's still a very good team. MPJ's not even in his prime yet. He's going to be 26. I can see him 26 through 31 just filling it up from the outside, you know, whether he's back on a new contract or not. You know what I mean? So I don't have any problem with it. And I also say if the Nuggets didn't do it, somebody else would have done it. There's no doubt in my mind. They won a title. What more do you want? I mean, you didn't get back-to-back championships, so you want to tear things down and bitch about it? I don't flow that way. But there's no doubt in my mind that Calvin Booth also thinks, okay, we've got to get a little bit better. We can't just sit around and do nothing. So what kind of guys can they target? What can they do? How much money per guy can they spend? So on and so forth.
Yeah.
If they want to go on out and find somebody.
Yeah, I mean, if they're comfortable going into the second apron, which I think they can do for this year, and they'd be okay. You know, you're looking at a couple lower level trades involving some of the guys on the roster, probably like $10 million and under, depending on the timing of that deal. And then you're looking at, you know, if KCP comes back, you know, who can we get on a really cheap deal? You're talking about like maybe a guy that's been injured that you can buy a little low on. You're talking about maybe a guy that's been in a losing situation and you think that he's not being utilized in the right way. But I agree with you. Like, you know, they did win a title. I think they were in the group of teams that could have won a title this year had things gone right for them. So I don't think you need to overreact. And, you know, just because a player like MPJ might be making a little more money than you think he's worth, I don't think that's any reason to do a talent vacuum and trade him for guys that aren't as good as him. So that's where I stand with it.
But the way you wrote your piece yesterday, and I brought it up on the show, and people were thinking that I was pushing for an MPJ trade. I'm not pushing for an MPJ trade. I'm just saying I'm pushing for the best possible outcome. And you laid it out in your manifesto. You said, okay, if you trade him,
do you mind it being, I mean, what do you want to call it? Because he's called it a manifesto. I think of the Unabomber. You know what I mean? So what would you like it to be called?
Just report. Report's fine.
Okay, report.
We'll go with report.
Okay, good.
All right, your sixth grade report, whatever you want to call it, it was wonderful. You laid it out perfectly, Jake. You said, okay, I'd keep him. I would bet on the come. I would bet on the potential. But if you keep Michael Porter Jr., and I brought this up on the show yesterday, and you have stats to prove it. If you keep him, everybody's got to be on board. You got to play him in the fourth quarter, and if you do play him, you got to give him the ball. Those are two things that haven't happened.
Yep.
Why do you think they've not happened? He's been on the bench a lot in the fourth quarter, and when he's on the court, he's getting frozen out. You have the stats to support it.
Yeah. Well, I think first off, I mean, I have full trust in you know, the coaching staff in the front office. I don't think they'd be doing something unless they had a good reason to do it. But I do think when you're at this point with your team and how expensive they are, I think you're totally right that you need to make sure you're using everybody to their max possible value. And so what is Michael Porter Jr.? He's an incredible offensive player. He's not like a 3-level scorer, but he is a really good offensive player. Do we feel like he's being used that way? I think at times he is, but just like I say in my report, I think we too often can see stretches where he's just not getting the ball, or he's not getting, you know, certain plays ran for him that we've seen him have success with. And like I said, the coaching staff probably has a reason for it. But I think if he is on your roster, hey, let's use him for his best traits.
You know, and here was my theory towards that, because Vic brought up the stat from your offseason preview about that freeze out rate. Is that what it's called, right?
Yep.
So especially late in games. And what's funny is when I see Michael Porter Jr. take a shot late in a game, he's like pretty clutch. He hits a lot of those shots. But here's what I said to Vic and Moj. I don't know who the guy would be that's, let's say it's not Porter and it's somebody else. Let's say they make a trade with Toronto and Bruce Brown is coming back, and he's now playing the role of Michael Porter Jr. So we know what he can do defensively, which is better than what Porter brings. But on offense, I think that everybody in that position gets frozen out for this reason. What do when it's crunch time? It's Jokic and Murray patrolling the paint, playing two-man game. And that doesn't allow for a lot of shots from other people on the roster, because they know it's one of the best attacks that the NBA has right now is Jokic and Murray playing two-man game. Not a lot of other guys are getting shots. Like, could that be a contributing factor into why he doesn't take a lot of shots late, and maybe they go to somebody else for defensive purposes instead?
Yeah, no doubt. A lot of people after the season, they saw how tired the Nuggets were, and they said, hey, let's explore with some of these younger players and how we can get them in the game. Similar to that, my feeling on this situation is we know in the playoffs it's the Murray-Jokic two-man game, and it's proven. It's won a title. That's as good as you can get. But in the regular season, why don't we explore a few more things? Let's see how an offense with Michael Porter Jr. can do with Jokic a little more often. You can't do quite as much with guys like Aaron Gordon or KCP, but we're talking our three max players, Murray, Jokic, Porter Jr. Let's just explore it a little more. Let's see what happens. If it costs us a couple games in the regular season, I think that's okay.
I'm so with you.
Nowadays, we're seeing a lot of lower seeded teams advance further in the playoffs, so I don't think it's a big deal to drop a few games if you're exploring some of your guys' talents.
And home court, for some reason, doesn't matter this
Didn't
offseason.
seem to, no. Hey, who's the number one guy from that championship team that everybody misses? It's Brucey B. And I think the Raptors have a club option for this coming year, if I'm not mistaken. There's maybe a chance that they don't pick up that option, right, at 23 per? Is that correct? So then he becomes a UFA, if I'm not mistaken, if they decline the club option, because he only signed a 2-year deal with Indiana, and that got traded to Toronto. What are the odds that Bruce, I can't even imagine he'd come back for what the Nuggets could afford, but what are the odds?
If Jay could come back.
Okay, but Jake spells it out. Okay, what if he becomes a UFA? He's going to be a UFA after this coming season anyway. But if he becomes a UFA because the club doesn't opt on him, then what?
Yeah.
Where's Bruce Brown? What's he doing? He can sign with anybody, do whatever he wants.
Yeah, you're totally right in all your, your views on his contract there. That's all correct info. If he does opt out, or if the team declines his option and makes him a free agent, the Nuggets say they let KCP go. They could pay him about $5 million using a taxpayer mid-level exception.
That's nothing.
Yeah, and
That's
so
nothing. He's not coming back for
when
that.
you have teams out there like Orlando, who I think could use Bruce, and you have a team like Philadelphia who have cap space, if they see the Nuggets throwing out that $5 million deal and they talk to his agent, they could double it easily.
Yeah.
So
should we put this to bed? Bruce Brown is not coming home.
I do not think Bruce Brown's coming home this summer. Yep.
Put it to bed.
All right. Let's put that out. Let's get that out of the way. Zeke Naji. They gave him a hardy little deal last season that'll take effect here. He didn't play. He did not play. I don't know if they plan on playing him. What are your thoughts on Zeke Naji? If it's going to work here, and if not, how do they remove that contract from the books?
Yeah. I think occasionally you run into a situation where it's best for the player and for the team if maybe there's just a new situation for the player, new coach they're under, new teammates. And I think we're probably at that point with Zeke. I think they gave him that deal imagining that he'd be a bigger part of the rotation this year, and he just wasn't. And Zeke's dealt with a lot of injuries throughout his career, little ones mostly. But things like that can just really screw up your part in the rotation. We saw it with Julian Strother this year. He got injured. He was out of the rotation. And Zeke's kind of been a case of that over and over again in his time in Denver. And so, yeah, I think if you're looking at one guy on the Nuggets who it's like, this is a decent-sized contract, maybe we can use some draft capital, attach it to him, and get a more talented player, or at least a player that'll help us now more than Zeke Naji. I think he's the number one candidate for that. There's some really detailed contract stuff. If you trade him before July 1st versus after, it gets a little complicated with the numbers depending which way you do it. But I do think they'll look into moving him.
Can I give you two things quickly and appreciate your time, Jake? And we don't want to give away everything that's in your offseason preview here, but one of the highlights that you have is you said why I think Denver declines Vlatko's option. Can you give us at least a little bit of that reason why? Because Vlatko is somebody that I think has flown under the radar. Like his injury, he missed the entire year. He was kind of out of sight, out of mind, but he gave you minutes in the past, and I would imagine that he would have played at least a little bit for you this year if he was healthy. So why decline it?
Yeah. So first off, I think they want Vlatko back. And so that seems a little backwards that I'm saying they'll decline his option. I don't think they kept him on the roster if he was injured he was injured this whole last year. I don't think they keep him on the roster unless they want him next year. And so the thing with Vlatko's contract, this is again a really complicated thing. When he signed it, it was a longer deal for a really low number. And so his salary this year is set to be lower than the minimum salary that a team could give a player this year. Which that's okay. That happens sometimes. We saw it with Xavier Tillman this year. But what you can do is the way contracts work in the NBA, if you sign a guy to a minimum and he has more than 2 years of experience, the NBA will reimburse you for part of his salary, and that helps lower your cap a little bit.
Interesting.
What the hell?
And so,
dude, Vic, are you getting any of this, man?
No, dude, this is why we have. Listen, this is why we bring in guys like Jake Coyne, who is obviously studied this a lot longer. The CBA in the NBA, the CBA is the most complex CBA in all of professional sports. That is a fact.
So hang on. So just so I have this clear, he is set to make less than the league minimum. But if you decline the contract and bring him back, you will be reimbursed to where you will now have more cap space despite paying him more.
Yeah, so you're testing my memory a little bit here, but his current salary is set to be $2.3 million. The minimum for his experience this next year is around 2.4. So if you decline his option and give him the minimum, he gets a little bit more money. Like I think it's $85,000 more dollars. The cap hit for the Nuggets, instead of being $2.3 million on a non-minimum deal, goes down to about 2.1.
That's insane.
And so, I mean,
it's a couple hundred G's, man. Hey, Brucey B, Brucey B, you want to play for 200?
So we're not talking we're not talking big anything
big savings.
Yeah,
right?
we're not talking anything that's going to affect a lot of things the Nuggets can do, but it's just a little thing.
Still, that's a quirky little thing. It's funny.
Listen, can I get personal with you for a second?
Of course.
You're happily married. When I saw your Twitter and I followed you, I'm like, oh, that's you and your wife. That's so cute. She's giving you a little kiss and all this. What does she think of all this kind of stuff?
Oh, well.
Because my wife would tell me to go get bent.
Oh, man. Well, I have to say, I have the best wife anyone could ask for.
Good move. Good move.
100%.
And so originally when we got married, I didn't want to marry someone who was super into sports just because, I work in it. I don't want to just talk about sports my whole day. And so
you don't want to talk to her about Vlatko's $200,000?
No, she is not interested in that at all. And gratefully so. But she's very supportive and she's awesome. So.
Awesome, dude.
All right, I'll leave you with this, Jake. And again, appreciate the time. We'll get you on the show again when we have questions about the Nuggets and their CBA. But stats are great. I love them. I use them. I steal yours all the time. You provide them to me. I go places. Reddit is a great place to find some good nuggets like this. You and a lot of folks out there with brilliant minds come up with stuff like this. But at the end of the day, these guys get paid, the general manager of these teams, not by the stats, but by understanding, can a player fulfill the numbers? Like when you're laying down a contract for KCP, we're going to bring him back. Has KCP met his potential? Is he on his way down? Is he going to play the same way for the next 2 years? Those are the things they have to measure. Those are the things they have to take into account. And that's why it's so damn hard in this business. I'll leave you with this. Dario Saric.
I mean, it's a daily thing for him
I
to say
swear
Dario
to God,
Saric. It's
Lombardi,
daily.
it's so good you're not here because the other side of your back could be hurting right now.
Jake, tell these guys why Dario Saric would be a good fit on this roster.
Please say he won't.
Well, I guess I'm making Vic's sales pitch for him right now. I mean, first off, he gives you a backup big, which is something that the Nuggets haven't had reliably for a few years.
Is he going to sign for the minimum someplace again?
Probably. I don't know
See
that
what
you
I
can
mean?
get him on the minimum.
Yeah. I mean, he only made a couple of mil this year, right?
Yeah.
2.5 or something?
Yeah, I think if you offer him the minimum, Golden State might beat you. But if KCP leaves and you have that mid-level exception I talked about earlier, that you can maybe get him there. But yeah, Dario Saric, I don't know, a poor man's Kelly Olynyk.
Yeah.
He can do like certain things that you can see in Jokic's game a little. He's not Jokic, obviously, but can provide certain things that maybe you can run your offense a little smoother on your second unit.
2 rapid-fire questions before I let you go. Number one, this isn't Nuggets related, but it's something that we talked about. When they faced Minnesota, I was like, Minnesota better capitalize this year because once Anthony Edwards-Max gets brought into the equation next season, they're going to be facing a lot of Nuggets problems that they're facing right now. What does Minnesota do this offseason?
Yeah, that's a sticky one because they got a weird ownership situation. Tim Connolly, I think, just redid his deal, so he's only guaranteed there for 1 more year. I think, they're about to be really expensive. They're going to lose some guys. They'll probably bring Kyle Anderson back, but they're going to lose some other depth pieces. They probably got like a 2-year window here with this group. And if it doesn't work, they're going to have to move, either Towns or at that point, I don't know how much Gobert would be worth, but
Yeah.
Yep.
And then just so you know, on your way out, this from the Wall Street Journal, the NBA is nearing an 11-year, $76 billion media revenue deal with ESPN, NBC, and Amazon. That's per the Wall Street Journal. So I think some numbers are going to be going up in the cap.
That could be.
in the
Kyle
next
Anderson
few
also
years.
has a gigantic forehead.
Yes, he does.
Just saying.
Put that in your That's
He's
Moses
got-
analytics.
That's Moses
It's
that
forehead to hairline
you can-
ratio.
You can absolutely put a movie on it.
Jake, we really appreciate the time and educating us on some of this stuff. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
of course, thank you guys for having me.
Follow him on
Thanks,
Twitter, the
buddy.
Stat Squatch, and go take a look. In fact, Nelly, can you retweet his offseason preview from our account if you guys want to check it out at Altitude Sports or Altitude Sports Radio? Take a quick break. Back after this.
Nah.
Shout out to Jake Coyne, who joined us in studio the past couple of segments. Follow him on Twitter, the Stat Squatch. All right, so listen. Few things here, okay? We talked a lot about the Nuggets and their offseason, especially with Jake, just for the last 40 minutes or so. Moshe, I did want to ask you something about the Avs, and you spoke for 30 seconds in the appetizer, and now you feel like you can leave a half hour
Vic, you
early.
would agree with this, right? I got to work a little bit early today, about 20 minutes early. And I stumbled around, I unpacked my stuff and all this kind of thing, and Kaner goes, "Hey, Mose, grab a mic real quick." So I jumped on the program about 10 minutes early than my scheduled start time.
What was it wasn't 10 minutes early, first of all.
Well, I
Second
got
of all,
off the air. I got off the air with 6 minutes to go in your program, a little appetizer. Not even that, 6 minutes till the top of the hour, so really 2 minutes. 1 minute, according to Nelly, because Nelly always makes a break at 55 now. So, Vic, I said, if you bring me in early, then I'm accruing time to get out early. Would you agree?
You want to leave 6 minutes early for some reason? Go ahead. I mean,
Take
what do
that
you want
L
me
on
to
the way
say?
out.
well,
If that's what you need.
here's the
to make
funny
your
thing
day
about
go by.
Moj. I asked Moj a question. He speaks for a minute into that microphone, and he wants that minute back at the end of this show. And what I told Moj is, Moj, how many times have you left for a dentist's appointment at 8 o'clock in the middle of the show?
Hey, man.
You actually owe me accrued time.
Hey, man, I had to get my face cut open.
Not that.
Now, that's the only time I've ever left early.
Shut up. Vic, when Moj got his face cut open, was that, quote, the only time he's left early?
We have a different show. Our show is different than any other show on these airwaves because half the time I'm here. I'm not even in studio. Half the time Mosier's on a plane somewhere randomly. Half the time Kane's doing most of the work. Kane and Nelly are there all the time, so you guys deserve plenty of praise for that. Mosier and I are just sort of in and out.
We're Magic Johnson. That's the way we're Magic. Okay, so
a lot of times we're in the middle of the show, and Vic or Moj will just, like, in a break go, "Oh, by the way, I got to cut out 30 minutes early today." I'm like, okay, yeah, it's normal operating procedure now. But here's the question I want to ask.
I'm gonna be in and out.
Yeah, let's go back let's go back to your thing here.
So Mile High Sticking, they had this article, and this is all surrounding the idea of you're kind of operating under the assumption that Val is going to, his contract is going to stay on this roster no matter what, right?
Well, I don't know why it wouldn't. I don't see an avenue as to
Sure.
where it wouldn't.
So you're limited in the amount of people you can bring back. A couple of days ago, you rifled off the names of guys that you want to keep and guys that you want to go.
Can I add something before
Yeah.
you go through these
Yeah.
names? Because I know this for a fact. The Colorado Avalanche, write this down, hell, record it. The Colorado Avalanche are actively trying to rid themselves of this contract.
But who knows if they'll actually be able to do it? Yes.
But they're trying to.
Yes.
They're not sitting on their hands saying, "Oh, well, let's see what the league says in a few months."
Right.
They're being the aggressors here. They're doing whatever they can to unload this contract, which, to be totally honest with you, if you look at the history of the league, it's really unfair that they're stuck with this contract.
Totally agree. But who knows if they'll actually be able to get rid of that despite their efforts. Now, the point to this was you went through all these...
And real quick, I'm sorry to cut in, Brett. That's because this is really uncharted waters.
Yeah.
It really is. It's fairly unprecedented with the way things have gone with the cap and everything else. Okay,
But
go ahead.
With that, through all these names that you went through the other day of guys you want to bring back and guys that you think should go...
Well, not that I'm saying. I was asking you. What do you think?
Hang on, though. We're doing this with no real data on how much you can spend and how much guys are going to cost. So I say all that to say this. When we went through those names, you said that Sean Walker's probably going to be too expensive for the Avs to bring back, considering you want to bring back guys like Druin and Middlestat, obviously, was an RFA, all those guys.
Well, you're going to re-sign Middlestat. You have control over that. That's good.
The article that I saw from Mile High Sticking, and this is their proposal. If you want to keep Sean Walker, what about trading Josh Manson to keep Sean Walker? Now, that doesn't help you numbers-wise on the blue line, but it's just a matter of what style of player would you rather want back there? And the two things that I would say is, in argument of Sean Walker, he plays very much like a lot of the Avalanche players do, which is a defensive guy who can help out in the offensive zone and bring something from that standpoint. But there is nobody else that can do what Manson does, which is be a giant human being and stop people that way.
Nobody else can one-punch Jamie Benn down to the ice.
So it's a matter of preference. And to you, what's your preference?
I mean, you've got a 6'3", 200, I don't know what Manor weighs, but he's like 6'3", 205, something like, well, more than that. He's probably 6'3", 215. Okay,
Tough.
so, and he's tough as nails, exactly right. And he got back healthy, which is absolutely good. He's 32 years old, but he's got plenty of life left in him. He's got 2 more years on his contract. I just, you don't have a guy like that on the back end.
Moj.
And you don't have a guy that could say, hey, Jamie Benn, oh, you want to go lefty? Pop! Down to the ice you go. You don't have
Moj.
that guy.
The goal he had in that Winnipeg series when he came out of the box, grabbed that puck,
Awesome.
and made that move, that won the series. That was the change.
I think you're probably right, Vic. It was a great goal. So, I mean, again, Sean Walker is a guy who's going to get a pay raise. What was he making?
Something like that.
2.6, 2.7, something like that. Somebody's going to pay him more. Do you think he wants to stay as a Colorado? I don't even know what Sean Walker's intention is. I'm guessing at the age of 29, his intention is get as much money as I can on this last contract. I mean, maybe he has another one after this.
2.6.
Okay, he's making 2.6. His goal probably is, can I make 4 from somebody? And the answer is, yeah, you probably can, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then you can't afford him if you're the Colorado Avalanche.
Here's the thing, though, and I don't disagree with you guys at all. I could probably be swayed either way on that discussion, but I do think if I had to lean somewhere, God, I'd probably lean Manson, but I think I can make a strong argument for Walker. Whatever. The point to this is, here's what's funny. And the Avalanche, I feel like Avalanche fans do this a little bit more intensely than some other fan bases do here in town. Just riding a roller coaster on guys. And I remember there was a couple of games with Manson in the postseason where it's like, what is he doing? Get him off the ice. And now he's almost an indispensable player to the roster. And I know that's just kind of some of the way that fans ride the waves. But again, you're choosing between, it feels like, certain members of this roster without anybody that you can replace in free agency. Like, when you went through the names and the money they could spend, Moj, you're like, well, that leaves you like 2 or 3 forwards and a couple of D-men left to replace with not a lot of cap space left.
Correct.
And that's a tough spot to be in, especially when you don't know
2
what's
to 3
happening
forwards,
with Val's contract.
maybe as many as like 5 forwards.
Yeah.
Depending on what you do with, what Cog's situation is, 36. Drouin, can you afford him? I mean, again, what is his motivation at the age of 29? Coming off his best year ever, unfortunately got hurt right before the postseason, right? Was not himself, and then that sucked because obviously he could have helped, especially with what went down. And Duhaime, Kiviranta, and Trenin, I mean, they provide, at least 2 of those guys provide some thickness up front, right, in filling out top 4 lines. LOC will be back, so that fills one of those spots. So that's good news.
People keep saying this, by the way.
Maybe Landy will be back, so that's good news.
They're saying if Landy's not back, well, we can use his money. I always want to emphasize to people, the problem with Gabe's contract is the money is short-term. It's for a year. You can't plan into the future using the money, and that's the issue here. You can pick somebody up in the middle of the season if he has to go on LTIR again and maybe he can't play, whatever, but you can't plan 3 years down the road on a big contract for somebody you acquire.
Correct.
That's the issue.
That is correct. But again, having that player back in the lineup will be much more beneficial than not having that player in the lineup. And he signed through 2029. Potentially, again, if you're talking about the lack of wear and tear on Gabe's body, and I know we're talking about cartilage replacement, which is unprecedented. But if he comes back and he's healthy, theoretically, he can play through the rest of that contract and then retire into the ether and be one of the greatest Avs players of all time.
So 303-504-0925.
So that being said, you've got some decisions to make. You've also got some questions that need to be answered. Now, time's a ticking. What's today? What's the date today, Vic? Help me out.
5th of June.
Okay, today's June 5th.
In the year of our Lord, 2024.
Ooh, 1 day removed
From
from
baby
that day
Jamal
in
Kill's
Normandy.
birthday. Oh.
Well, she was yesterday. 1 day removed from what, Vic? I'm sorry?
That day in Normandy?
The World War II thing that happened you're talking about.
Jesus Lord.
No, tomorrow we're going to get the trust me. What you heard from Jake today, his manifesto, we're going to get that from Mosier tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And you know why? Because you need it in your life.
The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
So last night, the Bear broke out some summer sausage. Where did it come from? It came from Centennial Cuts, and it's absolutely delicious. You want some of that? Do you want some of the jerky? Do you want some of the unbelievable steaks? Well, then what you've got to do is go to centennialcuts.com. And the reason I'm with them is because not only is it the best beef I've ever had in my entire life, Centennial Cuts is all Colorado, all family-owned Coloradans. All the beef is born here, raised here, harvested here in the great state of Colorado. They've got retail beef stores, butcher shops located in Colorado Springs, Old Colorado City, and in Lakewood and Belmar. They've got ribeyes, beef jerkies, prime rib, brisket, beef sticks, steak sauce, everything that you need. Plus, they've got the unbelievable packages. And the best part about it is it's delivered right to your door. So why not do yourself a favor? Go to centennialcuts.com. Check it all out. These steaks are individually wrapped, high marbled, specialty roast. They've got it all, lean ground beef. And you can get bundles if you want to. 30 to 250 pounds comes right to your door, right into your freezer, and you are ready to go. It is the most delicious and wholesome beef I've ever tasted, and you will think the same thing. So go to centennialcuts.com, check them out, find out what they're all about, because once you try Centennial Cuts, trust me, you will never go back to your old beef again.
Okay, yesterday I was reading the story in USA Today, and are you guys aware? This was, I think, a few years after you were born. I don't know the exact year. But it was a game between Cleveland and the Indians and the Texas Rangers back in the day. So it was 50 years ago on a night that was 10-cent beer night. Okay?
See, this is what modern sports has gotten so soft. Where's Death to Disco night, Vic? Where's 10-cent beer night?
Where's semi-pro?
Where's
Big check night for making a full court shot?
Yeah, where's mini bat day at the baseball games and people just getting bat swinging brawls? This is our duty as a society.
So it was
Not checkbook cover night.
June 4th, 1974. 2 months after Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's all-time home run record. 2 months before Richard Nixon resigned as president after Watergate. 4 months before Tommy John surgery was introduced to the baseball world. So this is 10-cent beer night between Texas and Cleveland. It turned into a full-fledged riot.
Sweet.
7 people went to the hospital.
Oh, boy.
9 people were arrested. 10-cent beer night. I don't know what the capacity crowd was at this game, but just if you had to guess, how many beers were consumed that night for 10-cent beer night?
10-cent
What
beer
is
night,
the
30,000
hold on.
people.
What is the
I don't know the capacity. I would assume, a baseball stadium back in the day, let's call it...
I'll say
15,000?
250,000 beers.
Yeah, I'll say 15 times.
Well, it's
I'll
30,000
say-
people. They're each having 7 for 10 cents.
Okay, well, that's going to ruin this now. It was, but it's 60,000 beers were consumed that night at the ballpark.
Oh, bunch of... They're weak. How
Dude,
many people were there? I need to know the
That's
attendance.
Coors Field on a weeknight.
Sure.
What do you mean, sure? That's Coors Field on a
Oh,
weeknight.
here you
Think about
go.
this.
The Cleveland team averaging just 13,000 fans in a 78,000-seat stadium. So only 13,000 is what their average was.
Okay, they had 25,134 fans, and they only sold 60,000 beers? That's like not even 2.5 beers a person.
I guess I never thought
Everybody
of it that way.
in Cleveland is weak.
Yeah, how many beers does Coors Field go through in a night?
Well 25,315 was the attendance last night for the Rockies Reds. 25,315.
Oh, wow. This
Let's
was
take-
25,134 for this game, so pretty similar.
Okay. So let's say of those 25,000, half are not drinking beer. Let's just take half away. They're kids whatever.
Yep.
Guys like me, hurts my tummy. Guys, let's say that there are 12,000 beer drinkers.
Okay.
How many brews you having at a game? Minimum 2, right?
Well, in this
Then
game,
again,
the 12...
Then again, those beers are a lot bigger than they used to be. The beers today are those 1-ton beers.
That is true.
Well, they're $12 a piece.
Yeah, but they're huge.
Okay.
Dude, the beers of yesteryear, Moj, even you'll admit this, they're like a thimble compared to the beers
they
you get
really
today.
they really were.
We call them bombers now at the stadium is what they're called. They're bombers. They're
and listen,
24 ounces.
Please don't take offense to this.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Okay.
But when your mom's in town, does the average go up on beers consumed at
No,
Coors
because
Field?
my mom's a lightweight. She'll drink,
what,
but she's a
Abs?
light.
She's the toast of the party deck, and you know it.
My mom has 3 Coors Lights and she's done for. Like
about
Three
Troy?
Coors Lights, I'd be dead. I'd be comatose.
How about T. Willie?
Oh, Troy will hammer
That's
those
my
down.
boy.
Like,
That's my guy.
I don't know if you could find another a number for Troy.
Okay, so let's put it this way: with the average, when your parents are in town and they're at Coors Field, the average goes up.
They're
a little
there to
bit.
party.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to say.
But Vic, you're saying about 12,000 people if they had them, that would average about 5 per person, is what we're talking about here. Which, now look, me and you, Moj, we drink 5 at Coors Field, and we're fine.
And well, then I'm either Ubering or the Bears driving me home.
Correct. But I'm just
taking
saying,
the train or something.
you and me aren't starting to hook with people. Like that's not going to get
No,
us to any moment
we're-
like that.
We're totally fine. Correct. Over the course of 9 innings,
But
I mean, 5 beers in 3 hours. I mean, that's
a lot of people aren't us.
okay.
A lot of people aren't. And I think that's what happened that night. But you're right, because now it's got me thinking, especially now, dude, you go and buy one of those 24-ounce bombers at Coors Field. That's, what is it, most 16,
So it's
17
pretty-
bucks?
That's pretty
18
expensive.
bucks?
Yeah.
How much money they making off just beers at Coors
that's
Field every
everywhere.
night. That's insane.
That's every arena. That's every arena. That's everywhere.
And the
every
Trulies
win.
and the this and the that.
But
and
I'm
then
just
you go
saying,
to the hard,
you guys are
people
right
drink
about
the hard
this.
stuff.
When I heard 60,000 beers consumed that night, I was like, wow, that's a lot. And I'm like, it's really not. It's really not as much as you'd think.
You know what? That's why it freaks me out when I attend the Masters at Augusta National. Everything is $1.50. You can buy an egg sandwich. You can buy a beer. Everything is $1.50. It takes you back to yesteryear. It freaks you out. And that's why you get people stacking cups at Augusta. And I got to keep a close eye on them. It's $1.50. They have not raised the price of any of that business at all.
Well, they don't have to.
That's
because they control their own everything.
What's the stadium right now that is renowned for having cheaper by comparison prices for concessions and beers and stuff?
Was
like
it the
that?
Atlanta Falcons?
Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Like they had a special menu where stuff was cheap. Like hot dogs were like $4 or something like that.
So at Mercedes-Benz Stadium where the Falcons play, the cost of a beer, guess what it is? Like I said, at Coors Field, it's you get one of those at $16, $17, $18.
$5.
It's $5 for a beer.
Love it.
Yeah.
Cost of a hot dog at Mercedes-Benz Stadium is
$4.
$2.
$2.
Yeah.
$2. So the total cost for a hot dog and a beer is $7. That's the prices we need to get around. Everybody figure it out. We need those prices back at the stadiums.
Well, this is why.
Welcome to capitalism, brother.
When was the last time?
Why would they?
Yeah. When was the last time you were in Vegas, Brett?
3-4 years ago.
Okay, I don't go to clubs in Vegas. I don't do any of that kind of crap. Blah 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 blah. But there was a time when I did, and I know that there are kiddies out there who will go do it now. The Bear and I have been down there. We've gone to the top of the hotel. You overlook the city. You have a drink, right? Do you know why they charge you $20 for a mixed drink?
Because they can.
Because they can.
Yeah.
Because you are a captive audience.
It's like being in an airport, right?
Exactly.
You would never
right.
pay airport prices anywhere else.
Do you know why a golf course today will charge you $80 for greens fees? Because they can.
What kind of golf course you going to?
I mean, you're battling.
where you
You're battling capitalism here. You're battling something. You're not going to win this war if someone's going to make a profit because you're going to spend on it. This isn't. I just got a text. This isn't Drown Night at Thirsties where you bought a pitcher for $1.
Well, do you want to hear the announcer's call of 10-cent beer night? Would you like to hear it?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Really?
would.
The
Hang on.
Rangers and the Indians, who were fighting each other last week, are now standing back to back down there, and Tom Hilgendorf's been hit on the head, and Hilge is in definite pain. He's bent over holding his head. Somebody hit Hilgendorf on the head. Oh, this is absolute tragedy. Absolute tragedy.
The unbelievable thing is people keep jumping out of the stands after they see what's going on.
There's no way I'm going to run out on the field if I see some baseball player waving a bat out there looking for somebody. And now I got another fight going with fans and ball players. Hargrove has got some kid on the ground, and he is really administering a beating.
Of course, that fella came up and hit him from behind is what happened.
Boy, Hargrove
Okay, so
really
cut
wants
this
to
for a second.
Mike Hargrove is involved in all of that, man.
Let me say something real quick. How the hell did you guys even understand what was going on in that baseball game? That sound is unbelievable. That sounded like you were trying to listen to something underwater.
Dude, again, go back and watch 80s sports. Watch an 80s NFL football game and see if you can make out where the ball even is.
That sound...
Bro.
And it's like, how did you hear a word that he said?
Go watch This Week in Baseball from like 1982 and see if you can follow the ball and then talk to me. You know how spoiled you are with today's HD TVs and stuff like that? Do you
And
understand
87
how different
cameras?
it is?
Oh, yes, I'm well aware of that. If you try and watch a standard def channel, like I know that some people's TVs, they don't have it set to where it's only the HD spots and they have the SD ones every once in a while. And you're like, what are we doing here?
We got to get a hold of Steve Brown.
How do you see this, right? You see what's going on
Vic,
the TV.
Vic, we got to get a hold of Steve Brown. You know Steve Brown. He's one of the best.
Stevie.
He's one of the best sports cameramen, videographers.
3-2 pitch going in, and then
Right,
there's a
remember
ball on
back in the day.
outside, and you take ball 4 and under first base line.
It's like, how did you hear
Listen,
anything?
back in the day, though, they had like 3 camera people, right? And those guys are probably drinking their own brews during the game. And like, there's a long fly ball to left field, and the guys panning into the crowd. Oh, criminy, trying to find the ball.
Different era.
It's already over the wall.
Hey,
and-
you know what else was different about that era? if there was a hottie in the crowd, they would stick on that hottie and go back to her on cutaways and like zoom in, and the announcers would react to it.
Mrs. Smith is in the house tonight, and she apparently is having a wonderful time out there.
That's a flight of Deep Left Field, and look at the cans on that lady.
Different era, brother.
You know what I wish? I wish all you youngins, Nelly, you're included in this. Brett, you're included in it a little bit. But all you youngins out there, let's say,
sound. I can't get over it.
You know what, Vicky, what I want to do? Because I was a kid then, but I want to take like 10 people who listen to this program under the age of 30. If I had a time machine that was like a school, like let's say I'm Doc Brown. Instead of a DeLorean, I got like a yellow school bus, and I made it into a time machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would want to fill that bus, you and me, Vic, fill that bus with like 30, under 30s, and say, all right, let's go back to the ballpark in 1979.
Yeah.
All right, and let's see what life was like and what the ballpark was like.
Mosier.
And Mini Bat Day and all this. And I'm telling you, you people would have a wonderful
Let me tell you
time.
something.
Mosier, bigger than that.
Wonderful time.
Bigger than that. And it's why I like going back to our village in Italy, because the phones don't work. There's no internet. Imagine surviving a day without a phone.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy.
I'm the same way. I'm addicted to my phone. But imagine saying, I am not going to have a phone today.
Hey,
you are just going to engage in conversation with the people next to you.
Hey, dude, Vic is right. Obviously, I went there 18 months ago. But he's right. In that village. Thanks, Nelly. There's no phone service, bro.
He said that.
It's the land that time forgot, and it's awesome. So if I could, all right, listen, all you under 30s, let's get some capital together. Let's talk to Elon Musk, and let's build a friggin' time machine. I will take you to 70. I was just a kid, a little tiny guy, but I'll take you to 1978, and we'll have a blast.
I'll tell you one thing. I saw this picture from I had to be the 50s probably, of all these guys outside of Wrigley Field. And you guys know my creed in life is just be comfortable. Clothes, social settings, just be comfortable where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Your life will be much less stressful if you do that. But I'll tell you this. I saw a picture of all those guys in, I think, the 50s outside of Wrigley Field, and they all were wearing suits and fedoras, and I'm like, I kind of want to be in that crowd.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to be one of the dudes wearing the suits with the old fedora, no matter where I went.
Sleeves rolled up, a coldie in your hand.
Oh, yeah.
You still have the tie on, but the neck is loose.
Cigars and pipes in people's mouths.
Yep.
Can I make a suggestion for a movie? Because we're at that time of year where you're trying to find Phil. There's no sporting events some nights that you're into. Guys, I want you to watch Boys in the Boat.
You already brought this. You already brought this up before.
I know.
We're not watching any boys in any
movie,
boat.
Though. Well, it's a true story.
About what are the boys doing in the boat? Do I want to know?
Watch the Boys in the Boat.
Oh, is it the rowing movie where they row?
The rowing team.
I'm not watching people
the rowing
row.
team
No.
that went to the Olympics in Germany shortly after World War I and the Depression, before World War II, when Hitler was at his height and growing, and they went there with Jesse Owens and they won gold. I'm not giving anything away. It's actually
for a guy who hates. Hold on, for a guy who hates kayakers, you're asking me to watch a movie about dudes rowing a boat.
Very off-brand on your.
Oh no. Listen, I don't mind kayakers if you're doing it for sport.
Welcome into the
I'm
Olympics.
a
We have
professional
a
kayaker.
rowing team. They're gonna Jesse Owens is gonna take the goal.
Row.
It's you whack jobs like Brett, who just show up at Cherry Creek Reservoir with a random kayak and a 6-pack of beer, and you think you're an Olympian. It's
I
those
never
people.
have thought I'm an Olympian. I just go out far enough to where I can float for a while and drink a couple of beers. That's the opposite of an Olympian.
Perfect.
You know what that is? It's casual. Casual.
You lean too far into casual.
I probably do.
No, he's
at
right.
Some
you
point,
do.
you have to
You do.
play. At some point, Brett, you have to play grown up, adult. You have to dress up and actually show up and be an adult.
I'm 34. It's worked so far. We'll see.
Because your wife handles your car insurance. You don't even know what it is.
Dude,
She's the adult.
I could do that in gym shorts.
Dude, I cannot wait. You're just like Bob Peg. I swear to God. I can't wait until baby Jamal Cale has like a school play or a recital or something like that, and you're in your flips and your cargo shorts and your T-shirt.
Yeah. The kindergarten recital is the opera. You're right. Yeah, I should dress up for that. You kidding me?
Casual.
See? Gruden gets it. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
Started to feel like it wasn't myself, a little brain fog, some decreased energy, overall lethargy. And I'm like, I got to do something about this. So what I did is I went to Castle Rock Hormone Health. These are expert doctors that are absolutely perfect with hormone replacement, and they're professional, they're good. It's hormone optimization, highest level care, concierge medicine, and it's really quick and easy. I've been on the treatments now for about a month, and it's going very, very well. I'm feeling like myself again. I'm feeling absolutely terrific, and you will as well. So do yourself a favor. If you want to get back to being you, all you've got to do is go to crhormonehealth.com. That's crhormonehealth.com. Book a free evaluation. They'll go through everything with you and let you know what it's all about. Is it right for you? Is it wrong for you? Who knows? But I'd give it a shot because I feel great, and you will too. Go to crhormonehealth.com.
Texture says, isn't leaning too far into casual equaling lazy? Yeah. Yep. I don't disagree. I like lazy.
So you're just saying you're lazy?
I mean, I'm lazy about some things. I'm not lazy about others. I pick and choose my laziness.
What are you not lazy about?
I don't think I'm lazy about this job.
Oh, I think you're great at this job. You do more prep than all of us combined.
Well, it's just like the stuff that matters to me. I try not to be lazy. I'm lazy about a lot of
I shouldn't
things.
say that. We all prep differently.
Correct.
You know, the worst thing you could say is that I don't prepare for the show.
I've never said that about you guys. I've never done it.
No, Mosier doesn't, but
I'm the one who's always saying, hey, did you read this story? I was just reading this story. Oh, come on,
Would you
man.
like to share the last thing that you said to me before we went on air?
Oh, I said, what the hell am I going to do for the next 36 minutes? That's exactly what I said.
It was so perfect.
That's exactly what I said.
All right.
Wait, by the way, I did see this. Oh, hold on real quick. Of course, because I read. I'm a reader. I was reading USAtoday.com. They went through the top 8 most beautiful stadiums in Major League Baseball.
well, you're going deep on that reading.
No,
USA Today.
Okay. Well, it ain't War and Peace, all right? It's not Tolstoy. I'm just telling you. So I was very curious about what they think is a beautiful ballpark and what isn't. Like, Cincinnati's not beautiful. The sarcophagus in Tampa is a total disaster, right? Yankee Stadium kind of sucks, to be honest with you. It ain't great. What do you think the number one beautiful ballpark in all of baseball is?
San Fran's.
Negative. Close.
Okay, hold on.
Padres?
Petco.
Petco, Padres. That's exactly right.
The other one I was going to say is San Fran number 2.
San Francisco's Oracle Park's number 2.
Okay, I got 3. I got 3.
By the way,
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's up by 3.
Pittsburgh is number 3. That is correct because the other two. So the Petco,
Let me see if I can get the top 5.
Okay, hold on. Petco overlooks downtown San Diego. It's rad.
It's
and it's a beautiful park.
I've been there.
Oracle in San Francisco overlooks the bay, and you can obviously hit the ball into the bay. I've been there too. PNC Park in Pittsburgh, I've not been in, but I've walked around it.
That skyline, though, out of center field is just unreal.
It just goes right to downtown Pittsburgh. It's really, really cool. Okay, number 4.
Okay, number 4. Look, Coors has to be top 5. But I'm going to say Camden Yards?
Nope, it's Wrigley.
Oh, garbage. That's nostalgia.
That's exactly
not
right.
Beauty, it's nostalgia.
Okay, but it's pretty cool. All the rooftops in Waveland and Sheffield and all that's pretty cool.
You know, for as much as I detest a lot of that, it is really cool to go to a game at Wrigley Field. It really is.
I've been to Wrigley as well. It is very cool, but you said beautiful. I wouldn't say it's beautiful.
Okay.
It's cool. It's historic.
Back in my school bus time machine, I used to go and sit in the bleachers at Wrigley when I lived there. $5, bro. And plus I got a free Budweiser hat with a Cubs Budweiser hat. Harry Carey would it doesn't even matter. Anyway, okay, so Wrigley's number 4. What's number 5?
Coors has got to be close.
Coors Field. And here's what they say about it. The aesthetics of the Rockies ballpark might be the most underrated in the sport. And this is why you get last night the Reds and the Rockies are not playing well, and the Reds are not great either. That's why you get 25,000 people at the ballpark. You ready? Hold on, Vic. The aesthetics of the Rockies ballpark might be the most underrated in the sport. The exterior is gorgeous, with lots of nice design work in the masonry. That's absolutely true. The interior architecture is almost as lovely, with an abundance of great touches and vantage points. And the view of the Rocky Mountains, while a little more obstructed than before the construction of the few tall buildings beyond the outfield, is as nice a backdrop as you could ask for. That is absolutely perfect description. It's a cathedral.
There are 3
it's
things
beautiful.
about Coors Field. 3 things that make it so wonderful and so tempting. When you're in that area, you want to go visit Coors Field and go to a game no matter who you root for or what you root for.
That's why your parents want to go, Brett. That's why.
Right? Here are the 3 things, in my opinion. Number 1, the view. You just mentioned the view is phenomenal. Number 2.
Well, you've got to be upper right field now in order to get the good view, but yeah, okay.
Number 2 is the comfortability of Coors Field. Because of the climate we live in, you're not overly hot.
100%.
You're not humid. You're not feeling like you go to a game in the Midwest. You go to a game in Kansas City in the middle of the summer or St. Louis in the middle of the summer, you're dying.
You're
near death.
You're a sweaty pig.
A night game
Exactly.
at
You
Coors
wanna
Field
die.
is ideal, perfect weather.
Go to a ball
conditions
game
to watch a
in
game.
July in Atlanta.
That's fine. But overall, the conditions at Coors, for anybody that's visiting, they can tell you, compare it to anywhere in the Midwest or the East Coast where humid conditions take over, it's not even close. The comfortability of the ballpark makes it so friendly. And number 3, I mentioned view, comfortability. Number 3, dude, I'm into this stuff. That grass is so nice. I mean, it's just the dirt and the grass and the way they cut it, and it just looks perfect. It looks picture perfect.
It really is. The groundskeepers at Coors Field are superb. Great job, people. Number 6 ballpark.
How many more are we going through?
There's only top 8.
Okay. Camden Yards, it has to be in the
That's
top
number
8.
6.
Thank you. I love
number
that park.
7. Number 7's going to blow your doors off. But Vic, you and I both, out of our hotel room window in the past
Minnesota.
month, yeah, Minnesota. The Target Field at Minnesota is now number 7, and it's a nice park. Don't get me wrong. And number 8, you're not going to like this at all. Fenway.
That's fine.
All right.
Again,
Fenway's
it's in that iconic sort of realm that Wrigley is.
Anyway,
Fenway's nostalgia.
Yeah, I've been there.
You watch a game from the Green Monster at Fenway. That's something.
I've
That's
never
cool.
watched from the Green Monster, but I've been to Fenway a couple of times, and it really is cool, man. You feel like you're in a throwback era. You really do. It's pretty cool.
With a few minutes here, can I kick this around for a second? Because I think this stuff is important for the health of organizations, and it kind of lets you know where you're at. And I think this stuff is incredibly important. You have to have superstars on your team. We know this. Like for the Broncos, what's the main story of this year? It's Bo Nix, and is he good or not? Like we all know that part. That's easy. But can I bring something else to the table? I think a good indicator, if you have a good franchise with good leadership, shows you some of the guys flying under the radar, if they can thrive in your organizations, whatever situation they are. For example, I'll give you a couple with 2 teams that are really good here in town. Are the Nuggets pretty good at finding guys who are maybe undervalued players and making them have a bigger role and more success? Like I look at a guy like AG. AG is somebody that he was a good player in Orlando. He's become a great player for what his role is in Denver.
The answer is yes.
Michael Porter Jr. has gotten better year over year since being in the organization.
And by the way, they drafted him. They took a chance on him even in the draft because he was injured.
But just keep going with this.
Okay.
Mo's the Avs. They had a guy by the name of Jonathan Drouin, who they signed in the offseason, took a flyer on, and at the beginning of the year didn't look great. As the year gone on, he became almost an indispensable part of the roster with how well he was playing. And I think you can find real value in your organization with guys like that. And I'm going to put somebody on the Broncos in that category this year. And it's not going to be Bo Nix. That's the easy one, the obvious one. I think Marvin Mims is going to tell me a lot about how this organization operates and if somebody can actually pop and get better on this roster. I think he's a perfect indicator of somebody that they keep saying has a whole bunch of talent and has a whole bunch of rare skill sets, his just blazing speed. If you get that guy in a situation where he plays well this year and he looks like he's a real part of this team's core roster moving forward, I think it's a great indicator for what Sean Payton and George Payton are cooking as far as organizationally.
Well, let's see how they use them. I mean, I know they've been cooking up some ideas for the return, the kickoff return. And they've got a lot of them. They're probably not going to show us, right? They don't want to show anyone what they're going to do. They're working on it, but that'd be dumb to allow the media to see what they're going to do, right?
Yes.
They're working on that stuff. And I think if they can drum up some stuff from Marvin Mims, you're right. I think it could be a breakout year. Are you talking about Marvin Mims, the receiver, or the return man?
No, the receiver. We know what he can do as a returner. I think if they can get him, because they keep saying over and over again, and Sean Payton admits fault on this. He goes, we should have gotten him more involved last year, but I had to give snaps to Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy and so on and so forth. My whole thing is, if you tell me you got a talented player, then I want to see you capitalize on it. And I think there's some guys that are in that Marvin Mims category that can give you a real indicator if this team's heading in the right direction outside the obvious stuff.
Who was the last guy? Okay, we've had a couple. And maybe, I want to say unexpected, but who are the last guys that popped? Like, okay, bam, this guy's a player. I think Alex Singleton is one of those guys. I think he popped on the defensive side of the football.
As far as your expectations were here and he went to here?
And he popped. How about Quinn Miners? Would you consider him a pop out of Wisconsin Whitewater?
Yeah.
Absolutely you would.
Yeah, there was a lot of ballyhoo with his offseason. He would take down trees and the belly and all that, so he came with a little bit of a social media background. But no, he fulfilled it and then some.
And
You're
these are
exactly
outside of guys who you expected to be damn good, like Pat Surtain, obviously the best in the game.
Would you like Philip Lindsay's in that category, right?
Yeah.
I know it's a while ago, but Philip Lindsay's in that
100%.
category.
Yes, Phil Lindsay, we noticed it watching him in training camp that he was going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, he popped.
100%.
The thing is about recently, and Quinn Miners, wasn't he a third-round pick?
I believe he was, yeah, out of Whitewater.
You should have some expectations for a third-round pick. Now, I understand your point, but there should be some expectation that the guy should be able to play.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with that, but I mean, he's arguably their best offensive lineman right now.
I guess the best example last year would probably be Jaleel, even though he didn't play all that much, but undersized, undrafted rookie who got some playing time, made a couple of big plays. It's just, especially this year, when it's very obvious. Put their roster on paper and put it next to almost anybody else in the league, they're probably at a deficit.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have to find a number of those guys.
I thought Damari Mathis was going to be that guy.
God,
and then he took a step back.
How about Jaquan? Jaquan McMillan's a big one.
That's a pretty good one, yeah.
No expectations. He steps in that nickel spot last year, and he played not just good,
well.
he played great.
Yeah,
he did. He established himself. You're exactly right.
The
running back.
Jaquan still kind of flies under the radar, by the way. Go ahead.
So who's the next guy, Vic, to pop? I mean, are we looking at just Mims, or it feels like they're going to have more one of these draft picks?
We're fixing to find out when we head out there and watch it, but it's hard to establish that by watching, exercising. Next week is mandatory minicamp, and yesterday after practice, Sean Payton was asked about Courtland Sutton. He expects him to be at minicamp. So he's cool with this business now. It's OTAs, it's voluntary, but he says he expects him to be at minicamp. I'd be very curious to find out if a week from today we'll be having Courtland Sutton discussions regarding minicamp, whether he's there or not.
Well, here's what, if you guys missed it, Sean Payton yesterday talking about this situation with Courtland Sutton. And again, this is all voluntary for the moment. Now, what can happen when the mandatory minicamp goes down, I think it's 3 days, and he can be fined up to $100,000 if he doesn't show up for these. This is what Sean Payton said.
Yeah, I think he'll be here for minicamp. I mean, it's mandatory. And when I've been asked about Courtland, I'm going to say this, man, I just know his work ethic. I know the player. And there's a list of things that race through your mind this time in the offseason as a head coach. And respectfully when I say this to him, because he and I have talked, I think that'll work itself out. So I think he'll be here, yeah. But I don't know that for sure.
I'll go back to the working itself out quote that he keeps going to. I'll give my translation of it, which is, we aren't giving him more money, and if he's looking for more money, he's not going to be spending money not to show up anywhere. He's going to show. Yeah, I think that's what that means.
He doesn't have a whole lot of leverage, okay? Yeah. His leverage is this. I want some more bread. I don't think so. All right. I mean,
okay. I tried.
That's kind of it. I mean, I know how valuable he can be to a Bo Nix, and as a possession guy, as a completely rock-solid wideout, I realize he's going to be a factor, I believe, in at least the growth of Knicks through the next year. But he doesn't have anywhere else to go. He doesn't have anything else to do. I mean, would somebody else trade for him and give him an extra $2-3 million? I don't know that they would. And besides, he's not in the trade market right now. The Broncos have reportedly rebuffed all of that. So he really is between a rock and a hard place. Hey, man, I want some more money. I don't think so. Okay. Well, he'll show up. And you know what? I think he's going to be a good teammate. I hope he will.
He's not. Look, Moj,
he's not a jerk face.
You keep going. I know this isn't what you're insinuating, but I'm just making your point clear for you. Courtland Sutton's not a problem child. He's just like, this is voluntary stuff, and he goes, I'd like to be paid more. And they go, okay, we'll see. Probably not.
We'll see it mandatory.
Harvman on the Twitch feed brought this up, and I pinpointed this guy yesterday. I just kept an eye on him a little bit. Is Riley Moss. He was a rookie last year and never really emerged. He had some injuries to start the season, if you recall.
Mm-hmm. Was it a hernia, I think, early last year?
He had a major injury to start the season, couldn't even practice. And let's see what he does this year. Will he? Where was he drafted?
I think he was a third rounder.
Okay. He's got to play.
Yeah, he does.
Right? I mean, that's another guy. You got to play him.
Yeah.
He's got to play. He's got to participate. He's got to.
He was a third rounder.
Contribute.
Yes. Yeah.
No, like that's what bothers me about Drew Sanders, not that it's anybody's fault, but it's like he's going to be going into year 3 as a third-round pick, and we've never seen him play. Like, if you draft somebody in the top 3 rounds, if you're a day 1 or day 2 pick, they need to get on the field. Like, pretty damn quick.
We anticipated him missing the entire season when you have an Achilles, but this isn't a Mosier. This is a professional elite athlete. According to Sean Payton, they expect to have him back for the second half of the season.
Why do you have to take drive-bys at me?
Well, it's not intended to be a drive-by you. I mean, I could say the same thing about me. And
why am I catching strays for Drew Sanders' problems?
Because it's not pork.
Normal people like us, when we suffer injuries, we're dramatically hurt, right? Like if I told you an NBA player had to miss 3 games with a sore lower back, how would you view that? How would you view that?
How long with a sore lower back?
Let's say 3 games a week. Sore lower back was the diagnosis.
Get on the court, man. Get on the court.
Exactly. For us, though, it's like death.
Well, for you, it's death, yeah.
Did you guys see the quotes about there is somebody who is missing time with a lower back problem?
Chris Bryant again.
Yeah, again. And ask Rockies fans how they feel about him missing time with that.
Well,
and look, we don't know how serious it is. I mean, a lower back problem sucks. It's really bad.
I'm going to tell you right now, Chris Bryant, if you're feeling what I'm feeling right now, bro, chill for a while. Take a break.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the haters, because I get you. See, maybe that's what we need. Whatever injury we discuss on this show, we should suffer it. Mosier's got the Achilles handled. He's got the Achilles. I got the lower back issues. I got that. What do you bring to the table?
All right, I'll tell you what, Vic. This is what I'll do.
Strained knuckles.
I'll go to my doctor today, and I'll be like, "See this ligament? Take it out and put a dead guy's ligament in here. I want to see what Landy's actually doing."
What do you bring to the table? You bring us nothing that we can relate to. Separate a shoulder or something. Break a clavicle.
Vic,
I'll break your clavicle. That'd be perfect.
I hate to be full Vic Lombardi about this, but when you're an elite athlete,
all right.
I mean, these things just don't happen to you. You know what I mean?
Brett,
what's the worst injury you've ever suffered?
Brett, you
what's
can
the
sympathize
worst injury?
with Tulo because you also have heavy legs.
Heavy legs.
Yes.
Heavy legs. That's a big problem. Yeah. Worst injury I've suffered?
Ever.
I've been really fortunate. I've had pulled groins. I have elbow issues. Never needed surgery. Oh,
So you've never
Moses
had a surgery?
off camera making no.
Hold on.
Never gone under the knife.
You've never been cut on?
Nope.
Oh, let me cut into you a little bit, dude.
All right, 303-504-0925. Quick.
But Vic's correct. We got to open you up.
Yeah,
let's open him up and see what he's got.
You got to get opened up, baby. You
Get
got
that
to get
hit
opened up sometime.
Open that hood.
All right.
Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic. Oh, Vic's not there. Did you see Bo Jackson's going to Ohio State?
Yeah, not that Bo Jackson.
No, different Bo Jackson, but
Yeah.
he's also a stud Bo Jackson. He's one of the best running backs in all of high school football and has the same nickname as Bo Jackson, 6 feet, 205. He turned down Alabama and Georgia to go to Ohio State. I mean, that's a high recruit right there.
I mean, yeah, if you're a recruit who gets to say, I turned down Bama and Georgia, pretty damn good. Pretty high demand.
Pretty impressive, yeah. Anyway, so he's going to Ohio State. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Couple of things here. First of all, do you guys ever watch American Gladiators?
Mm.
Or was that
Is that where they would nail people with the tennis ball gun?
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah.
They did a documentary on that.
Did you know they're rebooting that on Amazon?
You're kidding.
They're bringing it back. And I
Really?
don't think it's going to have the same appeal at all.
Nah.
Well, you know, it was
All
a new
those
thing.
people were using. All those people were on the juice, Moshe. All the
Yeah.
actual gladiators, they were
Yeah.
juicing it up.
Who was my
hard.
favorite
Well,
gladiator?
watching people for the first time in your life getting just absolutely pegged with a tennis ball gun, that was kind of fun as a kid. You know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom,
Turbo.
boom, boom.
Turbo was the man. Listen to these names of these American gladiators. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Gemini, Laser, Thunder, Malibu, Titan, Nitro, Diesel.
Nitro.
Atlas, Cobra, Bronco, Blaze, Dallas. You know, those women, they were tough too, man. They were all huge.
Yeah,
like
they
they could
were.
absolutely body slam any one of us.
Yep. Secondly, tell me what you guys would do in this situation. So, we've all served on jury duty before, correct?
Yes.
We've all done this. Now, I've never been a juror in a major case. In fact, that I've been called in for jury duty 3 times. I've been fortunate enough where all those cases got settled like right before. Like I'm in the waiting room and they go, actually, we're good. If you guys are part of this group, you can leave. So I've never
He's
actually
too
been
lazy.
on a jury.
I mean, look at how he's dressed. Can't trust
Yeah,
him.
I
in
can't
this
believe
room.
you actually got selected for. If I was a lawyer and I saw you were a potential juror, I would disqualify
so
you
bad.
immediately.
So I'm going about this the right way. That's what you're saying. If you want to get off jury duty, this is how you do it.
Walk in with jelly stained cargo shorts and a ripped T-shirt, probably.
So I don't know the full story behind this, but it sounds like a big trial. All I have is this little blurb. I'll try and find the rest of it. A Minnesota juror was dismissed Monday after reporting that a woman dropped a bag of $120,000 in cash at her home and offered her more money if she would vote to acquit 7 people charged with stealing more than $40 million from a program meant to feed children during the pandemic.
Okay, wait. I'm confused here. So she was being bribed. The juror
Correct.
was being bribed
Yes.
by the folks who made $40 million.
Yes. And
So they made $40 million and they offered her 120 grand.
120 G's and promising more if she would vote to acquit these people that were charged with this. And here's
So
what I
she would-
tell you.
They would have to do that to a lot of jurors, not just one.
Well, I think if you just get a couple,
All you need is one for
Yeah,
a
all-
hung.
all you need is one for a hung jury.
jury. But you know what? How about the
but-
accusation of stealing $40 million that was intended for kids,
yes,
man?
yes, of course,
Golly.
that part of it. But what I'm getting at is this: a lot of people are saying, "Would you turn the money in?" And I'd be like, "Yes, I think I would." But here's what would make me think twice: it's not about acquiring $120,000. If they're willing to give me 120 grand, how far are they willing to go? That would horrify me.
Well,
Terrifying.
would they be willing to kill you?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly
Okay,
right.
Yep.
Well, all right. What if you kept the 120 grand and then you got on the jury and said death penalty?
Well, then you're looking over your shoulder, I think, for a long time after that.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can sentence somebody to death for a financial crime.
Trust me, if they let me in, you guys remember I had jury duty two years ago?
Yes.
And it was for a traffic violation?
Yes.
And I said, if they let
Death
me
penalty.
in there, I was going to call for the electric chair. I don't get, you don't roll through a red in my town, buddy. Not in my town.
Right away.
But seriously, if somebody's willing to drop 120 grand in a bag and say there's more where that came from, what the hell else are they capable of? I'd be terrified.
Well, I would say this. Man, if you got 120 grand to drop off in a bag and promise me more, you probably did the crime.
Well, hey,
it's like an admission of guilt.
Come on, man. I don't know. It feels like
terrified.
Who's walking?
Did you guys?
There you go. Here's 120. We got some more for you.
More details on the Jonte Porter gambling episode that got him banned.
Golly.
Turns out he was actually in debt to a notorious gambler.
Isn't this how it usually happens,
Jersey,
Vic?
New York area.
Isn't this how it usually happens?
Yes. So he owed this person a lot of money. And I don't know how much a lot of money is, but he owed him some money. Couldn't pay him. So that person said, all right, then you owe me. And made him do some things that he regrets. Obviously got him banned for life. But that's where it went. It wasn't a group of friends. It wasn't his buddy saying, hey, let's make some cash. It was deeper than that.
Well, it's the accusation, Vic, from what I read, is that he's accused of just throwing games, period. Not just the prop bet stuff, like
but
games.
to pay back this dude.
Yes.
This dude, he didn't have the money to pay him back, so the dude said, okay, you can't pay me back, then you got to pay me back in performance.
Did you see that the dude, or one dude, his name is Long Fee Bruce Pham. They got him at JFK Airport. They got him at JFK with a one-way ticket to Australia. So he was ready to get on the airplane to Australia.
Oh, one of the guys in this case.
Correct. Yeah. They just apparently the whole thing netted over $1 million in profits overall. And so dude was ready to bail.
Well, here's the other thing. And this is what sucks about the Jonte Porter story, and a lot of things do. If you're in that situation, you know what's really hard about that is, let's say that you just found yourself in a place where you had to do it. I have to listen to these guys because they don't have the money and all that different stuff. There has to be an art form to throwing a game without making it so obvious that everybody knows. Doesn't there? Like, you can't miss every shot. You got to hit some shots.
Well, no, but he took that out of the equation. He just removed himself from the games.
But I'm saying if you were to throw a game, like, you would have to be an active participant in trying to make that happen, right? It wouldn't just be sitting out.
I think if people watched me play, they'd think I was throwing a game when I'm not.
If people watch us out here,
that guy can't make a shot.
Yeah.
I was in Arizona when the stuff was going on at ASU.
Yeah.
When Bill Frieder was the coach and Stephen Headache Smith and that group. And you would never know it. I mean, I watched the games, and all this came to fruition afterwards. But I remember watching the games. I never suspicious of anything. You're right. There is an art to it. You have to be a pretty good actor.
Yeah. Well, there was that 30 for 30. Was it Boston College, what Goodfellas was based on?
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
With Henry Hill?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I saw that 30 for 30. I was like, oh my God.
Some bad dudes.
And there was some very unveiled threats that went to the players of Boston College's way.
That is absolutely correct.
303-504-0925. You can always get in touch with us, guys, on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and that is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. So if you missed any of the show today, podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi and Kane, as we got eyes. By the way, tomorrow, we're finally getting one of these games. NBA Finals back in action tomorrow. So going to have something that relates to a finals of some sort, as we still have to wait for the weekend, Moj, to get any hockey back into our lives. That's a crazy long break, by the way. What are we doing?
Way too long.
But
for teams that are used to playing every other day or every third day or whatever, it's a long break, man.
You guys have a wonderful day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. We love you all. Goodbye.
What up, people? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan, you guys know me better as Raj. Got KJ behind the glass, Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer, and as always, my co-host, my partner. He's the namesake of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey. What is up on a beautiful Wednesday morning for shout-outs?
Yeah, I just still don't know how to adjust these microphones, man. I just, you know, we've only been in the studio for, I don't know, 6 months, 7, something like that. And I'm still trying to figure this out. Oh, my gosh.
Well, while you figure that out, a bunch on tap for you guys today. Coach Mike Sanford is going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes or so. He charted 7-on-7 from practice yesterday at OTAs. It was a Zach Wilson day to run with the ones and apparently fell flat on his face. So we'll ask him about the quarterbacks, ask him about what he saw out there at Dove
are we
Valley.
Surprised?
No.
Right,
No, we're not.
Right.
We
are not surprised.
We knew what we were likely going to get with Zach Wilson. This was a reclamation project, and it was going to be the same thing like if Sam Darnold had come here. It was going to be the same thing, although Darnold, I think...
At least he had a little success.
Right. Darnold has a higher floor than Wilson does. But all reports coming out are that like he's still doing that like fadeaway throw. Like to jump off the back foot and launch something to random linebacker for a pick six.
Exactly right.
So
and this is kind of my point. There was so much.
Was that Bud Black?
Oh, I know.
Gosh. No, that was Sean Payton.
Did you hear Bud Black?
Yes, he sure did. Yeah, he sure did.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he did that. Bud Black can just chill. He should just chill, because. First of all, the fact that there's anybody in your press conference at all asking you questions about your team, which is terrible, then let's all just calm down, because you guys should be in a situation where you're just a tree falling in the forest and if nobody's around does even make it. Like if the Rockies play a game and nobody shows up to Coors Field, do we know? Actually, we do show up to Coors Field and people watch players actively on the field and they don't care.
Here's the full cut from Bud Black.
He just didn't execute a number of pitches when he really needed to. The Benson at bat, the Candelario at bat. Those are hittable pitches. So, and they came back to bite him.
I just want to follow up on the Benson at bat. You guys had scored in the previous inning.
It was 4-3.
Yeah, and that's where you kind of needed the pitch there, right?
You're right. Good job. You're right.
What a
God. Thomas Harding.
What's the question?
What did you see out of the pitch and what do you see when he needs to throw a pitch, I guess?
Well, in that particular at-bat, a fastball, strike, fastball, elevated, swing through. The next fastball was down a little bit lower, and he barreled it. It either had to be a little bit more inside or a little bit higher. But he barreled it. It was a bad result.
Yeah, I just can't stand any of that.
To ask questions.
Yeah, like Thomas Harding, we have had him on our show. He is one of the really, first of all, just a really good human in the whole wide world. B, he has been on the Rockies beat and Major League Baseball just forever. It's been a long time. And really, good job. That condescending, we sit up here and we actively don't talk about the Rockies because we don't want to say all the negative things about this baseball team. And so don't act like a jerk to them. They're just he's asking you a question about your team, which you are in charge of and continues to underperform. And even when you have a stretch where I think they won 12 out of 19 in a stretch. Well, now you go and you're losing all the games yet again. That is not Thomas Harding's fault. That is your fault. Or if you're Bud Black, you throw all your players under the bus, so it's their fault. I don't have the stomach for any of this stuff, man. I just don't. Because it's not their fault that you can't get a team to play consistent baseball. It's not their fault. Okay. I didn't want to start off on this soapbox. I didn't want to go there, Raj, but I had to do it.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the having losing seasons for the last 5 straight years is kind of growing on him.
Well, he should quit. He should quit. because what you know already going
not
into
a winning season since 2019 when he got swept in the division series.
Yes. If you can't walk into these press conferences and conduct yourself in a professional manner, well, then what are we doing here? We know that you're going to lose the majority of your games. You know this. Already going into the season, you knew you were going to lose the majority of your games. Stands to reason, you're going to walk into some press conferences and have to answer some questions that maybe even you're a little heated after a game because you didn't like the way you lost it. That particular game, they got blown out. And, so you had a lot of time to be thinking about that because it was like 4-3, then it was 11-3. I think I told you yesterday, I checked out on the game at 11-3 because why would I watch the rest of that? And so you have a lot of time to process that if you're Bud Black as you're continuing to sink further and further into a bigger deficit in that particular contest. So by the time you get to the press conference and after, it's not like you just lost on a walk-off home run. It's a 10-minute cooling off period. You got to come in and face the media, and you just didn't love that question. A. B, the question wasn't even that difficult. It wasn't controversial in any way, shape, or form. Just kind of like, can you just tell us what happened in this instance? Coaches, man, it's just answer the question.
It's his worst starter in Feltner. So I suppose you look at Feltner and you go, yeah, the guy's got a whip that's north of 155.
Why is he still starting?
What other options do you have at this point?
I don't know.
The starting pitching's been fine. Like Quantrill's been fine. Gomber's been fine to the point where, like,
speaking, yeah.
All right, generally speaking, to the point where, when the end of July comes around, you got to dish those guys. And we know that the Rockies don't typically.
No.
Yes, you do.
Why?
Yes, you do.
Why do we play this game with the Rockies all the time? We do it every year. Raj,
you
do it every year.
You do it every year because they don't end up trading their players. What happened 2 years ago at the trade deadline? They didn't do it. You need to continue to get younger. You need to continue to try and find prospects that'll actually turn out. And what you're getting right now, you're finding on-field players that are performing. Zeke Tovar looks great. Ryan McMahon has looked very good. I've been, I wouldn't say enamored with Brendan Rodgers, but he has been just fine. Unfortunately, you've got a few guys on the injured reserve list that aren't playing for you right now, but like you still love what you have out of Brenton Doyle. You should expect that Nolan Jones comes back and plays well. You have to continue to move on from like Elias Diaz needs to move. He's batting 300. He's 34 years old and he's a free agent. He has to move.
Okay.
Gomber probably has to move as a 30-year-old starter with a sub 3.2 ERA.
Okay. All right. At what point do you keep players that might help you in years to come?
Are you
at what point
are
do we
you
do
convinced that a 31-year-old plus Austin Gomber is going to help you when by the time that you are ready to compete in the NL West, which
when
is probably
going to be?
I don't know, it might be 3 years from now. So why are you going to hold on to that guy and just have him rot on the shelf? What are we doing here, Demps? Come on, we can't. I
just think that we can just get into this cycle, right? Where with the Rockies, which it's like, all right, so now we're starting to play the young guys. What if they have four more losing seasons, and some of these young guys are now they're 27, 28 years old, and now we're moving on from them as well. When do we get out of this cycle? We're never out of this cycle with this team, and maybe it's just those players have to perform, and we have to find pitching that's super young. And can stand up over the test of time. Maybe that's what we have to do. I don't know.
No, look what the Pirates have done for years. And unfortunately, Pittsburgh hasn't been able to keep those players in the fold. Right? Like Garrett Cole was a Pirate. Paul Skeen's coming up right now as a Pirate. Who's the is it Jared Jones? Who's their other stud starter right now? Who's under 23 years old, if I'm correct. He's a stud. I don't know if they can stay in Pittsburgh, but they have found ways because they ship guys out that they just continue to have this rolling train of prospects come through.
Yeah, but the Rockies don't have that.
They're starting to turn it around because again, last year they went through and they traded players. They have.
The reason why I like this, look, to your point, one of the reasons
why they had a full draft where they only drafted pitchers, pretty much.
I know, that was last year, right? Yeah. So
I don't think there was a position player on it. I'll have to look through it, but there weren't many, if that.
No, I know. It was a lot of, it was heavy on pitching. It was heavy on different types of pitching too. It's one of the reasons why I was actually very fascinated about this Rockies season is actually fairly similar as to the reason why I'm fascinated with the Broncos season, which is young players getting on the field here, and then let's just see them grow. When is the pitching going to match up with their position players? Because if it never does, then all we're going to do is this all the time. So, okay, we can move on from Gomber, move on from Quantrill. Going to get Herman Marquez back at some point. I don't know when this ends because it just feels like a hamster wheel. Because if the position players start to hit, then the pitching doesn't hit. And I can't even do that in the reverse because I can't even remember the last time the pitching hit. But then can you afford? Then if your position players, 2 or 3 of them become studs, you going to keep them? Or do we have to now get rid of them because we can't afford them? Not all of them. And if this is the situation that's just going to be existing forever with the Rockies, I guess we'll just all show up to Coors Field because it's a fun place to it's a fun place to go.
How did we get here?
I don't know, man.
We were talking about Zach Wilson.
I know. I took us. I veered us. I veered us to the left. It's my
I
bad.
asked if it was Bud Black, and you lost your mind.
I
Then
did.
when I said, "Well, a bad team should probably trade its good players," you went, "No, we shouldn't trade the players." That's how we got here.
That's not quite it. But
come on.
I did take us down this road, and I apologize. I couldn't help but. Man, I heard that I heard that exchange with Bud Black, and I just couldn't. But you know, Raj, like I lose my mind with this kind of stuff. I do most of the time because it's usually not. Look, there was a Jason Kidd. Since we're going to get the NBA Finals starting tomorrow, earlier in the season, Jason Kidd had an exchange with a reporter from ESPN, and basically he was just very upset with the stories that guy was writing, and he just basically said, you don't write anything positive. Why don't you write things positive? And then he just gets up and walks off the podium.
Yeah.
Okay. In that instance, Jason Kidd was right. Like he was right because there's some media members out there, and it's just like hit pieces, and they're going to challenge you in press conferences with questions that are quite honestly out of line. I do recognize that. I promise you, everybody out there, I do. I'm not saying that every single media member is A-okay and it's all good, because it's not. But in this instance here, it just makes my blood boil, because it's just like, okay, your team, he's asking for an explanation as to what you just said. So you said something, he wants more clarification. Just give him clarification. Don't act like he's an idiot for asking the question.
A bunch more to get into. OTAs next with Coach Mike Sanford. He charted 7-on-7. He'll have to get into what Zach Wilson did on the other side, which apparently, by all reports, was not great. And we will get it from the horse's mouth on the other side. Other big stories that we're going to get into today. Jonte Porter, that situation continues to evolve. You said it wasn't done. Major League Baseball has suspended a player for lifetime, as well as 4 other players for a full season. There was an insane article on Mile High Sticking that they want to trade an Avs defenseman to keep a pending UFA Avs defenseman. I think it's absolute nonsense. So much more to get into. Dempsey's NBA Baseline comes up at 10:40. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:20. And your shout-outs at the end of the show, 303-504-0925 on the Schott Mazda text line.
it's been a good room. I mean, it's when you talk to Davis or Joe or myself, it's these guys are doing well. They're pushing each other. Today, we were on this odd day where every day you came, Bo was running with the ones. Today, I think it was Zach's turn. You'll see mini camp, but I think there's maybe a maturity level because again, he's played 61 games, and when we got Drew, it was off of his rookie contract, coming off an injury, so he locates the ball well. He's accurate, and I think Drew was.
Sean Payton at OTAs talking about the comparisons between Drew Brees and rookie quarterback Bo Nix. He did mention that it was a Zach Wilson day out at Dove Valley for OTAs. As we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. You can find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find part of the company. Coach Mike Sanford. Coach, how the heck are you?
Hey, what's the question? Because it sure seems like that's the buzzword. If you're a coach, and I consider myself a coach very loosely these days, but if you're a coach in the Denver or Colorado, the state of Colorado, you ask that question. What's the question? That's the deal. Bud Black, man, coming in hot.
Well, my question is Zach Wilson long for this world in the Mile High City? Because all the reports of yesterday were like, this dude just, he doesn't have it.
Well, I'll say this, Raj, after watching yesterday's practice with him being featured as the guy, I think just by virtue of the way that the days ended up falling as the number one guy with the number one offense, it confirmed what I thought all along, is that this is a reclamation project. This is a rehab assignment. But let's just be honest. This is practice 7 overall, second available to the media in a rehab project, right? So is he going to be rehabilitated in 7 practices? Probably not after 3 years of football hell. But yesterday was a day that certainly looked like he is the most talented thrower of the football of the 3 quarterbacks. But right now he looks like he is carrying the ghosts of New York with him in real time. And it definitely materialized in one particular play that I described at great length yesterday on PhD. Got the protection wrong 2-3 times, 2 free rushers, and he did the old back pedal. And yesterday I misspoke a little bit that he had thrown it to a linebacker. It was actually P.J. Locke, who was dropped down as a low hole safety, who picked it off and took it to the Jones. But, yeah, Zach Wilson, man, he was the only quarterback that I thought consistently cut the wind as a passer of the football, but it's still some of the operational stuff, the decision-making that leaves a lot to be desired, and it is a rehab assignment. There's no question.
Yeah, see, this was my issue with Zach Wilson. Wasn't that he couldn't throw the ball. It was that he wasn't a good quarterback. And I don't know how that changes here. Let me just ask this question, because it's a reclamation project, but they don't have time to rehab him. They have a number 12 pick in the draft. They got to get going. Stidham is the most well-versed quarterback of the 3 in the offense as of right now. If you're Zach Wilson, what is this experience actually going to mean long-term for you if what they don't have is time to really pour into you?
Yeah, you bring up a good point. You do have to make a decision quickly. I would strongly disagree with the fact that he can't play quarterback. I don't think he played quarterback well in New York, and I think there's a very big difference. Who has played good quarterback in New York in the last quarter century? I'd ask that question. I do think that there is time. You have OTAs, 2 more. I guess it'd be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I guess, you have 2 more today and tomorrow, and then you have 3 days of minicamp, and then you come back and you have training camp. So, yeah, I do think there is time for him to get settled in to a situation in which Sean Payton is the clear voice, which he lacked in New York. He had 7 voices over the course of his 3 years in terms of how to read a play, where to go with the football. That was a challenge in New York. I do think that over the course of training camp, I think that he hasn't fully forgotten how to play quarterback. And if you watched his final 2 years at BYU, you would not argue with the fact that he knows how to play quarterback. But I do think the NFL's been a rough world for him thus far. And I would say part's on him, and certainly a lot is on New York and their situation there. But you do have to get reps to Bo Nix, and I agree with that point. I think distributing these reps evenly is a smart thing to do right now. Jarrett Stidham looks like the best quarterback right now. Not just, he's the guy who has a little bit more zip on the ball than what I've seen from Bo Nix. Doesn't have the zip on the football and to make the variety of throws that Zach Wilson can, but he's operating the offense like somebody who's been in the system for at least a year. And right now, I would say if you're starting a game today and you based it solely off of 2 practices that I've seen, Jarrett Stidham's your clear-cut number 1.
Yeah, so Zach Wilson also he's an unrestricted free agent after this season. Would you even think about bringing him back?
You're saying after the season?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that's gonna take place here, Demps, in the next, really the next 6 to 8 months. I don't think that it's going to be an even situation where you have one starting quarterback for the remainder of the year. I think that all 3 will start a game this year. I believe that, whether it be because of injury, whether it be because of the state of the team. But when you start your offseason out by evenly distributing reps to 3 quarterbacks that don't fully distinguish themselves from one another, you set yourself up for a situation where 3 guys are going to ultimately play at some point in this season. And frankly, I think it's a smart play. Well, other than just get rid of Zach Wilson so you don't have a shiny object that's out throwing your first-round drafted quarterback, why not? Because there could be a point in time where it clicks for Zach Wilson in training camp, week 3 of the season, week 8, and he comes in and actually offers some athleticism and the ability to make the big-time throw. So I would just take it 1 year at a time. I wouldn't even consider 2025 right now. But Zach Wilson, I think, he's free to the Broncos. And so if he can be rehabilitated, then it's a good move for the Broncos.
So if Stidham and Wilson both have the zip factor over Nix, and you've said this going back to the pre-draft process, that you looked at Bo Nix and you went, I'll take the words out of your mouth. You said noodle arm, right? And I think there were a lot of people that refuted that both before the draft and then after it, but you've held that, like, out of these 3 guys, he does not have the requisite zip on his arm or the deep ball compared to Wilson and compared to Stidham. But Peyton continues to answer questions about Bo Nix and compare him to a guy like Drew Brees, who famously had a very good deep ball, but was also very accurate in the short to the mid game. He said that Nix continues to locate the ball super well. Is he that much far ahead of Stidham and Wilson in terms of, like, short and mid-range accuracy?
Well, the 2 days that I've charted practice, the 2 Netflix shows that I've been able to see, the other ones were blacked out on my Netflix. But what I have seen, I've charted every practice, and Jarrett Stidham, even yesterday, was 4 of 5 in the team, which was a combination of blitz pickup and third down and a little bit of red zone. But he was 4 of 5, where Bo Nix was 4 of 7. Zach Wilson was 2 of 4. In 7-on-7, both Stiddy and Bo Nix were 3 of 4, but Stiddy did throw a touchdown to Michael Bandy. We got the USD Torero in the house. But, I just think that right now Stidham doesn't have a ton more velocity on the ball. But what I do notice, there's more RPMs when he throws the football. Like, that ball is rotating at a higher level. And this might sound stupid. It might sound a little bit beyond what we should be evaluating. But where it did come into play yesterday, Raj, was when that wind is blowing, and he had 2 – I'm talking about Bo Nix here. He had 2 distinct throws, one with the wind. So he is throwing with the wind at his back, and he throws a go ball to David Sills down the right sideline. Did it come up short? No. But what it didn't do is the nose didn't turn over. And what you see with quarterbacks, very strong-arm quarterbacks, very good deep ball throwing quarterbacks, when you see the wind, they can still find a way to get that nose to turn over, thus making it an accurate drop point and an easier catch for the receiver. Instead, it ended up going out of bounds or slightly, right around out of bounds because it wasn't able to drop down 3 to 4 yards inside the sideline. The other throw that I saw yesterday was Bo Nix throwing a slot fade. He did a great job at the line of scrimmage, checked the protection properly, looked like a vet that way. But then he had an opportunity to throw a slot fade. He ended up underthrowing the route, I want to say I'm going to very conservatively say about 7 to 8 yards, and it was dang near out of bounds. And those 2 throws for me, now with the wind as a factor, you start seeing where this is going to matter in real NFL games. And show me a starter across the league today that's in the top 15 in the National Football League that everybody says that guy has a weak arm. And I don't know if you can name one right now.
All right. Well, is that just completely not fixable at all? It's not improvable, I think maybe is the best, a better term. You can't improve the arm strength and all that?
Yeah, I'd say the good news, Debs, on that front, actually the guy that was my agent in the coaching space is now doing players and NFL players, and he has a very interesting niche. Is kind of he evaluates players and then tries to get value 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round type guys. Well, he got a guy named Brock Purdy. That's one of his guys that he signed, and I asked him, like, how did this happen? How did he go from a late Mr. Irrelevant, I mean, the very last pick of the 7th round, to guys playing in a Super Bowl just a couple of years removed from that draft? And he talked about, this kinesiologist that he went out and saw to really unlock his lower half. I think that's a real thing. I think you can find guys that can really get that lower half involved. And that's why I very awkwardly have described Bo Nix as having a gifted lower half and have been made fun of on these airwaves. Because if he can channel that lower half completely into his entirety of his throwing process, I think he can have a plus arm. I think Drew Brees did that. After his shoulder surgery, he rehabilitated and saw some kinesiologists, some scientists, not just quarterback gurus. All of us think we know everything, but people that study this for a living as scientists, they can unlock some things as rotational athletes, and that's exactly what you are as a quarterback, no different from golf, where you can really use your hips. You can really channel that energy through that back foot all the way up into your fingertip of your throwing arm.
So if we see him doing the Dak Prescott pre-game hip routine, we know what's going on?
Oh, absolutely. I know Debs, your team Dak, and so I know you wake up every morning and do the Dak activation to just get ready for your day. So it wouldn't surprise me too much at all.
Hey, last one before we let you go here. How loud is the Courtland Sutton absence from OTAs?
It's pretty loud. It's pretty loud because there is not one, I would say, just highly distinguishable body type that's going through team reps right now. Tim Patrick would be that type of player, but right now he's just doing the individual drills as a receiver position group, but not in 7-on-7 and not, in the team, which is, at some point he's got to prove that he can play, that he's available on a regular basis. But I will say, and I watched the receiver group in particular very closely yesterday, I like this Josh Reynolds. I think he's a really good value add for the Broncos. Is he good enough to be a number one wide receiver in the National Football League? His experience in Detroit would tell you no. He pretty much hovered around the 40, mid-40s to high 40 catches per season. But I really like him. And there's a difference in him from the rest of the group that's practicing right now.
All right, that's Coach Mike Sanford. You can catch him Mondays and Fridays here on Dempsey and Company, also when I feel like making him work on his off days. So, Coach, appreciate you, man. We'll see you in a couple of days and get some more camp reports from you.
Baker Mayfield says hi.
Hey. You know what? So does Dak Prescott.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate you guys.
All of our guests on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com. Is Coach a Mayfield guy like I am?
Yeah, he's huge.
Baby,
yeah, it's
my
huge.
guy.
Yeah,
There's no reason not to be.
Yeah, we've gone round and round about that a little bit.
Maybe there was like one too many Progressive commercials. Was it Progressive? State Farm?
Yeah, it was Progressive.
It was some sort of insurance company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually really did like those.
That's a guy who doesn't have a noodle arm.
No, that's true.
He's got a rocket.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. I still know if he's a real winner, like a winner, like a winner. You know what I'm saying?
All he did was win in college. Once he left Texas Tech.
Okay,
he won a lot of games.
Well, no, he went to Oklahoma, right? So a lot of quarterbacks went to Oklahoma.
That's a program that wins a lot of football games, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, the Zach Wilson thing to me is it's so interesting because what Sanford said, and we've been saying this for a few weeks, right? Like he's free. If Bo Nix falls flat on his face and Zach Wilson somehow becomes worthy of where he was selected all those 2021 by the Jets.
Yep.
Then you don't really care that you selected Nix at 12 because you then have another first-round quarterback. You can go, hey, listen, it's essentially the same thing. We picked up the guy for free. It was a late round pick swap for this guy. But I know it's just a few practices in. All I'm hearing is he's got the best arm talent in the team. It's not even close. Like he can light up the football field.
Yep.
But he's running away from OTA pressure. Like not just throwing the ball into the dirt. He's like running away from a would-be tackler as though he's going to get hit again.
Right.
And I wonder,
yips,
do those ever go away? Sometimes they don't.
Sometimes they don't.
Sometimes you're Rick Ankiel and you cannot throw the ball to home plate ever again.
Right.
And you have to reinvent yourself. Like Zach Wilson ain't going to turn into a center fielder. He's not going to be a running back.
Right.
Like, that doesn't happen in the NFL.
So he's got to get this right.
He either gets it right or he's out the league in 2 years.
Yeah, I'm with you on this, man. It just is okay from the standpoint
because I'm the guy that can get lulled. I can get head over heels in love with the guy who's got arm talent, and I want to be that guy for Zach Wilson.
I like arm talent, but I can't get out of my head what he looks like on a football field. And Coach makes really good points. I just need to say that. And I do understand. I mean, you understand the multitudes of offensive coordinators. You understand the pressure of playing quarterback in New York City. All of those things exist and are real, and I understand that. It's just, show me something different. And then when you get to the Broncos, and again, this is the super early, small sample size of OTAs, but you are showing some of the same things, and you're not, to your point, not even being rushed by real guys. You even put on the pads. They're not coming after you right now. And even if if this was a training camp situation, they still can't hit you. Just throw it
their shins.
Right. And so from that standpoint, I just don't need to see him. I just don't care how good his arm is. But it is a free swing. It is a free swing. It's just that if he shows you nothing over the course of the season, you're going to sign him to another contract? You going to do that if you're the Broncos? Or are you just going to find somebody else to fill in your quarterback room?
You know what? It feels as though they wish they could build a Frankenstein's monster out of
all three of them.
These
Yes,
three
I know,
quarterbacks, right? Like,
yep, you could.
Can I take the arm talent of Zach Wilson, the overall don't screw everything up of Jarrett Stidham, and the ability to pick up offenses lightning quick and be an accurate thrower over the ball? I'm taking Sean Payton's words, not Coach Sanford's, because we all know, like, Sanford's very he's reticent to get on the Knicks train because of what he's seen. I will take his quarterback evaluating eye as gospel at this point. It seems as though they're like, yeah, we can make up the quarterback in the aggregate.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he can.
He can't. It's too, unfortunately for the Broncos, these quarterbacks have three different skill sets. I mean, it just appears
That's what it feels like.
Yeah. And for Bo, and that's the reason why I asked, can you improve arm strength at all? And if you can get to a space where you are pushing the ball down the field and making some throws that maybe you weren't able to make in college, then that's great. I mean, that's a check mark for Bo Nix. But none of the three are going to be your perfect prototype of a quarterback. But I think Bo Nix has a chance to be able to grow into at least some sort of a reasonable facsimile of one.
It would be a pretty good quarterback. I'm thinking about this monster. Give me Zach Wilson's arm.
Yep.
Wilson's feet, not his happy feet, but his speed. Give me Wilson's speed. Give me Stidham's.
Bo Nix is pretty good on the run.
Pretty good, but he's not like in terms of like a straight line. I think Wilson's the fastest out of the three.
But we don't want him to run.
No, because he wants to run backwards 40 yards and then throw something downfield because he's scared that he's going to get hit. That's what he is right now. So give me Wilson's arm. I'll take Nix's lower half. Give me Bo Nix's escapability
and ability to throw on the run.
Okay, I'll do that. Ability to throw on the run, and then Stidham's take care of the football. It's a good quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good quarterback.
Be the number one quarterback.
It might be the number one quarterback in the league. Well, I can't say that as Patrick Mahomes has all of those things and more.
Yeah. I'm glad that people are being able to go out and see this. And I know for the first couple of OTAs, like media availability OTAs, those were Bo Nix running with the first team days. And I think that they didn't necessarily. Why do we have the touchdown? Why
the 309 has, we can make it. We can make up the quarterback in the aggregate, right?
Yeah.
You rotate defensive ends in and out of plays. You rotate running backs in and out of plays.
Don't do it.
You put Bo in on first down, check down, 4 yards. Wilson on second down for a deeper throw because now you're in second/third and manageable of 2nd and 5, 3rd and 6, something like that. So you try and take a Marvin Mims, blow the top off the defense with Zach Wilson, and then you throw Stiddy in 3rd and manageable to get yourself a first down. And you just rotate it every single time.
Oh man, that's the
Give
very
me a
definition
job.
of
No,
if you
don't
have,
give me a job.
If you
I
have 3 quarterbacks, you have none.
I can't take credit for this. The 309, you're my guy or my gal.
No. The Broncos. That actually makes me kind of sad.
Dempsey's NBA Baseline's coming up. Jonte Porter, the situation gets murkier. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Text in your shout-outs. We'll get to those at 11:45, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can also watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Shop Safeway's summer 4 times points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. You can click the offer in the Safeway app. It's 10:45 on a Wednesday. It means it's time for Dempsey's NBA Baseline. We are 1 day away from the finals.
We are 1 day away from the finals. It's about time. Goodness, when's the last time they played basketball?
It's been 84 years.
It's been 84 years. I'm so old.
Imagine how creepy that scene would have been had you said it.
It's been 84 years.
I hate hearing them together.
It's been 84
No!
years.
No!
I am looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a fun finals. But before we get to the finals, Jontay Porter back in the news, Raj?
Yeah, not great. Okay, so this gets even murkier, Demps. There now is obviously a federal case, possible RICO and racketeering stuff. A Brooklyn man was busted for allegedly teaming up with former Raptors forward Jontay Porter, who was banned for life by the NBA for sports gambling. Long Pham, 38 years old, also known as Bruce, was nabbed on Monday afternoon at JFK while he was trying to flee the country on a one-way ticket to Australia.
Wow.
Gets grabbed by the feds. He was accused of working with Porter to place a bunch of prop bets because Porter apparently was in crazy amounts of debts to co-conspirators. You can read that here as bookies. He was just in debt to a bunch of bookies that he was in cahoots with, saying, hey, we're going to bet on me. Place me down for a $20,000 marker. I'm just riffing here.
Yep.
And I will then sit out after playing 5 minutes. You're going to hit the under on my numbers, and we're going to walk away with a bunch. And there's $1 million payout to Pham and a bunch of other co-conspirators that Porter got busted for. And this dude, again, bets ranging between $15 and $22,000 from Porter, and he and a bunch of other guys, this Long Pham, are now being prosecuted by the feds under possible RICO charges. It continues to get worse and worse, man. Pham was arraigned on wire fraud charges on Tuesday afternoon and now faces up to 20 years in prison.
Yeah. You see, like when the story first came out, and I think there was just a lot of analysis out there that said, oh, Porter ought to know better. Porter ought to know. Why would you jeopardize your thing? And I just thought in this instance, and when you see stuff, guys do this, it's because you need the money, for one reason or another. You're just not paying your bills, or you're in debt to somebody and you're trying to get out. And that is what I was trying to articulate at the time, which was we don't know what the situation was. Unfortunately for Jontay, he didn't feel very comfortable, or maybe he was just embarrassed or something. Like he couldn't go to Michael and say, bro, I'm sorry.
I'm in trouble.
I'm in a lot of trouble. Can you just, I need this money. Or maybe he did. And I don't know. Yeah, that's just total speculation. But what you knew at the time was he wasn't just doing this out of the clear blue sky. I think some people thought that maybe he just did do this out of the clear blue sky, and that just doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to jeopardize your career? Well, you jeopardize your career because you got people on your back who may be jeopardizing your life. And
I mean, it's straight out of a Hollywood movie.
It is.
The guy was arrested at JFK with a bag stuffed with $12,000 in cash, 2 cashier's checks worth $80,000, several betting slips as well. It's something out of a movie.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
And I don't know, like maybe Jontay gets into this thing because, well, yeah, he had already been in it, right? He had already gotten wrapped up in it and is now way behind, has to pay a bunch of these guys out, and maybe he's not comfortable going to Michael to ask for the money because, well, if he goes to Mike and Mike obliges and helps his brother out, then
it's a problem.
Then it's a problem for Mike.
It's like a Shohei Ohtani problem, right?
Which, by the way, did you see that Shohei's interpreter is going to plead guilty to his charges and faces up to 33 years in prison?
Yeah, that's That situation's wild, man. I still feel like he's taking the fall for Shohei, but whatever. It's the too bad part of it to me is obviously you got yourself in a bunch of gambling debt, but B, to me, the solution for Jonte, who is he is a serviceable NBA player. Just play really well, actually, and get a new contract and use that contract to start to chip away at your gambling debts. I mean, and maybe he just didn't have that kind of time. Maybe this guy was threatening him or something. Like, he felt the need, obviously, to act with some immediacy, and what he thought he might do is just sit out some games and they'd get the money that way. So I mean, it's too bad, but you're right. It does feel like a movie. Does art imitate life, or is this it's the other way around? But this is interesting stuff for sure. So we'll see what happens with that. Back to the actual NBA finals, which are going to start tomorrow.
Finally.
It's about time, man. It's about time. I didn't know the NHL started, so was having
Saturday. They're doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's like
normally, dude. The NHL normally does not do that.
I didn't think so.
They
I
wait
needed
like 2
to
days.
refer to you. Yeah,
they don't do this thing, and I think it's the dumbest thing they could have done, especially knowing that the NBA was going to wait until the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
You had an opportunity to be the only sport worth watching, right? Like I understand it's the dog days of baseball right now, but they call them the dog days for a reason.
Yeah.
Like it matters in the long term, but like if you miss a couple of games,
it's fine.
Way she goes. There's 162 of them. You'll be fine.
It's true.
There's nothing's going to happen this week with the Rockies that I didn't know 4 weeks ago, or that I'm not going to know 4 weeks from now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that baseball works in the middle of the summer. The NHL had the opportunity to take advantage of a lull in the schedule because the NBA knows that people are going to come back to the TV. Dumbest thing that the NHL could do, NBA's back in 24 hours.
Yeah. Well,
36
and
hours.
they both wanted Saturday and Sunday spots, right? So, like the NBA, the final schedule is going to be something like Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. Like they want to hit a couple of Sundays if this thing goes 7 games, and the NHL I guess does too, but these sports it just doesn't. I don't know. Anyway, looking forward to a couple of things in these finals. One, obviously, can Luka just be the best player in the series and lead his team to a finals victory? I think not. I think the Dallas Mavericks have been really, really good and really well made. And for everybody who, if you don't recall, do you remember last year that they got fined for tanking? So the Dallas Mavericks actively tanked the last couple of weeks of the season so that they could retain their own draft pick. It was like a draft pick swap thing. So the NBA fined them $700,000, I think is what it was. It was a pretty steep fine, but they kept the pick, and that pick became Derek Lively.
Well, doesn't it feel as though that pick, and not the pick, the fine should have been the pick?
Right.
If they found that they were tanking to retain the pick,
right,
doesn't the parent in you go,
we'll take that?
We'll take that.
Yeah. Exactly right.
How dumb was that?
it's
There's no way that was in the CBA that, like, yeah, you can't forfeit the pick.
Yeah, because they use that pick anyway. Turns into one of the best. Well, actually, going into the last series, he was the number 1 plus-minus player of any player in the playoffs. Derek Lively.
That's like I went and tried to steal a car, stole the car.
Yep.
The cops came to my front door.
Right.
Said, hey, you're not allowed to steal the car. Come with us. You have to spend 2 nights in jail.
And then you kept the car.
You keep the car.
That's what it is.
What was that?
That's what it is.
It's exactly what it was.
Yeah. And now he's going to play a big role, and he's not going to need him to.
The Patriots forfeited picks for deflating footballs.
Right. I know, man. I know.
When the Mavericks literally looked at the NBA and went, we're doing this because we want the pick, and I'll pay $700,000 for a pick. Ask Josh Kroenke if he would pay $700,000 for a top 10 pick.
Yes.
That check would have been written yesterday.
It's such an easy check to write. It is, because I mean it's less than you would pay any player on your team.
It's less than anyone in the NBA makes.
Yeah. Right.
The minimum is over $1 million.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Also, this before we got to go, and I know we got to go. The the Mavericks, I wonder how the way they constructed their roster, I wonder how that will impact going forward because Luka was a draft pick. Derek Lively was a draft pick. Kyrie, you traded for. PJ Washington, you traded for. Gafford, you traded for. Derek Jones Jr., you signed as a free agent. That is different than a lot of these than what's happening with a lot of these teams who are now homegrown, teams. And I wonder if that has any legs with how some teams will fashion how they form themselves in the future.
We'll get back into the NBA. The finals coming up tomorrow evening. I'm sure Dempson Kim will be all over that as well. On the other side, an article on Mile High Sticking talks about trading a current Avs defenseman for a pending UFA Avs defenseman. I have issue with it. Also, some summer UFA winger contracts this year that are going to tell you what Mikko Rantanen is worth next year. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryanemi alongside Chris Dempsey. Our special thanks to Coach Mike Sanford, joined us about an hour ago to talk about Zach Wilson and Bo Nix and everything OTAs as the Broncos continue to work through their voluntary offseason program. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Been talking about what's happening around the NBA, the Jonte Porter situation, the fact that the Dallas Mavericks on the cusp of the NBA Finals tomorrow night got away with essentially Grand Theft Auto and a slap on the wrist. Which, again, if I could steal a car and then spend a night in jail and still have the car, honestly, I might do it. Am I incriminating myself beforehand?
You are. That's all right. I'll take over when they take
like the guy who was fleeing the country from JFK with north of $100,000 in his possession. What a story, man.
Yeah,
what a story.
Can't make that stuff up. You cannot.
We're probably going to get a movie about this one day, right? The only thing that's holding it from being a movie
at least
is
like
violence.
a Bravo movie or something like that. Yeah.
That's the only thing that's happened. Like we haven't seen, there's not like a Nancy Kerrigan situation. Like no one's taken a lead pipe to someone's kneecap yet.
Right. They can just write that in.
They can. They take that's called a creative liberty.
Yeah.
Hey, we can get this on Lifetime. Help them kind of take a new turn.
Yeah. Let's be screenwriters.
Yeah.
We need to find passive income. It's passive after you write the script. Beforehand, that's the actual work that's going in. And honestly, I don't know. Listen, we've got a guy who you started your work in this business being a writer.
Yep.
Let's transition you from a column to a screenplay.
I can do that. It's easy, right? Writing movies and shows.
All right, I told you guys about an article from Mile High Sticking. It's an Avs blog around the town. Powered by Fansided, and they brought together, this is, it's speculation. It's the offseason. What can you do to make the team better? We've been doing it a bunch with the Nuggets. Like, do you trade Michael Porter Jr. to get a bunch of, 2 or 3 role players that can come in and hopefully be better defensively or more reliable off the bench? And typically the answer is no. We've seen a lot of them with the upcoming free agency, not this year, but next year of Mikko Rantanen, which I'll get into a little bit later. I haven't seen it about this, though. An unexpected trade could make a lot of sense for the Avalanche, is the bold font.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, Sean Walker is a more valuable player than Josh Manson, as he's 2 years younger, is one of the few reasons, like the Philadelphia Flyers stuck around the playoff race as long as they did. He spent 63 games with the Flyers last year. Not only would trading someone like Manson free up more cap space to help bringing back a more intriguing defenseman, he also wouldn't be hard to replace in free agency thanks to an adequate free agent class among blue liners. I have an issue with this. Josh Manson makes $4 million against the cap, if I'm correct. Maybe 4.5 at the very most. Off the top of my head, I believe it's 4 on the nose.
Yeah, 4.5.
4.5. Okay, 4.5 through the year 25-26. Sean Walker's going to make almost that much on the offseason. In free agency, Walker will make somewhere around 4 or 4+ from another team that wants a offensive-minded, puck-moving defenseman. We saw some flashes out of him. He fell off a little bit in the playoffs, but you definitely saw the flashes of speed jumping up into the play. I liked the player. He fit the system.
So keep him.
I'd like to keep him, but in a perfect world, I keep him. But this isn't that situation.
Mm-hmm.
You can't move on from your only physical presence on the blue line. You cannot do that. While Manson doesn't provide the underlying possession numbers, he does bring something to this team that no one else does. And it's physical presence. And I really don't think his play with the puck in his own defensive zone is bad enough to move him off of this team. He is the only guy in the net front that can.
Which one do you want on your team, right?
I want both of them on the team, but I have multiple Sean Walkers.
Okay.
I
was
already
going to say, what's your
3 of them.
What's your skill set that you want on the team?
You
want just toughness.
You need a blend. You need a blend. You can't have just one. I liked Walker. Don't get me wrong. But if you move Manson for Walker,
Manson is not replaceable.
Dude, you're going to have to score 7 goals a game to win. I don't know if he's replaceable. I don't think he's replaceable on the free agent market. What, you're going to fit in Tyler Myers, who can't keep up? 6'8" Tyler Myers, who's as slow as anyone is in this league? You can't fit him in because he's going to command more money on the open market. Do you want a 40-year-old Brent Seabrook?
Is there a player? This is almost the situation Nuggets find themselves into. But anyways, is there a player that is being underutilized on his current team that you could just pluck? And
for that size and that physicality? Not
Yeah.
really, man. Not really. Like, Nikita Zadorov's going to be a free agent, but I think he's going to be too expensive. I would love to see him back here in Colorado, especially what he did last year with Vancouver.
Mhm.
He'd be awesome to fit here, but I don't know if you can make the money work. This article looks at Sean Walker as though he's going to make $2 million in the open market next year. He's
gonna be more
not.
than that.
He's going to make $4 million. He's going to make $4 million. It's going to happen. And then you're giving away your only physical asset on the blue line to get more of what you already have. Sean Walker moves pucks and skates like Sam Girard does. He moves pucks and he skates like Cale Makar, not to the level that Cale does. Devon Taves does the same thing, although he has better defensive chops than both Sam and Cale do.
Mm-hmm.
He's the same guy. You know who else is coming up the pipeline? Sean Behrens from DU. Puck-moving defenseman, offensive-minded. Who's the kid? Sam Malinsky, right? Undrafted pick out of, or undrafted free agent out of Cornell. Puck-moving, right-handed shot defenseman.
Okay,
He's
well,
Sean Walker. Who's the guy that they drafted out? Mikhail Gulyayev out of Russia. A fast, puck-moving defenseman. You have a billion Sean Walkers, and you're willing to get rid of the only guy that was willing to go after Jamie Benn in the playoffs? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it sounds like the Avs might not do that.
No!
I mean, that was going to be my question, which is, how many pairings do they have beyond the top pairing that can be puck moving, defensemen?
They have so much. They have a glut of talent. A lot of teams will want him. Sam Girard's a top 4 defenseman on many teams in this league, and he could run a power play 1 on some of the bottom teams. You could certainly run power play 2 on more than half in this league. He's compensated just the same, right? $5 million. You do not move on from Josh Manson in order to find a way for Sean Walker. It is ridiculous because you cannot replace him. They're like, oh yeah, go out and get Chris Tanev. You know what Chris Tanev's going to cost? He's going to cost $4 million on the open market, 3.5 on the low end if he takes a hometown discount in Dallas. But he's probably going to make 4 plus. You just don't have the room for him. You don't. I'm sorry. You keep
can't
Manson.
add a $4 million player?
No, you can't. How? There's $87 million of the cap, $87.7 million this year, and you have to account for signing Casey Middlestat to a $6 million deal, question mark. You've got $7 million for Landeskog that you have to have on the books. You have $6.125 million from Nichushkin that you have to have on the books unless they somehow weasel their way out of that contract. Now, that changes everything. If you get rid of Nichushkin's contract, that changes everything in the offseason.
But you wouldn't even know that. But you can't know that until he's reinstated, right?
Which doesn't happen
Which isn't
until November. So you
earliest,
have to account for 6.125 being on the books unless the NHL voids the contract in the offseason, which is unprecedented for what is actually happening with Nichushkin. Again, there is not like a domestic violence charge like there was with Slava Voinov for the Kings. There is not the charge of bringing controlled substances over international borders like there was with Mike Richards and the LA Kings. And again, in both of those situations, the Kings had to take cap hits on the way back, even though they're standing there going like they're doing illegal things.
Do we think, how active do we think the Avs are being trying to get out from under Nichushkin?
I think they're so active in it.
Okay, so they're like
I think
very,
I think they're pushing the league, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
So they really don't want this individual back.
No, they don't want the headache. It's a headache. It's an unknown and a headache.
Yeah.
And it will hamstring them for winning a cup.
Yeah, and look, the reason why I asked that is because if you cannot get up from under the contract, I guess you just have to play him, right? As if,
you play him, and you just have to hope. And unfortunately, that is the only strategy that you have. Like, and I know that everyone, hope's not a strategy. Sometimes it's the only thing that you have. Like, you cannot move on from that contract unless he plays well, and then you can trade him. But if he's playing well, do you take the chance of not being able to get back a guy who, when Val Nichushkin was playing like he was in the playoffs, that dude's a top 30 player in the league.
Yeah. Yeah.
His contract when on the ice is a bargain. When he's off the ice, it's the biggest noose around the Avs' neck that there is.
Yeah, because right. I mean, because he's just not. You're not getting anything from that that financial spot. I get that. I just, he wouldn't be. Would he be coming back to a locker room that welcomes him?
You almost have no choice.
But
You'd begrudgingly welcome him back.
Okay, begrudgingly. Do you think that they will? That if there is a chance that he comes back to a locker room that welcomes him back with open arms, isn't that enough to just keep him?
Dude, I don't know if the room welcomes him back with open arms.
Right,
because you can.
That's the variable.
He's screwed. The addiction has screwed that team multiple times, and Val has as well. It would be nearly impossible to convince that team that, like, yeah, you got to love him again, because disappointment could be on the other side without you even knowing.
Yeah, it could be. It could be right. It could be coming at any point in time.
And again, I don't want to be the guy that says you just have to hope that it gets better, but show me the alternative. Hope is not a strategy, but right now you might be backed into a corner where hope is the only thing that you have. If the NHL does not void the contract, and again, there is no precedent that the NHL will void this contract. It has never happened before in a situation like this, which history would then tell you that you have to eat the contract. Also, you have to hope that another 31 teams are willing to take that headache on after November if he gets reinstated. And that's you have no choice. You have no choice, because if you cut him, you have to pay out the cap hit.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Is there just a universe where he goes through the rehab program, comes out actually better on the other side?
Of course.
Is the team, and I think we have to start way at the top here. So like Sakic and McFarland right off the top have to believe what they're seeing in terms of his improvement and his ability, and maybe a plan in place to keep him on the straight and narrow. And then obviously then you got to go Coach Bednar, and then star players, McKinnon and Makar, have to sign off on it as well before you filter it back into the locker room. Is there like a % chance that happens and then he just plays?
I think there's a higher chance of that happening than anything else.
And okay. And then if he just plays and he's Nichushkin, because when he's on the ice, he's awesome.
When he's on the ice, the $6.125 million contract is arguably the biggest steal in hockey when he's on the ice. And that double-edged sword is when he is off the ice, it takes the Avs from being Stanley Cup favorites to a team that can't win a cup because of missing that type of player and having that type of money off the books. That's what the situation is. There's a greater chance of that happening, of him coming back into the lineup and being fine, than the other alternatives of him being traded or the contract being voided. But you will never, Sakic, Bednar, McKinnon, Makar, McFarland, all the way up to the top, you will never be walking on sure footing ever again. There will never be a case where you are 100% certain that he's going to be in the lineup the next day.
The more I think about this, the more here's what because of what you just said. And because, look, if I don't know how much did they love him before. He's a family member, right? So if a family member goes down and and is struggling but you never just turn your back on the family member. Now that's maybe a little bit too strong for this situation because he's a player on a team.
No, it's not. But those rooms are looked at as families. It's not too strong at all.
Yeah. Then I don't know, man. I think that this conversation is interesting to me because we're all very focused on getting out from under the contract, and I don't know that there's enough discussion about what if he just comes back and he plays, and what if he plays really well.
Then it's awesome. Then the Avs are back to being like, yeah, you can win a cup.
But then obviously, also the Avs could just do this. If you're feeling that you're always on thin ice with him, but he's back and he's playing well, trade him. Because at that point in time, he's going to put good stuff on the ice. And then if he is also proving to be at least on the straight and narrow for whatever chunk of time this is, right? Let's call it even up to the trade deadline. Then the league some team can be convinced, okay, maybe he has now turned the corner, and I would be willing to take on that contract, and you would be willing to move him on at that point in time.
I probably would as well, just to move on. You would get diminished prospects back.
Right,
Like you
yeah,
would
yeah,
not get the
right.
value for that player. Like
But you would
Nichushkin
get
should be
more
worth
then than you could ever get. You can't get anything right now.
No, you
but
can't get anything right now. You would get picks, you would get a couple of players, but you wouldn't get, the multiple first round picks, which is what he as a on ice player is worth, and a prospect. Multiple first and a prospect, or a first, a prospect, and a current player, for me, is his value right now. The $6 million would be worth it, because then I think you could go out and you could get a player, like you could get Sidney Crosby. You could go get that player. And if we're talking about cup windows, which are 5 years right now, probably is like your legit cup window from right now to the very, very end of it. Crosby's a UFA after next year. If you could try and convince him to come and play with McKinnon, you're going to need that $6 million to go get that player. You could either slot him on the wing. He could be your second or third line center. I would use the money to go and do something like that. Speaking of other money, Rantanen, $9.25 million UFA next year. There's a couple of wingers / centermen that are up for deals right now that are similar players. Jake Gensel is making $6 million against the cap right now. He is expected to make $9.5 to $10 million on the open market next year. Rantanen, 262 goals over his career, 355 assists, 1,700 shots on goal. He's played 81 playoff games with 101 playoff points in those 81 games. Gensel, 520 games in the regular season, 227 goals, 264 assists. He's got 38 goals and 29 assists in 69 playoff games. Both of those guys are cup winners, both wingers. Gensel's 29, Rantanen is 27 currently, so that's a pretty good comp. When we're talking about the raise for Mikko next year is maybe $1 million. You get him up to 10. I think that is acceptable. The other guy is Sam Reinert, who's playing in a Stanley Cup final this year. He's 28 years old. He's played nearly 700 games, scored 57 this year. He's got 255 goals, 283 assists in 696 regular season games. He's making $6.5 million this year. The thought process, because he can play center, is that he will get 6.5 bumped up to 11. So I think that's what you're looking for next year with Mikko, is that if you can extend him this year in the offseason, get ahead of it, sign to a $10 million deal, and he's here for the entirety of that cup window.
Yeah. Which is that's the way I would do it. You just hold down your costs. Now that's it's just good GMing to me.
Moral of the story is don't trade Josh Manson to keep Sean Walker. That's insane. KJ's NFL notes are next. Every day here on Dempsey and Company, you go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. KJ, what's first?
First off, I do apologize, guys. I should have had graduation music ready because I have graduated from new guy to KJ's NFL Notes.
He's got a name.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. You deserve it, my guy.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You know, someone who doesn't deserve credit is Sean Payton because he swears by the fact that Sutton is going to be at minicamp next week. And I'm going to play this audio, and I'm going to explain why we can't believe him in about 33 seconds.
Yeah, I think he'll be here for minicamp. I mean, it's mandatory. And when I've been asked about Courtland, I'm going to say this, man, I just know his work ethic. I know the player. And, you know, there's a list of things that race through your mind this time in the offseason as a head coach. And respectfully when I say this to him, because he and I have talked, I think that'll work itself out. So I think he'll be here, yeah. But I don't know that for sure.
Exactly. He contradicts himself.
Exactly right. And, you know, it's who knows if Courtland Sutton's going to be here or not. I guess for Bo Nix, I hope he is. I don't even know why I hope he's back anymore. I am firmly in the camp of let him go, let him fly, butterfly. Let's spread your wings, fly away. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to trade you and get draft picks. It's something they don't have. We keep talking about draft picks. This is the easiest, most low-hanging fruit to be able to do that, and they are refusing to do so. I mean, look, I do get that he would be a good safety blanket for Bo Nix. Cool. He's just not going forward. You're just not winning anything significant in the time when he's in his prime. So you got to get something for him and just let the young receivers take over. Everybody can make mistakes, and they'll make those mistakes together as they all grow together.
Wasn't his value higher during draft season?
Probably.
Should you traded him then?
Yes.
Or do you hold on to him and then maybe, again, because it happens every single year, someone gets hurt in a training camp.
Yeah. Yep.
And you go, hey, look what we got.
Right.
Look what we have. You need a legit number 2 wide receiver. We got it.
Yep.
It's right here.
There's no doubt about that.
You could end up doing that. I don't expect him to be at involuntary workouts, but as soon as it starts to hit his bank account, I expect him to be in the fold.
I do too. And here's the interesting thing to me. You know, so Sean Payton says it'll work itself out. I don't know what that exactly means, but maybe the Broncos are interested in giving him a little bit of a raise, just not as much of a raise as he might want. And if that's the case, then okay, I guess there can be a meeting of the minds. I don't know how much leverage he really does have, except for the fact that his leverage really resides in how much do Sean Payton and George Payton want him to actively be on the team. If they feel like he's an indispensable piece that they need as they are grooming some young quarterbacks, then that gives them some more extra leverage. If they don't necessarily view him that way, then he has almost no leverage in this situation. And he should just report, like, to your point. I mean, why give away hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why do that? Why? It's not doesn't make sense.
KJ?
There we go. We were having some technical difficulties there. But Tyreek Hill, you know, he brought up an interesting point about what in the heck is going on with Tua Tagovailoa. The other day, pictures went absolutely viral with how Tua appears to have lost infamous amount of weight. And Tyreek, he explains what he thinks contributed to that.
What I'm saying out of Tua, man, like, I ain't gonna lie, when I see Tua at the Pro Bowl, I was kind of scared. Dude was, he was fat, he was chubby. I was like, hold on now. Bruh, hold on, bruh. Like, Ryan Clark said you were kind of thick. Now, he wasn't lying, but seeing him now and where he's come from and how skinny he has gotten, what's that stuff with everybody taking? Ozempic? He had to be taking that, bruh, because I don't know.
He looks skinny in the photo behind me. But in the photos taken from camp yesterday, when he's answering reporters' questions, he looks way more jacked in that photo. So I think this is... I think people are overreacting to this.
Well, Tyreek Hill seems to think he's skinny.
Well, I don't know. He's clean shaven. Like, maybe he looks a little bit skinnier there. He looks younger. His hair's up now. His hair's, grown out. This is an overreaction. Tua's fine.
He looks skinny. Okay. He probably is fine. I think at the end of the day, he's fine. He does look skinnier to me, too. I'll say this about Tua. Tua, he kind of is actively a player that in the offseason, there is a thing that he wants to improve, whether it's, I remember last year it was like falling right so that he didn't get the concussions and all those kinds of things. He did all the martial arts and everything. So he goes and does that. He dedicates himself to that kind of stuff last year in the offseason. And then this year in the offseason, it's clearly he's dedicated himself to at least being in some different type of shape, whatever different really is. But I'll give him this, man. He works on himself, and he pinpoints areas that he wants to improve, and then he goes and does it. And I have respect for that.
The key to Tua getting a new contract is not how well he plays next year, is if he plays every single game. That is the key. So if this is part of his process, I understand it. Yeah. I would expect Miami to re-sign him. We talked about teams in quarterback purgatory. CBS Sports had Miami in there. We disagreed. I think Tua is the guy for the future for Mike McDaniel. I do not expect him to move on. Him losing weight screams, I need to be a little bit more nimble. I have to take care of my lower body, take away wear and tear, right? Like, we saw Russ come in huge in season 1.
Yeah.
He was smaller in season 2.
Right.
Like, it's this weird physical quarterback flak jacket that guys put on. And I think it always goes back to those days of like Ben Roethlisberger just sitting in the pocket, taking a bunch of hits because he was just simply bigger than everyone. And the rest of the league looked at him and just went, oh yeah, like I can do that. I can put on a bunch of weight in my midsection and make my shoulders broader and do a bunch of like Dan Uggla bicep curls and be fine. But you sacrifice mobility.
Especially if that's where the space that you came from.
Right. And you're also carrying a bunch more weight. And
which is bad for your knees.
Bad for your knees, bad for your hips, bad for your ankles.
Yeah. You make a good point. And I think, for Russell Wilson, right, he came from a space where he was a mobile quarterback. I mean, he could make plays on the run, and he just wasn't that guy when he put a ton of weight on. And not that Tua is a running quarterback, but he's a mobile quarterback. And I think he probably wants to get to some of that as well. Whereas, one year it's about protecting yourself if you do get hit. Year 2, it's like, hey, maybe if I just don't get hit, those things can work together. And I think it's great for him. I do.
One more, KJ.
All right. The Buffalo Bills, out of all the teams we could be talking about on this show, just randomly caught a stray. It just caught.
Yes, I'm glad you found this. I'm so happy you found this,
guys. I don't want to go into too much detail. This is the head coach of the Edmonton Oilers, and he just absolutely just sends Buffalo just a totally unnecessary stray here.
And you're playing a team that has a ton of Stanley Cup final experience. They were just there last year. Is that an edge that you guys have to overcome, and how do you do that quickly?
Experience is good. I don't know how much experience is, beneficial. You can ask the Buffalo Bills how important Super Bowl experience is.
Chris Knobloch, head coach of the Oilers, throwing shots at Buffalo. So I was trying to figure out, like, is he from Toronto?
Right.
Is he from like just across the border where you would have maybe grown up as a Bills fan? He was born in the middle of nowhere in Imperial, Saskatchewan.
Yeah. He just took a wild swing at the Bills.
I love it. I told you yesterday, I'm rooting for the Edmonton Oilers. And what did I say? The Buffalo Bills are dead to me a few weeks ago.
You did say that.
Chris Knobloch, I'm glad to be on your team.
I'm here for it. It was definitely unnecessary, but I'm here for it.
It didn't do the Broncos any good all those years with Elway.
The experience? Yeah. Of course it does.
Up until the final 2 years.
And then he won back to back, baby. And he won
You're
back-to-back.
really looking back at a couple of those blowouts going, yeah, we know what to do now.
Yes. Hey, look, think about the Broncos in the mid 2000s. Like you go and you get smashed by Seattle, you come back and then you win. And so, yeah, I mean, experience always matters, right? I mean, it matters a little less in football. It's just kind of the Broncos have interesting examples of being able to grow into something. But hey, if Edmonton wants to live in the space of, it doesn't matter if the last time we were here was 1990, fine, great, because Florida probably would disagree.
The last time that a team, I know this is the NFL notes, last time that a team in the NHL lost in the Cup final, went back and won the next year was 2007, 2008 when the Penguins did it against the Red Wings.
There you go.
So,
well, yeah, I think Florida honestly will use what happened last year, and it will help them greatly in this year's Stanley Cup
the
final.
people of Buffalo, people of Buffalo, you didn't deserve that. I like you guys. I don't like your organization, but I like you, so I'm sorry. Shout outs are next. Alex Ryan, Emmy, Chris Dempsey as we wrap things up here and hand things off to PhD from 12 to 3. On the text line, people asking me why I have dubbed the Buffalo Bills dead to me. A few weeks back, during the NFL draft, Buffalo traded with Kansas City for the second time in this decade.
Mm-hmm.
Not the 2020s decade, but within 10 years.
Yes.
The first time they did that, Kansas City selected Patrick Mahomes with Buffalo's draft pick. So, one strike. Although
that backfired on Buffalo, didn't it?
Backfired on Buffalo. You still got a damn good quarterback in Josh Allen,
Sure
so
did.
you're fine. Don't worry about it. But because of that trade, Broncos fans now have to deal with Patrick Mahomes being an in-division rival for his entire career. And that, frankly, sucks, right? So, check mark X against you, Buffalo Bills. I think I could live with it because he wasn't like a top 3 pick and a bunch of teams passed on him that could have had Patrick Mahomes in the fold. So I'll let bygones be bygones there. But you can't do it again. And they did it again this year.
Yep.
The 28th pick. Super speedy, fastest 40 in history.
Right.
Xavier Worthy is available, and who trades with the freaking Kansas City Chiefs? The Buffalo Bills. Therefore, you are dead to me.
If Xavier Worthy catches 2 touchdown passes in the divisional round of the playoffs against the Buffalo Bills, well, you did this to yourself.
I don't care what he does against the Bills.
I'm just saying, if you're
I
the
care
Bills,
what he does. I care if this dude is going to run through the roof against the Broncos secondary.
Yeah, of course he is.
You allowed Tyreek Hill, Buffalo, to be in our division once again, and I'm upset with you. Therefore, you are dead to me.
Hey, do we know how good a receiver he is or isn't? Is he just
I
fast?
have no idea. I have no clue.
Yeah, me neither. I was wondering that at the time. So when we're watching the combine and you see him run, he's just super blazing fast speed. And I thought, well, is this dude a track athlete or is he like a wide receiver that is scary as an actual wide receiver? You know, we're asking the question about Troy Franklin around here. Is he just like a fly? Coach Sanford would hate saying fly pattern. Is he that guy? A go route, 9 route guy? Or can he do more? And I just do wonder that about Xavier.
Well, you hope here in Denver, you hope he's Corey Coleman. Remember the Baylor Bears receiver?
Yes.
Super fast, fastest guy in the draft and just like couldn't do anything.
Right.
Anytime someone put their hands on him, couldn't do anything, couldn't separate.
Yeah. I think it happens too. I think it happens more than we know. Or more than we remember. Not more than we know. Yeah, more than we remember. Really super fast guys, they get into the NFL and then because they were good wide receivers in college. I'm not going to, disparage them that way, but they weren't dominating forces. And so you're not just going to go from not being a dominating force to being a dominating force in the NFL. That's usually not the path.
Xavier Worthy and Corey Coleman are like kind of the
same dude.
Same looking
Right.
dude.
There you go.
Coleman spent 3 years in the league. That's it. 16, 17, 18. The most receiving yards he had was his rookie season with just 413. He followed that up with 305. He only started 8 games that season. And then his final year where he played in New York with the Giants, 1 start, 8 targets, 5 receptions, 71 yards, and 0 touchdowns for the 5'11", 185-pound Corey Coleman. Xavier Worthy, also a 5'11" prospect. Again, fastest 40-yard dash in NFL history at the Combine. 5'11", 165.
And if you can't make it with the Chiefs, Raj, if you can't make it with the Chiefs as this type of wide receiver, your career's your career's over. Your career's over. You are starting at the top. They are going to be able between one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play and one of the greatest coaching minds ever to coach. They will put you in positions to succeed that you will not get anywhere else. And if you can't make it in Kansas City, then it's a wrap.
Still, Buffalo, you're dead to me. Chris Knobloch, I love you. Go Oilers. I told you yesterday, did you see the video of that woman at Citi Field getting smacked in the face by a Ketel Marte home run? Happened like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I keep thinking about that. One, it's the greatest way to get like free tickets to a baseball game or any venue, any sporting
Get smashed by a baseball.
Get
and
hit
then
in the face with a puck.
The puck, yeah. Okay.
I know there's been some like very tragic circumstances with that. Like I know the reason why they put up
the netting
is because someone tragically died, but that's the anomaly. Get hit in the orbital bone.
Yeah.
Deal with the consequences for a little bit, and I'm sure you can get season tickets.
And a signed jersey.
Signed jersey. That's always the thing. Like you go to a golf event and you line the fairways, you get hit with the ball.
Right.
You get you get the golf ball
Yeah.
or a golf ball. You get a signed glove.
Yeah. Get a picture.
A picture.
Right.
You get to come home and like show off the welt on your shins.
Yeah. You got to milk
You
that.
can't do that in football.
You got to milk
Like,
that for all it's worth.
When's the last time that happened in football?
Never.
No one's on the sidelines.
No.
When's the last time someone threw a football 17 rows high and hit someone on the side of the head? Doesn't happen.
No. The football gets caught, basically. If it's going in the stands at all, catch, and then do they get the football from you?
I think they go and take the football away from you now.
You can't just keep a football.
Which is crap. Come on.
I know.
It's nonsense.
It is. It really is.
The NBA, you can get hit hard because you're inches
so
off
close.
the court. And those dudes are huge.
Yeah.
But you're not worried about getting hit in the face with a basketball because, like, sure, is that embarrassing? It is, but it doesn't hurt all that much.
No.
But if 6'8", 255-pound LeBron James is running 22 miles an hour at you and you catch an elbow to the face, that's a trip to the ER.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. NBA, it's about the players because they will dive into you to do whatever needs to be done to get the basketball.
Most dangerous live sporting event to watch.
Baseball.
Baseball. It used to be hockey. I don't think it's hockey anymore, man.
I would go baseball, basketball. I guess not hockey because of the netting.
Hockey's 3, football's 4. You're not going to get hurt in football.
No, not at all.
Where I would be terrified is if I'm standing on the sidelines, I'm like part of the chain gang, or I'm the guy launching new footballs in when they rotate
Those guys
them
get
out.
taken out all the time.
How those guys don't get their ACLs shredded every game or like snap a tibia is beyond me.
Also, why are they never paying attention?
Agreed.
Why?
It's like they're on their phones, and they're not. They're watching the game.
Never paying attention.
But again, somehow a 6'9", 300-pound lineman barrels into them out of nowhere.
I know. It just is always, they're just always turned in a different direction.
Yes!
Getting like chopped at the knees or whatever. That's weird.
All right, before we get out of here, it's time for shout-outs. My shout out is in line with what I did last week. I talked about Cherry Creek and them finding their way to the 5A state championship for baseball. My shout out is to legendary head coach Mark Johnson, who earns his 9th state title in his final game after 52 years of being a skipper. 52 years, 9 state titles. Cherry Creek comes back. They have to win back-to-back games. They get it done. 5-2 is the final score, and Mark Johnson walks out on top. Congratulations to the legendary Bruins head coach.
Yeah, that was I saw that go by. That's an amazing story.
Nuts.
It's nuts. It's really congratulations for sure. All right, really fast. I'm going to congratulate the Michael Malone coaching tree. Because it's growing. And yesterday we talked about David Adelman interviewing for the Cleveland Cavaliers job. I think he should be a head coach. There's no doubt about that. His dad was one of the best, very best coaches I've ever seen in this league. So very innovative at the time. His son is exactly the same way. Just an offensive genius, communicates with his players really well. So congratulations to him for that. But also, this is what's actively happening under Michael Malone. So you had Michael Malone when he got here. Jordy Fernandez was one of his early assistant coaches. He is now the head coach of the Brooklyn Nets. This will be his first year coming up. Obviously, Chris Finch was also on the staff. He is the coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Micah Nori went on a couple of interviews himself and will be a head coach probably in this league pretty soon as well. It's been really, really interesting and fun to see Michael Malone assistants all get head coaching jobs. because they deserve it. And it also reflects on the kind of head coach he is, how he empowers them, and the types of individuals he brings to the franchise. So congratulations to the Michael Malone coaching tree.
Listen, we got one more on the way out, and I want to shout out Jeopardy because they have officially went into the NBA offseason based off of how things played out this week on a recent episode.
And here's the last clue in 21st Century Sports. With Oklahoma City, this master of the triple-double became the first back-to-back MVP of the NBA All-Star Game since the 1950s. Adriana.
Who is Durant?
Sorry, no.
Good guess.
Who is his teammate Russell Westbrook?
Good guess. That's a great guess from her.
There's nothing funnier. That's not a bad guess. There's nothing funnier than listening to Jeopardy contestants having to answer sports questions. It's the funniest thing ever. And maybe we should just bring in like there's some legendary clips of just easy football questions being asked. And they had not only did they they didn't even answer them, Raj. They didn't answer them. It's hilarious. We should bring it in.
I watch a lot of Jeopardy, and I'm typically pretty good at it. I made the mistake of watching with my father-in-law. I got rinsed. Absolutely rinsed. Tail between my legs. Oh, yeah. Like, thanks, Jay. For Dems, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's next.
Yeah, no, she's still
before COVID.
We'll get to Scott Hastings' outfit in a second. Trust me. And the note.
We're already on, right?
We're going to get to all of it. We'll get to all of it.
What do you mean into my outfit?
We'll get to it. Oh my God. What happens after a midlife crisis? What's the post midlife crisis all about? Where are we going?
I don't know. I'm getting there?
Medicare.
Oh, he's talking about me? What's
no, I'm talking about Scott's outfit. I mean,
looks great. Sun's out, guns out, baby.
Sun's out, guns out.
Dude, you're wearing a Little League Baseball coaching shirt that you had 20 years ago.
Not Little League. Youth travel. Just be,
Put some respect on that, Scott.
So not 11-year-olds, excuse me, 13-year-olds, my bad.
I wanted Dems to hang around just for a second. I'm watching Angel Reese. I am. I'm watching the game. Highlights. But I'm watching the highlights of the game. I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Kennedy Carter was the leading scorer with 16 points off the bench for the Chicago Sky.
Yep.
They lost, but I mean, I know that. I know that Angel Reese got thrown out of the game.
Our good friend's going to go work for the Chicago Sky.
Who's that?
Taylor.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When'd she get that gig?
Like a couple weeks ago. She'll be heading there like Friday or
pretty
Saturday.
soon, yeah.
Is Katie Winchie okay? Is she she all right?
She asked Demps to be her personal photographer for next season. I think she's asked Demps.
I got to get ready for a new role.
That's congratulations to her. She's an amazing person. She's well loved amongst the Nuggets organization.
Yep.
So good luck to her. Hope she hears this. Where are we with the Angel Reese, Caitlin Cole? Where are things there, Dems? What do you think?
Well, look, it was pretty soft that she got thrown out for basically waving off a ref. So I'll give her that. I think this is a very interesting. I didn't love this going back to college because I thought more so than now, the way the Caitlin Clark Angel Reese matchup was portrayed in college just felt a little racial to me, just a little, a twinge of that. I think I don't think that the WNBA has played it that way. I think Angel Reese and a lot of players in that league have taken exception to Caitlin Clark just being being the the total focal point of what's happening. They believe that they should be part of the spotlight.
And you know what? They should, but they haven't been. But they should.
Right.
Great athletes should be the highlight of whatever sport they're in because they're athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Lead
and
story.
This is where I'll separate the racial pride once it gets to the WNBA.
Okay.
Sabrina and I, we just were talking about this. Sabrina Ionescu was a great player for Oregon. She was a very popular player at the University of Oregon. She got to the WNBA, didn't move the needle at pretty much at all.
She's still a hell of a player.
She's one of the best players in that league.
Yeah. One of the best shooters I've ever seen.
Yes, yeah.
Caitlin Clark's more volume, but this girl's, I think, a better pure shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be fair?
Yeah, absolutely. Kelsey Plum was the active leader, the NCAA scoring leader until Caitlin Clark broke that record.
Mm-hmm.
And when she got to the WNBA, same thing, right? Nobody was watching.
Right.
And so those are white players. So it can't be that then, right? Like Caitlin Clark just has something that has attracted everybody to her and now is attracting everybody to the WNBA.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I actively view it. And I think it has been disappointing to me to actively watch so many players rebel against that in the league, which she is helping to get the spotlight on them. So look, now the spotlight's on you. So what are you doing with that spotlight, right? Now is your time to shine because the shine is on the league.
Yeah. Should be.
Well, last night had nothing to do with Caitlin Clark, and it is the lead story on ESPN.com. Lead story. WNBA rescinds second technical against Angel Reese.
Right, they should have.
Yeah, that was a quick two-technical. The first one, because it's in the NBA rules, you wave off official, you're supposed to get a technical. Two and kicked out?
Right.
A little quick.
Yeah, especially when it was just kind of
now,
like
I don't know if she said
doing the thing.
Yeah, I don't know if she said something, but
Well, she made.
to me,
I think she said something, got teed up, and then she made a gesture.
and then she did
But
make
in
a
the
gesture.
NBA rules, and we've had our league meeting and stuff. You're not allowed to do this to official.
Can't do that?
Can't wave off official. That's supposed to be
Really?
yeah, that's a
Yeah, he's
technical.
not wrong.
Supposed to be.
Yeah.
Why?
He's not wrong.
Now, if you're LeBron, you usually don't get it.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you're Jamal Murray, you usually do.
You get run.
All
Or
right.
if you're Nikola Jokic, you just get
All
run.
right. So how much
By the way,
lasting?
Kelsey Plum is now single.
She has been.
Just throw that out there for you.
She's.
Hey,
Just throwing that for you. I mean,
like my flight to New York or whatever it is, or to
Vegas,
Las Vegas.
Vegas.
My flight to Las Vegas is already booked.
I don't know, man. I don't know if you want Darren Waller knocking on your door, man.
Well, he's going to rap about it. We know that.
I know.
Good
I
grief.
know. You
Let's-
gotta watch out.
right. Right.
You know,
well, so here are you saying this? And listen, to sit there and say there's no racial tension between it all. Some people are saying the sexuality that there's involved in that is an issue also. But you're right. There's been other great white players that didn't move the needle when they came in the league. So why her? One, I think your teams went to 2 straight Final Fours, went to 2 straight finals,
yeah.
2 straight finals. And then after going to the final, and then the thing with Angel Reese blew up 2 years ago when
That
LSU
was a
won.
big deal. That was a big
LSU
deal.
won it. I think showed some attention. And it's, again, another example. Good or bad publicity is still publicity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I think
Yeah.
that's what Angel was trying to talk on the other day, but then she turned it around and said, well, the league's popular because of me now, too. And
Right.
Well, that shined the light. But then
She had a trigger event, though. You can't deny that. She was part of a huge event.
2
and-
years ago.
Okay, but it helped. And then Caitlin Clark sort of took it from there.
And then Caitlin Clark just blew up this season as a player
Mm-hmm.
and did phenomenal things. And now here comes Iowa again, a chance to win this
I
thing.
would
And
make-
then you beat your nemesis in the semifinals.
I think, though, if there was any player drilling logo threes on the regular in college, setting scoring records that would get a lot of attention no matter what, don't you?
Yes.
No matter what.
I do. Well, especially in the women's game. I mean, we just haven't seen that before.
You know what,
We've
though?
seen great scores, great
they
shooters,
need-
but not quite what Caitlin Clark brings to the table.
All right, listen, man, I'm watching, I'm paying attention. I don't know if I'm watching games, but at least I'm paying attention a little bit.
Which you haven't for, as we found out.
Oh, forever.
It's like the 27th season.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know
And
that.
now it's taking something as stupid as this. Now,
But I've known they're great players. I do know that they're great players. But you know what they aren't? They aren't as good as guys in the NBA. And I just don't watch minor league sports. I don't watch minor league baseball. I don't watch minor league hockey. I do not watch minor league sports. I don't. So that's just me. So, but if I can get over it, if I can just
But you sat there the other day and said you watched the Rockies.
Give me Dems on that one.
Dems is humping on ripping on Bud Black now. Dems hears the same things
You
I
heard
hear.
our new bit, right? After every round, because he always blames somebody else.
He always throws his players in the bus.
We
That's what he
play
said.
the wheels on the bus and then do Bud
I
Black.
just think that's so classic. You guys should do that. Look, you're gonna have content pretty
Well,
much every
here,
day.
so here, play this. Turn it up, wheels, and then we go.
You know, he just didn't execute a number of pitches when he really needed to.
You know, it's stuff like that. It's never his fault.
It's never his fault.
It's never the coach's fault. They always tell the players what to do. You're noticing that too. And he was so rude to Thomas the other day. Wasn't it ridiculous?
Which is what made my blood boil. And D-Mac, this kind of goes back to when I was a beat writer as well. And it's just, there's just these instances. It's not Thomas Harding's fault that your team cannot. Exactly right. It's not his fault.
But let me ask this: do you not feel that's like the first time you've seen his true annoyance boil over? Because usually Bud handles all this.
Okay, so I'm glad you asked this question because I guess I'm just a glutton for punishment, but I actually watch a lot of Rocky's post-game press conferences.
I do too.
And
I can't want to find
Bud does have
happens a lot more than you think.
Right.
Happens
right.
a lot more than you think.
Yeah. So on one hand, I wasn't surprised that he cuts people off a lot.
All the time.
Yeah. And
what do you mean when he does that?
Yeah, exactly.
I have a bad
But I
habit.
just like he's asking he's asking you basically to elaborate on something that you just said. That's a totally normal question.
Right.
Don't get after one of the great humans, not to mention one of the great reporters. I'm sorry. How many D-Mac, how many reporters are at Rockies games?
I was there one time this year, and I'm happy to go back another time. There were like 6 people there.
It's like you're happy to go back another time?
No, I am. No, I am. Well, first of all, I really love the people. I know most of the people that cover the team, and I feel kind of bad for them. And they're really good people. I know Thomas and Patrick. I know the entire, what do you call them now? Drew and Huey and Stout, all those guys. They're pals. And so, I don't want their lives to suck. I want good things for them.
I had a dream about Drew Goodman the other day.
Really?
No, it wasn't. It was just we're talking. I go, Hold on. Drew, hey, what are you doing?
Drew just popped up in the dream.
Yeah, just all of a sudden, like he was there.
Yeah.
What was he? Yeah. What was Drew doing in the dream?
I don't know. He just told me. He goes, Scott, what are you doing? I go, what are you doing here? I'm like, one of those. I'm like, Drew, what are you doing here? I mean, trying to tap in. I didn't know what was going on. Wasn't that kind of dream?
Are we sure?
I don't think it was.
All right, Chris.
All right,
thanks
guys.
for doing a little overtime with us.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is take on the whole Caitlin thing.
Well, look,
overblowing the racial aspect of it, or underblowing the racial aspect of it.
I think it's I think it's overblown a little bit, but I mean I think there's I understand why it's being talked about. I just don't think it's a thing. I don't think race in this case in the WNBA right now is a thing. I think Caitlin Clark is she's the person that is bringing the money and the eyes and the attention. And I think the jealousy comes in from, hey, but what about us? What about me?
Yeah, we've been doing this for 10 years now.
Yeah, this league has still been and I understand that too. But it's like when Tiger Woods got to golf, man.
That's right.
It's just like everybody gets better. It's just like embrace it.
More money. He made everybody more money.
And he's still doing that. I
And
mean,
Caitlin
still
Clark-
can watch the numbers when he plays in a tournament. and he's
Caitlin
doing
Clark
well.
is going to make these ladies so much more money. It's going to be ridiculous.
The big thing is it could actually legitimize the league if you lean into it. Now, saying that also, because I'm still a guy that goes, hey, rookies pay their dues.
Okay.
I'm glad you said this. I'm still into that now.
Yes, I'm glad you said this because I do not want to make – look, she cannot just be allowed to do whatever she wants on a basketball court. No, that's not how it works. Like, you play her physically. Like, you let her know that this is a WNBA. But going beyond that, and what we have just seen is these instances of them crossing the line. Who was the young lady who ran off of the free throw line to get in her face after she made a free throw, and then referee's like, hey, but you have one more free throw to take.
Yeah.
Well, what are we doing? But that's how much he is in everybody's head, and it's just like, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. Play hard. Play well.
Do you remember Trae Young? First year, like basically his rookie year, he was doing the 5-hole nutmeg and guys on the wing.
Yeah.
Shake, push the ball between their legs, go get it, shoot in the corner, and then kind of do the stare thing. Did it to one of Denver's thing.
It's Will Barton.
And
Yeah.
And I think it was we were playing there. I thought we did it, but it might have been someone. But what's the guy, my green guy that played here for a while? Played at the Clippers, played at Utah, and played Jermichael.
Yeah.
I think there was a game they did it on Jermichael, try to do that, and then go around. Jermichael just stepped up, boom, put a ball in his chest, and knocked him flat.
But like,
and you know what?
Caitlin's not even doing those.
But that's what you're supposed to do to a rookie trying to show dudes up.
Right.
And if Caitlin's trying to step back, you know what you do one time? Run through the shot. One time. Run through it. Let her know. Hey, you can step back.
Yeah, it's a step back 3.
Yeah, take her ankles out. Get out a stick.
But anyway, I don't mind the physical makeup
I don't either.
of whatever. And if the WNBA racially is broke down like the NBA is what, 83% African American compared to white or European or what, I don't even know what the other class is now.
Right.
I'm assuming the WNBA is probably higher numbers like that as well. So it just have to be a white chick that's okay. So what?
She's really good, man.
But it's also endemic, in my opinion, of this whole country that everything now has to be race.
Yeah, and that's why, Scott, I didn't love how it was portrayed in college, because to me it felt like Angel Reese was villain, Caitlin Clark was Angel.
Yeah,
and
which
that's
is,
how
which
we
is
were,
old stereotypes of the 50s
right.
and 60s
Yes.
and Jim Crow and
Versus,
all that stuff.
Scotty, yes, exactly. Versus just, hey, two great players going at it. We can just leave it at that. I don't think it's been played that way in the WNBA, but now we have tinges of that just creeping back in.
I said this yesterday. Now let's talk some hoops. Angel Reese a great player.
She had double-double yesterday.
So. Yeah, I
don't think she's a great player.
She had double-double yesterday.
She's a good boarder. She's okay around the basket. Not super fast.
She's a tough player.
Can't really shoot it well. Tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's a great above-average role player.
She'll be like a 12 and 10. Right?
Appreciate it, Chris.
Okay.
You ready to get going?
And just say this. I'm going to ask you a question. Just say no.
No.
When I ask you a question.
No.
Andre Drummond.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Okay. Different
Dude,
conversation.
I don't know why we don't hang out more. I swear to God.
I know. Let's have another conversation. I'm ready.
He's here every day.
Anytime.
Hang out
Anytime.
Well,
I'm ready.
but I
Anytime.
get like 2 minutes with him. I
PhD.
hug
You guys
him,
have
we
a
rub
show.
man chests
92.5,
together, and that's
yeah.
it.
All right. Ooh. I'm sorry, big voice guy. It's D-Mac here for Mike Maroney. It's a buyer's market. That means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. Discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. That's $20,000 off. Or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every single budget. What you got? Every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So I want you to visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. That's where I got my used car. Love it. Thank you, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, simply go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Tyler's taking care of some business today, so it's just myself and Scott. So good opportunity for you to chime in if you want on the voice of the people, which is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner, voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. That'd be a good opportunity. Throw some in there, whatever you got to say. It sounds great. It's easy. Just get the app. You push the little microphone thing. Talk. We get it. Pretty simple. Okay. Your daughter did not have to write me a note saying she's sorry for stuffing a cupcake in my face. It's very, very sweet.
Well, I found a lot more particulars about it. I think she was rather encouraged by adults that should know better. I have found that out.
Well, I
she wrote you a little
very sweet
thank you note card.
It was to DMAC. I mean, technically it should be Mr. McKee, but that's okay.
We can work on that.
I've had that issue with kids. You get to you hit 18, you can get me up with the D-Max. Other than that, it's
Mr. McKee.
It's Mr. McKee or Coach. Coach is my favorite thing. That's my outfit.
Is that not the greatest? Other than
best.
Dad, but Coach, is that like one of
I
the
have
greatest
kids,
titles?
I have kids in their mid-20s who still call me Coach when they see me. It's fantastic.
I had kids in their 30s doing that.
Yeah, I love it. It's the highest compliment that it's my favorite way of being addressed. But it only would mean that if I had actually coached the kids or I ran an organization, that was fine. So you don't just, if you see me, just don't yell coach. I'll think you're a jerk.
Right.
But if one of my kids who I coach, and they do when I see them. And now I see them like buying beers at Nuggets games. And I'm like,
Coach, want a beer?
I'm like, sure. What's up, Luke?
Hey, listen, I got kids that call me Coach and have babies now. So.
That is wild. I'm sorry I stuffed a cupcake in your mouth. And then there's a picture of
you with a cupcake on your face.
In my mouth from Ellie. Very, very sweet. It wasn't funny. But it was. I mean, it was funny. We can recognize it.
I didn't realize Tyler had set up the picture and told her to go do that.
Oh, I appreciate it. That's very sweet. I'll keep that in the
office.
The burgeoring office
Did
right
I
now.
notice something in the hallway? Did something get removed?
I moved that. You know what? I moved that on purpose. Should we just say what we're doing?
Yeah, very slowly.
Okay. So because the morning show made a big stink about apparently my big stink, and oh my God, DMAC has this. We have a green room, a beautiful
big,
green
nice
room.
TVs that's never on or works.
But so
TVs with no subscriptions to them.
It's
but it doesn't matter.
A Rod Smith autographed shirt that's been on the floor and will never be hung up. It's just, but it's a great. I'm not complaining. It is amazing that they built that for us for this new facility. It's fantastic. There happens to be another room next to it that I think was supposed to be Marky's studio, but it never really came to pass.
It's going to be a production type studio, but we've already got one here. So
at some point.
Yeah.
But right now it's just empty.
It's an empty room.
So the morning show is crying about, who knows what they were crying about? Oh, my God.
And people don't know, sometimes you like to ride your bike in.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily sit in your bike wet clothes during the show. You change into dry clothes.
Yeah, but I was
keep a change of clothes here.
I was doing, the change of clothes. I had like a tiny little corner.
But there's only 4.
Well.
And there's like 16 people.
You know what? Feinski. I'd come in here, change, and I do it, like we're just hanging out. It's kind of
right.
I didn't know when he got so particular about locker rooms and stuff, but, okay. And they are crying like babies about this, that, the other thing. Who knows? And
the cupcake spilled the other day.
So we're just in the empty office. Dan's flat tire bike is in there, and so what we're doing every day is we're just taking a piece of furniture and just moving it from one office to another. It's so funny. Scott grabbed a bean. Now the beanbag chair is huge. Like that is
it's like the biggest beanbag you could get.
Like the office is noticeably more empty without the beanbag chair.
Right.
You did move a little table.
But we're doing like one a day. We're not moving the whole thing over.
I realize it's a little handier to just be able to put some crap on that little table just outside the studio before you come in.
Right.
So I put that there because it's just better for me. So, so it still kind of serves the purpose. To me, that still is in the line.
Does it feel like the responsibility to up one more item?
The test will be when will the morning show start crying about stuff not being in the green room for them, which they don't use, by the way. They don't use for anything.
Right.
For any purpose whatsoever. Vic's barely here. And Mosier, I don't know where he keeps his, donuts and hamburgers, but, who knows? And Kaner doesn't complain about anything. He's fine.
Right.
This is all Mosier.
Except Canada winning a Stanley Cup.
Oh, what's he complaining about that?
He doesn't want Canada to ever own a Stanley Cup again.
Why?
Well, they haven't since, was it 93?
93.
93 is the last time a Canadian team.
Why does Kaner hate Canada?
Because he's from Detroit, right? I mean, right? Or no, he's
I thought he's from Omaha.
Yeah, but he's a Detroit fan.
Well, I can't explain stupid, but I mean, so he hates Canada?
Well, that's on a big promo that's run on the station. He goes, I'm going to cheer for Florida.
Why would you root for Florida in hockey over Edmonton?
I'm rooting for Florida.
Why?
I just think it's funny how the number one sport in Canada is hockey. It's funny to me how long it's been since they've won a cup.
Yeah, but do you
want that to keep going?
I understand it's been a while. Do you want to compare the number of wins though they got?
Oh, the number of total Stanley Cup.
Do we want to count?
Scott, I was born in 91. Okay,
I
don't do anything
so you know what?
past
World
that
War II happened in 41. Is it insignificant?
Actually, I'm
because
a
it
huge
happened
World
before
War
you
II
were born.
buff.
We might as well have this conversation. Why the hell would you root for Florida more? Why do you root for any team? Just because you're anti-Canada?
No, I don't want McDavid to get a cup. And
Why?
Because I don't want him to have Nathan MacKinnon has a cup. That's his only bragging rights over McDavid is that Nathan MacKinnon has a cup.
So this is a pro-McKinnon, anti-McDavid.
Exactly.
Your logic is we hate McDavid because we like McKinnon.
Correct.
Huh?
I want McKinnon to be viewed as the better player.
See, and I'm one of those guys who want to play on the ice to determine the better player. I want Edmonton to win first one. I think their sweaters are cool. I like those orange and blue sweaters. I think they're really cool, especially compared to Florida.
You realize Floridian fans in sports are some of the worst fans in the world. They are. There's nobody more bandwagony or not even from that area. Yeah. And you want to give a Stanley Cup
half their fan base goes up back to New York about this time of year.
You have no idea their team even won. And meanwhile, you want to compare that to Edmonton, where did you see McDavid? That was so funny. He's coming out of a liquor store with like a couple of 24 packs. Did you see that? And there were just some Edmonton fans. It was you got to look it up. There's like three bros that are just like, Connor McDavid, oh my God, it's incredible. And they're doing selfie videos as he's loading like 42 beers into his car. It's fantastic. And there's no security. There's nothing. He was just like at the grocery store getting beers for his party. And these dudes are just, oh my God, Connor McDavid, isn't this great? The guy's giving him a hug. McDavid can't do anything about it.
Right. That's funny.
What is there to root against the Panthers, though?
Nothing.
It's Florida.
It's Florida. The fans don't deserve it.
Florida's a wonderful place to visit.
The
and maybe
fans
live,
don't
but
deserve it.
Having played basketball in Miami, listen, no.
And the Avs have won 2 of their cups in that state, so I have nothing against the state of Florida.
I will say,
So now Edmonton's turn.
I could not believe how great those Tampa Bay Lightning fans were, though, when I was down there. I was blown away that Tampa Bay is a hockey town. I swear to God.
Well, do you think Tampa, though, is less transient than, say, Miami?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me. But I'm telling you, man, one of the best hockey bars, pure hockey bars, is this place called Hat Tricks, which it's kind of like an Irish sort of take hat tricks, hat tricks.
Hat tricks and like Patrick.
But, dude, it is hockey. It's not like there's a jersey or something. The whole bar, Scott, is hockey. And they are incredible down there. Those fans were actually pretty amazing. Are the Florida Panthers fans of Miami the same way? I'd be stunned if they were. I'm rooting for Edmonton, man. I don't get it. I like McDavid. What's not to like about McDavid? McDavid and Draisaitl? That's not cooler?
They're the chief rivals of the Avs superstars. They're jockeying.
How are they chief rivals? They played each other like once in the playoffs in the last 5 years.
Yeah, but for best player in the world, the debate is McKinnon, Makar, McDavid, Draisaitl.
Frankly, there just hasn't.
Yes, there is.
The Avs swept the Oilers When was the last time they met in the playoffs?
Last year.
No, I get it. Aside from last year, when it was a sweep, it wasn't really all that dramatic. So you're not angry against the Oilers. We swept them.
They got cool uniforms. And here's the way I look at it. I look at this opposite of you, Dan. You look at it to protect McKinnon. I want McDavid to win it, so now maybe that all of a sudden McKinnon goes,
get him going.
All right, let me see. I got to get back up on one. I got to get one. So I don't look at it as, there's an argument now. Just watch him play. You know it's better.
Do you know, just a timeout here on the Avs. How much do you think what do you think bugs the players more? The way the Nuggets lost up by 20 in the second half in Game 7, or the Avalanche in double overtime not getting a goal on their home ice to be eliminated? What would stick with you as a player more in that circumstance? What would give you sleepless nights?
Well, for me, kind of the 20, but when you say 2 overtimes at home.
2 overtimes at home.
And they lost all 3 home games in that series.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the way they went out. If you're a superstar, if you're Nathan McKinnon, or I don't think anything bothers Jokic, Jamal Murray, who do you think is bothered by the loss more? I bet it's McKinnon. Because you just got to get one freaking goal, dude, and you have 2 overtimes to get it. Come on, brah. If you're the best in the world, you can't get that goal in double overtime at home.
But if you go back, and Dan, you can help, because I don't think we've talked about this. If you go back and look, they were lucky to get out of the first overtime.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, they were crushed in both those overtimes.
But you couldn't take advantage of that opportunity, and you're the best player in the world? Right. Maybe. I mean, hey, listen, I think McKinnon deserves the heart, but if you just look at the season in total, how are you going to say McDavid didn't have a better season than McKinnon right now?
Well, right now you can't.
You cannot, right? So does that piss you off, Dan? Is that a...
Which is the same thing with Joker. You cannot say that necessarily Joker had a better season than Luka Doncic.
You cannot.
Look where they are right now.
You cannot. And that's why I do think the MVP voting should include the postseason from the year before plus the regular season.
Well, then Joker deserved it.
Agreed,
no doubt about it.
Agreed. I think the new season for MVP consideration should start the previous postseason because it was held against Jokic. And I'm like, okay, fine. You want to hold it against him, then you got to count it towards him with this particular season. So I think in terms of the MVP for next year, Luka's got
Luka Tatum
right now. Not Jokic. Sorry, it didn't get done.
So is that the same thing? Would you do with maybe in all sports? Would you do it in baseball? Would you do that in football? Could you do that in all?
I think if you're talking about a great year, it should matter for sure. If you're looking at things in total, and you know what, maybe Yoke does have a hard time sleeping. You were the best player on earth. Your team had a 20-point lead. You played in every single second of the second half and lost. That should bother you a little bit, right? Should give you something to think about. See, this is why I'm having PTSD about all the guys and the.
That's why you're still not watching all the.
I can't do it.
Are you not almost glad though that they put such a gap for the NBA and NHL to start?
Maybe. There's so little going on. I probably inevitably will watch both hockey and basketball at this point because the Sky Liberty is only going to get me so far. So I'll be excited when it starts going again. I guess. You know what it is too, man. 2 years in a row on this weekend, dude, come on, man. It was happening here in Denver.
We're in the finals.
Dude, hockey, then basketball. We were in the middle of things.
Luka gets a title. He better than Joker?
Going into 2024, 2025? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Well, they both have one title. So what's the separating factor? Overall, who's the better player? Who's viewed as the better player?
He has 3 MVPs, bro.
I will say this: the one thing
it's really good though.
The one thing Luka's not proved yet, and even Shai Gilgeous, some of those other guys, they haven't proved that they can carry the team by themselves. and do it. And I'll even go back when Porter and Murray were both missing against Golden State the last time Golden State won. They're big thing. Hey, we're slow. In fact, I read an article when we were in San Francisco. They've got an answer for Joker, and I'm looking up and he's averaging 26, 12, and 9, and you got an answer for him. So to me, I don't know if you take Kyrie Irving, for example, off of Luka, and what they are. They're a 43, 44 win team. You get beat in the first round if they make the playoffs. Didn't make it last year, did they? Or the year before. And I don't know if he can do stuff by himself.
I got to ask this question because it's distracting. I just got to get through it. What does the weather have to be to go sleeveless? Like, where's
95 today?
Is that it?
Yeah, it's
cracking 90.
So you don't like going sleeveless?
Well, I mean, you look like you're about to beat. You look like one of the Jokic brothers.
Pat McAfee, signed a $10 million a year contract.
You can carry it, no problem. I mean, you've got the muscles to do it.
But this bothers you. I came in like this.
No, it just was kind of shocking. And then I forget that you look like a biker without your sleeves on because of all the tats. I kind of forget it because you're kind of, I think of you as kind of,
mild-mannered, goofy.
Yeah, Hallmark Channel. And then you come off like you're about to rough up
I do love the Hallmark.
You're about to go down to for cheap wings at the Piper Inn.
Well, Scott, to defend you, people on Twitch are saying DMAC looks like he just got done with his delivery shift at Pizza Hut.
Yeah, he does. He's got that color right.
That's pretty good. God, that's funny. All right, people are funny. Hey, chime in if you want. Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Our guy Joel Klatt had the funniest defense of Prime that I've ever heard in my life with Colin Cowherd. It is hysterical, and I love Joel. We'll hear that coming up next.
Hey, summertime is here, and summertime means you want to look and feel your best. Tyler Plum is here, my friends over at Vitalized Health, and they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. Who doesn't want all of those things? Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all covered over there. Matter of fact, go ahead and get a free complimentary visit, and you're going to get a free vitamin B12 shot just for going in and checking them out. You will be amazed at how better your body can feel, and it's summertime, so who doesn't want to look their best? They have 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Yeah. Come on, give me my music.
I will say this. This is a good walk-off song. I mean, you have to admit that.
I can admit a lot of, you know what? I can admit a lot of good things about Prime. A lot. There's way more attention. It's way more fun. It's just everything. I do, I've gotten to know Mike Sanford. Doesn't it feel like Mike Sanford has been here for 20 years, not 2?
Right.
And I was talking to a pal. I was talking to Nate Jackson earlier today, and he was hanging out with Mike at Broncos, said, I'm learning a lot just talking to Mike about stuff.
Isn't that something?
I do wonder if Mike could have kept that job at CU, knowing what we know about Mike, and you just gave him the resources to compete if a guy like Mike could not have been very successful at CU.
Well, it also shows maybe the short-sightedness of management. And obviously, Prime, when he came in here, he says, no, I'm going to bring my people.
And he did.
And he did, whereas maybe he messed up. Like, I got to believe his mentality with Shedeur would have been great. He played college football at that position.
It would have been, but he never would have. Well, that begs a fascinating question. If Prime didn't get the job and the transfer portal is what it is, and Shedeur was on a projected path to be a top 5 NFL pick, would Prime have been okay with Shedeur leaving him at Jackson State to go to a bigger D1 program?
Right.
I don't know.
See, I don't.
Could you go from
Jackson? No.
Could you have gone from Jackson State to a top 5 overall NFL draft pick?
I think if he'd have stayed at Jackson State and put up the numbers he put up, that I don't know, top 5, he'd have been a high first round still. If he's still that good.
You think he could have been a first rounder?
Yeah, because he's going to throw in like 4,000 yards plus 5,000 yards in passing. He's going to throw for 35, 40 touchdowns. Probably not get beat up like he's got beat up last year towards the end of the season.
I think it'd be tricky. I mean, his numbers would have to be like it would have been ridiculous how good they would have had to been.
Right.
And he would be turning down gargantuan NIL money to do so. And so would Travis Hunter. And I don't think Travis Hunter would have turned that down. I don't think he could have turned that down. Too much money. That being said.
So by saying that, though, is the only reason, and again, we've had these questions, that Deion came here was opportunity for his kids.
I think it's a lot of both. I think it's both. I think it's a great opportunity for him professionally, no doubt. I'm starting to wonder if money wasn't a bigger issue than we all sort of thought. It might have been, based on some other stuff going on. And as a challenge, as a career, just, hey, man, what he did to rise Jackson State to where it got is incredible, but they don't have the money of big Division I programs like CU has and the facilities and everything else, and you want to test yourself at the highest level. So I think it was a good combination of both things. That being said, Joel, I love Joel Klatt, and I think, and Jeremy Bloom is a good pal of mine too, and I know Jeremy and Joel both had a lot to do behind the scenes with Prime being here, which is good. It's a positive thing. Because look at everything else. But the defense of Prime, to me, is kind of funny right now. And here's Joel with Colin Cowherd about
What
that.
would you say about a 400% increase in wins? Is that backing it up? Okay. I'm just asking you. That's just yes or no. Yes or no. Is a 400% increase in wins backing it up?
Depends on where you start.
That's
from.
not a yes or no, Colin.
It's pretty good.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, then, aren't we getting somewhere?
Joel, come on, man. That's such a ridiculous straw man argument.
So from
right
one
there.
win to 4 wins?
Yeah, Joel, what are we talking about, bro?
Man.
What are we saying?
Joe Klatt, if I didn't know him, I wouldn't like him. He sounded awful arrogant right there.
And Colin's just being kind of a nice guy there. Oh, Joel, you want to break down the 4 wins? You want to go through it? I mean, you beat a TCU team that was great the year before. They were a shadow of themselves.
Final 4 team, yeah.
You hung on to barely beat CSU. You probably should have lost that game. You beat Nebraska. Okay, that might have been your best win of the year right there, but Nebraska wasn't anything to talk about. And then you beat a bad ASU team who's developing on the road for your only Pac-12 win.
And you did give a win away against Stanford.
And you gave a win away against Stanford. You're up by 29 points. First time in CU history that they had blown a 29-point lead. That's part of the resume, too, that Joel's just kind of leaving out of the equation.
Yeah, he could have had a 500 percent increase.
Colin's trying to be nice to his guest right there. It's like, bro, are you really going to roll with that? I mean, there were, no offense, Joel, because I do love Joel, but I think there's a lot of coaches in America that could have got CU those 4 wins.
And it may not happen 3 in a row to start the season, but they could have gotten 4 wins.
How do you think Mike Sanford would have done, given the equal talent? You think Mike Sanford would have increased their win total by 400%? Probably. Scotty, me and you probably could have increased their win total to 400% from 1 to 4.
And I would hope so. But here's the other argument on it, and here's where sets Prime above other people, is if there was an increase in 400% of wins, would you not say the talent increase was about 700%?
Totally.
Right. So the problem is you and I ain't getting that 700% increase in talent.
That's what Joel said.
The point of hiring Deion Sanders, among other things, was relevance. Deion has hit it out of the park at Colorado. When you look at what they were, a 1-win, irrelevant program, and what he has turned them into. All right, I understand that it went wild early in the season and it didn't finish the way that people thought it was going to finish based on what happened at the beginning of the season.
Cocky.
However, look at what he did from an economic standpoint for the program, for the athletic department, for Boulder overall, and for the university. Did you know that the university, and by the way, there are people at Colorado, and I know who you are. You don't even like to look at things like this. At Colorado, they got a 68% increase in applications last year. 68%. Majority of those from out of state. That is a huge revenue boost to the school, to the university, to the academic arm of the school.
Again, Joel, the problem is he wasn't hired to be the general manager
of the university. Right.
I mean, I'll give you this. This is kind of like Elway to me. It was John, when he was hired as president of football for the Broncos, was perfect. It was perfect. He's just a legendary player. He brings a lot of attention to them. It's just, I think he even earned it because he had worked with the Crush. You know, it's not like he just was given that. He did other things to amp up to it. But as soon as he put himself in a job that he wasn't all that great at, things didn't go that great. Prime, obviously, Scott, is amazing at the attention, relevancy, all of that. He's just not that great of an on-field coach.
General, yeah.
No, it's just not his thing.
Here's where Prime, in my opinion, and we'll see. Hey, they win 7, 8, 9 games this year, then all's forgiven. Then you'll see if he's here or is in Florida next year. And then you'll get to see if he sticks around.
Okay.
But he's going to have to win, I think, 3 to 4 more games than he won last year.
Joel's got him winning the Big 12 championship. It's just like, okay. But you know what?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
If he wins the Big 12 championship, then we all ought to get on a knee and bow down to him and give him a lifetime contract, and he should never leave.
You know, Scott, sure. And it probably sounds like I'm bagging on Prime. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm as interested in CU this year as I was last year. I can't wait to see how it goes. I want them to win. I really do. It's been a quirky offseason, but it's kind of like this train wreck. It's like this beautiful disaster that's happening right now.
Right.
I'm into it. Are you? Are you feeling it?
A little bit. You know, it's like what was that Tom Hanks Christmas music? Something Express. Polar Express. And then when they're going back, we're going the ice, and also the track's gone, and the train's going back end. The train's going all sorts of well, but that engine's still trying to go. Boom! When you hit the pass, everything kind of comes together, right? That's a little bit like what they're going through. The problem I see with Prime, and I'm being real honest. And listen, I want him to be good. I think college football relevancy would be fun in the fall. And it wouldn't just have to be, because we don't have high expectations the Broncos are going to win the AFC West. It'd be nice if they did too. But it'd be nice to be able to talk about Saturday and Sunday football during the fall months. It'd be absolutely great. My fear for following what Prime has done is he's made the mistake that I think a lot of coaches make. Not all coaches, but a lot of coaches make. And sometimes coaches grow into this. Mike Shanahan, I think, grew into this. Nothing but yes men around him. And once you get in your coaching staff, no one to challenge you. And I'm not saying in front of the kids, you know this. When you're coaching your league, you don't need every time you say something, all these coaches say, different teams, no. But in a room, you got to be able, guys said, man, we're doing this wrong. We need to look at this.
No doubt about it.
I don't think he has that up there.
If you want to chime in, we welcome it. The Champ Mazda text line, 303-5. Oh, my God, I'm forgetting the number.
504-0925.
504-0925. Oh, my God. How long have I been here? Not long enough. Yeah, it's PhD on 92.5. It's D-Mac for Old Chicago. Everything is spendy these days. But Old Chicago has a pretty unbeatable lunch deal. It's the $9.99 Unbelievable Lunch Combo. Get a cheesy, 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, and an icy fountain drink, all under $10. That is fantastic. Delicious, generous. Old Chicago has saved lunch with the $9.99 Unbelievable Lunch weekdays till 3. Dine in or call in for a limited time at Old Chicago, oldchicago.com. Hey, man, what a beautiful day. So you think it's going to hit 90 today?
Well, my daughter came running into the bedroom today and said, Dad, you know what the temperature's supposed to be today? I said 92. She goes, 95.
No way.
Yeah, so
Seriously?
she put a tank top on shorts, so I put a tank top on the shorts.
Well, you got to go to the gym now. You can't be all yoked up like you are now and not go lift a little bit.
Yeah, but listen.
Wait, that's not just your casual. I thought you were going to the gym.
Well, I
Or the
will,
pool.
but this is casual.
Come on.
I
wear.
don't understand what's wrong with sleeves. Listen, I'll come sleeveless tomorrow, too. I got an even better one that'll make you feel better.
I'll come in with sleeveless tomorrow if you want.
Yeah, let's do sleeve. And
I mean, it'll look funny as hell.
And we'll shock the heck out of Tyler.
You know, Tyler is skinny, but Tyler's yoked.
He's a former NFL guy.
He is. Have you ever he's got some guns.
Well, but can I say something?
Okay. Popcorn muscles?
Andy kind of put him on his butt.
Andy is in a weird, different category. Andy's water boy.
Andy's a definition of dad strength.
Ain't no doubt about it. But like Andy gets something going in his brain like Waterboy, and look out. Like Waterboy wasn't the biggest guy on.
You didn't
the,
talk
on
about
the
my
field.
mama. I didn't say that much about
Right.
Yeah.
No, Andy's like scary.
Yeah.
Strong.
Oh yeah. And he played a sport, and he kind of excelled at a sport that's pretty physical in lacrosse.
I got to admit, Vic's whole argument, I can't be friends with someone who can't throw a ball. I mean, I keep circling back to like, you don't have to be a pro athlete, but there's got to be something
There
right?
to throw a ball.
I mean, like a good Raj right there. You just look at him, you're like, that guy obviously
Can't throw a ball.
No, no, shut up. I mean, Raj,
I'm looking at him.
he's in really good shape.
Yeah, but can't throw a ball.
I think Raj could easily throw a ball.
Cal McCarr's in really good shape. Can he throw a ball?
Oh, well, he's Canadian. I don't know about that. Maybe if it's a lacrosse ball. Who knows? But there's no doubt Raj could throw a ball. There's zero doubt. Raj is a really good athlete. Yes, Raj is arguably one of the best non-pro athletes here at the station.
He's a little bougie.
Because he's in shape. If I looked like that, I'd be bougie too.
Look at the shoes he's wearing. Those are bougie.
I get it. The guy dresses well. I mean, I'm not going to count that against him.
Are we not dressed well? Pizza Hut man?
We're dressed like idiots.
You know, I was going to have no
We
dumb
look
question.
terrible right now.
I was going to ask no dumb question. What would your superhero title be? And now I think the texter came in and said Pizza Hut guy.
Oh, that's so funny, man. I can't even argue with it.
Pizza the Hut?
Pizza the Hut.
Pizza the Hut.
Pizza the Hut.
This was like a core coaching gear outfit with that.
Oh, I know it
I mean,
was.
this is.
Yeah.
But you realize I just keep extra crap here. I forget that we're on the Twitch, YouTube, all that.
Right.
I want to say thanks to Safeway on the Twitch stream.
Speaking of bougie, here comes a good Raj.
Actually, Good Raj hit me with I'll get to your great stat that you threw out, which is hysterical. No, he dressed. Of course, you're an athlete, right, Raj?
I was better at baseball than I was at
Yeah,
hockey.
I totally believe it.
Why didn't you play baseball then?
I didn't love it as much.
He's short. I mean, that's not going to go.
Yeah, but you didn't like to hit anybody. Well, I guess neither sport you had to hit anybody, right?
What?
The microphone. We're still talking to you, dummy. I mean,
I'd bounce off of people.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you're smaller, but no, we got a lot of athletes here.
Yeah, and Dan.
Yeah,
Would I have a hike off?
All right. We're getting silly stuff.
2 days in a row. You want to see how many days in a row you get the hike off in? You want to have a hike off? I challenged you yesterday,
I
right?
challenged you to a hike off. All right, real quick. I promise, real quick. Who wins in a hike off here at the station?
Well, listen, there was a great
And
short
maybe
story.
who comes in last?
Stephen King wrote a great short story. I think they made it into a movie. And it was basically they took, I don't know, you could live forever and get everything you want. And you had to walk until the last person stopped walking. But you had to maintain 5 miles an hour, which is pretty good pace.
Yeah.
And then once you dropped off, you got 2 minutes to get back going. If you didn't, right there.
Damn.
Yeah.
Little Squid Game action right there.
That's when I learned that, hey, I said, well, I put my tennis shoes on. And they realized, no. Guys that hike in tennis shoes, done. Feet are killed. You're done. Got to have the boots.
What are you pointing that at me for, Raj? I don't know. What do you, now I feel like I got to do something because you're pointing your phone at me. We're on TV constantly for 3 hours, but Raj comes in here and sticks a phone in my face. I feel like I got to be like,
Look at me.
I got to do this.
Did you order a large pie?
We have a great bit coming up, which is going to be get to know your Denver Broncos. And what's the real name of it there, Dan? Because it's funny, the whole the Conor McGregor thing.
Oh, who the bleep is that guy?
Who the bleep is that guy? We're going to debut it today. So you get to know some of your Denver Broncos.
Well, but none of them's on the team yet.
What do you mean?
Well, half the guys you're probably going to mention are going to get cut, aren't they?
No. These are guys that are going to be. Well, you'll see. Okay. You'll see. Who the beep is this guy?
Okay.
Yeah. The guy we're going to feature today was called by an ex-college teammate, PJ Locke. He called his teammate Bat S Crazy. So we'll find out more about the guy known as Bat S Crazy on who is that guy.
BSC.
There you go. Making something in nothing. Raj, what was the stat you gave me about Florida hockey? Like Floridians are actually good hockey fans. What's your reasoning? It's crazy that you knew this, by the way, but what's the number?
I had the same question because I've always heard that Tampa's like an awesome hockey town.
It was.
And why?
It is.
So they get 4 million Canadians every year. And also, did you know that Tampa Bay's third biggest trading partner is? Canada.
Well, that's Tampa.
What are they trading? Sunshine?
It's like granite or something stupid like that.
So as you get further to south of Florida, that's like the East Coasters, right? The Nantuckets and the New
that
Yorker.
right? I don't know.
Well, when I played the Heat, I lived in a place just north of Miami called Hallandale. I called it Heaven's Waiting Room. Because about mid-November, all of a sudden, all these people came, and you'd sit in the mall, and people say, "Hey, Gladys, you want to get some custard?" Blah, blah. It was, I mean, you walk to the store. We had a small baby thing. You walk to the store, the baby. Oh, that's so. And she had red cheeks. Every time we put rouge on her because all these old ladies are pinching her cheeks all the time.
Fantastic.
But I think they all came from New Jersey, New York, Philadelphia, and kind of that area down in South Florida. I think Tampa must be where the Canadians go.
Okay. Are you rooting for Edmonton or Florida?
Edmonton, man.
Me too.
Me too.
McDavid's just too much fun to watch.
I do think Florida's a better team, and they got the butt hurt last year against Vegas, so maybe there's a little extra motivation. But yeah,
who's to root for Florida? Bob?
Matthew Tkachuk's kind of fun. He's a little bit of a jerk.
Well, he's an American, I guess. So.
And he is an American.
Yeah.
What I think is going to happen.
He's hard as nails though.
Oh, dude, he's a nail gun.
Yeah, he's. I do like him, but he's hard as nails. And he ain't big.
No, he's
not big.
He's your typical 5'11", 6 foot, 200-pound guy. Yeah, he's not overly.
It'll
big.
be so much more interesting if Edmonton wins. So much more interesting.
Yeah, especially if McDavid just turns it on like he did against Dallas in Game 6.
What would it take for you to do your sports bucket list? So I'm going to tell you the best hockey facility I've ever seen and the coolest place I've ever seen a hockey game is Edmonton.
Right. I would love to go to a Stanley Cup final game in Edmonton this year.
Okay.
I think that would be a blast.
Would that be enough to put that on your bucket list to actually try to go to because of what it would mean about going to Edmonton?
I would rather go. Listen, I'm not a winter guy in the mountains here, but you put me up in the mountains in the summertime.
There ain't no mountains. There's no mountains in Edmonton.
But I'm just saying.
Okay.
But there's no cold up there either. So give me Edmonton in the summertime. I bet it's just beautiful. I bet it's green grass and flowers. And
I think it's boring as hell. It's flat as a pancake. If there's no hockey game, I don't know why the hell you'd go to Edmonton. There's nothing near it.
History, tradition.
Yeah, but go to a hockey game, bro.
Mounted Huskies once had a headquarters there.
So the answer is no. You'll never go to Edmonton.
Not unless someone wants to take me there for one of the playoff games this year. Would you not like to be in Game 3? Game 3, and are they the home team this year?
Florida's the home team.
Florida's the home team.
Yeah, so Game 3 in Edmonton. You don't think that place is going to be absolutely bonkers in that town?
No. The answer is yes. I'm telling you, you should, if you love hockey, going to Edmonton for a big game should be on your bucket list. I'm telling you that after being there myself, lucky enough to go there. I'm just wondering, for the normal person, like,
would they ever think about that?
See, here's the problem. If you were going to take a destination hockey trip, would you go to Edmonton or Toronto? Or Vancouver?
Listen,
I might go to Montreal.
Montreal.
Yeah,
Montreal.
My daughter was a PA in a movie for 2 months and lived in Montreal for 2 months in the summer and just loved it. Loved it.
The fact that Montreal sucks at hockey just blows me away. Like, why do you suck at hockey, Montreal?
They haven't been good consistently since like the early 90s.
It's crazy.
Since they decided to dump Patrick Wall?
Yeah, since
Really?
Wall came here, they've had a couple of years where they're like kind of good, and then they have that crazy year in the bubble.
Didn't they have a nice hot start this year? Weren't they solid early in the year and then just disappeared?
They were better, but
they're young. Tampa, Canadian, Marty St. Louis, head coach.
They beat the Avs. That may be what you're remembering. In Montreal is one of the.
Well, I thought they were hot the first 20 games.
They're 2 years away from being a good Eastern
They
Conference
still
playoff
kind of
team.
stink. All right, Raj, we did nothing for your digital whatever right there, but
You gave me a weird looking GIF. I'm happy about that.
we are going to is that guy for the Denver Broncos, and we have the guy. This guy that we're going to feature may be sort of the secret weapon that none of us have talked about. Details who that is coming up next. All right, if you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, I've got the answer for you. Come on now. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are unbelievable deals. Depending on what model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. Save up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing, and you're going to get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. Got a trade? Bring it in. Even if you owe more than it's worth, doesn't matter. They're going to get it done for you at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. And every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Anywhere. So what are you waiting for? Check it out. Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, as they're conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Online, easy to find. Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. That's Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. I'm looking at the text line right now. You guys are hysterical. The Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I beg you guys, please talk some tennis. The Broncos talk will be painful. The female tennis players are respectable, unlike WNBA players. Oh, my God. Wow, you're bombing on the WNBA and the Broncos at the same time. Montreal, the long walk. Did Hastings forget his permit today? Let's see where this joke's going.
They're not concealed.
There you go. There you go. All right, we got the schedule. Look at that. See, don't you think that's handy?
What is that for?
The Broncos. CU maybe too, but yeah, that's good. So we talk about like when is this, when is that, when's the other things. There you go. There it is.
Nail it up to the big TV screen.
Oh my God. Well, I think Fleck would lose his brain if I just took a piece of Scotch tape and taped it up there. That's good. Thank you, Good Raj. Good Raj is so good. We're going to have no dumb questions here in 7 minutes, but we would like to debut a brand new segment featuring Dan Bud Tanner. I think the more we can get Dan going, the better.
No.
Okay. This is now you probably know.
This is what is it? Let football go.
No. That's in an hour.
Why don't we just replace it?
No, this is you got to get to know these guys. You get to know these guys.
Well, I will in August.
You're gonna get to know it right now. Go ahead, Dan.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
Dan.
time to get to know your Denver Broncos on Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC. Who the is that guy? Who the is that? You know damn well who I am. Who the is that? Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Now, you got to admit, Scott, there's a lot of new guys on the team we just don't know.
Yeah.
So let's get to know them.
There's old guys on this team that we don't know.
Well, who we got today, Dan? Who are we going to get to know?
Today, fellas, we are going to get to know Broncos defensive lineman Malcolm Roach.
Did you know we had somebody named Malcolm Roach on the team?
Yeah.
You did not. So full of crap.
I did too.
There's no
I don't know why. I knew everybody.
No idea. All right, tell us about Malcolm Roach.
Tell us about Malcolm.
So Malcolm Roach is a former New Orleans Saints. So the parade of New Orleans Saints continues for Sean Payton, the former head coach of the Saints.
This part of that 8 team he had?
Yeah. He was
By the way, the Broncos are going to play the New Orleans Saints on Thursday, October 17th in New Orleans.
Oh, why are we doing our show there?
Oh my God, we got to do that.
It'd be great. It'd be great if
they're playing the Pelicans.
If the Nuggets played the Pelicans on the 18th. Oh my God,
are you kidding me? Yes, Dan. Sorry to interrupt.
That's
okay. Is the answer to your question.
So Malcolm Roach was signed by the New Orleans Saints as an undrafted free agent back in April of 2020. He made the team out of training camp, and he was placed on. He's had injuries in his career, but he did sign with the Denver Broncos back in March on a 2-year, $8 million contract to help anchor the defensive line. Now let's go to PJ Locke.
Yes, this is why he's interesting, Scott, by the way.
Who was speaking about Texas Longhorns.
Well, you got to understand, there's a bunch of guys from Texas on the team right now.
Yeah.
And he and PJ, they all play together. They all know each other from college.
Is this part of the sub-500 Longhorn group?
Wow, that's a good question. It goes back about 4 years. Were they bad 4 years ago? Oh, that'd be funny if they were. All right, so here's PJ Locke on Malcolm Roach.
PJ, I know you're having a lot of fun on the Denver Longhorns. How great is it to have so many former teammates here?
Yeah, man, it's awesome, man. I literally play with every Longhorn here. We're all in college at the same time, so I mean that's pretty awesome. When it comes down to like chemistry, that's something like you don't really have to put extra effort to because you kind of already got it a little bit. So yeah, it's awesome, man.
We're already kind of hearing Malcolm out here. How do you describe like just kind of what he brings to
He's crazy. He's bad crazy, man. he's gonna always be the guy in the locker room that's playing the music loud as hell early in the morning. He's gonna be loud out here. He's gonna bring the energy every single time, and like, man, that's his role. He know that's his role, and he embraces it. And man, we need it. We need it for sure.
All right. So how important is it to have somebody who's bat shizzle crazy? What kind of importance is having a guy like that? Big personality. We don't know Malcolm Roach. We don't know anything about him. But how important is it to have a guy like that on your team, Scott?
I've had a bunch of coaches quote me, you want good guys in the locker room, but you don't need all choir boys.
Okay.
So I don't know where this fit. If this guy's just a loud choir boy, but then all of a sudden, the music hits and he's singing like Jim Neighbors? Or is he Gomer normally, and then when he's singing, he's Jim Neighbors?
It was shocking hearing Jim Neighbors, Gomer Pyle sing for the first time.
And,
I understand what you're talking
Dan
about.
has no idea, either one of those guys, but if you could hear both of them, it's unbelievable.
Golly.
Yeah. Golly, Sergeant Carter.
Golly. So, if he's bat shizzle crazy, all right, was Shelby Harris bat shizzle crazy? Was he that same type of personality?
Danny Trevathan.
Was Danny like that?
In the
personality-wise?
in the locker room, he was a nutbag and doing stuff and having fun and going crazy. And then when he balled, he was ready to play.
All right.
Keith Traylor.
Keith Traylor was like that.
Yeah, Keith Traylor a little bit.
Well, we went through that, 97, 98 Broncos team. It was filled with guys like that. They had all sorts of personality. Because I think of this Broncos team as kind of
boring.
Kinda. Like everybody's quiet. Everybody's kind of,
Sean Payton called Bo Nix boring.
Well, Bo Nix is boring. But that's one of his better traits, that he's boring Bo Nix.
Well, let me ask you this. And we watched Super Bowl 13 the other day. Roger Staubach going up there. There's been no bigger choir boy ever as a quarterback in this league. But did those teams right there have personalities around
especially
a choir boy?
Especially on their defense. You had Thomas Hollywood Henderson and Martin there, and gosh, who else?
Tall Jones,
Randy Pearson, Randy White. I mean, you had some definite personalities there.
Harrison White were your safeties?
You had personality.
Yeah.
If you look back on it, Elway was kind of boring, sort of, on those teams compared to, I don't know, man.
I don't know about that.
That's what I was kind of told.
I don't know about that.
Amongst those guys, though, I get
he wasn't Shannon Sharp.
Right, keep going. Keep going. Who was on that team?
Well, Danny Trevathan or Keith Traylor.
He wasn't Alfred.
He wasn't Alfred.
Wasn't Neil Smith.
No, but he was. He might have been somewhere.
He wasn't Rod Smith.
Oh, yeah, he was more than Rod.
What was Rob?
Dude,
did he not come out of his shell back in that day? What are you talking about?
I think Elway was pretty crazy.
Okay.
I mean, anytime your offensive coordinator is hiding you underneath the projection from Dan Reeves because you're hungover in the team meeting and you're asleep underneath the projection table.
I'm not saying John didn't have fun out there. I'm just talking about personality in the locker room.
I think he competed when it was time to play.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that used to be the staple. Give me a guy that outside the white lines is going to have as much fun as you can have. But it became business inside the white lines, and I think that was John Elway. I think he was more fun than Peyton Manning.
I 100% agree with that. Peyton wasn't fun at all. Peyton was tense. Like, Peyton made people nervous. Well, he wasn't he would joke around and kind of like sort of kind of a mean sort of way.
A mean, biting, truthful kind of way.
Yeah, that's how Peyton rolled. He wasn't, no. Peyton and Elway are two, I think, polar opposites.
Right.
John is way more fun, hang out, that sort of guy. I think Peyton's okay with a couple of beers in him, but I think you're going to get ripped. I think it's going to be like that. I think Peyton was hard to be around. For the other guys.
Well, you and I got a good buddy that coached him, and some of the stories and some of the manic stuff he did. You heard the one where he came out one day, got on the groundskeeper at Dove Valley, and said, "This grass is too high."
It was stuff like that all the time.
And basically, the guy was so PO'd he wouldn't measure it, and he said it was a quarter inch higher than they keep it. And he goes, "God damn."
It's all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. He was just manic.
Well, the scoreboard operator thing too. I know that ticked off people behind the scenes in game ops too. That didn't go.
I know
over
the guy that put it up there.
Well, they didn't do anything wrong. No. It's just it pissed off Peyton that particular day.
He was one of the old school guys that you don't kick a sleeping dog.
No, Peyton was wired differently, but it made him great. I mean,
Yeah.
But he did have a great. Peyton does have a great sense of humor.
But I know you're meeting Cockroach and all
Malcolm Roach.
Malcolm Roach.
Cockroach is a different guy.
Yeah, that's got to be his nickname.
But available now on Twitter. They have new rules, so that works out. Cockroach works out fine.
But wouldn't Cockroach be a good nickname? A guy that is a pest to the offensive line and the quarterback.
Well,
I mean, if he plays great, is that not a cool nickname?
Better than Stinkum.
What's your final little stat on Malcolm Roach?
All right, just two more quick things here for Malcolm Roach, fellas. First of all, Malcolm was born in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, played at Madison Prep, where he was coached by his father. So another player with a head coach father on the team, just like Bo Nix. Also, let's hear from Sean Payton yesterday talking about the Broncos defensive tackle, Malcolm Roach.
Let's hear it.
He loves playing. He really does. He's effective as a player. And it's kind of contagious. He's a really good teammate and someone that can play multiple positions, but there's certain guys that are glue guys in a locker room, and he's one of those guys that look, he had to steal first base. He was an undrafted free, he wasn't born on third base. He had to make it, and then he's a guy that appreciates every day.
All right, so this makes me a fan of Malcolm Roach. I'm rooting for Malcolm Roach. Don't you like Malcolm Roach a little bit better now?
Sure.
Okay.
But I do like chip on the shoulder guys.
There he is.
But now getting your money, do you still keep the chip?
So far, so good for Malcolm Roach. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, keep the chip. Because we've all seen guys get paid and all of a sudden the chip goes away.
Time for no dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb questions. Have you seen we just went through a pandemic and stuff, so I don't know if this
heard about that.
Yeah, I do.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard about this one. There was a warning put out recently. Do you know that they've all of a sudden started discovering? Have you heard about the flying spiders?
I have not heard about the flying spiders. No.
They're like flying spiders who can get up to about 4 inches long or wide, and they think they've come over like on some boats from imports like from Japan.
I can't tell if you're making this up or not.
I read about the other day.
That looks terrifying.
And it's poisonous.
You got to be kidding
me. And it's came over and they found a
poisonous flying spiders.
Yeah.
Where?
They kind of parachute down. They're from Japan.
They parachute from where?
Like high perches. And they'll just
Where
jump.
are they in the United States? Who's been bitten by a parachuting poisonous
Well, Dan's looking it up, but I think it was in the East Coast, like New York City. New York City, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Are they killing people?
But it's kind of like the killer bees that were going to, wipe out Texas, 30 years ago.
How dangerous are these flying parachuting spiders?
Well, I don't like spiders.
Well, that looks is scary.
Yeah, like if you saw that spider, would you be happy?
No, I'd be terrified.
Let me ask this. What do you think about the guy picking it up right there?
Well, that's pretty brave, I guess. I don't know. Is that thing really poisonous?
Invasive Joro spiders, because he is...
yeah, that looks terrifying that something like that would land on you and bite you.
4-inch legs. They're going to potentially invade the New York area sometime this year, according to the New York Jersey Pest Control.
What's your question?
Had you heard about it?
I had not heard.
What's the question?
Well, the question is, do you want to go visit New York this summer?
Am I going to get a poisonous flying spider landing on me?
I mean, come on now. Doesn't that bother you? All right, no dumb question. Okay. What's the coolest thing you've ever watched on TV? And go back in your history that's not sports related, but you watched on TV and went, that's kind of cool.
I got to say, week after week, Welcome to Wrexham is better and better and better.
So you're talking about a TV show.
I'm going to tell you, Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds, what they are doing with this documentary. I thought they would run out of steam in stories.
It's even better.
I think it's the best TV show, episode for episode. I think it's the best TV show happening right now.
over and under at least one mention in the new Deadpool movie that's coming out with Wolverine. The Deadpool, because he's so irreverent in his dialogue anyway, that Wrexham doesn't come up, or McElhaney doesn't come up. One of the two.
Well, I don't want to be a spoiler.
Yeah,
here.
I heard this too.
Can I say it? I'll just give a spoiler.
It's on the internet.
It's a spoiler alert that McElhaney did film something but got cut out of it. According to Ryan Reynolds.
Right.
So I gave spoiler alerts right there. Hopefully,
because there had to be some sort of mention.
He was in it. He filmed stuff in it in England. And you see, you haven't caught up on the whole show. You're not up to date on it.
I just saw the first trailer the other day.
Oh, so you haven't seen any of the episodes this year? No, this season?
No, I have not seen this season of Wrexham.
Oh,
no,
wow.
No,
lucky you. You're going to set some time aside.
Yeah, because I did it when I first came out. I just binged it, and so I look forward to binging it.
Bring some Kleenex. It has all these weird little Hallmark moments. It's really just about a soccer season.
What about Lasso? They're talking about maybe doing one more season of Lasso.
They have to. They screwed that whole thing up. They put him on a plane back to America. It's stupid. You've got to keep going with Ted Lasso.
And maybe he takes an MLS team but brings all of his guys over.
No, he's got to get back. I mean, they had a hole in their plot. Because if you're the world's greatest guy, wouldn't you be working at Walmart rather than being 10,000 miles away from your son?
Right.
So it was a flaw in their script, and they had to straighten it out somehow. Because the world's greatest human being wouldn't be that far away from his son. There's just no way. So they just flew him back because they thought, what are we going to do about this? But somehow you've got to get them all back to England.
Yeah. Or maybe the next year's in America.
And frankly, I still don't even understand why Ted got divorced. What went wrong there? I don't get it.
Well,
there's
a lot of people that have said the same thing.
But the problem is she seems to be a great person too. Like in the show, she doesn't see why did they split up? It doesn't make any sense.
I think she was on a motorcycle with Bobby Bertino. So the coolest thing you've watched, not a sporting thing, or it could be a TV show.
You got something on your mind.
Something recently?
Well, it happened today
for
me. And I remembered it as a kid. It was always a big thing. We used to be a big thing. You go watch rocket launches.
Okay.
Did you know the Boeing launched their first manned rocket?
Boeing
did. Boeing with NASA. NASA paid them $72 billion. Boeing, that's why the planes are breaking down right now because they've been worried about the spacecraft.
Everything stay attached.
But they launch. I actually somehow got locked on, got a notification, but got to watch it take off. And then you're flying over. They're doing all these different tests, and they're trying to be. It's going to be the taxi to the International Space Station and back. And they got the contract. But I haven't watched a rocket launch in maybe since some of the disasters we've seen, right? But my daughter came in.
It's unbelievable.
And so I'm kind of like having flashbacks of when I was a kid. I remember one of the rocket launches, one of the Apollo missions, happened when we were in school. We had a school assembly, and we had this little bitty TV, and everybody sat down in the gym and watched this rocket take off. I mean, it was phenomenal. It was unbelievable. But I got to sit in bed today. And my daughter had her head on my shoulder, and I've got my little phone. I felt like D-Mac, except I didn't fall asleep. And I'm holding the phone up like this to the both of us, and we're watching this rocket take off, going up into space, and then you can hear them talking back and forth. It was really kind of cool. I got to watch what is called space. I don't remember what it is. Somebody up there in Texas.
I think the technology and watching that stuff. This is kind of like when I watch NASCAR. I am dazzled by engineering and technology with anything. And I say NASCAR on purpose because watching a broadcast now of NASCAR is like watching a science experiment.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Fox to me, upped their game a few years
ago.
The
TV coverage of NASCAR racing is freaking ridiculous.
It makes you like it.
It makes me love it. And the cameras, the sound, the way they break it down, the engineering, where the cameras are. And it is the same with the rocket stuff too. The fact that Elon Musk figured out how to land 2 rockets simultaneously, land them after launching them, to me is one of the most mind-blowing things that you think this is just made up.
This one, a little phallic kind of looking thing, but it's got a bulbous head where the rover that locks in and everything.
It had to go there.
But they had a camera on it the whole time, so you're able to see from this camera. And I'm sitting there thinking, dude, I can't get cell service once in a while on the mountains. And this guy right here, they're 300 miles up in space,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm watching a camera view of it live of the back end of this rocket. It was
You kept the bulbous head thing to yourself, though, when you were watching this with your daughter, correct?
I did.
Okay, just want to check on that.
But it was a bulbous head.
Speaking of bulbous heads, Jeff Legwald will join us next to talk about the Broncos on PhD. Hey, it's D-Mac, and it's a buyer's market, meaning exceptional values at Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. That's $20,000 off, or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget, including you. And every vehicle they sell has a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So I want you to visit them today. Got 3 options for you. Would be perfect. Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Again, that's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Jeff Legwell from ESPN joins us with the take on the Broncos and what's going on. Hey, Jeff, we were just talking about Malcolm Roach. And kind of just getting to know some of these newer guys, new to the team. What kind of role do you think Malcolm Roach is going to have on this particular team this year?
You know, T-Mac, I think he's in the rotation. I think he'll get some heavy snap counts. Now, you know, as many as John Franklin Myers, probably not, or Zach Allen, probably not. But I think he'll be in a lot of the some of the packages they put together up front, and he gives them a lot more depth. What's he started, like roughly half his games in his career, something, you know. So I think it's a good quality, good role player that they could get this year when they couldn't shop in the free agency aisles maybe they wanted to. And I think that the Franklin Myers trade, unbelievable, maybe their best sort of quiet move of the entire offseason. That changes the rotation. I think his snap count was higher before they made that trade, and now he'll be in the mix for sure. But he's a high motor guy, and you can see, you know, where he is in practice immediately because he's out there to practice like he means it, and that's always pretty evident.
And that's kind of what a team needs. It's been in kind of a funk and a struggle for 8 years.
You need a cast. You need some energy, right? You need some sort of cast of characters.
Even this time of year, you know, it's real easy to go out there, OTA practice. You know, you need some guys who are competing all the time to really, you know, sort of move the needle a little bit. And he's one of those guys. I think it's pretty easy to see right away that he is one, and it's real. Some guys are phony when they do it, but I think when he does it, it's authentic.
All right, not to talk about Tebow anymore, but sorry, I thought you were going that route.
Oh, we can if you want. I don't think Tebow. It was kind of like phony, not phony. It's how would you describe Tebow, Jeff? I mean, like I think he was genuine, but it was weird. I don't know. It was like
I think the hard part for him, D-Mac, is I think humility is in the fabric of what he believes, but he was not humble about football. And I think that was a battle sometimes for him. I think in his life, I think humility is a huge thing, but in football, it was a lot harder for him to square that. You know, nobody else gets the ball but me. It's not a humble tact, but it is one.
No.
It's one you're going to take as a player who wants the ball. You know.
I think. Let me run this past you guys. I think there's a progression from high school to rah-rah college to professionals. And one thing I got to give Sean Payton some credit for, the whole rivalry thing is just so different as a pro athlete, in my opinion, than in college. And you've got to learn how to be a pro. For example, yesterday was kind of hot and windy and whatever. So, Jeff, before we walked in like cattle into the facility, I sat down and squatted a pop like in shade. And I said to somebody who was standing next to me, I go, Champ Bailey taught me this. If you can find shade, find it. If you can sit, sit. If because there's other times that you have to expend that energy. And all that rah-rah stuff, Jeff, Scott, in my opinion, at the pro level, is kind of a waste of time and effort. Because when you really, really need it, you can't waste your time. Jeff, am I striking any chords there?
Well, yeah, I think if you're going to do that as a pro, you have to work the hardest.
Yeah.
You have to be the guy. You can't be rah-rah guy who isn't the first guy in the weight room, who isn't the best at preparing. You know, Peyton Manning could rah-rah all he wanted. Champ Bailey, in his very quiet way, would rah-rah people.
Right.
Chris Harris, but you've got to be at the front of the line all the time. And I tell people all the time, everybody says they want to be at the front of the line until they're at the front of the line. And, it's a different mindset. And the players get in trouble when they try to do it and they're not the hardest working and they're not the guy who's putting in the most effort.
Well,
that's when they get in trouble. That's when it's called out pretty fast, and you're going to
listen, I thought J.J. Watt, let's go back to the HBO show. What's it called?
Hard Knocks.
Yeah. and all of a sudden J.J. Watt's out there at 5:45 running basket drills or doing dummy stuff, and everybody that I talked to going, oh man, I mean, he knew the cameras there.
Right.
That's the rah that doesn't work. And I thought as good as he was as a player, that episode right there may have hurt him as much as any other player that's been on that thing.
Yeah, you could see where that would be a turnoff. Turning it to the Broncos, Jeff. Who are those guys this year, man? Who are these new guys going to be, in your opinion?
I don't know that we know yet. On a player level, I think Franklin Myers is going to carry a lot of clout, even though he's not a boisterous guy, but just how he plays, like snap the whistle. You're not going to find many guys. I mean, he's just been hidden in the defensive line for one thing, but with the Jets for another. But this is as forceful a player from snap the whistle as you're going to find at any position. And that carries a lot of clout. He may not use his screaming to pass it along, but when he gives that kind of effort on every play, that does pull some people along too. So I think he's an important guy this year. The quarterback, whoever it is always important, but it's hard for those guys to lead at the moment because you don't have the keys to the car yet. So I've talked to many young quarterbacks who say, I'm tired of them griping about me being a better leader when they won't
right.
just say I'm the starter. They won't tell the other guys I'm
right.
the guy. So,
Right.
So there's some of that. You're missing a big component with the quarterback. But Tim Patrick, a hugely important guy they haven't had for 2 years in the locker room, maybe one of the most important locker room voices, and probably in a fight at a crowded position, if they keep 5 or 6.
Hey, so let's go back to the question. Burns, you've been out there now for both sessions of these OTAs. Give me a breakdown individually, each single quarterback, their strengths and what you saw and things that may be of some concern and going to need to work on.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of the playbook yet, so that's some of it, Scotty. But I think it's been very distinctive to me so far. You have two guys in Nix and Stidham who are trying really hard to play par golf and not make any mistakes. And you have a third guy who has enough experience, has actually played more games than the other two guys, who knows he has a puncher's chance and is taking. Zach Wilson's been the only guy to push the ball down the field at all in any of these things. But I think he's playing with a little more freedom. The other two guys aren't right now. And, maybe that changes in minicamp as they add. Again, we're not seeing a lot of the playbook, but yesterday they did a red zone period and only 2 balls went into the end zone during the entire period. And one of them was a throwaway and the other one was a completion to a guy that will not play in any game this season, probably. So that's not, guys looking to make plays. That's guys looking not to make mistakes. And that's very natural. I mean, they've made it very clear they're grading everything. So they're getting sort of the fruits of that right now by what they're doing. But, we'll see. Again, we're seeing a very small sliver of the playbook in terms of what we'll see even next week a little bit and in training camp.
All right, great stuff, Jeff.
Can I ask one quick one? Will Courtland Sutton be here next week?
Ooh, good one.
My gut and information is he will be, but I doubt he will do very much on the field because he has not been here. I mean, if he goes out there and pulls a hamstring, that changes the entire dynamic of the whole thing. And I don't, he's not going to want to do that either. So I will be intrigued. I think he will be here unless something changes and he wants to give up $101,000. But I doubt he will be in any sort of full rotation or anything.
We appreciate it. Thank you to Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate it. We're in the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. All right, a deeper dive into what our big takeaways were from Sean Payton and what we learned from the Broncos yesterday coming up next. Hey, D-Mac from Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. It's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Proud partner of CU Athletics. How about this? 20 grand off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat. Heard right. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. But that's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? Well, lease one today for just $249 a month, $249 a month, and that bad boy's yours. So what are you waiting for? Buy now and save big at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Located on 3rd and Alpine, amazing showroom, incredible service, 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. For all the details, simply visit them online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
Yeah, I think he'll be here for minicamp. I mean, it's mandatory, and when I've been asked about Courtland, I'm going to say this, man, I just know his work ethic. I know the player, and there's a list of things that race through your mind this time in the offseason as a head coach. And respectfully when I say this to him, because he and I have talked, I think that'll work itself out. So I think he'll be here, yeah. But I don't know that for sure.
Sean, is it a contract situation that was reported a few months ago?
Well, it's not that he doesn't like our new uniforms.
Best line he's had in 2 years.
Funny. It's a funny line. Yeah, I mean, Courtland might show up. He's not going to practice. Maybe I don't know if people get that. They just show up and they sit there on the sideline for 3 days.
But don't get fined. And you're in the meetings and you're seeing installation and you're doing all that kind of stuff like that.
Good. You're around the guys. Go get
probably
some pizza.
Stretching before.
You could do that. You probably could figure out stretching.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the lighter drills.
I mean, all the stuff you're going to get to see.
Right. Courtland Sutton will be a superstar for me.
Stretching.
Well, that's next week, man.
Yeah, and I don't get excited about any of this stuff, honestly. It's like I'll watch Summer League for the Nuggets because there'll be new faces. But it doesn't matter.
I know, but it's so fun to get into it. Dude, I got doped. I did, because I thought Hunter Tyson was going to, I don't know. I thought it's going to be so exciting watching Hunter Tyson in the mix with everything.
And he was never in the mix.
I know. There's still part of me, still, even today, that is like, man, he should have given Hunter Tyson a little bit more run. See what's what.
Well, on hindsight, to be honest with you, instead of trying to go for the 57 wins and really probably should have been 58 and blah, 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 go for 49 or 50 and play those guys a lot more. I mean, once – and I would say with Julian Strawther, he had that one game in Atlanta, which was absolutely phenomenal. Hit 6 threes, I think, helped win the game in Atlanta, blah, blah. And then the next couple of games, he was like 1 for 27 and threes,
dude,
and then didn't see the floor.
The first 30 games was like, let's go Julian Strawther. There was a lot of Julian Strawther out there. You kind of forget it because it was so early in the season,
right.
But I mean, I don't know if this dude even has a place on this team anymore.
I will say this, and if someone gets mad at me, fine. You're not being realistic. I've never seen a guy who's known as a great shooter miss so poorly.
It's crazy.
When he missed, I mean, he missed. I even talked to coaches about that, and they go, man, I said, I've seen him wear glasses around the hotel. Is it an eyesight thing? Could he maybe need? Does he play in contacts? Does he?
I don't know.
Does he need to go Rambus with some glasses?
Wasn't Skeeter kind of like that back in the day? Skeeter
Feely was. They said all pro in practice.
That's what I heard.
Well, then you're talking probably performance anxiety.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know. That feels weird though, because Strawther played on like Gonzaga and on national TV all the time. They had a huge spotlight on him. He played in massively big games.
But and again, here's the difference. You brought this up a while ago. The difference going from, and maybe it's not so bad in basketball anymore, but going from high school to college, to me, was as big of a jump as college to pro. But here's the difference. Once you go to, especially if you're going to a Power 5 school, everybody on your team was probably all state. Once you get to college. When you're in high school, you might be the only guy that's all state on your whole team, right? I was on my team. I'm the only guy. You go to college, I got, second at Mr. Indiana. I got the third place winner of Mr. Texas basketball. I mean, I've got, everybody on this team was all state. I got Mr. Arkansas basketball on the team.
Right.
Everybody was all state, right? Then you get used to that play level and it's fine and bam, 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 and the cream rises and you're all good. Then you go to the pro. And here's the jump. In college, almost everybody was all state. When you go to the pro, almost everybody was all American. To me, there's a big difference.
The guys that are playing, at least.
Yeah. Most of the guys you're trying to compete with for time,
right?
Probably, and I know we got a lot of Europeans and stuff like that, but the Europeans have probably been playing pro basketball for 5 years,
Right.
and you're coming in for your first year. But everybody's an All-American once you get to pro, and that's a big jump. It's the same thing, I think, in the NFL. I mean, you look at Alabama and all the things they've done over the last handful of years with Saban. I mean, they're getting 6, 8, 10 guys drafted in the first 2 rounds every single year. But now, guess what? They're not playing Mississippi State, and they're not playing University of Arkansas this week. They're playing teams that's got a whole bunch of guys like them. And sometimes guys can't handle that mentally. So even a guy like Strother, Gonzaga, listen, he wasn't playing against All-Americans every night, against All-Americans.
Right.
Played with a couple. But now he comes here. Dude, I'll just say this. I'm still the 4th leading scorer in Arkansas history.
Congratulations.
I averaged 2 points in the pro. Or 1.8. so let me just, you sucked. You couldn't score. There was a time.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think that's what was.
Yeah, but you also played in the league for how many years did you get in the league?
But 11 years. But
that's a long time.
But I had to change who I was and what I did.
Yeah, well, you figured it out. You were valuable for 11 years.
I figured out $125,000 was a lot easier to make in basketball.
And couldn't you
than
have
the
played
real world.
a couple more too if you really?
Easy. Yeah.
Right.
I didn't want to move. Denver got a hold of me.
Right.
Yeah. Denver stuck its claws in me, and here you go.
Well, I'm looking forward to. I was thinking about the OTA stuff with the Broncos, and it's stupid. Like it's a bad schedule. Like they're doing all this stuff. Like Cortland Sutton ain't gonna play. He's not in condition. It'd be stupid. He'd get hurt. So this is dumb. This mandatory minicamp thing. The OTAs are dumb, Scott. You realize we just have a dumb system right now with the NFL. It's stupid. It makes no sense. And you're going to take 5 weeks off? And now we're going to, practice for 3 days and then throw on pads? Stupid. What they're doing right now would make a hell of a lot of sense if they're putting on pads next week. Like, think about everything they did. Condition, hang out, bond. Then we have 3 weeks of OTAs that are unpadded as we get in better and better condition. And now we should be next week, they should be putting pads on to hit each other to play football.
And keep going all the way through the whole summer?
Yes!
Oh, I hate that.
But you start, no.
I hate that.
You would start in July, after the 4th of July. You just start after
I'd still hate that. Still
Don't
middle
give me a
vacation
break.
time. It's vacation
July,
time.
August, September, October, November, December.
When does school start?
School starts in September-ish.
Late August, September.
August, that's right.
Right. So
Who gives
June,
a crap
July,
when school starts?
Everybody who has kids.
Well, nobody told you to have sex.
Really?
Well, I mean,
Sean Kemp says hello.
I don't think anybody told them.
Yeah. What was that one running back we had here that one time?
Yeah, I mean, Travis.
Patrick Patterson.
Travis Henry.
Travis Henry.
Patrick Patterson.
Peterson, yeah.
Peterson.
I don't know. No. It was DRC. It was.
I think there should be a bigger run-up, but here's what I would say. I would do the rookie minicamp. And then the next
fine.
And then the next week I would do 10. I would cut all the voluntary stuff out.
That's right.
And then if you want to do a 7-8 day period of full on, here we go, boom, 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 good. Give them a month off, 5 weeks, and then bring them back. Give them 2 or 3 weeks of underwear before you put the pads on. That's fine too.
And forget all this voluntary crap. Just that actually makes sense too. You could do that fine.
Yeah, you still got to give them a month for all the kids and people. You got to do that.
You guys with the kids.
Well, every single coach probably has kids. 90% of the players probably have kids. The people that want to do something with their kids, they can't during the season.
Guess what? It's called life. Everybody has kids, and they got to figure out
and it's called summertime. Why do you think there's teachers?
Because lifeguards are important too. Nobody wants to see somebody drowned. This is Dan. I don't know. I do love you ex-pros, man. I do love you. But it is in your DNA that you still get, and I know you're a working man and have been for a long time, but somewhere in the back of your head, you still think you should have 3 straight months off a year.
Absolutely. Hey, I was telling the Warden last night, I go, you know what? I went straight for the Nugget season, doing Nuggets and radio, and then I'm still doing. I said, dude, I'm kind of getting frazzled right now. My mind's kind of like
In your head.
In my head, I'm frazzled.
All these big, tough ex-jocks, Dan, they're really fragile, soft little puppy dogs when it comes to like time off. Because you've been conditioned to have a huge chunk of time off.
Right. Well, but I don't get the announcers, and there's announcers that do this all the time, or the people that work. To me, once a season starts for me, in fact, I love golf, okay? But once Broncos season started, when I was covering the Broncos and calling the games and everything else, the clubs go away. So the clubs go away in August. Everybody else I got all my friends are playing all the way into November. And I've already put the clubs away for 2 or 3 weeks because I consider this my job. I consider this, when we were allowed to be out of Dove Valley every single day.
Yeah.
I believe once the Nuggets see, I don't miss games. This is my job.
Uh-huh.
I don't believe that I should, take 2 weeks off in the middle of the season. And there's guys that do that. I'm like, this is our job, But you have to admit this though. You still got to refresh sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, not every. Let me just say this. Not every one of us can get 5.5 hours every day of the single summer to be on it by ourselves. If I had your life.
Oh, I had a great ride today.
See,
oh my
5
God.
hours.
Didn't have 5 hours today, but I just got a power hour in, just up and down the 470 trail. I came here. I was actually early. I was like, I got time.
How far up did you go?
Broadway, from this trail up to Broadway and back. And I could have gone to Lucent, and I'm sitting there, and it's 11:17. And I'm like, it's only 3/4 of a mile to Lucent.
Oh, you should have gone to Lucent.
I know, but I was just like,
But those are great trails. You can go all the way to 70 Exchange on that trail.
Dude, it's fantastic.
And that's all the way uphill up to the 70.
Yeah. This is kind of like having kids as an excuse for things. No offense to everybody out there, but it's kind of like hearing about your fantasy football team. Nobody gives a crap.
See, wow.
Listen, you can't use your kids as an excuse.
But can we call Kim about grandparents? Can we talk to her about grandkids?
She said she wanted to be a grandmother. That was news to me. I found that out yesterday.
So come on now.
She goes, "You were such a jerk about that." And I go, "What? You want to be a grandmother?" And then I'm looking at her like, "Do I really want to have sex with a grandmother?" And I'm like, because still, I like familiar relationships with my wife right now, but really. Are things going to change if that happens? Never really envisioned that.
Well,
got to keep it real. PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. Listen, it could be a problem.
For all you grandpas.
But if it's something that you're dealing with, man, come on, let's go. Let's get this figured out. Let's get this straightened out at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. At RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, 720-440-7900. We're having fun with it, but I know it can be a serious issue. And they have served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work and you're in the office, the visit is free. But they have... Listen, it's worth a phone call just to hear some of the stories about how the test dose does work. So listen, man, if it's been getting you down and you're just not feeling like yourself, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're great with low testosterone issues too. Call 720-440-7900. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Hey, what's going on? It's DMAC for AAA Home Improvements. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home, as my wife and I have been doing as we're into a new place now, we called up AAA Home Improvements, got a hold of them. Toby Hurdle and his crew of master craftsmen and project managers are incredible. We had Bob come over, and it's a kitchen sort of thing. It's a beautiful home that we bought, no doubt about it, but it just isn't exactly the way we wanted it. Well, we thought of it, and then we flesh it out with AAA Home Improvements and cannot wait to see the work that gets done. So it's about having something in your mind in your home that you just know you can do it better, but how do you make it happen? AAA Home Improvements, that's how. Simple. The quality of the work is phenomenal. The reviews are outstanding. Lori Lewis, we had a wonderful experience with AAA from the initial bid to the finished remodel of our kitchen. Same with us, Lori. We're in the same boat. But whether it's your kitchen, complete home remodels, finished basements, if you can dream it, they can build it. Schedule does fill up quickly, so check them out today for a free no-obligation estimate on your dream renovation. AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. Why am I laughing at myself? I really shouldn't do that. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. It's mountainhighappliance.com. There are Rocky Mountains there. mountainhighappliance.com, offering every major appliance line and brand. Dan Bud Tanner, tickle our fancy. What's first up?
All right, I wanted to readdress something that Jeff Legwald said. We had him on the program just a couple of segments ago. Legwald said on the show today that at OTA so far, guys, Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham are playing, quote, par golf. And he said Zach Wilson has been the only quarterback so far, early in OTAs, to push the ball down the field. Now, I want to play this clip from Sean Payton yesterday talking about why they acquired Zach Wilson, and then I've got a question for you guys after we hear from Shawnee Poo.
Okay.
We just felt like, man, we'd love to work with this guy. It wasn't too long ago. We remember grading him, and we felt the investment was worth it relative to his skill set and his talent. And so it took a while. You know, we spent the better part of a month and a half working on that trade.
Okay, so it sounds like Sean Payton infatuated with Zach Wilson, or at least interested enough to bring him here to the Broncos. If Bo Nix is playing par golf in training camp, how does that bode for him as far as winning the job to start the season? In your guys'
It's
opinion?
good because it's about trust. I can make a radio analogy here because back in the day when I was just a young buck there in college, Scott, you know, everybody wants to be Howard Stern, right? Everybody wants to be that. But can you just go on the air and say, here's Bon Jovi on Z89? I mean, can you just do that? And if you can do that, I remember I was running my college days, and this guy did something. There was a song, Roxette, You Got the Look, and there was a big pause in it. And that song, it's an 80s song, You Got the Look, and a pause. And the guy played a cow mooing sound effect in the middle of it. And it was funny.
We got to find that song, yeah.
Yeah, if you can find You Got the Look, I can throw in the cow sound effect. But it wasn't that, but he was doing it like overnights or something. And I'm running the station. And I'm like, I'm not saying it's not funny, but I just don't know if you just can do what I need you to do before you do that. So why don't you just get to the point where...
So you stifled this guy's career.
He's been working in broadcasting for like 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
Well, as a news writer, he really wasn't that funny. Do you know, can I give you somebody? I'll give you somebody actually that's even a better story. You know who Matt Berry is, the fantasy guy?
Yeah.
Matt, he was a DJ of mine. Like, I was the program director at the same college radio station.
So you're telling me you broke two guys and you put them into writing?
He was terrible. He couldn't just like introduce the songs because he always wanted to be doing something kind of extra. And I just was like, well, how am I ever... I was like, dude, you just gotta... And he goes, yeah, it's not for me. I'm like, okay. Hey, no problem.
Well, here's the thing, and Leg even said this also, you know, they haven't got everything put in. They'll put more stuff in. To me, all three guys may be doing what opposite they should do. You knew, and you said this when they drafted Bo Nix, he can be a boring quarterback.
Yes.
Dump off, underneath, dump off, boom, boom, boom. Just move. Here we go. You almost think Wilson should show that he can do that.
Absolutely.
They can play safe. But everything I've heard from the people that have been out there watching it, saying the other guys almost to the point where they're playing scared to make a mistake. And Wilson's playing like, dude, this ain't going to work during the season. We got to test and spread this defense out. We got to get him going and taking more chances. The issue is he's got to show that he can be safe, whereas maybe the other guys got to show that they can do other stuff.
Right now, I think, in all honesty, can I just trust you? I'm a coach. Do you know the plays? Can you get it done? Can you communicate it to the rest of the players? If you make a mistake, can you just figure it out? Now, listen. Once you become Howard Stern, Peyton Manning used practice for his own devices. Later on in his career, like, he would throw interceptions every practice. I saw Peyton Manning throw so many interceptions. Why? Because he's working on something, Scott, but he's earned that, right?
And no one here has earned that.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to kind of, take it easy with stuff. It'll all come.
But there's
Don't try to skip. The Nuggets said it the best. We can't, Jokic said it, we can't skip steps.
Right.
Don't skip steps.
But the key is you got to make sure those guys not skipping step can still see the next one in front of them. Because there will come a time you've got to press the envelope, yes or no?
Of course.
Yeah.
But we have been in this ridiculous trajectory as Broncos fans. We've just been sold a bill of goods. We've been I don't know, man. It's been a pyramid scheme for the Broncos. Like, we're just going to, hey, it's just going to be one of these two free agents, and boom, here we go, like magic. Like, we want to get to another championship without putting the right hard work in. Well, sometimes the hard work, Scott, is boring. Well, I almost did curse there. It can be just boring. And so are you willing to do that boring work to get there? And I think Zach Wilson would be a lot better off if he just tried to be boring. And Bo Nix is going to do himself a lot of favors just by getting it down. And it doesn't all have to happen this year. So I think that sucks. But I look at the Avalanche and the Nuggets, and gosh darn it, they did things the right way, which makes this year probably, Scott, more painful than ever. Because I think they were in a window right here. And you had a 20-point lead in the second half, bro, in Game 7 at home. If you're going to lose to Dallas in the next round, so be it. But we should have at least had that opportunity to see it, and that stings. I don't know why I can't get over it.
But you know what?
Man.
I would say maybe part of the Nuggets' problem is they played it too safe.
Next story, Dan.
They weren't playing par basketball.
They were playing par basketball.
Well, it wasn't the time. All right, just on this one more. It wasn't the time to play par basketball anymore. You already did that. You got it. That's another. Hey, man, it's one. I'll give John Elway some credit on. Say a pro Elway thing. After they lost the Super Bowl, he was asked about the next step and the next levels, and Elway said, there's levels of winning, and there's a difference in getting to the Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl.
He would know that,
and he would know it, and he was right. And as much as I love John Fox, because I love John Fox. He's one of my guys. I can get him on the phone right now. We'd have a great chat. He wasn't, it pains me to say it because I like him so much, he was not the right guy to win the Super Bowl. And it broke my heart to see it in person in New York, Scott, because this is a dude I really like and really respect, but he wasn't the right guy, and Kubiak was. And listen, I have nothing but respect for Shanahan, but Kubiak, and I know he doesn't like me, but I really do think he was, and this sounds weird, the best Broncos coach of all time. And it's a fair argument. I don't even want to debate it about him and Shanny, okay? But for me, he knew exactly what to do. He knew exactly, in a very complicated year, to figure out how to win that. I don't even know where I'm going.
Yeah, because he didn't play it safe.
He did not play it safe.
Wasn't playing par there, then. Yeah.
Gary Kubiak was not playing par football that year. We all know that, right?
Yes.
He took so many freaking chances on things that was crazy. Peyton Manning is healthy, and he's starting Brock Osweiler. And it wasn't just in that Chargers game, because Manning was good to go the week before against Pittsburgh. And Kubiak went with Osweiler. And Manning had to sit there and think, is this the way I want to go out? Pretending to be hurt? Because he was fine. He could have played in the second to last game. He didn't want to be a bench warmer. But he sucked it up, good for Peyton Manning, and said, well, listen, man, if this is it, if this is my destiny, then okay. And I'll be okay being the backup quarterback. And then, destiny and history and the whole thing. And Kubiak had to figure that out.
Yep.
He had to take a quarterback who was 5-2 as a starter, Brock Osweiler, and sit his ass on the bench when the playoffs rolled around for a dude who could barely move.
Which was great for that year, but hurt him down the stretch because Osweiler got PO'd about it and ended up taking his ball and going to Houston.
Are we winning championships this year or next year? What are we doing here? And it was about winning a championship that year. And you know what? If Gary was healthy enough, I think he would have figured out the next year too. They screwed out with Brock, but I put that... I just gave Elway a compliment. I can throw him under the bus here like Bud Black in a second too. Because is Brock your plan or not? And if he's going to be your plan, then just get it done.
But you also don't know what the conversation between Coobs and Elway were with Brock.
Okay, but who's your quarterback?
Exactly.
And why, if you're Elway, are you shoving Peyton Manning out the door? Well, you should have begged him to stay.
The biggest thing I'd say, man, you should have had him play one more year, even
Absolutely.
if Osweiler goes somewhere, and then
Absolutely.
And then Simeon at least learns another year.
He had another year on his contract. You should have beg Peyton Manning, and you should have been a little bit more flexible about how many games do you really need him to play. And this goes back to the Nuggets, Scott. And I think of the two ways here, bro. You either blow a team out like the Celtics did and the Nuggets did 2 years ago. You blow teams out and you can cruise to the finish line in first. If not, circle 5-0, 50, 5-0. As long as we can get to 50, who cares? You don't want to be 7th place, okay? I don't know. Will a team ever win 50 games and be in 7th place?
Chances are no. But.
Okay. So can we all agree, unless you are winning by a mile like the Celtics did and the Nuggets did, the magic number's 50 and we'll figure it out from there? Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Are we down with that?
I like that a lot.
Okay, does that make sense? And if you can win, win. Sure. I mean, cool. But don't kill yourself. Dude, they went 21-6 after the All-Star break this year, and they were burnt toast. Cannot do that again. Next.
All right, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell's vision of adding an 18th regular season game to the schedule will certainly be met with resistance from the NFL Players Association. So an example of what's to come was offered Wednesday by Colts center Ryan Kelly. He's a vice president on the union's executive committee who made it clear he has zero appetite for the expansion of the regular season. He said, 18 games sounds great when Roger's saying it on Pat McAfee. But until you're the one that's going out there and putting the helmet on for 18 of those games, then come talk to me. So I guess my question here is this a fight worth fighting for from the Players Association having resistance to an 18th game?
No, but I can tell you why. Scott, you.
Yes, but what are you gaining?
Nothing. I got some inside information on this one. The one thing the owners are the most committed to of any issue is an 18th game. The end.
Do the players make more for an added game?
Yes.
They have to.
They will.
Okay.
They will. The salary cap's going to go up. Everybody's going to make more money. Fighting the 18th game is just stupid. I was shocked to find out how committed the owners are to this particular topic.
But it's huge revenue.
Yes.
I mean, and it's here's another thing that we don't talk about. The salary cap is all paid by TV money and everything else. But for teams, especially teams that like Denver, Kansas City, teams are always going to blow up in attendance and everything else. And it's not just the attendance, but it's all the revenue that goes around that you don't have to share. So if you're doing a $1.5 million a game just on ancillary type stuff,
yes,
why would not want another $1.5 million that you don't have to share?
And they make so much money on regular season games compared to preseason. The owners, I'm telling you, I don't think this, I know this. They don't give a crap about preseason games for revenue reasons. Does not make sense.
Which is old because they used to, because that was when they didn't have to pay the players.
That's right.
And you could still rake in cash.
That's right. Everything has gone way up. And these guys are a collection of billionaires. You don't think they're smart people? You don't think they've figured out how to make money?
They ought to go a 5 or 6 week camp. You ought to have two.
Love it.
Two teams come in and play. You go somewhere, someone comes to you.
Maybe you have
a scrimmage a week.
And you have a stadium practice that you open the doors basically for free.
And a controlled game scrimmage against 2 other teams, one on the road, one at home.
Perfect.
Then you start the season.
Perfect plan. Last story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from the award-winning head coach of the New York Jets. What award did Robert Saleh just win?
You received quite the honor last week. I think it was sexiest coach in the NFL. Any thoughts on that?
No. You can ask my wife. No, I'm just kidding.
Should we end on that?
Did you hear from Kyle or Sean or anyone? Matt?
Matt was bitter. No, but anyway.
Oh, what's the award?
There's his sexiest coach in the NFL.
Oh yeah, he's pretty good.
He took the mantle from Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan.
Mike McDaniel didn't win that? No.
Well, Robert Saleh won it this year.
Robert Saleh is clearly the sexiest coach in the NFL. I don't think it's even close. Kyle's all right. I mean, I guess I get why Kyle's in the running, but he ain't Robert Saleh. I mean, give me a break, Scott.
McVay got a little chunky.
Yeah, he's too short.
Yeah.
I mean, how sexy can you be when you're 5'3"?
Not at all.
Well,
no, I get it.
Let's ask.
No, I know. I mean, listen, I know. I don't think it. I know that too.
You tower over 5'3".
All right, I kind of tower over 5'3". I mean, I'm not Drew Goodman. But I mean, me and Drew ain't winning any sexy awards. Me, Drew, Troy, Andrew Mason, we're not on anybody's sexy list. We're too short. Can't be sexy if you're short.
Tom Cruise. He's one sexiest man alive. He's like 5'6".
Yeah, but he's not in the real world. I mean, anybody can be good looking in a movie.
Yeah, in the movies, he's 6 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like 5'9", maybe. Me towers over you.
Sadly, you're right. What world do I live in where 5'9" towers over me?
Hobbits.
I do have big feet.
The Shire.
Yeah, the Shire.
Who am I joking? My feet are tiny. Everything's in proportion. It's a miracle I've been married this long. Seriously. I'm just leaving it there.
Where does Sean rank in the
Sean is
sexy
not,
head
Sean
coaches
is not
pantheon?
sexy. He is not sexy.
Oh, hey, Tom Cruise, 5'7".
Yeah, well, that means he's 5'5.5", probably.
So that's what I'm saying.
I know.
You might have him.
Because when don't you wear shoes? Sean Payton is not sexy. Skylene, you did all right with Skylene, though, that's for sure. So,
how about McDaniels?
Josh McDaniels?
No,
Mike McDaniel.
Mike
McDaniel.
McDaniel.
He's nerd sexy.
Nerd sexy.
Yeah.
like Science Club sexy.
Yeah. Yeah. If you line up all the nerds, I guess he'd do all right.
Well, that's what we ought to do a rally. So Mike McDaniel.
Nerd sexy.
Yeah, nerd club, Science Club, Chess Club sexy.
You can go through all the coaches. Andy Reid, not sexy. Fat guy sexy?
I think he's
fat guy sexy?
State Fair sexy.
State Fair sexy. Had a little bit too much butter sexy.
Yeah. Slather a little more butter on that piece of corn you're handing me over there.
Mike McCarthy,
sexy?
Is Mike McCarthy? He's not sexy.
No.
He just Belichick?
Oh, no, that's like grumpy nursing home. Assisted living sexy, maybe.
This is PhD on 92.5. Now that's a good promo right there. That's quality right there. So is soda. Soda's high quality. I mean, soda's been unbelievable for me as I've dropped 40 pounds, 40. It's crazy. And I'm on the maintenance program. Had a great ride today on my bike again. Loved it. Stretched the ride a little bit. Was hunting for some hills. Listen, and I'm doing, I got a little something going on this weekend. Starting to wear a number again, starting to compete a little bit again. I'm just getting my summer life back to doing the things that I was once doing. So how quickly do you want to get to that point for whatever you want to do? Well, Soda Weight Loss. Just click one simple button at sodaweightloss.com and save 15%. So easy. Click Request a Nutritionist Callback, and a Soda nutritionist will be on the line before you know it. Again, that's sodaweightloss.com. Incredible reviews. 9,000 Google reviews. The before and afters, and I'm one of them. I'm proud to say that. It's an at-home program available wherever you are, at home, at work, on the go, with nutritionist coaching support and real help, 100% on the phone. Okay, save yourself some money. Let's get it together. Sota Weight Loss. SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss. Say it with me. State of the art. Let's go. What a beautiful day, man. Denver, Colorado. Just take a moment, look outside. Look to your west, see those snow-capped mountains. Realize you live in the best place on earth. Come on, man. Hopefully you're watching the show on the Safeway Twitch stream at twitch.tv/altitudesr. Shop Safeway's summer 4 times points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. Opt in to convert points into cash off at checkout automatically. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors. I can tell you, you know what? We haven't even been paying attention to it. Darn it. Okay. Tell me you have not, Dan, Grizz. Hold on. Just for fun. I assume Scott's just doing business in the bathroom right now. It's okay. I don't want to rush the big fella. It's okay. Just be honest.
Smooth deuce right there.
Just be honest with me. Do either one of you know the Rocky score right now?
No idea.
Grizz? Yeah, okay. All right. The game started almost 2 hours ago. And we're just thinking about it for the first time right now. I did watch the whole game yesterday, too. I can tell you the Rockies almost got no hit yesterday? Elias Diaz had the first hit in the top of the 7th. They had 3 hits the whole game. He had 2 of them yesterday.
At Coors
Field. I know Dakota Hudson's on the mound for the Rockies today. So just for fun, just don't look it up yet. We're an hour and 50 minutes into this game or so. The Rockies winning or losing right now.
I mean, based on their record, I would say the safe bet is losing.
Saying losing. Grizz. Just yell it. Losing. I'm going to look now, but I'm going to say they're winning.
Okay. You don't know this either.
I don't know it.
Okay.
I'm mad at myself because going into the show today, I was like, ooh, we got to put on the game just to annoy Scott, like to have the Rockies game. And then I literally forgot about it until right now. All right, let me go to the scores. I'll look it up. I got it. Let me drill down here. How many games we got going on here today? All right. The Rockies are winning. The Rockies are winning right now, 5-4 in the bottom of the 5th. Huh? Okay. Will the Rockies, who are winning right now in the bottom of the 5th, boy, that's a slow game. For an afternoon getaway game, that one is dragging.
I got a surprise for you.
Will the Rockies win or lose this game? Real quick. Win or lose, Dan? 1-run game, they're up. 1-run game, they're up.
Well, that means it's on Bud Blatt. I'm calling win.
Saying win, Dan?
No. I'm going to say, I'll say they'll lose.
I'm going to say they're going to win. This is a surprise Nate Kreckman's coming in?
Yeah, the surprise, I asked Nate to come in.
I think that's fantastic.
Because we talked about his partner earlier in the show, and I wanted to see what Nate thought.
About?
If he was as shocked. Listen, here's what I figured I discovered.
Talking about like Andy's water boy-like strength?
Well, he does. Well, let's... we could ask Nate about that. We think Andy has water boy type strength.
Yeah.
He's extremely strong. He's fluid as an athlete. Did you see him do the worm?
That's what
yesterday?
I was calling you in for.
Yeah.
Dude, he's the water boy. Andy Lindahl is the water boy.
But that's why I wanted you to come in for because you were filming it.
Right.
And I was like, was any part of you shocked when he was able to do it as good as he did it and get up and walk afterwards?
I was surprised. He was talking himself up. He was like, I can still do the worm. I was like, when was the last time you did it?
I saw the video, yeah.
He said it was 10 years ago.
He did it frontwards and backwards.
Well, he wasn't as good backwards.
He went forwards. Yeah, he slowed down a bit backwards, but again, it's tough.
He looked physically spent after he did the worm.
I've never done the worm, so I don't want to judge him
you don't want to
unfairly. I've never done the worm.
You know what's funny? Like, let's back up a little bit. Andy Lindahl.
Mm-hmm.
Where would he even learn the worm?
He's a kid of the 80s.
Yeah.
Everybody in the 80s did the worm.
They did?
Again, I didn't do the worm.
Neither did I. And I grew up in the 80s.
I did the worm, and I grew up in the 70s.
Could you still do the worm?
Can I say something? I think I could, but let me just put this caveat.
Yeah.
Well, we will all want to see that.
Never ever try.
Yeah,
my back stinks.
It would be the dumbest thing to have to explain to people. Like, why are you in traction? I was doing the worm.
Yeah, I did the worm
on the floor.
That might be worth it
for
though,
a stupid radio bit.
Oh.
It'd be the dumbest
But
thing.
I saw that video, and I was completely blown away because it was a very fluid forward worm.
So if you can do the worm, are you an athlete?
I think it's an athletic endeavor. I don't think it makes you an athlete per se.
We're breakdancers, athletes.
But I would say, well, it is an Olympic sport in Paris.
That is so stupid. That is dumb.
Athletic endeavor. If you're going to be awesome at it, you do have to be athletic. Andy, I would say Andy's an athlete.
Oh, he is definitely an athlete.
Definitely an athlete.
He is 100% an athlete. Now, he's not a distance athlete.
No.
And if you can run away from Andy, you're going to win if that's the contest.
Well, Vic came out.
But how would you like to be trapped in a corner by Andy?
That sounds unpleasant. I feel like that happens to me every day, but it still sounds unpleasant.
He is between you and the door.
That is true. I was truly amazed though at just how natural he seemed to have done it. Like there was curvature of the lower spine. He was able to spring himself into the air. As somebody that has never wormed before, I don't even know the fundamentals of worming.
How about this for a hot take? Have you seen telephone booth fighting?
Yes.
No.
Oh, you gotta look it up, dude. It's really.
Is it stupid?
I've also seen,
dude. It's something else.
I've
You
seen
really
the
gotta
same
look it up.
type of thing. They had it like in a car, like a small Toyota Camry.
I have not
fighting.
seen that, but I have seen organized telephone booth fighting.
Oh yeah.
Where do you even find a telephone booth?
It's an England thing. It's a British Isle thing.
Today on the show, we are actually going to discuss the shin kicking championships.
Oh, it's right up
that took place in the UK.
I don't know how Andy would do in shin kicking, but I think he would beat the snot out of everybody at this station in telephone booth fighting, including you and Tyler.
He crushed Tyler on that blocking dummy.
Yes.
I mean, he absolutely folded
who wins
Tyler.
in a fight?
But he
Andy?
brought it more.
All right, who wins in a fight, Andy or Tyler?
Andy. Andy, not even close.
He's angrier.
Yeah.
He's very angry.
I think the smaller the space, the better Andy has a chance to win.
Yeah.
So he can fight in a phone
Well,
booth.
because Tyler could run Andy around a little bit.
Also, what I want
Tyler's got a reach advantage, but if he's unable to use that, to utilize that, he would
Tall
struggle.
guys, you have to keep him off because we don't want to go to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, if Andy was in the fight with Tyler for more than, I'd say, 90 seconds, it probably slants in Tyler's direction.
Well, maybe. Another reason,
choke him out fast.
Another reason I want to put you on is because I get to listen to you guys on the drive home every day. I thought your Brad Lidge interview yesterday.
Oh, the archaeologist
was absolutely fantastic.
Who knew? Fascinating.
Who knew?
It was unbelievable.
Yes. Well, Patrick Saunders knew. I read about it in the Post. I was like, we got to get Brad Lidge on the show.
That is
But I mean, he's like going. I mean, when he's going all over and spending months in Italy and everything else,
it's insane.
He's digging through Tuscany.
I mean, that's legit stuff.
It's incredible. Yeah, he was on MLB Network Radio on Sirius. He retired from it and was just like, I'm going to be a full-time archaeologist.
He's freaking Indiana Jones.
Yep, pretty much. Mm-hmm.
I hear he hates Nazis, too.
Doesn't have a whip.
Oh, but they got all into
Yeah, but
that.
you don't really need the whip. We saw it. You really
He
just
doesn't
need
even
the...
wear a fedora. He just wears a bucket hat.
No fedora.
No, he said the fedoras are too hot.
Never been chased by Nazis. But other than that, he's Indiana
Although,
Jones.
you know what? The one thing he did mention twice in that interview with you guys that I thought that there was a deeper dive.
Mm-hmm.
He said, yeah, you'll turn over a rock and there'll be a snake or two underneath. I'm like,
scorpions.
Hey, and scorpions. And I'm thinking, does Italy have poisonous snakes?
I assume so. Doesn't everywhere have poisonous snakes?
Oh. I mean, I wouldn't be an archaeologist in Australia.
You know, you can find the answers to these and other outstanding questions with Nate and the Waterboy coming up next.
Nate and the Waterboy.
92.5.
we're here. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I am Nate. That is Andy. We are with you until 6 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's just get directly, let's not bury the lead. Let's get right to the story that people need to know the answer to. After yesterday's feats of strength from Andy Lindahl, in which he, on the floor, in the, what would you call that, hall, foyer, whatever you would call that?
The dealie. What is that? That's kind of the foyer.
There's
Why not?
The foyer.
Let's be fancy.
Yes.
Let's be French.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
So we were in the foyer yesterday. Andy did the worm. He said he could do the worm. We filmed him doing the worm. He wormed. Okay? He came, he saw, he wormed. It was impressive. It was a good worm. I think you nincompoops on social media need to shut the hell up because my dude dunked on all your butts with a worm. And today, there was some concern about how Andy would do in recovery after such a tough performance out there. You know, you worry about the quarterback that got hit 7 or 8 times in a game. Andy Lindahl, the day after, you wormed for the first time in probably over a decade.
2, easily.
How are you feeling today?
I feel fine. So fine, I'm looking at buying a stand-up paddleboard. Anybody got one you want to sell? Hit me up. Yeah, I'm fine. I might do it again.
He's a sup bro.
All I got was everybody's like, oh, tomorrow. You just wait till tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's today, and there's no problems. See, folks, listeners, I treat you like my kids. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Didn't believe in him.
Didn't know. Y'all thought I'd be in traction. Ain't no Vic Lombardi. Ain't no soft shoeing it up in here because I tried to fix a sprinkler.
He's doing great.
Fine.
He's doing great.
I am fine.
You didn't fall through a deck?
No. Well,
you did a worm?
No, not in 5 years.
You got up?
Yeah.
And you're
we're
feeling
fine.
good.
I'm here. I ain't missing no shows.
Hell no.
You're going to have to drag my carcass out this studio, Kreckman. Dead, white, alabaster carcass going to have to be hauled by 5 men to get me out of here.
Like a dead worm. You have to scrape him off the sidewalk.
In 7 to start the movie.
That's good. Did you worm any more when you got home? Did you regale your children and your wife with tales of wormage and then get on the floor and show them how it's done?
No, I didn't.
No?
I mean, my son did put it on his Instagram. I got hit up by all 3 of my brothers today. I don't know if they were impressed with the worm. They were embarrassed by the cargo shorts. You people need to quit hating the cargo short. I got another pair on today. I don't think I own anything that isn't cargo shorts.
There's nothing for you to be embarrassed by. This is your mantra in life.
I don't care if you like them or not. You ain't got to wear them. So what? They're not yours. They're mine, and I'm fine with them. I'm going to be who I'm going to be. See, that's the problem here, folks. There's too much of you trying to please people. Don't please people. The hell with people. People suck. Have you met people?
Yeah. Fashion is
not my
everybody.
problem.
I was going to say it's everybody else's problem.
Yeah, you guys, hey, you want to fit yourself into some skinny jeans where we all know your religion and your calves are sweating? Have at it. Me, I'm opting for comfort.
He's wearing cargo shorts.
Yeah.
He's wearing his lawn mowing shoes.
And I'm worming in them.
And he's doing the worm.
Gosh darn right.
That's damn right.
That's what we're doing here today. We're being ourselves. Feel comfortable in your own skin.
That's what it's all about, folks. It's a life lesson more than anything else.
Your cargo shorted skin is just fine. I need to be for everybody.
It was an achievement. It was the human spirit coming through yesterday right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It really was. Mm-hmm. It really was.
It's been done, and it's been done beautifully.
It's done.
Andy,
I could worm daily, but I do think eventually it would catch up.
I honestly, like, having watched it.
You're not afraid. Go try. It's not hard.
I still don't think I could pull it off.
It isn't hard.
Okay. Again, like I will hurt myself doing anything. So I'm going to be careful. I've never actually wormed before, but what I'm saying is, like, maybe a daily worm is like good for the spinal cord.
Like an apple?
Good for the back. Exactly, very much so. It'll keep the chiropractor away. If you worm every single day, you're going to stay off that table. Your back will never be feeling better.
Hey, now hold on. You bring it up the chiropractor. Is Scotty still out there? Tell him to come in here if he is. Scotty told me the most. Look, you and I do this show.
Yeah.
So have I heard a lot of ridiculous things in my life? Oh, I have.
Mm-hmm.
Have we said a lot of ridiculous things in our lives? Yes. It's 3 hours daily.
Yeah.
The most ridiculous thing that I have ever been told was told to me by Scott Hastings last night as we did a little podcast.
Really?
I mean, the image of it is all-time ridiculous. All-time ridiculous. So I'm going to let him paint the image. And
Okay.
I'm glad he's in here so you can see him. His camera's still on, okay?
That's good.
That's mine.
Have a seat.
I'm going to move it because I can see you taking it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Hastings.
So we were talking about my worm, and Nate... Well, I appreciate you.
Impressive.
But you're my guy.
Yeah.
Nate was saying maybe a worm a day would keep the chiropractor away like an apple. And I told him I heard the most ridiculous thing on our podcast last night. Tell everybody again the new tool of choice for you to keep your back in shape.
You're gonna laugh at this.
Okay, let's have it.
His dad'll love
So
it.
I went to I got horrible back. I walk around in constant 4 to 6 pain in my back every single day.
Tall guy problems.
Tall guy problem. So I went to the chiropractor last week.
Mm-hmm.
They massage it first so the muscles loosen up. Then you can do the so doing this stuff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he had a massage gun on there that was like, I mean and it was warm. It got warm and felt good. So I go back home, tell the warden, I said, man, I had the best little massage thing before I got adjusted.
Massage gun.
It was unbelievable.
Uh-huh.
So I had my birthday last week. The warden calls up my chiropractor and says, hey, Scott was talking about how good this was. Can I use it? He goes, high tech, nothing but high tech here. It's alternative health medicine is his group. Dr. Spallone. And he goes, but I'm going to save you about $960. Tells her products, gets on Amazon, buys it low, $39.
All right.
It's a Black & Decker car buffer.
It's a car buffer.
Hold on, I gotta look this up.
Black & Decker that you put wax on and then you buff the car out.
Then you buff your wax job.
Yeah.
You buff your Mustang. He just showed it to me last night.
I put it on the air last
He
night.
lays down and she buffs his back with a back buffer. With
the actual,
it's a car buffer.
like the buffing attachment.
Well,
Is what you
but
use?
there's the round thing's on there.
Yeah.
And it comes with like a little wool pad.
Uh-huh.
And you put it on, and I didn't realize, but it makes sense now. If you put wax in a car, you want it to stay malleable, right?
Sure.
So it's probably got to warm up a little bit to keep the wax warm so that you can put
Mm-hmm.
it in. So this thing gets warm, and it just and it doesn't beach up. It's not one of those poundy up and down.
No, it's a buffer.
It's smooth.
Yeah, and what with those Theraguns are like $900.
Yeah, this was 40.
But look at the price of an actual Theragun.
$39.99.
And then the buffer is $39.99.
So after you get up, are you real shiny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Waxed? Are you waxed? But just
now I
imagine.
understand.
You're all smooth.
I understand. What was the guy on MTV back in the year? Buff the Wheeze. Now I understand Buff the Wheeze.
All right.
Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore. I know what Buff the Wheeze means now.
Can you imagine his 6'11" big old rear end laying down flat while Julia works to buff
with the car
his
buffer?
back with the car buffer.
Car buffer. I have a Black & Decker car buffer.
I almost want him to now have to lay like on a big table
I
at the
could
house.
I could maybe bring it in this week and we could
Sure,
try it
let's
out.
try it.
I mean, this is something you could take this to the Nuggets and you could be like, get the foam rollers out of here.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to start buffing these dudes.
Scott Hastings, kinesiologist.
That's what I'm saying.
It's your next career. How much you charging for a back buffing? Huh? $100?
Depends on the back. You know, there's
There's
volume.
a lot of hair.
There's volume and acreage.
Hey, if you got to clear the grass before you do the buffing,
You
is that a problem?
got to talk
It
square
depends on the
square
weeds.
footage, you know, and stuff like that. You know, and sometimes it might be free, but who knows?
Well, yeah.
So a Black & Decker 6-inch orbital car buffer.
And you're looking at it.
That's
so,
it.
$39.99.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
In fact, when I opened it up,
Mm-hmm.
the warden goes, I'm like, I don't really wax my own car. I mean, when you're a kid, you used to wax, get the chamois and all the cool stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't really waxed my car in 20 years. She goes, this is what you got for your massage. I go, what? And then she told me the whole story. Yeah, that's what my chiropractor is using, the Black & Decker $39.99.
Maybe I'll try the belt sander tonight. I got one of those in the garage. I'll see how
That's
that
toenails.
does.
You got the Jim Carrey going when you got the pedicures.
Toenails are a real brave man for Manscaped.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Well,
I'm gonna stay there in the garage when I get home and like, what do I got in here?
Well, you know, you do your shows every once in a while from your dad's
from his shop. Yeah,
maybe he's got one of those in there.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Okay,
you gonna buff your dad?
He would like that, I bet.
Lay out, pops.
All right, so there's a PA for the.
There it is, everybody.
listener.
That's an unpaid endorsement for the Black & Decker 6-inch orbital car buffer, available for $39.99. Amazon.com. Scott Hastings swears by it, everybody. Yep. It's the only product that Scott Hastings will buff his own back
It's
with.
my only endorsement I have on this station. So right there.
But it saved people money.
But hey, I'm telling you, look up the price real fast of a Theragun. They're like $800-900.
No, we know you're speaking the truth. They're like $950. They keep going up.
Especially the name brand one.
The hell you think you are, Theragun?
What about-
It's the same Theragun.
What about one of those like floor waxers, like they have it like a Walmart after hours?
He disappeared for a while. We're not sure where he is.
Now let me
I
ask
think
you
he's
this.
back though.
Both of you, if either one of you tried
Really,
to
the
run
floor wax
one
is
of those
just gonna
things?
go by you?
No, a floor waxer?
Yeah, have you
I
ever-
had to once, yes.
Does it when the first time you turn on? Does it?
Oh,
not-
it takes off.
It wants to
Oh,
jump
yeah, it
out of your
takes
hands,
off.
doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep.
You know who we ought to call is
Ghostbusters?
Vic Lombardi, because apparently he's now told 2 different shows he's been a janitor. So he probably knows.
He knows about
He told-
floor
he
waxing.
told them too,
Okay.
so just be aware.
He's a renaissance
Can he
man.
do a floor wax?
I'm going home now, boys.
Does Lewis have to come with him?
Scott Hastings has to go home and buff. Okay, loosen up the back.
Send us a video.
This has been.
Hey, we've
this
been
has
doing
been
a lot with Twitter. We want you to buff your back when you get home, and just send us the video.
This has been a.
Have Julia buff.
We
have
need a
Ellie
video
shoot it.
of back buffing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tweet it at us.
Yes. We'll put it on our OnlyFans.
The KNL OnlyFans. Now we're talking.
You know what this show is? Again, just triumphs of the human spirit and public service announcements. That's what we do for everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We dropping some flea on the show today? All right. It is Kreckman and Lindahl here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are with you until 6 p.m. Andy.
Real quick, I feel like you're kind of a frustrated bassist.
Frustrated bassist?
Like deep down somewhere, you kind of wish you would have been a bassist.
I kind of do.
Okay.
Yes, I kind of do.
We've established
yes.
that. I was just curious.
Yes. I go to Primus shows. I play some mean air slap bass. Let me tell you, my
Slap
friend.
it a bass.
Yes, I bring it. NBA Finals start tomorrow.
Ah, yes.
Finally, basketball will be back.
How did they do that?
Hockey doesn't start till Saturday.
I know. Who made these decisions?
I know. At least in the NBA, like, the series were all short.
Right.
We had 9 total conference finals games, but my God, get it going.
Hey, real quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody needs to listen at 420.
We're going to have fun.
We're going to have a little fun.
We're going to have fun.
Since everyone's all wishy-washy as to who to root for in the NHL Finals, we're going to bring you something only Kreckman and Lindahl can.
We are going to bring you the most Canadian segment of sports radio.
And then Florida Man.
I mean...
That's not technically Florida Man, but yeah.
A jar of maple syrup and a jean jacket and a Rush album are going to be looking at our show going, that's Canadian, let me tell you. All right? That's how Canadian we're going to get today here on the show, coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, and I very much am looking forward to that. With the NBA Finals, they finally do get going tomorrow, Game 1 in Boston, Dallas and the Celtics. All right, Andy. I ask you this question, and I don't think this is a terribly original question. I just think a lot of people are getting the answer wrong. Which team, Boston, Dallas, which team is under more pressure to win this NBA championship?
To me, okay, let's define pressure.
Okay. I already like where you're going.
Because
good start.
I have the stock answer. Pressure, I think both teams have their own kind of pressure, which is not a great radio answer. Do you want me to just break it down and then you can answer, or do you want to answer the pressure parameters?
You break it down for me, and I want to see if you get it right.
Okay.
I'll be
classic Nate Kreckman fashion.
I'll be evaluating
You're wrong.
you closely the entire
Kreckman,
time.
You're like the McLaughlin group, that old Saturday. No, wrong. What's with the bald chick? No, wrong. I think that just jammed 2 of them together.
Patty, patty, buke, buke.
Yeah. Anyway, so here's the thing. I think nationally, Boston's under more pressure because they have been the best team in the NBA for 2 years now, and not a lot to show for it.
64 wins this year. I mean, they've been the best team since October.
And they were great last year, too.
Yep.
They should have been the team. Basically, for all those that remember that Minnesota Viking team that choked the NFC Championship in 99 and didn't get to face the Broncos, Boston has been that for a couple years now, right?
Yep.
Didn't get a chance to play the Nuggets last year. A lot of us thought that'd probably be the series. So I think because of the national opinion and they're held in high regard, there's a ton of pressure. Jason Tatum's legacy is all that's been talked about on the ESPN Talking Head shows this week, and how he needs to get one to just start to work his way into the all-time great conversation for just Boston players.
Sure.
So you got that going on. Then, but I think for the Mavericks, like you and I have said this whether it's when the Nuggets or the Avs, how much more prime time do you have of these guys? Look, man, Kyrie and Luka both staying healthy and kumbayaing it, and everybody playing the way they're playing right now. Like, to me, if Dallas doesn't get it done, and I think the Nuggets are facing a little of this themselves, there's no guarantee you're back for another shot next year.
Okay. You got it right.
Yay! Hey! Woo!
It was a beautiful response to the question. You did. Okay. All right. The obvious pressure on Boston is they've been to the Eastern Conference Finals 6 of the last 8 years. This group is now in the finals for the second time in 3 years. They've had their opportunities, and they have not gotten over the hump. And yes, for Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, you play for that legendary franchise. If you one day want to have your number on one of those crazy banners up there in the rafters, you have to do this, okay? You have to win an NBA championship. And they haven't done it yet. And Jason Tatum, honestly, in some ways, Tatum and Luka, Tatum is 26, Luka's 25. They've sort of been in the same boat of like, okay, they've been first-team All-NBA guys. You'll catch him on an MVP ballot, but nobody's really taking their candidacy seriously. Like they're both trying to prove themselves on the biggest stage right now. And for Boston, as good as this roster is, Derek White is playing out of his mind. You have Drew Holiday on this team. You won 64 games. Porzingis is coming back. It is a perfectly constructed championship team. It is the most. I believe this season it was the most talented roster in the NBA. So that pressure exists for you, in addition to just being in Boston. But the thing about the Mavs is, and you were dead right with this might be their only shot.
Yeah.
Like Luka Doncic, think about that. Luka Doncic is 25 years old. He's a great player. He's a future Hall of Famer, okay? He's going to win an MVP award eventually. And as great as he is, think about this Western Conference. He might never get back here. That's what's wild about this. Like in the West, and we got to consider this with the Nuggets too, there's no guarantee you're ever going to get through that meat grinder again. And they did. You know, they beat a good Clipper team. They beat a good Thunder team, which is only going to get better. They beat an excellent Minnesota team, and now they get a shot at an NBA championship. How many years is the health and everything? And they've been banged up, but the health going to be there for them to get through that kind of gauntlet and then win an NBA title? That, to me, is why I think Dallas has more pressure to win right now.
See, and this is what I think is funny because I don't disagree. I mean, again, the East is weak.
Yeah.
You can tell me whatever you want to. I know everybody loves to fawn over the 76ers, and New York is the new kid on the block.
Everyone got hurt for Boston along the way, but like the Cupcake Central, get out of here.
That's just it. I don't want to hear any more about how easy the Nuggets road was. Okay,
right.
No more.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my thing too. You said it right there. In the future going forward, I think the Western Conference champion is going to be determined by who just stays healthy.
Yeah.
Because again, what do we talk about? I am not holding ill will against the Nuggets not getting into the or into the Western Conference Finals and then moving on because Jamal was not healthy. If Jamal was healthy, I would make a stronger case that I think things would have been a hell of a lot different. But he wasn't, and he wasn't going to be. And he showed us all throughout the Minnesota series that calf was not fixing itself while they were playing basketball. Right? And so I think, Minnesota was the team that was incredibly healthy. They didn't have Jaden Daniels punching a wall and breaking his hand and doing stupid things. So, and I think, with all the cap situations, and Ant is going to count for it wasn't like 40 or 60 million more now that he's made the All-NBA team and all that other stuff. Minnesota's going to have to do the cap stuff.
Might have been the one shot for them.
Right.
I don't know if Karl Anthony Towns is on that team next year, but then again, I don't know who's trading for him.
Well, and again, we're trying to figure out who the Nuggets can even add to this thing with what they got going on with all these aprons and so on and so forth. I'm just saying Oklahoma City seems okay, but didn't one of their guys ask out because he doesn't like his role? I think I saw after this was all wrapped up, like one player started griping that I want to get traded because all these teams are going to have their little things to deal with. But to me, it's going to come down who can actually make it through this thing healthy. Because there's just too many good teams. And again, San Antonio, we don't even know who they're going to add. After what Wemby showed this year?
He's inevitable. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm still not convinced LeBron James doesn't opt out and go join him.
Well, he's going to hire his good buddy J.J. Redick to be his coach. So
I guess there is that. He can't. LeBron has done a lot of kooky things, and he can't suggest they're a coach and then opt out, can he?
I also love the part where they're just like LeBron. LeBron hasn't even broached the topic of having Redick coach the Lakers. They host a podcast together.
Yeah, and it's his say anyway. So what do you mean he hasn't broached it? He don't have to broach anything. The only brooch he's worried about is what his wife's wearing to the next dinner. Hey!
LeBron, it is his call, ultimately. It's not Rob Pelinka's or anything else like that. We just think JJ could be a great... And okay, all right. We all know exactly what's going on here. This Western Conference, it'll kill you. And this Nuggets team was a great Nuggets team. They weren't healthy and having everything clicking all at the right time. In some ways, seriously, this Dallas team kind of reminds me of the Nuggets last year, just in that, like, they feel like they've gotten stronger as the playoffs have gone along, which is sort of what the Nuggets were doing last year, of just like they got better and better to the point where they won the last 2 rounds in 9 games total. Yeah, like Dallas is clicking in that way right now.
Yeah, and I agree with you, because if you look back at what the Nuggets were doing, they got their best basketball out of Christian Braun during the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He showed himself to be the most valuable during the playoffs, okay? I would even go back and look at Bruce Brown, who we knew was a huge contributor, was absolutely clutch during the playoffs last year. So I can see the similarities. I think because of the MVPs, obviously Joker has stacked up. We thought this thing was a little more long-term than what you feel like for Dallas. So I'll be honest with you. You said it earlier. That Luka will win an MVP. I think if Dallas wins this finals and he has a good season, I think it's his to lose.
The whole thing with Luka Doncic is, are you going to show up in shape? If he does, right. and what do you average? 30, 33, 34 a game this year on his way to a scoring title? If he does it for a full season, he's going to finally win.
You think
an MVP.
He would, though? See, here's the thing. If he wins a championship without having to do it, then why does he need to do it? Jokic point. Had to show up in shape so he could be that dude all year.
Yeah, it's a good point. No, it's that whole, maybe this is the thing where, like, okay, he gets smacked down and he doesn't win it this year, and maybe that's the thing that makes it click. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, basically, you get bad habits reinforced. And yet he's been hurt this entire playoff run. He's got the sprained knee thing, still playing out of his mind. Is there a comp for Luka Doncic?
Not really. I mean, he's kind of Jokic guard. I don't know. He's not even Jokic, though, because he is about the scoring. He's more about the scoring than Jokic is, right?
9 assists a game in the playoffs this year.
I know, but
a great lob player.
What would Jokic average in assists if guys were just always hitting buckets around him? Do you know what I mean?
27.
If he wasn't always falling short of triple doubles because dudes don't have their shot that night.
It's funny because you say Jokic is guard, and I was going to go unathletic LeBron.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, kind of that kind of player, but just freaking stronger than everybody else that is out there, which makes him almost impossible to deal with, like Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday, and Derek White will get some of that responsibility, and Tatum will pick it up in spots. We'll have to try and deal with Luka Doncic for a full series, but the man's a menace. He's really, really tough to stop, and God, D-Mac talks about being good in a phone booth. Like that's that guy. He doesn't need space.
No.
He doesn't require it. He will shove a shoulder into you. He'll get himself just enough breathing room, and then boom, he will light you up. The guy is absolutely incredible. I'm excited. Obviously, everybody would have rather just had the Nuggets keep winning, but I'm excited to watch him on this stage. I want to see him with this kind of challenge directly in front of him and sort of see what he's capable of. The one thing that I will resist is if and when he wins a title this year, the greater basketball discussion community will attempt to bestow the greatest player in the world mantra on him, and I ain't standing for that. You got to win an MVP award before you get that. You got to be the best 1 through 82 and in the playoffs before I can think about giving you that.
I'm with you, and we all know how Jokic affects the game, and he's not always looking for his shot. Like, there are a lot of people that wondered if Kyrie and Luka would ever work.
Yeah.
Is he the best scorer in the world?
Right now? Yeah.
Who is the best scorer?
Yeah, it's
if
Luka.
Not him.
Yeah, it's Luka. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got that thing that the great scorers do that prime. And when I say scorer, I don't even mean this as a diss. It's just like that's what your game is built around, and it's an important thing to build your game around. It's kind of how you win games. But Harden had it. Durant had it. Hell, prime Carmelo Anthony had it in spades of just I can operate with little space. I can force contact to get myself to the line because, the story of every scoring champion is I do a ton of work when I go to the free throw line too, and I can score at every different level. It's just these guys are just that good, and Luka is now, I'll put him on that list, while also being a great playmaker, while also being a great passer.
Yeah, what I love best about Luka is the compete. I feel like Jokic and Luka have the same desire to compete.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think the way Jokic feels quietly is how Luka acts outwardly.
Very much so.
Where he's yelling at guys and you can't bleep and cover me, and he's getting in the face of Ant and staring guys down. I think Jokic has got that going on in his head, even though he never really shows it.
Very much so. And Luka is also, I think that Nikola Jokic has very strong opinions about the way that the Nuggets are run. I think that he expresses those softly. I'm not saying that they're not serious. It's just he does so in a way that doesn't come across as gripey, where Luka has no problem telling everybody they suck. And that's one of the other kind of key differences about it. Jokic is a little bit more polite. Basically, the call out that we got at the end of the Minnesota series was about as forceful as Jokic handles these things, and it's a part of why everyone loves him so much.
But it was repeated.
He's tactful.
He dropped it. What was that mid-series where he said, "I cloned myself"?
Cloned myself.
Then he goes back to,
it was after game 2,
I
think.
like that roster.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That Mike Conley.
That Mike Conley.
He's
Wish
something.
we had a dude like that.
Yeah.
I like him.
They had a lot of big old bodies to be throwing at me. Real quick on Minnesota. If Towns is gone, is Naz Reid, he's ready to step into that starting role.
Well, he is, but then you lose some of that bench depth.
You sure do.
And look, we found out what bench depth
That's
does
the
this
NBA,
year.
Man. It's what they're doing to everybody right now.
But they're going for the parity.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is so bad. I don't think it's so bad that you're going to have yet another different finals matchup. The NFL's been feasting off this for years. Everybody feels like they're in it. I think the NBA is opening its eyes to, wow, our ratings do pretty good, when everybody feels like they at least got a shot, and some dynasty's not just going to destroy you for a 5-year period.
You know what's cooler, though, is if the Nuggets could have afforded to keep Bruce Brown. Yeah, that could have been something.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you. I would have liked our 5-year run.
That's the funny part about this is the NBA is finally getting around to changing their rules just as soon as the Nuggets are awesome.
That doesn't feel coincidental.
It's the most,
really doesn't.
It's the most Nug life way to have a dynasty.
Thanks, David Silver. Really appreciate you.
Michael Silver and David Stern.
Silver, Bobby,
stink.
whoever. I don't need either one of you, frankly.
Silver Surfer.
You
Silver Sun Pickups.
What other silver do you want?
Silver Chair.
Bullet?
Remember Silver Chair?
Yeah.
They were from Australia. God,
Weren't they like 15 too?
Yeah, they had a good 90s warble to them.
Yeah.
You needed that. Yeah, there's no consonants in 90s rock, all right? It's Kreckman and Lindahl. That's right. We're going to be Luka Doncic enthusiasts for a while because our team didn't make it to the NBA Finals. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm going to do this a little differently than DMAC did. We are going to talk about erectile dysfunction. That's the theme of Wednesday here. Halfway to date night coming up on Saturday. How's your sex life been? Are you dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction? If so, you need to seek out the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Know that every case is different. Now, there's plenty of men dealing with this, but you don't want it to become an intimacy or relationship destroyer. It can become a real problem, have you pulling away from the ones that you love or maybe the one you're trying to start a relationship. You can laugh it off if you like, but wouldn't you rather find help? The help is waiting for you at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. They've served the Front Range for over a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule a consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit will be free. They have an expert staff. Everyone over there is really nice. Again, and maybe They've got the low T treatments as well. Maybe that's where you start, but they've got a lot of options for you over there, and that's the key. 5 options for you to visit around Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Ooh, it's a Coors Field special today. 7-6, Rocks lead the Reds. Top half of the 8th inning right now, 2 down. See if the Rocks can close this thing out. See that home run that Ellie De La Cruz hit last night? Woo!
They had a couple of just Yahtzees
He
right there.
hit that real hard. 109 on the exit velo on the De La Cruz home run last night. Frankie Montas took a no-hitter into the 7th before it was disappointingly broken up by Elias Diaz of the Rockies. Hideo Nomo still the only man to have ever thrown a no-hitter at Coors Field. Andy, how disappointed were you when Diaz hit that double?
Yeah. You know me. And look, I don't know. I know some people are getting annoyed with me because I get it. You want to enjoy your hometown team. But to me, drastic things have to happen if we're ever going to see any drastic kind of change. And even then, you and I both know likely that's not going to be enough. But so hey, as I mentioned earlier, when we found out Scott gets his back buffed by a car buffer, I was asking him, when do you want to do this podcast? He's like, I don't know. Why don't you come over now? And I was like, oh, the Rockies are getting no hit. It's the 7th. Oh, I'll be over when this is done.
Yeah.
And literally a pitch later, I think Diaz hit the double and it was all over and whatever.
You take a no-no into the 7th, I'm in.
You're right.
I don't care who you're doing it against.
Especially at Coors Field.
At Coors Field. It's incredible. I believe up until that double, the Rockies had only had 2 balls batted into the outfield, was how dominant Montez was in that game last night. So, yeah, it gets to that point and you're just like, hell yeah, throw a Coors Field no-hitter.
Right.
Like, give me this that I want to watch right now. There are those performances that you will see from time to time where you're just like, you know what? I can extract my rooting interest for a moment and just be amazed by what this dude is doing directly in front of me. And I think if you're at Coors Field last night, if you're the most diehard Rockies fan in the world, that thing gets to the 7th and you're just like, yeah, man, finish it off. Show me some history. Let's see it. Not an easy thing to do to throw a no-hitter at damn Coors Field.
What? Classic summer sports radio topic.
Let's have it.
What is the coolest thing to be present for? Is no-hitter it?
Perfect game?
Well, okay, perfect game would top that.
It
I feel
does
like nobody
top
does
it.
that.
Yeah, you don't get many perfect games.
The pitchers are pulled so quickly almost.
I mean, it's just and the likelihood of 27 up, 27 down is so low. Yeah, to me it's perfect game in baseball. I was present for the Carlos Gonzalez cycle against the Cubs.
All right.
Okay? And that is one where I can admit, you know this about me, lifelong Cub fan. When Sean Marshall hung that curveball and Cargo jacked that thing, I was like, God, yes, this is awesome.
And you love Cargo.
And Carlos Gonzalez is one of my favorite baseball players that ever lived. So, yes, I was pumped when I saw Cargo hit a cycle.
Do you think people realized what they saw when, wasn't it the Tulo unassisted triple play?
That was awesome. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like, does it click in the moment if you don't have the radio on or whatever? You know what I mean?
I think if you're paying attention, yeah.
Okay, but it's a baseball game. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure everyone's always paying attention. That's part of what's great about the sport.
Uh-huh.
It's a lazy afternoon at the park or whatever.
By the way, last year when Domingo Germán threw his perfect game, that was the first one in 11 years. Since King Felix back in 2012.
Isn't it? It's kind of crazy that it was that long considering how good the pitching has gotten.
Well, the other wild thing about it was before Germán had that perfect game last year, in 2012, there were 3 of them. Legendary White Sox pitcher Philip Umber had a perfect game that year. Matt Cain of the Giants. Remember how good prime Matt Cain was?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was
mowed down the Rockies a few times.
Yeah, that was a power pitcher right there. Matt Cain had one, and King Felix did it back in 2012. Before that, there were 2 in 2010. One was friend of the program, Dallas Braden. The other, the late, great Roy Halladay.
Trying to think there's things in baseball that can be so cool and it can build to that.
Sure.
Like shutouts in hockey can be fun, but I don't know. People love scoring it, and
Yeah, but if you put up like one of those like 60 save shutouts,
sure,
that's pretty cool.
You go Mike Richter on
now,
them
if you
or
have
whatever.
like one of those shutouts because you're playing like Buffalo and they had like 23 shots or whatever, like who cares? That whatever, that's fine. But like an insane like Patrick Waugh 58 save affair. Now that is something to behold. I was present for one Gordie Howe hat trick from Cody McLeod
Okay. Cody was always great.
I did see that. That was a cool thing to see. I mean, hat tricks in hockey are fun. The hat's flying, even though I'm not throwing my own damn hat.
Throw your friends.
I think the visual of it, exactly. Steal your buddies and chuck that. Steal a stranger's, whatever. The visual of that is very cool. A lot of people are bringing up the Jamal buzzer beater in Game 2 against the Lakers.
Oh, that's a great one.
I was in the building I was right above that. That was very cool. I mean that's an awesome thing to be present for. A buzzer beater to win a playoff game. You don't get to see that very often in your life. What is the coolest thing to be in attendance for in football?
See, I'm racking my brain about this because I was lucky to go as a fan. As a fan, I showed up for Elway's record. I think it was his yardage throw, and it went to Willie Green, of all people. We were hoping McCaffrey or Smith would catch it, and it goes to Willie Green.
I mean, I was there for Peyton Manning breaking the
right.
all-time yardage record.
For that, and then there was
uncomfortable for everybody.
What was the super weird one against the Chiefs? I think he got a yardage record there too. Remember where it took him forever to get it because they were getting their butts kicked by the Chiefs. He threw a couple picks.
That was the one. That was the game where he had the 0.0 and he didn't even finish the game, and that was the start of the Brock Osweiler era.
But he did something.
He had the other one where remember they had
it's against the Chargers.
They'd choreographed.
Or no, the Niners. Yeah,
the keep away game.
Yeah.
Peyton had made them practice that.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah.
I think it's just like insane game finishing plays.
Well, Jabs, Cabbage, and everyone else now is throwing out Tebow to TD.
You and I were both present for that. You were closer.
That was awesome.
Yeah, you had the better gig. There's no doubt about that. Like, remember the Iron Bowl, the Auburn kick 6? That's pretty unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
That's
well, you're right. In football, you best can hope for just something amazing at the end.
Insane walk-off to a game.
You know what else was fun was in that vein, in a way, when the Broncos stretched their record to 13-0 against the Chiefs. I was there, and they were down most of the game, and they found a way to finally figure some things out at the end. The stadium was like, I went home with a headache, and I thought my ears are going to bleed. It was so loud, and that's the old Mile High at the time.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool.
I mean, is there something in football that is the non-insane finish?
Again, I'm trying to think about this, and I
Like,
don't. Well,
It's so tough to like track statistical achievement during a game. Too. When you're like live at a game.
right.
I don't know how many yards a guy's got. I guess like touchdown passes
The
you
PA
can.
guy, Connor O'Roach, has to tell you to know
Right.
it was special.
Yeah.
The coolest thing, it was cool now because it's a game of history. It was definitely not cool at the time. I've told you, I was at the Monday Nighter when Elway and Montana dueled.
Mm-hmm.
And Elway went into the end zone, and we all thought we were going to win because that's just what happened in those days. And then Montana went down the exact other way and did it to us. And we all left like it was church. It was so quiet in that building. I was in the South Stands. The fumble against, Postal Owl says the fumble against Cleveland where Jeremiah Castillo forced the fumble on Ernest Biner.
Sure.
But that, again, is one of those sudden change kind of plays.
I was at a game.
Somebody also put out there the Champ Bailey pick in the playoffs against the Patriots, or I'm not sure he scored.
I was at a game, Nuggets, Lakers, Iverson era. And this was, again, one of like the coolest things that I ever saw live and in person, but like hated it in the moment, was Iverson had 49 points at the end of the third quarter. He finished with 51. They put Kobe on him in the fourth quarter, and this was, let's be honest, it was past his prime. It was Denver, Allen Iverson. There were great moments, to be sure, but he was not, Allen Iverson at the height of his powers. And that was very much Kobe Bryant at the height of his powers. He shut him down. I mean, he swallowed him in that fourth quarter. It was really something to watch. But again, in the moment, you're just like, God, this is painful.
So I'm going to admit this to you now, even though I hadn't thought, I didn't like it at the time, but I just was like, it's just Andy being playoff worried. How special would it have been to be at Game 5 of the Minnesota series when it felt like Jokic was hitting everything and just toying at Rudy Gobert.
I was at that game.
And what I was going to admit is
the rally sausage was at that game.
At the time, that was the last fun time we had.
Sure was.
I quietly at the time thought to myself, I don't know if Jokic can play any better than I just saw there tonight. But I didn't dare want to say it because he's Nikola Jokic.
No, it's true.
But that game last night, that game was unbelievable.
It was as perfect a game as he could ever play. Like, yeah, because I was at the buzzer beater against the Lakers, game 2. What do we call it? The shot at 52-80?
Yeah.
Should read my own T-shirt, I suppose. But that game 5 against Minnesota, that was as perfect a Jokic game as has ever been played.
He toyed with every single person that came in against him.
Yeah.
And it was kind of his last kind of bleep you to Gobert.
I mean, I was on press row and just like,
this is ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
But every floater, every mid-range, he hit a 3 or something that day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it just is like, I don't know. How about, I'm trying to think of the other cool games that ended. They're like, if you go back to the 80s, it was countless because Elway was always doing something.
Sure.
What about, I don't know, I wanted to talk about the suit. Like the coolest thing I saw in any of my Super Bowl experience was Von Miller going around the edge and stripping Cam Newton to get that thing started right.
That was pretty good.
Like that, but it's a Super Bowl, so it's already awesome, right? That doesn't really count.
Do you remember Champ's interception against New England, 05 divisional round?
Yeah, against the Patriots.
Against New England, he intercepted Brady in the end zone. He returned it, 104 yards or whatever.
And I told you, I don't think he scored.
I think he returned it 103.
He got the ball tapped.
He didn't get there. It honestly probably should have been a touchback and been New England ball.
Under today's review rules, is that still a touchdown? Is that still a pick 6, or does New England just get a huge setback?
He was out at the 1, remember? He did not score on the play.
But that's because
the fumble.
Look, I'm just going to, as a truther, Ben Watson, I think, knocked that thing through the end zone. It should have been New England's ball.
The thing that I remember about that play, and the stadium was going berserk and all of that, but like where I was in the press box directly above that, Ben Watson hit Champ Bailey harder than I've ever seen a human being. I mean, the word decleat doesn't begin to describe what he did to Champ Bailey on that play. That's what I remember about that play of like, God, I hope Champ's okay.
So you bringing that up, you know what I wish I could have been present for? And it's funny because I've seen, again, my guy's Atwater. That's like my favorite Bronco ever.
Heard of him?
Over all of them. Even Elway. I wish I'd have been at the Okoye game.
Sure.
You know what I've been trying to find that I can't find? If anybody knows how to find it, please let me know. I've been telling a number of people, including our guy Mike Sanford, who I just feel like he wasn't Atwater educated enough, so I'm going to I've told him, you've got to go find the game of where he played KC on that Monday Nighter. Steve Atwater destroyed half the Chiefs roster. It just wasn't Okoye. He was on one that night.
Yeah.
There's this little guy I always laugh about, Rob Thomas. I'll never forget it because he was ROBB. What are you doing with 2 B's? He was like, "Rabba," as you would say if you were talking about it. Right there. It's a fumble. It's a dang fumble. Anyway. It's on the Twitch screen behind you. He knocked this dude out of the game. And look, the rules are different, folks. There's no doubt the rules are different.
Yeah.
He knocked like 3 fools out of that game. He was a one-man wrecking crew against the Chiefs. And it was like the crescendo was him knocking the bleep out of Okoye.
So would you say...
I wish we were on XM.
After that hit, Rob Thomas thought it was 3 a.m.
Yes, yeah.
There it is.
Well, I said he got a B knocked off his name.
Well done.
He's just R.O.B. Thomas.
It was smooth.
Smooth, yeah.
Craigman and Lindahl. Well, the Rocks are going to have some work to do to avoid the sweep this afternoon. A Spencer Steer 2-run jack. 2-out 2-run jack off of Jalen Beeks. Goes into the seats in left field. 8-7, the Reds take the lead. However, the Rockies will still bat in the bottom half of the ninth inning. Coors Field special today, 8-7 right now in the ninth inning.
That's the definition of a Coors Field special.
All right, Andy. We have reached the nadir of off-season content. You ready for this?
Hit me.
I got your NFL list today.
Okay, here we go.
The website freebets.com, I bet they're very excited about their plug right here, have used the app Beauty Scanner.
Okay.
Beauty Scanner, which analyzes a face against the golden ratio to determine who is the most handsome
Okay.
NFL head coach.
Oh, head coach we're going.
Yes,
All
head
right.
coach. First off, you may be asking yourself, the golden ratio, what are we going for right here? It's not something you have to pay for on OnlyFans. Actually, what they do to determine if you reach the golden ratio, the length and width of the face are measured. Once this is done, the length is divided by the width. The ideal result is considered the golden ratio, which should equal 1.618.
Okay.
A visually balanced face is approximately 1.618 times longer than it is wide. The distance from the top of the nose to the center of the lips should be around 1.618 times the distance from the center of the lips to the chin.
Okay.
You got all that?
I'm trying to.
So again, you want to be longer than wide.
Fair enough.
So
yes.
Sorry,
Okay. Gotcha.
Sorry, fat faces. You guys are you're in trouble.
You want to be Nate, not me.
It's yes, the golden ratio. So again, they have used the app Beauty Scanner. This is freebets.com. I'm sure they're a fine, reputable source to determine who is the most handsome head coach in the NFL. Do you have any guesses? Would you like to? They in the very least, they did this with a formula.
Sure.
This was not via vote or anything else like
it wasn't.
This is the analytical bent. Remember,
wasn't reveduphousewives.com like that Reddit thread a couple years ago or whatever?
I think that was actually it was like on the Packers Reddit.
Yeah.
And they determined Fangio was the 32nd most attractive head coach in the NFL.
Here's my candidates, okay? You got your Sean McVay. You got your Matt LaFleur.
Okay.
Judge, going off of what you're talking about, who are some of the younger guys that were now, who are some of the newer ones?
I mean,
too?
you've really gone directly to the Shanahan tree on this, I've noticed.
Right.
Yeah.
Does Kyle get a nod?
Kyle's he's a good-looking fellow.
All right, we'll put Kyle in there.
Yeah.
See, I feel like Tomlin's got a little bit of the wider face, which will hurt the score.
Ah, yes.
I feel like Dan Campbell's got both, probably a little too much of both, which will hurt the score. Belichick's out of the deal. I can't say that I know too much about his replacement. What about McDaniel's got to be in there too, right?
He's
I'm
going to
go Sean McVay.
Sean McVay, who in my opinion is the
guy,
the best and finest head coach in all of professional football.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
sure. Why would he be?
Very much so. But Sean McVay comes in at number 3.
Really? LaFleur then?
Actually, LaFleur was much lower on the list.
Really?
Than I thought he was going to be.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt LaFleur came in at 24.
Okay.
Apparently, he does not have a mathematically pleasing face, I guess.
That's a bummer for him.
Okay, so you were on a roll there for a minute. The Shanahan tree did very well for themselves. In fact, the 2, 3, and 4 spots all go to offensive coaches off the Shanahan tree. Kyle Shanahan at number 2.
I'm surprised by that.
McVay at number 3. Mike McDaniel at number 4.
See, I would move Kyle behind those two.
Interesting.
I know Mrs. Shanahan doesn't agree. Peggy Shanahan doesn't think so.
Her little boy is the best.
That's right.
That's right.
But I think of the 3, You're sliding the other two up.
However,
who is number one?
The Shanahan tree does take the top spot, but as you noticed, I said offensive coaches off the Shanahan tree. There was one other character, more of an ancillary character in the Playmakers podcast. Coaches in a major market.
Yeah.
Friend. Well, the boss of Nathaniel Hackett and employee of Aaron Rodgers.
Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh.
Okay, I could see that. He's got the clean look.
Saleh
shaved head.
Has a beauty score of 8.01, whatever that means. According to the Beauty Scanner app, Robert Saleh, who's very smooth, very shiny. Maybe he's had his head buffed. I have no idea.
Well, but he's very symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
He's very symmetrical.
Very much so. Robert Saleh, number one on the list. Okay. Here's where now I have to go ahead and call into question the entire operation here.
The science of it all?
Okay. 1 through 4, I could objectively say and comfortably say, good-looking fellas, right?
Yeah.
Good-looking.
I have no problem. They feel like they're lined up about how they should.
5 and 6. What exactly were you guys doing with the face scanner app? At number 5, I mean, he does fill a niche.
Sure.
I don't know about conventionally handsome. Andy Reid.
No.
Kool-Aid Man at 5.
No. You're going against your own. You're going against your own deal.
Now, to be fair, his face is also extremely long while also being extremely wide. It's very circular.
Come on. No. He's got a walrus face, and he's got a walrus mustache. I will not have this.
You don't think, walrus is one of the more handsome animals of the animal kingdom?
No,
not really?
Not really.
Okay.
He smells of chicken nuggies. And what else is he stealing off Mahomes' plate in that commercial?
Isn't his whole thing he has like a cheeseburger and a glass of milk if they win a game?
Yeah. Now, look, would I like him running my barbecue? Sure, I'm sure the man knows a good barbecue.
I bet he does.
But you're not one of the top sexiest coaches in the league.
Get
out of here with that.
Number 6.
Is it because of the jewelry?
Number 6 may baffle you more. It did for me, at least.
Okay, let's find out.
And I know that I hold a grudge on this against this guy because I think he's the worst coach in football.
Right.
Mike McCarthy at number 6.
Okay.
Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy looks like if you poked a finger into his cheek, it would never stop going in.
No. I'm with you. No.
He looks like a man he's made out of that material that they make like mattresses out of.
Yes.
That's what he looks like.
Yes.
Mike McCarthy at number 6?
Get out of here. I don't want to hear it. I'm not here to hear it. You know what I mean?
I'm not here for it.
I'm not here for whatever it is you think you're doing with that thing.
All right, let's round out the top 10. Stefanski at 7.
Okay.
Very salt and pepper. New Panthers head coach Dave Canales at number 8.
All right.
Tomlin at 9.
Okay.
Antonio Pierce at 10.
All right.
Very clean cut.
Again, he's got the bald head helping everything even out.
Okay. Do you want to know where Sean Payton falls on this list?
In the 20s?
Scroll down.
Dude, hold on real quick before you got there. Is he doing better than Fangio?
He is better than Fangio. The only other ranking we ever had.
Because we know where Hackett ranked.
Because Fangio came in at 32, according to the ladies
he got punked.
of Green Bay Packers
we're not
Reddit.
having Fangio. I don't care about your desire for some Italian food.
His Bay in the Bay Area firmly disagrees, but Fangio came in at 32. I'll give you the full list of names below Sean Payton, because there's not a ton of them. DeMeco Ryans.
Right.
That seems insane. That's a good-looking man.
He should have been higher than Tomlin, I think.
Zach Taylor, Todd Bowles, Raheem Morris, Gerard Mayo. It's getting a little... This feels a little...
It was science, Nate. Science!
This computer's going to be going to a rally. Dan Quinn at 31. Dan Campbell at 32.
Yeah.
Sean Payton comes in at number 25.
It wasn't our hump.
Sean Payton at number 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the guys Sean Payton is more handsome than, apparently. There's no planet on which Sean Payton is better looking than DeMeco Ryan. DeMeco Ryan is both a better coach and a better looking man.
Wow. Just right there.
Yes.
Right for the shot through the heart.
So Walmart people wanted him. They wanted him the whole time. Matt LaFleur at 24, right above Sean Payton. Kevin O'Connell at 23. Kevin O'Connell's not a bad-looking guy.
No.
Nick Sirianni at 22. Doug Peterson at 21. That feels a little high.
Right. Yeah.
Dennis Allen at number 20. He could have been an elf in Lord of the Rings.
Wow.
Matt Eberflus at 19. Jonathan Gannon at 18. Daboll at 17. Again, the ratio. Think of Daboll's head.
Right.
It's a basketball.
Daboll is not, yeah. Daboll's one of us. One of us. But Daboll's also, he's got some Andy Reid in him.
Does anybody want to talk about what just happened at Coors Field for a moment?
Yeah. Fill me in because I can't see. I can't see.
So I told you about the 2-run home run to take an 8-7 lead.
Oh, yeah, you warned me.
Yeah. There's also a way that with one swing of the bat, you can get 4 runs.
Okay. Okay.
And the Reds managed to do that as Jonathan India hit a grand slam to take a 12-7 lead on the Rocks. Tough outing today for Jalen Beeks, giving up 5 earned in just 2/3 of an inning. He will officially be credited with the loss in this game. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, how Canadian is this show about to get?
It's about to get maple syrups in your Tim Hortons, Canadian.
This is going to be fantastic. Why should you like the Edmonton Oilers? We will have the most Canadian person we could find tell you that next.
Can you talk about being Canada's team? I just spent a week in Ottawa, everyone there coast to coast cheering for the Oilers, especially now. Any additional pressure with that?
No. There's going to be pressure playing in the Stanley Cup final, no matter where your team's from. So obviously we're a Canadian team. We got great Canadian fans, and it feels good to maybe unite the country a little bit and have something to bring people together. That's what sports is all about, is bringing people together, and hopefully we're doing that for Canadians across the country.
There it is.
All he has on him, Andy, is the weight of a friendly and funny nation on his shoulders.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go deep in Canada. We're going to go deep north here, and we're going to figure out who, because people have been asking who should we root for.
The Great White North, eh?
And I've told you, you and I are both rooting for the Oilers.
Yeah.
Okay, so I figure why not? You were talking about Jason Gregor. Should we talk to Jason Gregor, our buddy from Edmonton?
Break down the series.
Yeah, we could get serious. I don't want to get serious. I want you to get a taste for the homeland for my buddy, Jamie Shuchuk, who does Mammoth Games with me. He joins us now. Now, he's going to be followed by a guy from Miami, and you tell me what morally you should be rooting for when we're done with this little segment of Kreckman and Lindahl. But we start by welcoming in former Mammoth player. He made a couple other stops. I remember the Minnesota Sting, I think it was. It was kind of weird. But he does Mammoth Games with me. You love him. He's Jamie Shuchuk, and he's from Edmonton. Jamie, you're 3 days out from game one? How nervous are you for what is about to take place?
Oh, man, yeah. Thanks for having me, Andy and Nate. It's been exciting. Being from Edmonton, being Canadian, I've been in Colorado ever since 2007 was my rookie year with the Mammoth, and I've been here ever since. And, so I consider myself, I'm an American citizen now, Coloradan, but it's something I definitely have not lost, was my passion, for the sport of hockey and of course the Edmonton Oilers. I keep saying all week, I've been waiting my whole life for this. I was born in '85, so my parents and it's everybody I know is diehard Edmonton Oilers fans, and very blue collar, hardworking city, and it's kind of it's in our blood. There's no doubt about it. So I'm super excited. It's one sport. Obviously, I'm a big lacrosse guy and love that game, and it's been so good to me. But I mean, hockey is definitely my number one. And to see the Oilers and McDavid and the boys, do what they've been able to do so far has been incredible.
So the last cup, 1990, was the last Stanley Cup won by the Edmonton Oilers. Couple of more good runs there. They've had some deep runs along the way. And then you fell on hard times. The 2000s into the 2010s, this was not a good franchise. Connor McDavid comes along, and he's ripping off Hart trophies and scoring titles. And I don't want to blaspheme to Avalanche fans. He's the best player in the game, okay? He's Connor frickin' McDavid. No, but you guys have gotten close, but you haven't gotten done, including getting swept by the Avalanche a couple of years ago. What does it mean to see that guy, the best to lace it up in an Oilers sweater since Gretzky? What is it like to watch this guy finally get to that stage?
Yeah, it's amazing. I've definitely followed that team, every single season. And, just going back, I guess I was born in '85, so I don't really remember, the Stanley Cup days. The big thing, too, is, Canadian – there has been a Canadian team that has won since 1993, and it's the Montreal Canadiens, and the Avalanche. Patrick Waugh was their goalie then, but I just look back to the teams and everything they've been through. Late '90s, early 2000s. That was when the Avs and the Red Wings and Dallas and the Stars beat us in the playoffs, and the Doug Weight, Ryan Smith, Bill Guerin days. All those legends, and you see all the hard work that they put in, and then you draft Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, a lot of first overall picks the Oilers went through, and you got Nuge, who's just Draisaitl said there last week he's the coach's favorite player, and he does it all. So just to see those guys, everything they went through, and Draisaitl, He wasn't a number 1 overall pick, but he was there. And then they get McDavid, and they knew they had something there. But it just goes to show you how hard this trophy is to win. Everybody says it's the hardest trophy to win in sports, and I firmly believe that. And you're just seeing all the pieces being put together around those guys like Nuge and McDavid and Draisaitl. Darnell Nurse has been there for years, and they got a goalie. Like, that's the biggest thing. You have to win with a goalie, and skinny and Vinny, right? It's they just got a lot of good things, and I watch a lot of the interviews, and the media stuff. Obviously, being in the Edmonton market, you have a high amount of pressure on you, and these guys are just handling it well, and they love each other and they believe in something. Zach Hyman, in my mind, is the best free agent signing in NHL history. They got him as a bargain this year, and that guy just wants to win more than anything. So, it's great for the city. I love seeing the Moss Pit, back there in Edmonton, just sold out, and the fans just love it. And there's so many good stories around the Edmonton Oilers. These last few seasons with Joey Moss and Ben Stelter. Play La Bamba, baby. That's the whole thing. So, that being said, Florida's a scary, scary team, and they have their narrative too. They made it there last year, and they went up against a Vegas team that, was built to win a Stanley Cup, just like the Avs were in 22. I was at game 2 with my wife in my Oilers jersey there against the Avs when the Avs swept the Oilers in the Western Conference. And I mean, obviously I want the Oilers to win, but I knew like that was the Avs year, and it's so it's scary. I don't know. Like, you can't predict who's going to win it. Both teams are deserving, but obviously you know where my heart lies.
Real quick, just try to explain to everybody what this would mean. I mean, you're in a Bronco town, and I can tell you what it meant to finally get a Super Bowl, but you had told me the whole country may be on your side minus one city. Just what would this mean to you? Because we all know that the franchise has had Stanley Cups in the past. They're obviously one of the legendary franchises in the league. But, Jamie, in your lifetime, you haven't seen it, right? So what would it mean for you?
Correct. Yeah. No, it's funny you say that. I vaguely remember, with my mom and my stepdad and, they're diehard Oiler. Like, I vaguely remember being a kid and, watching my parents and just how excited they were watching in front of the TV, and you have friends over and everybody's wearing their jerseys. Like I said, like I grew up on the outdoor rink. Like, me and my friends, that's what we do in Canada, especially in Edmonton. When it's not too cold, you get out on the outdoor rink and you're just having fun. I think for Canadians, there might not be a lot of Flames fans, cheering for the Oilers, but I truly believe that McDavid has earned, the respect. And, I think people are really rooting for him to win, just like Sidney Crosby. He came to the Penguins there, and they built that team around Marc-Andre Fleury, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang, and then Sidney Crosby. And, they went through their bad years. And I feel like those guys have been there. And it's, it's kind of, now they're like, I look at it like, I mean, how many more chances are you going to get to play in the Stanley Cup Finals? And I truly believe that McDavid has that greatness in him. And I think a lot of Canadian fans, whether, I don't know how many Leafs fans, you heard Zach Hyman say that, I don't know how many Leafs fans were cheering for the Oilers, but I really do believe that a lot of Canadians are making Edmonton, Canada's team, because Florida's got the pesky, Matt Tkachuk, and love him or hate him, he's a great hockey player. But I just look at the team and the character that Oilers have. I really think this is huge for Canadians everywhere. Kind of see their sport bring that cup back home.
All right, buddy. Yeah, you know what? We're on your side.
Tugging at the heartstrings, man.
We love it, Jamie. We'll have you on if you guys get to raise old Lord Stanley and kiss the cup. But we're gonna get the Florida side of this thing. Although I think you might find this amusing as soon as we're done. But thank you, Jamie. Good luck, man. Have fun Saturday.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right, he gets extra credit also because he dropped Doug Waite, Ryan Smith, and Bill Guerin today on the show.
Oh yeah, he just got them all. He did it all very Canadian. He's very Cuthbert for you. Now I'll tell you what. Now let's go off to Florida. All right? Some part of Florida.
Let's go to Florida. They got Panthers.
I think he's near Jacksonville. It's my guy, Matt Meehan, who I worked with years ago at iHeart. He's living in Florida. Let's just take the pulse of the hockey crazy cup nuts Florida faithful out there. Matt, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Hey, we're great. How just fever pitched are you all?
Did you just get off the rink this morning?
You
Were you
psyched for the cup there,
skating
Matt?
around in a swamp?
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, the Panthers. Oh, the cup, that cup. Oh, yeah, sure. We're excited.
Yeah, fever pitch is what you're telling us.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, go Panthers. Woohoo.
Seriously, give us a what is it like down there, Matt? You told me earlier you're not even sure half the state cares about this, much less half a country like Jamie just told us.
Yeah, no. I mean, we're worried about the Florida Gators football schedule and how tough it's going to be in the SEC this year. I mean, that's really the dominant conversation right now.
Matt, have you been to it? Where are you, by the way? How far are you from Florida? From Miami?
From Miami, about 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
And you've got no plans to even attempt to go see one of these games?
No, not at the moment.
You got any friends talking about going to see the game?
No, not at the moment. I got a lot of friends fishing. They're talking about fishing.
They're on fan boats right now.
Yeah.
Matt,
I mean,
Matt, can anybody there spell Kachuk?
No, and don't even ask me. I know it starts with a T.
Do you know what his first name is? It's yours. It's your name, Matt. He's Matthew Kachuk.
I know his dad was a famous player at one point, right?
There you go. It's something, right?
See,
Matt, if you were to win if they were to win the cup, not even you, I can't even you this thing. Would you get at least 1,000 people to the parade?
Yeah, I would say yes. I think all in all, you probably get that. They seem to sell out every game or have a decent crowd. They seem to. What I see on TV, it looks like they do.
Somebody seems to be enjoying it.
Yeah, you got a few people somewhere that need something to do. They like a cool building in the heat. All right, Matt. Well, I mean, this has been educational, buddy. We appreciate it. I mean, the fever down there, I can feel it through the microphone.
The passion.
Yeah.
The way that people live and die with the Panthers.
Are you going to get a Florida anything tattoo if they win the cup?
That'd be a no.
Yeah. Cool. Now, if people want to move to
no
Florida and not enjoy hockey, you're the guy to call, right?
Yes. But, hey, we're big in college football down here.
Do you even care about the Dolphins, the Jaguars? Who are you feeling these days?
Yeah. I mean, the Dolphins are, maybe a close third behind, I'd say the Gators, the Seminoles, and the Hurricanes. And then you have the Dolphins and the Bucs. The Bucs won the Super Bowl a few years ago. I mean, people are pretty,
I heard about that. Yeah.
Hottest of the three coaches. Who is the most handsome down there for you then? Is it McDaniel? Is it Doug Peterson? I don't even know who the hell's coaching the Bucs. Is it still Bowles?
It's Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
Oh, it's yeah. It's gotta be Peterson.
Wow.
McDaniel's kind of weirdo. He wears his pants up and but and
get your pants down, son.
Exactly.
Man, I miss working with you. I miss going to lunch.
So,
yeah, it's hot. We know.
It's very hot.
And you know where it's not hot, allegedly? Inside an ice rink, and you'd still rather just be hot than go watch the championship. So we appreciate you, man. Thanks for checking in. Tell your lovely wife and children hello.
I will. I'll let them know.
All right.
That's Matt Meehan.
It's the Florida side of things.
You feel the passion coming out of Florida for how bad they want this thing.
Who did the Gators open up with?
Yeah, he's like, what?
Do you know who I was looking this up. Do you know who the Florida Panthers' all-time leading goal scorer is?
No.
Alexander Barkov.
The dude currently playing.
Yes.
Yeah.
266 career goals.
Well, there you go.
That puts him 68 above Jonathan Huberdeau.
Yeah. Let's go to our guy Dan Tanner, who was just I hate Canada everything. I mean, do you really You want those people to have the. You just heard it, and I like Matt.
That's starting to change my mind. But
Yeah,
do you know
they
why I'm
don't
rooting
care.
for the Panthers?
I know you said what I told Nate the other day.
What's that?
He doesn't want McDavid to pull even with McKinnon on cups.
That's right. That's my only reason for rooting.
That's like the
against
one
Oilers.
tweet that you have to send out. Is that
It's your
that's
only defense?
That's the one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's on McKinnon. Then he's got to go win another cup, so he's
Oh
giving
my
you
gosh.
ammunition for the
I
argument.
will say those 2 interviews pretty much just changed my mind, though.
Yes, you want Florida to have the cup? They won't even know they have the cup.
When
you know
you
what they'll
look
do?
at-
They'll go celebrate it like one Hooters, and then the thing will be out of there.
I'm looking at, again, these are Edmonton's all-time leading goal scorers. Listen to these names. Gretzky, Yari Curry, Glenn Anderson, Mark Messier, Connor McDavid, Paul Coffey's in the top 10.
Yeah.
I mean, Hall of Famers everywhere.
And then you got John Van Beesbrook. He's a Panther.
He was the goalie.
He's the only dude I remember from when they played originally.
Remember Ole Jokinen?
No.
No.
Not even a bit.
No.
I'm telling you, dude.
There you go.
For anybody wondering, my guy Jamie's trying not to cry on the phone. They wanted so bad. And Matt Meehan needed me to remind him where the damn play thing was even being played. It's hot out here. And you still don't want to go in air conditioning? You still would rather sweat sack out somewhere else instead of watching a championship caliber hockey game.
Remember Radek Dvorak?
A little bit.
There
I
you
thought
go.
he was a tennis player, though.
Dvorakovic.
Isn't he from the Baltics?
So there you go.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I feel as though my heartstrings have been pulled in the
Yeah,
direction
you know what you need to do, people.
of the oil. Yes.
I mean, you might as well just give the cup back to Tampa Dam Bay.
5 years in a row, we've had a team from Florida in the Stanley Cup
And
Finals.
they're just hockey fever. Can't get enough.
Meanwhile, an entire nation is gripped to the north.
Yeah.
I like that question to McDavid in the press conference, coast to coast.
I like how also Jamie goes, Calgary might not be rooting.
Even those salty,
Yeah.
they've still got to be fans. Come on. Come on. That's a Stanley Cup preview is only we can give you on the Crackman and Lindahl show.
Can you talk about being Canada's team? I just spent a week in Ottawa, everyone there coast to coast cheering for the Oilers, especially now. Any additional pressure with that?
That was fun. We have previewed the Stanley Cup Finals as only we can.
We have an angry Florida fan. Look, we're not saying Matt represents all Florida fans.
Floridians are angry?
I'm just trying to point out to you that we've got a whole country gripped with one team's result, and we've got a state where half of it doesn't care.
We just picked one particular Florida man to come on the show today. That's
the guy
all.
I knew.
That's all.
The guy I knew.
Yes.
Have you ever been to the Florida Keys? I'd like to go to the Florida Keys one day. Key lime pie. Is that where key lime pie comes from?
Sure.
Is that another dumb thing I just assumed?
I can't say I've ever been to the Florida Keys. No.
Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I'm going to take you. Bermuda, Bahama.
Wasn't that Cocktail?
Yeah,
Tom
now I
Cruise?
think about it. That's all. That's all like Apple vacation spots. It's not the Florida Keys.
I've been to.
Have you been to Aruba?
I've been to Naples. I've been to Fort Myers.
Have you been to Jamaica?
I have not been to Jamaica. No.
Bermuda? What about the Bahamas?
Anytime I hear that song, I think of Craig Berube. That's who I think of.
You coach in Boston, right?
I believe it was that we got. Yeah, whatever. Did you get the?
What was that again? Yeah, I get a niner in there.
Did Monty get fired?
Yeah, I thought no. Who did Berube get hired by? Toronto. I got the wrong family.
Even
team.
Me, guy that pays attention to no hockey outside of
No,
this
you're
market.
right. I don't think.
Even
I
that
think
didn't
Monty's
sound
still
right
there.
to me.
I think it was. Speaking of symmetrical faces, I think it was the slightly handsome fellow from Toronto that got let go.
Okay, you gotta keep Monty. It's my dude.
Did Berube get the job right, Dan?
In Toronto.
Yeah, there we go.
See, there it is.
Piece things together.
This has been Hockey Talk
There
once
it
again
is.
with the Crackman and Lindahl show.
Go hockey. Listen, I don't know how anybody doesn't see the lovely lady from Edmonton and root for her joy.
She provides so much to all.
She returns the joy if she has joy.
Okay.
That's going to be a thing, right?
Have you...
The Florida people are going to get involved, too. I think there's going to be a whole lot of Mardi Gras going on during these Stanley Cup finals.
The Florida men?
Yes.
Did you read the complaint filed in Brooklyn court concerning the gambling issues suffered by Jonte Porter, brother of Michael Porter Jr.?
I saw a clip from a tweet Spring had given us yesterday. You need to fill everybody in.
Okay, so according to the Associated Press, and a complaint filed in a Brooklyn court, Jonte Porter owed significant gambling debts to at least one of the alleged conspirators and was encouraged to settle them by doing a special, strategically bowing out of games so that wagers could pay off for those in the know who could bet on him underperforming expectations. This is a tweet. This is not a beef tweet. I'm just going to do my best to read it. Jonte said in an encrypted message, quote, "If I don't do a special with your terms, then it's up and you hate me. And if I don't get you $8K by Friday, you're coming to Toronto to beat me up," close quote. Basically alleging that Jonte went ahead and fraudulently claimed illness during a March 20 game against Sacramento in order to make up for debts that he had accrued with a known gambler. One of these co-conspirators, Andy, goes against by the name Long Phi Pham.
Okay.
Long Phi Pham. I think I'm saying that right. Long Phi Pham.
I'm not here to correct you. I don't know.
Also known as, quote, Bruce.
Okay. We're trying to do a serious story, and that pops up in the middle of it.
Long Phi Pham, also known as...
goes by Bruce.
Bruce.
Thank you.
So Bruce got arrested on Monday while trying to board a flight to Australia on a one-way ticket. Red flag. While holding a bag containing $12,000 in cash.
Well, I travel everywhere with that. I don't know what that's the red flag for.
$80,000 in cashier's checks, and several betting slips, according to the complaint. As Ray Ratto put it in Defector, the veritable kick-me sign of jurisdictional elopement. Again, also known as Bruce.
Bruce
was traveling with these things.
Our guy Bruce.
A couple of red flags may have gone up there.
Might have alerted a few people something's up.
Just carrying a bag that says I'm guilty. So there you go. Again, Jonte throwing his participation in a game not to cash out, but to extricate himself from gambling debts. Essentially a jam of his own making is what is being alleged right now. Jonte's already been banned from the NBA for life, but what we're finding out is that apparently he wasn't a great gambler. Allegedly, on the day that Jonte was banned from the NBA, he allegedly texted the group chat and told them that they, quote, might just get hit with a RICO, referring to a racketeering charge, and asked if they had deleted all the information off their phones.
Golly.
Ugh. This,
look, man, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. It's a bummer if the guy doesn't have a connection to your town, and this one unfortunately does. But, it's,
I mean, really, like when you read this, you think of the Ipe story and the amount of debt that he had accrued. All it takes is one bad gambler, which is many of them. And in this case, it was an NBA player who has since been banned for life from the league. But because the debt had piled up so high and in fearing for his own safety, he essentially had to he had to drop an A-bomb on his professional basketball career, essentially to protect himself, essentially for safety, is what is being alleged in this story.
This is pro sports' greatest fear, right?
Yeah.
He is now the example of what everybody fears when they decided to go along.
I mean, Andy, if you go in too deep, which I personally know bettors who have, and I'm not doing like I have a friend who. It's not me.
Right.
But I personally know people who have. I personally know people who have had to have security detail, who have had to duck things because of gambling debt that they had procured over time. And it's one of those things of, you think of all the things that Ipe Mizuhara did to Shohei Ohtani to, again, torpedo his own career, his own sweetheart career as a translator for the best baseball player on the planet. That's essentially, again, what is being alleged that Jonte Porter did as well. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's eye-opening. I can't help but wonder, when this stuff was all a little more quiet, shall we say, how many stories like this are really out there?
Right.
You know what I mean? We're finding out about these stories, Nate, because there's books, there's apps, they're tracking everything. It's easier to track.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing is like, okay, in a world before betting apps and in a world before menus and menus and menus of everything that you could possibly imagine, I would have to think. And again, we're talking about human beings. So granted, I'm promising you there was somebody dumb enough. But to call your bookie and be like, can I drop 80 grand on all the unders on a dude on Toronto's bench? The bookie would go back to you and be like, I don't even have that data.
Yeah,
I don't have those lines.
No, you can't.
You know?
I don't know where you think I'm going to find this.
Right, exactly. Like, how do I set a number on how many threes Jonte Porter is going to make in an NBA game?
Right.
Where do I even begin to set that number? Well, DraftKings employs enough people to actually try and set lines by which they believe you would get 50% of the action on both sides. And unfortunately, way too many red flags went up because these guys tried to cash it all in at the exact same time in a game on March 20th against Sacramento.
Okay. Will this lead to less things being available to bet on? Because, Nate, I'm sure there's kind of you and I sitting here. I don't mean to speak for you, but there's a part of me at least going, why are you able to bet on Jonte Porter anything anyway?
You know, we joked about that, and do you remember last year during the playoff run, I was betting the over on Christian Brown 1.5 points.
Yeah,
and we were joking about it on the show, and every time he would get a bucket, it'd be like, hell yeah, it's the over, and we would tweet about it and all those sorts of things, but like, you know, we were kind of having some fun with it.
I know, and I get that people want options, but Jonte Porter, wouldn't he be the exact guy you'd be worried about getting, you know what I mean? Because how easy was it for him to do this? Don't make a couple threes? Like, why the hell are you able to bet on that?
I mean, all he had to do was take the floor and just be like,
Clank.
I have a stomach ache.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my tummy.
I'm wide open for 3. I think I'll pass it up.
Yep. Whoops.
It's not hard, right? It's not hard to fudge these things. It's a big reason why the NCAA and they've made big pushes to take away any player props for college kids. It is such a cautionary tale in so many ways, but the biggest, this has got to be the thing that you hope gets scared into the pro athletes. What you hope it is that you hold up in front of them, hey, do you know the kind of living you can make as a professional athlete? Don't blow that.
Right.
Don't blow that.
Because you're getting a spot right now.
Right. But that whole thing of like, well, Jonte did it for $20,000. No, Jonte allegedly, he did it so he could be safe.
Right.
And that's a scary, scary proposition right here.
This is going to be a movie. You watch.
Yeah.
This will be a movie.
Mm-hmm.
At least a 30 for 30. This will be something.
No doubt about it. Crazy situation. Bruce and his $80,000 in cashier's checks. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA or the NFL. We're not doing the NBA high five today. The NFL, we were doing NBA talk. Anyway, that's next. Hey, let's get right after it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. On the other side of the glass, filling in for Mark Springer today, it is our pal, Dan Tanner. Hi, Dan.
High five. Nate and Andy, how you doing? All right, let's kick it off with Malcolm Roach, one of the Broncos' new defensive linemen. Sean Payton talked about him to the media, as well as PJ Locke. Here's what they had to say on the Broncos' new defensive tackle.
He loves playing. He really does. He's effective as a player, and it's kind of contagious. He's a really good teammate and someone that can play multiple positions, but there's certain guys that are glue guys in a locker room, and he's one of those guys that look, he had to steal first base. He was an undrafted free, he wasn't born on third base. He had to make it, and then he's a guy that appreciates every day.
We're already kind of hearing Malcolm out here. How do you describe just kind of what he brings?
He's crazy. He's bad crazy, man. He's gonna always be the guy in the locker room that's playing the music loud as hell early in the morning. He's gonna be loud out here. He's gonna bring the energy every single time, and that's his role. And that's his role, and he embraces it. And man, we need it. We need it for sure.
He likes football, Andy. That's always good to see. Undrafted dude, came from New Orleans. I know, shocker of shockers. Sean Payton goes and gets yet another guy from New Orleans, Malcolm Roach. He's a depth guy, right? Like, we're talking Zach Allen and DJ Jones and John Franklin Myers are going to be probably like what you would call your first three. We're waiting for Matt Henningsen to take a next step if there is a step to be taken right there, and then it's sort of Malcolm Roach is right there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Look, well, no, I bring it up. Here's why I bring it up, because there's already some guys. How about I put it? I've had some sensitive conversations, Nate.
Okay.
There's already some guys. I think Barton's playing. Barton is the middle linebacker. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's already playing a little bit more than they thought.
Yeah.
He was brought in. I think Sean Payton called him a core special teamer, and now you and I have been out there, and I know that we're being told don't look at the depth chart, but he's out there an awful lot with a one.
Yeah, he is a
well,
starting.
I hope he is.
It'll be
I
Barton
hope he is,
and Alex Singleton, if they're healthy, will be your starting linebackers.
I am terribly worried about the depth of this team. But we've talked about this from last winter. We should not be surprised about this. We all said we knew and were ready for what was going to happen to the roster when they did the Russ thing. They cut him. They're eating the money. They're doing all the right things as far as that goes and managing that situation, but it means you're probably gonna have some guys starting. Like, again, I don't know anything about Malcolm Roach, so I hope if he plays
loud
backup,
music.
he's a backup. Great.
He loves football and
Who doesn't
football
love
season.
Loud music. Let's go, Malcolm Roach. Come to Skyfest with us.
PJ Locke's a big fan of Malcolm Roach.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, DJ Jones is a certified good player. John Franklin Myers has had his moments in the NFL. Zach Allen, again, moments. I remember moments where Zach Allen was good, but that's all I got for you on that front, man. This team is. It's been a while since there's been a truly dominant dude in the trenches for this defense.
You know what? We need to play a little Larry Allen at some point. You and I got a kick out of some of the sound about him earlier. But that's the kind of guy that you're talking about that just came out. Really, it was Vaughn, right?
Yeah.
When was Vaughn's last dominant year for this team? Dominant year. Where you're like, Vaughn Miller.
I mean, it was probably the year before he got traded.
Thank you. Yeah.
What, 2018 are we talking at there?
Right.
19, whenever it was.
At least.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, look, I think Patrick Surtain, again, is a dominant player, but without a pass rush.
Right.
I love Patrick Surtain. I don't want him traded. I want him to stay really a Bronco for life, despite the conversation from earlier in the week. But I will also give to you that if you don't get some dudes to get after the quarterback, just like Champ Bailey, they can avoid him all day. And Champ saw you need another decent corner. Like, remember Andre Goodman? I feel like Andre Goodman ended up being, until Chris Harris got here, one of the best corners that Champ had as a teammate.
Yep.
But again, you need a pass rush, man.
They got a bunch of dudes that have like 8 sacks as their career high.
Right. Which is all fine if they're all if you got 4 guys getting 8 sacks each, then you're on to something.
Hey, I like
You know
that
what I
math.
mean?
Exactly.
But if only one guy's getting 8 sacks and that's the high mark, that's a problem.
And it's Jonathan Cooper. Yeah. Hopefully,
I like Jonathan Cooper.
he's a nice player.
Seems like a nice guy.
Nice player.
Sure.
There is no
He
doubt.
does not need to be your top tier option. though,
He
at
and
pass
Nick
rush.
Benito and Baron Browning are a bunch of nice
They're all very
players.
nice.
Yes. The Broncos need to stop having nice players and start having awesome players.
Yes,
One
I'm
day,
in.
maybe it will happen again in our lifetime.
High five. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell's vision of adding an 18th regular season
I
game.
like how you preempted Roger Goodell's name with NFL Commissioner. We
NFL
appreciate that, Dan.
I-
I like
that's what
the,
I'm here for.
the specificity
For
of it
those
all.
who
I
have
live in the
missed the
details.
booing and the man hugs at the draft.
Yeah, there you go.
No, you know what? That's journalistically responsible.
What is
man.
it? What
You
is it?
can't assume the audience knows.
Right. I appreciate that, Andy. Thank you. Well,
It's not necessary, but it's responsible.
it's all about the details. Well, he wants
Pandering
an
to the
18th
fill-in.
game. Raj
Raj.
wants an
Oh,
18th
Raj.
regular season game.
Uh-huh.
According to this article on Real GM, it will certainly be met with resistance from the NFL Players Association. So an example of what's to come was offered today by Colts center Ryan Kelly. He's vice president of the union's executive committee, who made it clear he has zero appetite for the expansion of the regular season. He said 18 games sounds great when Roger's saying it on Pat McAfee, but until you're the one that's going out there and putting the helmet on for 18 of those games, then come talk to me, close quote.
Okay, that sounds good of him to say.
It does.
Nobody's I get he's an executive with the NFLPA. When the owners put the dollar figures in front of the Players Association, the 18th game will be here. Okay? And that's the thing. I don't even think he's wrong. Like, I bet it sucks. I bet 17 sucks. I bet 16 sucks. I think playing one NFL game would be an awful time. Okay? But come on, guy. You don't it's going to come down to dollars and cents. You have to understand your role in all this, okay? You're a very well-compensated sacrificial lamb. That's your job.
It's simple, man. The players are going to do the pearl clutching.
Mm-hmm.
And I love all my former guys, and I know, but
Oh,
I've watched
how
you
could
go
you?
through this
Right,
before.
right.
The minute the extra billion is thrown in there for the
Mhm.
new TV package for whatever,
To get that 18th
to get
game.
the 18th game,
Yep.
you're gonna fold.
And you'll trade it for less training camp or less OTA or an opportunity to be able to, I don't know, do all the whippets you want and have no testing for it.
Sure.
Whatever it is, they'll get you on something.
They'll get you on something, but
Yeah.
they're going to get their money, and you're going to want the money. Dan, what you need to do one time is have Tyler Columbus tell the story on the next midday show of how they ratified the last CBA when he was playing.
Yeah.
He said they were all literally standing in the tunnel of Seattle's practice facility, waiting to walk out where they all put their helmets on. The gear was on. And the PA guy goes, "We all in favor of ratifying this?" And Tyler said they all just went, "Yeah, can we go to work?" That's how much 54 guys who need a paycheck care.
Exactly. Nobody's sitting out a season. Nobody is sitting out a season.
High five. All right, let's hear from Sean Payton about just why did the Broncos trade, and Sean Payton trade for quarterback Zach Wilson.
We just felt like, man, we'd love to work with this guy. It wasn't too long ago. We remember grading him, and we felt the investment was worth it relative to his skill set and his talent. And so it took a while. You know, we spent the better part of a month and a half working on that trade.
Okay.
Somebody shut the bird up.
The man we'd love to work with this guy part, that was a lie. The part where he talked about the skill set commensurate with the compensation, that was the real part of like, we just got to move back like 50-some picks in the 7th round where it doesn't matter anyway, and we get another warm body out there, and the guy's got a cannon like that. Yeah, sure, why not? He started a bunch of NFL games. The other guys we got haven't started any NFL games. Let's get that guy.
He started the most.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matter of fact, Leggy, I want people to not miss the comment from Legwald yesterday that the guy throwing deep the most is the guy that started the most games because he knows every now and again you're going to have to throw a few of those.
Yep.
Can't play the underneath par game the whole time.
Chuck him.
So got to chuck it a little bit. Yeah, God, Zach is such a... You go out there, you see the arm, you understand physically why he was drafted number 2.
He's gifted.
And then he goes out there and, as Mike Sanford aptly pointed out, blows the protection call, gets pressure in his face by his own damn doing, and chucks it to the linebacker as he's jumping backwards.
He's
like,
also,
Zach.
Like we put so much stock into like the repairing of Zach Wilson that's going to have to be done here. They're also trying to get a 6th quarterback, a QB6 in a draft, taking number 12 overall, ready to be able to start NFL games. Oh, by the way, Jarrett Stidham, who's the wily, salty veteran in the room, has 4 NFL starts to his name. Like, all these guys need work. Okay, it's a room full of fixer-uppers or orphan dogs, as Sean Payton would call them.
Real quick, I think they're trying to work on Zach Wilson so he wouldn't be the Stidham of this year because there's no way Sean Payton would ever drive the bus over Nix if it's too big for him. But there's a real chance this is too big for him. He's a rookie.
Could be. Yeah.
And I think they want Wilson as the guy to be able to go to rather than Stidham.
Very well could be. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We're rolling with you here on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right. The KCP question, it continues to kind of overshadow everything in this offseason for the Denver Nuggets. Will the Nuggets be able to keep together the best starting five in all of basketball? And obviously the importance of KCP, his unselfishness, his defense, his shooting, his veteran leadership. Yes, all of those things are huge when it comes to KCP. He's got a player option, $15.4 million for next season. And Andy, you assume, and I assume, and most assume he will opt out and look to secure a good long-term deal, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the writing's on that wall.
However, there is the possibility he could be back. And Jake Coyne, who wrote a great, and I should say exhaustively researched, Denver Nuggets offseason preview, which you can get on Twitter, and he's got it in a PDF, and it's awesome. He's optimistic that KCP could be back. He joined Moshe Lombardi and Kane this morning, and he explained his reasoning why we should not view it as a foregone conclusion that Caldwell Pope is going to be in a different uniform next year.
I feel like right after the season, I felt like, yeah, they're going to bring him back. Then it kind of dipped, and I said, I'm kind of leaning towards them not doing it. As of recently, I'm kind of pushed back towards I think they do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Luckily for the Nuggets, there's not a ton of teams with cap space this year, so that's a benefit. He'll certainly get plenty of offers. But one other lucky thing for KCP is I think if the offers were equal, he'll probably come back here. Sure. This isn't going to be like a Jeremy Grant situation where he left because he wanted some more opportunity, even though the Nuggets apparently offered him the same money. So I think, if you're making me put a percentage on it, I would go like 60% he's back, 40% not.
That's optimistic right there. Now, one of the things that he explains in his piece is KCP re-signs with the Nuggets. And he sort of lays out a kind of a skeletal outline of what the deal could look like. But you'd bring him back, and let's just think about 24-25 because we're in the midst of this title window. You're looking at a first-year salary on a new deal, as Jake writes, in between $20 and $24 million, which would automatically make the Nuggets a second apron team. You get draft pick penalties. It limits the ways that you can improve the roster. So this is what he looks at. If the Nuggets re-sign KCP, they can sign some players on minimum deals. They can trade Zeke Naji or Reggie Jackson separately with or without draft capital and take back players making up to $8.88 million for Zeke or $5.25 million for Reggie. All right, here's the thing. Just a quick step back. What do you think the trade market looks like for Reggie Jackson and Zeke Naji right now?
Good luck.
Yeah, not great.
Right?
Right.
I don't even know what to. A second round pick?
Yeah, it's not great. Alternatively, and this is as he writes, if KCP leaves, Denver can sign players on minimum deals, trade Zeke or Reggie together, and take back players making up to $14.13 million. That doesn't sound bad. Utilize KCP's exit to generate a large traded player exception, which would allow Denver to trade for a similarly salaried player so long as they stay below the second tax apron, or to acquire a player back via sign and trade, or number 4, use the taxpayer mid-level exception to sign a free agent making up to $5.18 million in 24-25. I think the question here becomes is there a player out there that, you would say, okay, we're gonna let KCP walk, and we're gonna attempt to go and get this guy. How do you feel about dudes that are on this particular market? Some of the names that he brings up: Jordan Clarkson, Grant Williams, Dennis Schroeder, Cole Anthony, Kelly Olynyk, Robert Williams, and Jared Vanderbilt, former Nugget himself, among others of sort of guys being in the price range that we're starting to talk about right here.
This is what sucks about this conversation. There's a part of you that's like, well, should you keep KCP? They could really use some flexibility,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And we could make cases for some of the guys. Dennis Schroeder's had some moments. Jordan Clarkson, we know what a pain in the rear that guy can be.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you just don't know. Is he going to be the kind of person, the kind of chemistry match that KCP is? This goes back to why we didn't love talking about trading MPJ beginning of the year, but we brought it up to try to get you some of the flexibility that you're talking about.
Sure.
Because you don't need just a little of it. You need a lot of it.
It's interesting, too. And I heard Adam Mares talking about this the other day of like, okay, what are we learning about how to operate a basketball team under the new CBA with the guidelines being as harsh as they are if you go over the luxury tax, if you spend over the cap because of the league imposing penalties on you, how tough is that going to make it to build up an excellent roster? And what he talked about was, you know, the likelihood that the days of a roster like the Nuggets, which has 3 max players on it in Jokic, Murray, and Porter, you're probably just not going to see that very often anymore. You're going to build rosters around 2 max guys, and then you sort of got to pay quality veterans. You got to pay specific role guys and pay quality veterans, and that's the thing that you'll do to build up a good roster. But having 3 max dudes just limits you so much, especially when 1 or 2 of them, not to name any names, don't play like max guys in a second-round playoff series.
Yeah, and the problem also is you need your draft picks to chip in.
Right.
You can't have 3 roster spots taken up by guys that you're not on the same page about what the role for is.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like they at least needed one of the 3 to play.
And it's hard to get them playing so they can gain the experience. Right. Plus, you know, they didn't play with starters. They didn't play with Jokic. Like, that one of the other parts of it is you're not just This is what's so funny about Nikola Jokic, who makes other players excellent. There's no doubt about that. It's his greatest gift is he helps other players reach their maximum while also being awesome himself. But we talked about this a lot when Bruce Brown first showed up, when KCP first showed up. Guys don't just automatically step out onto the floor with Nikola Jokic and become twice the player that they were. You got to get used to it. It takes some time. And one of the struggles the Nuggets have had has been getting minutes for their second unit guys with Nikola Jokic because the way the rotations have been used. And so you get to spots where, honestly, Andy, I would say, like, I bet if you look at the raw data, Reggie Jackson had good numbers playing with Nikola Jokic. And I haven't even specifically looked at it. I'm just saying anecdotally, I bet you that's the case. I also know what it looked like, okay? And I saw the struggles that he had working the pick and roll, especially against a bigger backcourt like the one that Minnesota had out there. Hell, I saw him give Jamal problems with it, let alone what Reggie was doing out there. And some of it was just like, were there enough crossover minutes right there? Was there enough to gain that familiarity to have it clicking at the place where it needed to? I mean, a part of the problem that the Nuggets dealt with this postseason was when they went to their depth guys, it wasn't a good match. Justin Holiday didn't play a lot with Nikola Jokic this year, and yet you were relying on him heavily in a playoff-type role. Really, CB was the one guy that had experience playing with Nikola.
Yeah, I mean...
And yet, what I'm saying is talking about asking Michael Malone, we're going to need you to sacrifice wins.
Well, so this is, first off...
To get these guys minutes
Here's
together.
The bigger point I want to bring up that files into this discussion. There's a couple layers to what I'm about to say to you, okay? First off, we are seeing in the playoffs right now, home court advantage is not what it used to be.
Sure,
okay?
Sure.
Minnesota lost it right away to the Mavericks.
It's a 5 seed in the finals.
Right? The Mavericks took it away from Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Teams that we think are going to be powers lost their home court. The Nuggets lost it to Minnesota right away.
Yeah.
So I bring that up because, look, to your point, where do you find the playing time? Well, again, it's hard to find the playing time for the young guys if you're worried about having home court advantage and being a top 3 seed.
You're pushing.
Well, now all of a sudden we're seeing in this new NBA where things are going to be a little bit more about parity, and we just said it last hour, a couple hours ago in the program, you need to be healthy to get to the end of this thing. Well, you don't need to be hell-bent on the home court anymore because if you're good enough, you're good enough. The Nuggets even showed that they lost one game to Miami, then went and took both the games in Miami last year. Next year, they've got to be able to play the young guys more, worry less about this stuff, and that's how you figure out if your young guys are worth keeping around or not.
Right. That's and I do think, when we talked about whatever disconnect existed between what Calvin Booth's vision was and what Michael Malone's vision was, and Michael Malone talked about it himself at the postseason press conference, that's where it sort of existed. That was the what track did you put these players on? Real quick, there was something else that Jake brought up in a separate cut, and I just want to paraphrase it really quickly. He talked about if the Nuggets, and this is one of those things where he pointed this out, and I hadn't thought of it this way, and this is where I have some serious sympathy for Calvin Booth and how freaking hard it is to be an NBA GM right now, okay? Is that if KCP is gone, Christian Braun is the most obvious candidate to move into the starting lineup, and he does. If Christian Braun starts this year, well, guess what? You have to pay him next year.
Yeah, good call.
If he starts, he's more expensive. If you can bring him off the bench for another year and almost artificially suppress his value, he's more affordable for you going into the future because he doesn't have starters minutes.
It's kind of like messing with the contract in baseball where you don't pull him up
exactly.
first couple months of the season.
Yeah, it's sort of along that way.
Control.
Yeah, how can I suppress a guy's salary? I don't. Again, like you talk about that, and you're right about that. There almost is like a shady element to it, borderline, but also like you also do have to think about what you're doing with your roster building.
Okay, well, and you bring me to another question. Because I didn't really even think about it. You mentioned those free agents, and I'm like, so you sign one of those guys to automatically be the starter. Of that group that you brought up, the Jordan Clarksons, the Schroeders, whatever, I don't even remember the other two names. Who's better than Christian Braun? Is one of them at least better than Christian Braun? Because here's the other thing. If Christian Braun starts, well, then you've just depleted your already short bench yet again.
You do that. I mean, is Jordan Clarkson going to give you more scoring? Hell yes, he is, obviously.
Right.
Jordan Clarkson rules. Defensively, you take a big-time step back there. Okay, that's the challenge with it here. Now, why did the Nuggets lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves? Was it because of their defense or was it because of their offense? If I was Michael Malone and Calvin Booth evaluating that, I would say it was because our offense wasn't good enough.
Well, and it's funny because even Bill came around, Bill Hanslick, our famous defense first guy,
sure.
and Michael Malone, they all admitted our offense was what gets us going and leads to good defense.
Yes.
And there are too many times, especially against Minnesota when they lost, God, they couldn't get the offense going.
It's so interesting, like going into this finals, and I've watched a lot of like the press conference footage of, you hear Joe Mazzulla talk about the Celtics and you'll hear Jason Kidd talk about the Mavs. And with Kidd as a former player, everything is defense, 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 defense. Everything we do is built off of our defense. And it's so funny that a starting lineup that could have Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, they build everything on defense, but also look at the rest of that starting five. That is what they're built to do. They have a bunch of dogs out there, okay? Like that is a very good defensive team. All right. You listen to Joe Mazzulla talk, offense, everything is built off our offense. That's what we do. If we do that well enough. Now, granted, this is a guy that's got Drew Holiday and Derek White on his team.
Right.
So you can kind of talk about it in those ways. He's got Jaylen Brown on his team. He's loaded with great defenders on that team, but also that's just sort of the way that he approaches these things. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Did you just get the same breaking news that I got?
I think I did. Go ahead.
Do we have breaking news, Dan? Do we got breaking news? Do we got the...
It's all right.
Spring hit the sounder somewhere.
Yeah, there we go.
Rockies manager Bud Black said after the team's 12-7 loss to the Reds on Wednesday that he expects first baseman and designated hitter Chris Bryant to go on the injured list yet again.
All right, seriously.
As he deals with another injury to his back.
I am
What's the
looking,
question?
Yeah, I'm looking at something here from Mike Kliss, and I'm trying to. It has to do with Courtland Sutton.
Chris did not respond to treatment today, so it looks like it's going to be more than a few days. Hopefully, KB can be back in the 10-day period.
The under hits there. Thank you, Gopher. I was going to ask.
Yeah.
What did we have? You had the under. Did you say by midweek? It's midweek.
It's Wednesday.
We called it 2 days.
Yes.
2.5. Was that what we set the number?
Here's the question. It was in the post game after the third game of the series. So there were 3 games played when we first laid the.
But he got hurt Monday, so I was waiting 2 days for us to get the old.
Now we got the news. I think it actually did make the over.
But so we're playing. Thank God we're not paying anybody. That's a shady book.
I think
we're not sure.
I think. Well, Bud announced it after the game.
Fair enough.
I would say that's 3.
Look, no one's getting any money off it, so who cares? But again,
I want to run a reputable operation. I'm not Bruce,
good.
okay?
Yeah, you're not hooking up with Bruce and trying to get out of the country. Now, you and I basically were saying, however you want to say it, before after the game, Wednesday's when we expected the news.
Yeah.
Wednesday we got the news. This is like a bad joke that a comic just keeps coming out and telling you.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? What are you doing?
Here
we are talking about Nuggets trying to figure out contracts so they can go win a championship, and Chris Bryant's about to head to the IL for the 15th time in his damn Rockies career as he sits there soaking up $187 million.
Well, Chris Bryant figured out his contract.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubts there, huh? My God. Again, how long can Dick Monfort put up with this? Bro, it's your money. It's not even my money.
Andy, he's contractually obligated to put up with it for 4 more years after this one finishes.
And you don't want to just change something? You don't want to change something?
He wanted him.
No, I mean just with the whole thing. We haven't even touched on the grand dumpster fire that went up like a rioting thing in Vancouver after they lost.
They went into the 9th today with a 1-run lead. They lost by 5.
Yeah. 1-run lead, lost by 5.
Remember last week? Remember the good vibes, the 14 win May?
Yeah, hey.
Team had won 13 out of 20 games.
You guys didn't think we could win 14 a month, huh?
Since then, they've lost 5 in a row. Bryant's back on the IL. The pitching is terrible, and they turned it back into the Rockies. Wait a minute. Hold on. What month is this again?
June.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it's just going to get hotter.
We're swooning, baby.
By the way, old Will Nelson writes in, and he did say this earlier. I like it. I'll ask again, what's cooler to see in person? We had that topic first hour. A no-hitter or a Chris Bryant home run?
What about him just suiting up and being in the lineup?
A Chris Bryant game. Yeah. Don't make your game plans around Chris Bryant.
Just
folks.
A KB-AB is
Seriously,
all you're hoping
in any
to see.
baseball city, and you grew up in one, how long would they put up with this stuff?
I
realize a guy gets hurt, but come on, dude. You're making more money than anyone.
But this is just it, Andy. Like that, I reject the premise of your question. There's nothing they can do. They did it already. It's done. It is. That's all there is to this.
I don't even know why I care, and yet somehow I do.
You should.
God.
You should.
It's
Everybody
just-
should
it-
care.
It's good night, man.
Everybody, like,
Is it to the point where you send somebody with him to the doctor to make sure we're not lying about this?
It's not that. It's that he's broken.
I know.
And they paid him
But it's an unbelievably bad joke.
gave
that
him
just is-
$50 million more than any other team in baseball would have even considered paying him. Yeah. Remember, I'll never forget the day they signed him. When the reports started coming around that morning, like the Ken Rosenthal's and John Morosi's of the world of like, Colorado is closing in on signing Chris Bryant. We were all just like, the hell are you talking about? What is going on right now? And then we saw the contract number and we all went, oh, okay. Yeah, no, now yeah.
But you and I
Mm-hmm.
were at Blake Street when this news, and we looked at each other and like, what team is he trying to sucker with this?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Why is his agent putting this out there? Who's he trying to sign with? It ain't
worked.
here.
It worked.
Hell, it was here.
Woo, it worked. Man, did it ever work. And you know what, Andy? He's just a short flight from Las Vegas.
Oh, good for him.
Very much.
Go see the circuit. We had a good time.
If there is one thing that remains patently true in all of this, good for him.
Yeah.
No
it's really,
doubt.
That's it. Good for him.
This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, yesterday you did the worm. Today, I have another new endeavor for you to possibly undertake. I'll tell you what that is next. Got the Blitz with the great Mark Bertinoli coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But Andy, before we get to that,
what's this endeavor? What chances are you taking with my body?
I'm willing to take chances with your body, okay?
That's how that goes.
It is time for your Rockhead of the Day. It is brought to you by our friends at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, the premier choice for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning near Castle Rock and the surrounding communities, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. All right, Andy, today's Rockhead of the Day, we go to the UK. So this is already a good start. These are your people. It's the Irish. All
sure,
right?
Let's go. What are we up to now?
World shin kicking champion reveals painful way he defended his title.
Okay. It's off to a bad start. Was he sober?
World shin kicking champion. A man who became the shin kicking world champion on his first try trained for the role by bashing his bones with a hammer nearly every day for a year.
Oh, come on.
Having successfully defended his title, according to Metro.uk, Mike Newby, 34, now has his sights set on becoming the first 5-time champion of the 17th century English sport. Mike, an account director who lives in Cheltenham with his girlfriend Gio, won the title after competing at the Cotswold Olympic Games, which celebrates English folk and folk sports and games such as tug of war, hammer throwing, and the main event, shin kicking. That's the main event.
Go ahead.
The winner of the competition is crowned the world champion and has their name added to a trophy which is displayed in Chipping Kempton, home of the Olympics, year-round. So you get your name on a trophy.
Not enough.
I hope you get a T-shirt, too.
This is like those food eating contests where you down 5,000 pounds of bad food and you get a T-shirt. Great. Fantastic.
Just a few weeks after winning his first title in 2023, Mike hit the gym, did cardio, struck his shins with a hammer, and practiced martial arts almost every day for a year. The training paid off, and upon his return to the games to defend his title, the reigning champion won all 3 rounds and emerged unscathed, having broken 2 toes last time around. Quote, "When I won, I really couldn't believe it. There's a person who dresses up as Robert Dover, the original founder of the games, in a Royalist Civil War costume, and I grabbed their sword and just went up the castle, holding the sword and cheering. I felt a bit like Maximus from Gladiator. The experience was just mythic. It was amazing." All right, that is kind of cool.
Yeah, see, I like a sword.
Hold a giant sword above your head at the top of a hill. As the defending champion, Mike faced boos from the crowd and had to go up against a selection of humongous men, but emerged victorious thanks to his signature shin wheel move, which involves kicking his competitor in the shins and pulling them around so they tripped over his legs. Explaining how the game works, Mike said, fighters stand opposite each other, greet each other, and then a referee called the stickler.
Oh, come on.
Sounds like a
Batman.
Batman
Like a bad
villain.
Batman. Yeah.
I am the stickler. I shall hold you to the details. Holds a stick. He literally holds a stick in between you. And then when he's ready to let you go, he removes the stick and you start kicking each other in the shins. That's the game. You can be disqualified for kicking too high, and the idea is that you get the other person on the floor or they give in, and it's best of 3.
So there's 3 kicks.
Yeah, you're just kicking each other. There are 3 rounds of kicking. If you watch the video, they're kicking nonstop. They're just going at each other with these kicks.
So that's why he hit the gym. All right, that makes more sense. I was like, why the hell are you going to the gym?
Mike, who practiced martial arts most of his life and has a black belt in Taekwondo, was introduced to the sport after his partner saw an ad for the 2023 Cotswold Games and suggested he try his hand at shin kicking. Mike went on to win the 23 competition with the intense final, seeing his competitor rip Mike's shirt off while Mike hobbled back to the car with 2 broken toes. That's the thing. I think that would hurt your feet like crazy.
It would hurt everything.
However, also your shins. The experience did not stop Mike from wanting to defend his title, and after giving himself a break for a few weeks, he began training for the 24 competition. He said, quote, "I think it would be very easy to retire and say I'm undefeated after one competition, but you don't get glory by taking the easy way out and not risking anything."
All right. Do you have video of this damn thing?
I do. Yes.
I mean, Lord of the Dance. How could Michael Flatley not just win this every year? Those quick feet. He's hopping up and down. You can't even get him directly.
Apparently, the final lasted around 10 minutes.
Gross,
and
no.
The longest of the rounds. These guys were bludgeoning
Hold on.
each other.
What do you mean longest of the rounds? Aren't these timed rounds?
No, you just go till somebody goes down.
In each round?
Yes. You just kick until somebody goes down. There must be a winner, Andy. All right, I've got some video of the here's the drunk Irish people.
All right, that was a takedown.
Okay.
Oh, I see. So they start out with hands on each other's shoulders.
Yes.
That's not quite what I was imagining.
They also do wear protection.
There we go. Thank you, Dan.
However, they're allowed, I believe they can only use straw stuffed into their pants as shin protection.
One guy really went at it, though. One of our combatants really has got it full. The two on the screen are just wearing jeans. It does look kind of funny.
These guys are kicking the hell out of each other's shins.
Well, you really got to be mad about it, too. There's some angry. The Irish are. Someone had a couple Guinnesses before they
You'd
did
have
this.
to, right? You gotta.
This looks like a hockey fight, but you're kicking. Now, hold on. What's that little line? Is he out of the ring? Is that just a hose in the way?
I think somebody just left a hose.
There's a castle for no reason hanging out there. Look at the stickler right there. The stickler looked like he just got off his bouncing shift at a bar, and now he's up here going, all right. What does this guy got going on? We got somebody going with the all-white suit as if he just got out of a mental asylum, and all the legs are stuffed with padding, and he can't hold up.
In the first year, Mike went up against one of his rivals from the previous year, a fellow martial artist. In a matter of minutes, he won without getting kicked. Said, quote, I think that was because I was a lot bigger than him. I was able to throw my weight around more easily. The second round saw Mike wrestle a really muscular rugby guy, and things became more intense. Mike said, he was sort of snapping me down, like using his grip on my shoulder, and then snap my head and neck down, but I managed to use my shin wheel technique and take him down, so I won the match.
Yeah, I know.
It's got the shin wheel.
You're not even getting money out of this. I mean, cool sword and all, but
it's a sword. That's pretty rad. That's gonna do it for the Craigman and Lindahl show here.
No,
today.
I'm not doing that.
You don't want to be the rockhead of the day. Brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Even the people watching looked a little bored.
Bob said, "I saw Jean-Claude kick a tree down in Kickboxer." Wasn't it in Bloodsport? He was like kicking like a beam.
Yeah, Jeremiah hit us up with that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's how you train.
Ain't no hammer to the shin though.
For the world shin kicking competition.
He needed Patches O'Houlihan.